its stability before they began demolition on the surrounding workshops. Inside the base of the chimney, Eli's flashlight beam danced across the interior walls. What he saw made him pause. Strange markings covered back. Before we dive in, take a deep breath and let the stress of the day melt away. I'm really glad you're here, and I'd love to get to know you better. So if you had to choose, what would be your favourite food? Let me know in the comments. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. And enjoy. The morning fog clung to London streets like a guilty secret, and Eli Morgan pulled his hard hat lower as he approached the skeletal remains of the old textile factory. At 34, he'd seen enough construction sites to know when a building was dying, and this Victorian monument was gasping its last breath. The developers wanted it gutted and transformed into luxury flats, but Eli found himself drawn to the history trapped in its sooty bricks. For weeks now, the dreams had been getting worse. Black smoke filling his lungs, soot-covered hands reaching out from darkness, the terrible sound of collapsing steel and screaming voices. He'd wake up choking, his sheets drenched in sweat, tasting coal dust on his tongue. It made no sense. He'd never worked in a mine, never been inside this particular factory before the restoration job began. The rest of his crew wouldn't arrive for another hour, giving him time to inspect the towering smokestack that dominated the building's eastern wall. The structure was a marvel of 19th century engineering, rising nearly 200 feet into the grey sky. Today he needed to assess its stability before they began demolition on the surrounding workshops. Inside the base of the chimney, Eli's flashlight beam danced across the interior walls. What he saw made him pause. Strange markings covered the ancient brickwork. Initials carved deep into mortar, handprints pressed into soot-darkened surfaces, names scratched with desperate fingernails. He read aloud, running his fingers over the letters T. Whitlock. The name seemed to echo in the hollow space above him. As he stepped closer to examine the markings, the floor beneath his feet gave way with a sickening crack. Eli plunged downward into darkness, his last conscious thought the taste of coal dust filling his mouth and the sound of his own scream disappearing into the shaft above. When consciousness returned, it came with the acrid smell of coal smoke and the distant clang of metal on metal. Eli's eyes watered as he struggled to sit up, coughing black soot from his lungs. But something was wrong. The air itself felt different, thicker, more oppressive. The quality of light filtering down from above had changed from the clean, fluorescent glow of modern London to something dimmer, more yellow. He stumbled out of the narrow alley beside the smokestack and onto a street he didn't recognise. The cobblestones were slick with something that might have been mud but smelled like industrial waste. Horse-drawn carts clattered past, their wheels throwing up sprays of filth. Men in threadbare clothes and women in long, dark dresses hurried by without meeting his eyes. The buildings around him were the same Victorian structures he'd been working on, but they looked new, their bricks sharp-edged and red, their windows gleaming despite the perpetual haze that seemed to hang over everything. "You there?" a rough voice cut through his confusion. Two men in blue uniforms approached, truncheons already in hand. "What's your business at property?" Before Eli could answer, a woman's voice interrupted. "Officers, please. This man is my brother. He's been ill, working the night shift at the foundry. I've been looking everywhere for him." The woman who stepped between Eli and the constables was perhaps 40, with greying hair tucked under a worn bonnet and hands red and raw from hard labour. Her eyes, though kind, held the weight of someone who had seen too much suffering. "That's so, Martha." One of the officers eyed Eli suspiciously. "Funny how your brother's clothes don't match the others coming off shift." Martha's grip on Eli's arm tightened. He got himself turned around in the fog, fell into the river trying to find his way home. Look at the state of him. She gestured to Eli's modern work clothes, now torn and stained with soot and what he hoped was just mud. The constables exchanged glances but seemed satisfied. As they moved on, Martha hurried Eli down a narrow side street. "Don't know what game you're playing, stranger, but you've got the look of someone running from trouble. Name's Martha Briggs, and I lost my real brother to the cholera 3 years past. But these streets eat men alive, and I won't see another soul taken if I can help it." Her small room above a bakery was sparse but clean, with a single window that looked out over a maze of factory smokestacks. As Martha bustled about preparing a meal of bread and thin soup, Eli tried to process what was happening to him. The woman spoke of cholera and foundries as present realities. The clothes hanging on lines outside the window were straight from a museum display. The very air he breathed tasted of coal smoke and industrial chemicals. "What year is this?" he asked finally. Martha paused in her stirring. "Year?" "It's 1852, near the end of November." Kind of the date hit Eli like a physical blow. Somehow, impossibly, he had fallen not just down a chimney shaft, but through time itself. And if this was truly November 1852, then he knew exactly where he was and what was about to happen. Over the next 2 days, as Martha nursed him back to strength, Eli ventured out into the Industrial Revolution London that surrounded him. The factory he had been restoring in his own time was here in its full, terrible glory. Mortlock Mills dominated several city blocks, its multiple smokestacks belching black clouds into the perpetual grey sky. Children no older than 10 scurried between buildings carrying heavy loads of coal and cotton. The sound of machinery never stopped, a constant grinding roar that seemed to come from the earth itself. Eli found himself drawn to the factory gates at shift changes, watching the parade of hollow-eyed workers streaming in and out. Many were children, their faces prematurely aged by hard labour and coal dust. It was among these young workers that he first spotted Thomas. The boy couldn't have been more than 10, but he moved with the quick, sure steps of someone who had learned to navigate the world's dangers early. His job was chimney sweep, and his clothes were permanently stained black with soot. When Eli saw him helping a smaller child who had stumbled under a heavy load of coal, something in his chest twisted painfully. Thomas reminded him of his own younger brother Danny, who had died in a scaffolding collapse 5 years ago, a death Eli still blamed himself for. Watching us, Tom Eli lingered near the factory gates. "Martha says you're her brother, but you don't ask questions about things everyone knows. About how safe it is inside." Glanced around nervously before answering. "Safe? Nothing in there's safe. The foreman says we're lucky to have work at all. But..." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. "The older boys, they talk about sounds coming from the upper levels, creaking and groaning where there shouldn't be any. And he's been having meetings with men who come money, and afterward, he always off." That night, Eli made his way through the twisting alleys that surrounded Mortlock Mills. The factory never truly slept. Shifts kept the furnace running, but there were gaps in the patrol patterns, moments when a careful man could slip inside unnoticed. The interior of the factory was a vision of industrial hell. Massive machines loomed in the darkness like sleeping giants, their metal arms and wheels catching what little light filtered through grimy windows. The air was so thick with cotton fibres and coal dust that breathing felt like drowning. And everywhere, the heat, waves of it rolling off the furnaces in the building's lower levels, making the whole structure feel like the inside of a giant oven. Eli made his way toward the upper catwalks, following half-remembered architectural drawings he'd studied in his own time. If his memory was correct, the disaster would originate in the northeastern section, where a main support beam had been weakened by years of excessive heat and inadequate maintenance. As he climbed the narrow metal stairs, he could feel the entire structure swaying slightly with each step. When he found the beam in question, his heart sank. Even in the dim light, he could see the hairline cracks spreading through the metal. The bolts that held it in place were rusted and loose. Below this vast open floor where hundreds of workers would gather in 4 days' time for the annual Workers' Festival, a rare celebration that Mortlock grew morale. Eli spent hours examining the structural damage, using his modern knowledge of engineering to assess what would be needed to prevent the collapse. It would require skilled welding, proper support materials, and at least a dozen men working together. But even as he planned, he knew the real challenge would be convincing anyone to listen to him. His first attempts at warning people fell on deaf ears. The few workers who would speak to him at all dismissed his concerns as the ravings of someone who had clearly suffered some kind of head injury. When he tried to approach the factory foreman, he was threatened with arrest for interfering with mill operations. Even Martha, despite her kindness, clearly thought he was suffering from some form of madness. It was Thomas who finally offered a different perspective. "You're not mad," the boy said one evening as they sat by the fire in Martha's small room. "Different, yes, but you know things you shouldn't know if you were just another mill worker. The question is whether you're here to help or to make things worse." "Help," Eli said without hesitation. "If I can." Thomas studied his face in the firelight. "Then we'll need proof, something the adults can't ignore, and we'll need allies, people who are already suspicious of Mortlock and his operations." Over the next 2 days, Thomas introduced Eli to a small group of workers who had begun to organise in secret. They met in the basement of an abandoned warehouse, speaking in whispers about fair wages and safe working conditions. Their leader was a man named James Fletcher, whose own son had lost 3 fingers to a poorly maintained cutting machine. "You're asking us to risk everything on the word of a stranger," Fletcher said, after Eli had explained his concerns about the factory's structural integrity. "If we're caught interfering with mill property, we'll all be in prison or worse. And if we do nothing, 214 people will die in 3 days, Eli replied, "including children, including your son." It was the specific number that finally convinced them. Eli's certainty, his detailed knowledge of exactly where and how the collapse would occur, suggested either prophetic insight or inside information. Either way, they decided it was worth the risk. The plan they developed was simple but dangerous. They would enter the factory during the night shift change, when security was lightest and the noise of the machinery would cover their work. Using materials salvaged from other construction sites around the city, they would reinforce the failing beam and strengthen the surrounding support structure. Eli would guide the work, drawing on his modern construction experience, while Thomas would serve as lookout and messenger. But as they prepared to put their plan into action, Eli made a disturbing discovery. While scouting the factory's exterior, he overheard a conversation between Mortlock and a man he didn't recognise, conducted in the shadows behind the main building. "The insurance policies are all in order," Mortlock was asking. "Everything's arranged," the stranger replied. "The fire will appear to start from a faulty furnace valve. Complete destruction is guaranteed, and the investigators will find exactly what we want them to find." "And the timing?" "The night after your workers' festival. Let them have their celebration. It will make you appear more sympathetic to the claims investigators. Then we eliminate the evidence and collect the payout." Eli's blood ran cold. Mortlock wasn't just neglecting safety. He was planning to burn down the entire factory for the insurance money. The collapse during the festival would kill hundreds, but those who survived would die in the fire the following night. The scale of the planned disaster was beyond anything Eli had imagined. When he shared this information with the group, their resolve only strengthened. "All the more reason to act," Fletcher said grimly. "If we can prove the mill was deliberately weakened, we can expose Mortlock's entire scheme." The night of their mission, London was shrouded in one of its thickest fogs of the season. The group of 8 men and Thomas slipped through the factory gates like ghosts, their movements masked by the perpetual noise of the machinery. Eli led them to the northeastern section, where the failing beam waited in the darkness above. Working by the light of shielded lanterns, they began the delicate process of reinforcing the structure. Eli guided the placement of salvaged iron beams and steel plates, while the others welded and bolted them into position. The work was back-breaking and dangerous. One spark in the wrong place could ignite the cotton fibres that filled the air. One wrong move could bring the entire section crashing down on their heads. As dawn approached, they were nearly finished. The main support had been strengthened, additional braces installed, and the worst of the structural damage repaired. But there was still one crucial joint that needed welding, a connection high up in the rafters that would require someone small and agile to reach. "I'll do it," Thomas said, already strapping on the safety gear they had improvised from rope and leather. "It's too dangerous," Eli protested. "That's a 2-person job minimum, and we don't have 2 people small enough to fit up there," the boy replied. "Besides, I know these spaces better than anyone. I've been climbing through mill machinery since I was 7. Against his better judgment, Eli allowed Thomas to make the climb. The boy moved through the rafters with the confidence of a natural acrobat, the welding torch held carefully in one hand while he used the other to maintain his balance. As he worked on the final joint, sparks showered down like stars, illuminating the vast space below. It was then that disaster struck. The chain mechanism that controlled one of the main pulleys, weakened by years of heat and stress, snapped without warning. The massive iron wheel it supported began to fall, directly toward where Thomas was working. The boy saw it coming and tried to leap clear, but his safety rope caught on a protruding beam. Without thinking, Eli launched himself upward, scaling the support structure with desperate speed. He reached Thomas just as the wheel crashed through the space where the boy had been moments before. But as he grabbed the child and swung him to safety, the impact sent a shock through the metal framework. Eli's arm was caught between two colliding beams, the bones snapping with a sound like breaking wood. Pain flooded through him, but there was no time to stop. Even as his vision greyed at the edges, Eli guided Thomas through the final welding work, the boy's small hands completing what his injured arm could no longer manage. They finished just as the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the mill, the morning guards making their rounds. Fletcher and the others helped Eli and Thomas escape through a basement tunnel that connected to the old sewer system. As they made their way back to Martha's room, Eli clutched a rolled bundle of papers against his chest, the blueprints and documentation he had prepared, showing exactly what they had done and why it had been necessary. The Workers' Festival took place 3 days later, just as scheduled. Despite Martha's protests, Eli insisted on watching from a nearby rooftop, his broken arm bound in a makeshift sling. Below them, hundreds of workers and their families crowded onto the main factory floor, enjoying a rare day of celebration and rest. As the afternoon wore on, the building creaked and groaned under the weight of so many people, but the reinforcements held. The beam that should have failed remained solid, the supports they had installed doing their job exactly as Eli had hoped. When evening came and the celebration ended, every person walked out of that factory alive. The next night, as Mortlock's arsonists prepared to carry out their plan, they found their path blocked by constables and fire brigades. Thomas had delivered Eli's documentation to the authorities, complete with detailed drawings showing both the structural repairs and evidence of Mortlock's insurance fraud. The mill owner was arrested as he tried to flee the city, his entire scheme exposed. But Eli's work was not finished. Martha had told him of an old tradition among the chimney sweeps. When one of their number died, if another sweep climbed to the top of the deceased's regular chimney and descended at midnight, it was said the soul could find its way home. A young sweep named Peter had died of fever just days before, and his regular assignment had been the great smokestack of Mortlock Mills. "It's madness," Martha protested as Eli prepared to leave her small room for the last time. "That chimney's 200 feet high, and you've got a broken arm." "It's the only way," Eli replied, though he couldn't explain why he was so certain. "I don't belong in this time, Martha. I have to find my way back." Thomas insisted on accompanying him to the factory. The boy had somehow acquired a spare chimney sweep's uniform, complete with the brushes and ropes of the trade. "Peter was my friend," he said simply. "I want to help his soul find peace." As midnight approached, Eli stood at the base of the great smokestack, looking up into the darkness above. The climb would be treacherous, especially with his injured arm, but something deep inside him knew this was the path home. He tucked the soot-stained blueprints into his jacket, proof of what he had accomplished, what he had changed. The ascent was a nightmare of pain and exhaustion. Each rung of the iron ladder set into the chimney wall was a struggle, every movement sending fresh waves of agony through his broken arm. But gradually he made his way upward, the sounds of the city fading below until there was nothing but the wind and his own laboured breathing. At the top, London was like a carpet of flickering lights. The fog had lifted for once, revealing a city both alien and familiar. This was the same London he knew, but transformed by time and progress. Somewhere out there, in a future he could barely imagine, his own time was waiting. As the church bells began to toll midnight, Eli started his descent. Down he went, into the narrow shaft that led to the heart of the chimney. The walls closed in around him, thick with soot and memories. His lungs filled with coal dust just as they had during his original fall. The darkness was complete, absolute, pressing against him like a living thing. At the bottom of the shaft, consciousness began to fade, the taste of soot on his tongue, the feeling of falling through time itself, the sound of his own heartbeat echoing in the narrow space. And then nothing. Light returned gradually, filtered through what seemed like layers of gauze. Eli found himself lying in rubble at the base of the smokestack, but everything had changed. The factory around him was no longer the hellish industrial maze he had left behind. Instead, it had been transformed into into something almost beautiful, a memorial space with clean lines and modern amenities. He struggled to his feet, his arm no longer broken, his clothes once again the modern work gear he had been wearing when this all began. But as he looked around, he could see that the world had changed in subtle ways. Where luxury apartments had been planned, there was now a museum dedicated to industrial safety and workers' rights. The smokestack itself had been preserved as a historical monument. A brass plaque near the entrance caught his attention. In memory of the 214 lives that would have been lost in the Mortlock Mills collapse of November 1852. This disaster was prevented by the brave actions of anonymous workers whose plans and documentation were discovered hidden in the brickwork during renovations in 1923. Their sacrifice reminds us that ordinary people can change the course of history through courage and determination. But it was what he saw next that made his heart skip a beat. High up on the interior wall of the chimney, preserved behind a sheet of protective glass, was a small handprint pressed into the sooty brickwork. Beside it, scratched in a child's careful letters, was the name T. Whitlock. Eli pressed his own hand against the glass, matching his fingers to the print beneath. Thomas had left his mark, a message across time to let Eli know that his sacrifice had not been forgotten. The boy had lived, had grown up, had perhaps had children of his own who carried his name into the future. As he walked out into the clean London air, Eli felt something shift in his chest, a weight he had carried for 5 years finally lifting. He had not been able to save his brother Danny from that scaffolding collapse, but he'd saved Thomas and hundreds of others. The guilt that had haunted his dreams was replaced by something else. The knowledge that sometimes, against all odds, it was possible to make things right. But as he made his way through the memorial grounds, Eli discovered that the changes went deeper than he had first realized. A series of informational displays lined the pathway, each one telling a different piece of the story he had helped to write. One panel described the formation of the first workers' safety unions in London, sparked by the discovery of the Mortlock conspiracy. Another detailed the revolutionary building codes that had been implemented across England following the near disaster, codes that had saved thousands of lives over the decades that followed. There were photographs too, grainy daguerreotypes from the 1850s showing the faces of the workers who had survived. Eli studied each image carefully, searching for familiar faces among the crowd. There, in a group photo labelled Mortlock Mills Safety Committee 1855, he found what he was looking for. A young man, perhaps 17 or 18, stood proudly in the centre of the group. Though his face had filled out and his clothes were cleaner than Eli remembered, there was no mistaking those intelligent eyes or that determined expression. Thomas had not only survived, he had thrived. The display text beneath the photograph made Eli's throat tighten with emotion. Thomas Whitlock, youngest member of the Safety Committee and later instrumental in establishing London's first chimney sweep benevolence society. His detailed knowledge of factory infrastructure, gained through years of dangerous work in confined spaces, proved invaluable in identifying safety hazards throughout the city's industrial districts. Whitlock went on to become one of London's most respected building inspectors, credited with preventing numerous potential disasters through his meticulous attention to structural integrity. Further along the path, Eli found a small garden area dedicated to the children who had worked in the mills. At its centre stood a bronze statue of a young boy with soot-stained clothes and a determined expression, one hand reaching up as if to grasp something just out of reach. The plaque at its base read, "In honour of the child workers whose courage and sacrifice paved the way for labour reforms that continue to protect workers today." Their dreams were bigger than the darkness that surrounded them. Eli sank onto a nearby bench, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what his actions had set in motion. He had thought he was simply preventing a single disaster, saving the lives of a few hundred workers. But the ripple effects had spread across decades, transforming not just individual lives but entire systems of law and social protection. A jogger passed by, earbuds in, completely absorbed in her morning routine. A businessman hurried past, checking messages on his phone. Normal people living normal lives in a world where workplace safety was so routine, so deeply embedded in society's fabric, that they likely never even thought about it. None of them knew how close history had come to taking a very different path, or how the actions of one desperate man and a brave 10-year-old boy had changed everything. As Eli sat in the memorial garden, Watching the morning sun burn away the last traces of fog, he found himself thinking about Martha. What had become of the kind woman who had risked her own safety to help a stranger? He walked back to the museum entrance and asked the elderly volunteer at the information desk if there were any records of Martha Briggs. The woman's face lit up with recognition. "Oh, Martha Briggs. She's quite famous around here." After the Mortlock affair, she became one of the first women to testify before Parliament about working conditions in the textile industry. Her accounts of life in the tenements helped shape the Housing Reform Act of 1857. There's actually a wing of the museum dedicated to her work, the Martha Briggs Centre for Social Justice. She lived to be 84, remarkable for her time, and ran a home for displaced workers right here in this neighbourhood until she was well into her 70s. Eli spent another hour exploring the Martha Briggs Centre, reading about the woman who had saved his life and then gone on to save countless others. Her writings, preserved in glass cases, spoke of the dignity of a labour and the responsibility of society to protect its most vulnerable members. In one particularly poignant letter to her sister, written in 1867, she mentioned a mysterious brother who had come into her life briefly, but changed everything. "I often wonder about poor Tom, the confused man I helped during that terrible November of 1852. He spoke of things no one could understand, but his concern for the mill children was genuine. I like to think that wherever he ended up, he found the peace that seemed to elude him." The final exhibit in the centre showed a photograph of an elderly Martha, surrounded by dozens of children, orphans and displaced workers' children she'd cared for over the years. Her eyes still held the same kindness Eli remembered, but now they also reflected a deep satisfaction, the contentment that comes from a life spent in service to others. As the morning progressed, Eli realised he had been unconsciously delaying his departure from the memorial site. Something about leaving felt like breaking a connection, severing the last thread that tied him to that remarkable week in 1852. But he knew he couldn't stay forever. He had his own life to live, his own work to do. Walking toward the exit, he paused one last time at the preserved handprint in the chimney wall. This time, however, he noticed something he had missed before. Scratched into the soot beside Thomas's name were other marks, symbols that looked almost like a child's attempt at writing blueprints. Tiny drawings of beams and supports, careful notations about stress points and load distribution. Even as a boy, Thomas had been thinking like an engineer, documenting what he had learned and passing it on to future generations. Eli pulled out his phone and took a photograph of the handprint and its surrounding marks. Not as a memento exactly, but as a reminder. A reminder that the smallest actions could have the largest consequences, that ordinary people possessed extraordinary power to change the world, and that courage came in many forms, sometimes as a desperate man falling through time, sometimes as a child willing to climb into dangerous heights to save others. The dreams of coal dust and collapsing steel would not return. In their place, he would dream of a small boy climbing through rafters with the skill of a born acrobat, of workers walking safely home to their families, of a future changed by the courage of ordinary people willing to risk everything for what was right. But now he would also dream of Martha's kind eyes, of Thomas growing into a man who dedicated his life to protecting others, of the countless unnamed individuals whose lives had been touched and improved by that one desperate night in a Victorian factory. Behind him, the great smokestack rose into the London sky, its bricks holding secrets and memories, its shadows filled with the echoes of lives saved and history rewritten, and somewhere in those shadows a child's handprint remained as proof that love and sacrifice could transcend the boundaries of time itself, creating ripples of hope that would spread across generations, touching lives that would never know their true source, but would benefit from their endless, ever-expanding circles of compassion and change. The water off the southern coast of Crete held its secrets close, 30 metres down where the Mediterranean sun could barely penetrate. Kai Morgan descended into the darkness with practised ease, his breathing steady through the regulator, the weight of his equipment familiar against his body. 3 years of searching these waters, 3 years since the fisherman had whispered about the new cave system, opened by winter storms, and finally he had found it. The entrance yawned before him like a mouth frozen mid-scream, carved into the limestone cliff face that dropped away into the abyss. His underwater light cut through the gloom, revealing the tunnel that beckoned him deeper. This was what he lived for, the the moment when the known world fell away and something older, something untouched by modern hands, waited in the darkness. Kai checked his dive computer. 28 meters, plenty of air remaining. He kicked forward into the cave, following the beam of his light as it revealed walls covered in what looked like deliberate markings, too regular to be natural erosion. The tunnel curved upward, and his pulse quickened. An air pocket, impossible at this depth, yet his instruments didn't lie. He surfaced into a cathedral of stone, his light playing across walls that seemed to pulse with their own inner radiance, the varying sense that belonged to no modern ocean, copper and honey, burning olive oil, the musk of animals that had been extinct for millennia. As Kai pulled the regulator from his mouth and took his first breath, the world began to spin. The water around him glowed gold, as if someone had dissolved the sun into the sea. His vision blurred, darkness creeping in from the edges, and the last thing he saw before consciousness fled was his own reflection in the still surface, but wrong somehow, wearing clothes that weren't his, in a place that couldn't exist. Voices reached him first, speaking in a language that should have been incomprehensible, but somehow wasn't. The words flowed over him like water, ancient and musical, carrying meanings that bypassed his rational mind and settled directly into understanding. He was lying on rough stone, warmed by sun that felt different from any he'd known, cleaner somehow, without the haze of modernity. He breathed still. Poseidon has returned him to us. Kai opened his eyes to see faces leaning over him, weathered by sun and sea, but unmarked by the particular exhaustion of the 21st century. Their clothes were simple linen and leather, dyed aglow with their own light. One man, older than the others, studied Kai with eyes the colour of deep water. "Stranger," the man said, "the sea has given you back to us. What message do you carry?" Kai sat up slowly, his modern diving suit torn and salt-stained but still recognisable for what it was. The men stepped back in wonder, touching amulets at their throats. Behind them, Kai could see a harbour unlike any he'd ever known, ships with painted eyes on their prows, buildings that rose in impossible spirals, and beyond them, a palace that seemed to have grown from the living rock itself. This was Knossos. But not the ruins he'd explored as a graduate student, not the careful reconstructions and crumbling foundations. This was Knossos alive, its walls painted in brilliant frescoes, its courtyards filled with the sound of voices and commerce and something else. The particular quality of light that existed only in dreams, or memories, or the stories told by grandmothers who remembered when the world was younger. The fishermen, that's what they were, he realised. Their boats pulled up on the shingle-bearing nets that still dripped with the morning's catch, helped him to his feet. They spoke among themselves in rapid, musical tones, gesturing toward his equipment with a mixture of awe and concern. "Come," said the older man, "Daedalus will wish to see you." The name hit Kai like a physical blow. Daedalus, master craftsman, builder of labyrinths, father of Icarus. The myth walked toward him on living legs through streets that smelled of bread baking and bronze being forged, through a world where legends had not yet learned to be legends. The palace of Knossos rose before them, its walls painted with dolphins and flowers, with young men leaping over bulls and women in elaborate dresses that left their breasts bare. Kai had seen these images recreated in museums, lived and breathed, the paint still wet with intention and meaning. They found Daedalus in his workshop, a space that defied every assumption Kai had ever made about Bronze Age technology. Tools that should not have existed for another 1,000 years hung from the walls, alongside others that belonged to no era he could name. The man himself was younger than Kai had expected, perhaps 50, with the kind of hands that spoke of a lifetime spent bringing impossible things into being. "So," Daedalus said without looking up from his work, a device of bronze and leather that seemed to move with its own internal logic. "Poseidon sends me a craftsman dressed in the skin of sea creatures. What do you build, stranger?" Kai looked down at his diving suit, at the fragments of his equipment that the fisherman had carefully gathered. In this place, they did look like artifacts of some impossible craft, technology so advanced it appeared magical. "I build passages," Kai said carefully, "between what is and what was. I travel beneath the waves to find things that were lost." Daedalus finally looked up, and Kai saw in his eyes the same hunger that had driven him to dive deeper, search longer, risk more than any reasonable person would. It was the look of a man who had touched the impossible and found it insufficient. "Show me," Daedalus said. Kai removed what remained of his regulator, his dive computer, the pieces of his gear that had survived the transition between worlds. Daedalus examined each piece with the focused intensity of a man who understood that knowledge was power. But more than that, knowledge was art, and art was the closest thing to magic that mortals could achieve. "You breathe water," Daedalus murmured, turning the regulator over in his hands. "In a manner of speaking. The device captures air from above, stores it, allows me to carry the sky beneath the waves. And this," Daedalus indicated the dive computer, its digital display dark but somehow still compelling in this place where bronze was the height of technology. "It remembers depth, time, the body's needs. It watches over the diver like a guardian spirit." Daedalus smiled, and Kai understood that he had just passed some kind of test. "Then you are indeed a craftsman. Come, meet my son." They found Icarus in the palace gardens, a boy of perhaps 16 who moved with the unconscious grace of youth, but carried himself with the careful precision of someone who had learned early that his father's attention was both gift and burden. He was beautiful in the way that mythical figures were supposed to be beautiful, not pretty, but compelling, as if the light fell on him differently than on other people. "Father," Icarus said, rising from where he had been examining a mechanical bird that ticked and whirred with bronze clockwork. "Who is your guest?" "This is Kai," Daedalus said. "He builds passages beneath the waves. Perhaps he can teach you something about the spaces between elements." Icarus looked at Kai with a kind of direct interest that young people had before the world taught them to be guarded. "You travel underwater?" "Like a fish that remembers the sky," Kai said, and was surprised at how easily the metaphor came. In this place, it seemed, everything was metaphor, and metaphor was everything. The days that followed took on a dreamlike quality that Kai recognised but couldn't quite name. It was the feeling of being suspended between sleep and waking, between memory and experience, between the world as it was and the world as it should be. He stayed in the palace as Daedalus's guest, working alongside the master craftsman to understand technologies that seemed to operate on principles that had been forgotten before Archimedes was born. But it was with Icarus that Kai found himself spending most of his time. The boy had a hunger for knowledge that reminded Kai painfully of someone else, someone who had asked too many questions and pushed too hard and paid the ultimate price for his curiosity. His brother Marcus had been like that, brilliant, reckless, convinced that the next discovery would be the one that mattered, that would make sense of everything that came before. Marcus, who had died 3 years ago in these same waters, diving alone in pursuit of a story that existed more in his imagination than in historical fact. Marcus, who had pushed past safe diving limits because he was sure he was on the verge of something extraordinary. Marcus, whose body Kai had found 2 days later, his equipment failed, his air gone, his face peaceful in death as it had never been in life. "You're sad," Icarus observed one afternoon as they sat on the palace walls, looking out over the harbour where ships with painted eyes bobbed at anchor. "You carry loss like my father carries his tools, always within reach, always ready to be used." Kai looked at the boy, startled. In his own time, teenagers were distracted, absorbed in their own concerns. But here, in this place where myth had not yet learned to be separate from reality, even the young carried wisdom that belonged to old. "I had a brother," Kai said. "He died seeking something that existed only in stories. And now you seek the same thing?" "Number. Now I seek him." Icarus was quiet for a long moment, watching the ships move in the harbour like toys in a bathtub. "My father builds wings," he said finally. "He says we'll fly away from here, away from King Minos and his anger and his labyrinth. He says we'll touch the sun." Kai felt something cold settle in his stomach. The myth was unfolding around him exactly as it was supposed to, exactly as it had been told for 3,000 years. Daedalus and Icarus, imprisoned by King Minos, building wings to escape their captivity, flying too close to the sun until the wax melted and Icarus fell into the dangerously. "Everything worth doing is dangerous," Icarus replied, and his voice carried the particular conviction of youth, the certainty that consequences were things that happened to other people. My father says that men who never risk anything never discover anything. That night out Daedalus in his workshop where the master craftsman worked structures of wood and wax and feathers that could only be wings. They were beautiful in their simplicity and terrible in their implications. You know how this ends, Kai said. Daedalus looked up from his work, his hands stained with wax, the fever of creation. I know how stories end. This is not a story. In my time, it is. In my time, you and your son are a cautionary tale about the dangers of flying too high, far. Your time? Daedalus set down his tools and studied Kai with the intense nerve, as if you come from the future, as if this moment, this choice, has already been made. Perhaps it has. Perhaps we're all just playing out a story that was written before we were born. Laughed, but there was no humour in it. Then why are you here? If the ending is already written, if nothing can be changed, why did your gods bring you to the time? Kai had no answer for that, because he had been asking himself, there's something else. Returning to his without the distraction Kai had expected. Eclipse element. I felt fine with it. The blood time. Then the wings are merely clever toys. With it they become something more. Something that can carry a man between worlds. Between worlds. And why he was here. What? The blood tide, the eclipse, the wings. They were a doorway. A passage back to his own time. But the myth demanded someone had to fall. Someone had to pay the price that gods and stories required. The next guest began to tighten his grip on the palace. Guards appeared where none had been before. Questions were asked about the work in the workshop. Men watching from shadow doorways. He fears betrayal. They worked together, their hands moving with the craft stood each other without need for build man clever enough to build enough to imprison. The question is whether we them. Meanwhile had Tapescan who sensed that his world was about to change in ways he couldn't imagine. Return each evening with stories of merchants from distant lands, of travellers who spoke of cities beyond the horizon, of possibilities beyond the borders of Crete. I want to see it all, he told Kai one evening as they walked along the palace wall. Island, every shore, every place where men have built something new. My father's, and if they don't think goes wrong. Icarus shrugged with the cap. Will have tried. That's more than they might be. Did the blood tie. Minos made soldiers so the deep house, the official dream of Ira said, and had been helping them in secret, drawn by the same hunger for something beyond the ordinary that seemed to afflict everyone who came into contact with Daedalus's work. Afraid that if you succeed will follow, that the idea of escape will spread like fire through the palace. They were meeting in secret in a storage room deep beneath the temple, where the walls were carved with symbols that predated any sized. Lyra had brought wine, but none of them had much appetite. But not all of you. Guards are too many, too alert. One person might slip through, no more. Then I'll go, Kai said immediately. Daedalus' voice carried the authority of a man accustomed to. The wings were built for escape, but more than that, they were built for purpose. Icarus will not fly this time. I will not let the myth take him. Then you understand the danger, you know the price, and perhaps your presence here means that the story can be rewritten, or perhaps it means that it's always meant to fall. They were each lost in their own thoughts. Finally, Lyra spoke. There's another way. The wings that were confiscated. You've been working on a second, more maneuverable. The balance is different, the lift characteristics unknown. They were intended as prototypes, but they exist. They exist. The night of the eclipse arrived with all the drama that myth demanded. The moon began its slow passage across the face of the sun just as the blood tide reached its peak, turning the water in the harbour the colour of old copper. From their window in the palace, Kai could see the foam that churned at the base of the cliffs, red as blood and thick as cream, carrying within it the alchemical properties that would transform Daedalus' careful engineering into something approaching magic. For them just after midnight through corridors as a child, leading them through servants used and secrets that priests kept, things from their hiding place in the temple crypts, along with the vessels to collect the sacred foam. The climb to the cliffs took longer than expected. Even the prototype pair were awkward to carry, and more than. But finally they reached the high precipice where white limestone met red sea. The ancient world fell away into darkness and possibility. Nearly complete now, the sun reduced crescent that cast everything in an eerie twilight. Below them, the blood tide churned and foamed, and Kai could smell something in the air that belonged to no earthly ocean. Ozone and copper, honey and salt, the scent of boundaries being crossed. The foam must be fresh, Daedalus said as he lowered a rope and bucket toward the churning waters. It loses its properties within minutes of being separated from the tide. Kai helped him haul up bucket after bucket of the strange foam, which glowed faintly in the eclipse light and seemed to move with its own internal currents. As they painted it onto the wings, the feathers began to shimmer and change, taking on properties that had nothing to do with the birds they'd come from. It's time, Daedalus said. Kai looked at the wings, at the cliff, at the sea that waited below. Somewhere in his own time, 3 years in the future, his body was floating in a cave system 30 metres underwater, sustained by equipment that couldn't but somehow did. Somewhere, his brother Marcus was 3 years dead, and Kai was 3 years older, and no closer to understanding why the people we love insist on leaving us. The myth says Icarus fell because he flew too close to the sun, Kai said. The myth is wrong, Daedalus replied. Icarus fell because he forgot that the ocean was there to catch him. Kai strapped on the wings, feeling their weight settle across his shoulders like responsibility made tangible. The eclipse reached totality, and the world went dark except for the glow of the foam and the strange light that seemed to emanate from the wings themselves. Remember, Daedalus said, you're not trying to reach the sun. You're trying to reach the sea. Kai stepped to the edge of the cliff. Below him the blood tide churned and foamed, and he could see shapes moving in its depth that belonged to no taxonomy he knew. Above him, the eclipsed sun hung like a black hole in the sky, surrounded by the silver fire of its corona. He jumped. The first moments were pure terror, the ground falling away and the wings catching air with a sound like thunder. But then training took over, not the kind learned in flight school, but something deeper. The knowledge that every human carries in their bones of what it feels like to move through 3 dimensions without support. The wings responded to his movements like extensions of his own body, lifting him on thermals that rose from the warming sea. Human had a right to go. Below him, Crete spread out like a map drawn by gods, all bronze and gold and the deep blue of water that had never known the touch of industrial chemistry. For a moment, Kai understood the temptation that had destroyed Icarus in every version of the story. Up here, with the wind in his face and the world spread beneath him it was easy to believe that height was safety, that distance from the earth meant distance from its sorrows and limitations. But he had not come here to escape. He had come here to return. The eclipse began to wane, the sun emerging from behind the moon like hope from behind sorrow. The wings shimmered and began to change, the foam that had blessed them starting to lose its otherworldly properties. Kai felt the shift immediately. Where before the wings had felt like part of his body, now they felt like what they were, wood and wax and feathers, held together by hope and craftsmanship. He began to descend, not falling but diving, anchored in a controlled spiral that used every updraft and air current to maintain stability. The myth demanded that Icarus fall, but it didn't specify how. Below him, the blood tide reached its peak intensity, the water so red it looked like liquid fire, so thick with foam it seemed solid enough to walk on. Kai hit the water not with the helpless crash of a falling body, but with the clean entry of a diver who knew his element. The wings dissolved around him as he sank, the wax melting in water that was somehow warmed, the feathers separating and floating away like benedictions. Down he went, through water that tasted of copper and thyme, past fish that glowed with their own light and coral formations that moved with purposes too alien to comprehend. The pressure should have crushed him, the cold should have stopped his heart, but instead he felt only a profound sense of rightness, as if he were finally returning to a place he had never been but always known. At the bottom of his descent, in darkness so complete it had weight, Kai found himself back in the cave, floating in the impossible air pocket that had started everything. His dive computer, somehow still functional, read 3 minutes elapsed time, 3 minutes to live a myth, to rewrite a story, to understand that some journeys can only be made by going backward. He surfaced in the modern Mediterranean, his equipment intact, his air supply barely touched. But something had changed. In his hand he held a single feather, not synthetic, not plastic, but woven from Minoan linen and the quill of a seabird that had been extinct for 3,000 years. Back on the boat, back in his own time, Kai sat in the afternoon sun and examined the impossible artifact. His hands were steady for the first time in 3 years, his breathing calm and regular. Somewhere in his chest, the knot of guilt and loss that had driven him to these waters had finally begun to loosen. That evening he called the university and told them about the fresco. They found it exactly where he said they would, in a newly excavated chamber at Knossos that had somehow escaped previous archaeological attention. The image was everything he had described, a figure in flight, wearing what could only be interpreted as some kind of breathing apparatus, trailing sea foam from wings that caught the light like living things. But it was the inscription below the fresco that caused the real excitement among the scholars. Written in Linear A, the undeciphered script of the Minoans, it was somehow perfectly legible to Kai, though he told no one about this particular ability. Icarus did not fall, it read. He chose to return. Kai retired from diving 6 months later, though he never explained why. He kept the feather in a sealed case on his desk, labelled with the words from the fresco. Sometimes, late at night, when the moon was dark and the sea called to him, in voices he almost recognised, he would take it out and hold it up to the light, remembering the feel of wings that had carried him between worlds, the taste of air that belonged to no earthly atmosphere. He never dove again, but he no longer needed to. He had found what he was looking for in the depths, not his brother, not absolution, not answers to questions that had no answers. He had found something rarer and more valuable, the understanding that some stories are not warnings but invitations, not endings but beginnings. And sometimes, when the light fell just right through his window, he could swear he saw Marcus standing there, not lost but transformed, not drowned but reborn into something larger than the small grief that had defined both their lives. His brother smiled and nodded and faded back into the golden light that connected all times and all places, leaving behind only the certainty that love, like myth, could be rewritten by those brave enough to change the ending. The silence in the Beijing Museum's restoration wing was broken only by the soft scratch of Liang Wen's brush against parchment. At 27, his fingers moved with the practiced precision of someone who had spent years breathing life back into ancient texts. The afternoon light filtered through tall windows, casting golden rectangles across his workspace, where fragments of history lay waiting for resurrection. Liang paused, studying the charred scroll before him. It had been recovered from a temple fire in Shanxi province just weeks ago, its edges blackened and brittle as autumn leaves. The characters visible through the soot were unmistakably Qin dynasty, the angular, authoritative strokes that had unified a fractured empire over 2 millennia ago. These were the marks that had transformed 6 warring states into one nation under Emperor Qin Shi Huang's iron will. He had been orphaned at 8, left to navigate the world with nothing but his grandmother's stories of distant ancestors and a natural affinity for the ancient scripts that most scholars found intimidatingly complex. The museum had become his sanctuary, these restoration chambers his true home. Yet despite his expertise, despite the recognition from colleagues who marvelled at his ability to decipher the most damaged texts, Liang carried an persistent emptiness, a sense that some crucial piece of himself remained forever out of reach. The damaged scroll bore a label in his supervisor's meticulous handwriting: Qin-era manuscript fragments, origin uncertain, handle with extreme care. Beside it sat a small vial of ash collected from the temple ruins, dark powder that had once been ink and intention, and human breath made permanent. Liang's training had taught him to work methodically. First, he photographed every fragment from multiple angles. Then he began the delicate process of separation and cleaning. But as the afternoon wore on, and the restoration room emptied of other workers, something compelled him to deviate from protocol. The characters emerging from beneath layers of soot seemed to whisper of urgency, of secrets that could not wait for proper bureaucratic procedure. He prepared his ink with unusual haste, mixing pigments with practiced motions that had become as natural as breathing. But as he reached for his water dish, his elbow caught the vial of temple ash. It shattered against the stone surface of his work table, the dark powder cascading into his freshly prepared ink like smoke dissolving into water. For a moment Liang simply stared. Protocol demanded he discard the contaminated mixture and begin again. But the ink had taken on an unusual quality, not quite black, but shot through with threads of silver that seemed to move independently of any current. The mixture seemed to breathe. Against every instinct of his professional training, Liang dipped his brush into the transformed ink. The moment the bristles touched the surface, the liquid clung to them with unusual tenacity, as though reluctant to let go of the brush, even as it eager to meet the parchment. He began to copy the clearest characters from the Dal, Yong Heng de Ji Yi, eternal memory. But as his brush moved, the characters seemed to shimmer and shift. The ink refused to dry, instead taking on a luminous quality that made the room seem dimmer by comparison. The strokes began to move, flowing like liquid mercury across the paper's surface. Liang tried to lift his brush, but found his hand moving independently of his will. More characters flowed onto the page, Shijian de Men, the gate of time. The calligraphy began to glow more brightly, and suddenly the individual characters were lifting from the paper, floating in the air before him like living things. The floating characters began to circle his wrist, wrapping around it like a bracelet of light. Liang felt a strange warmth spreading up his arm, and the room began to spin. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was his own reflection in the museum's window, but instead of his usual modern clothes, he seemed to be wearing flowing robes of deep blue silk. When consciousness returned, it came with the acrid smell of burning wood and the distant sound of celebration. Liang's eyes opened to reveal not the familiar ceiling of the restoration room, but rough wooden beams blackened with soot. He was lying on a simple straw mat in what appeared to be a guard station, his wrists bound with hemp rope. The clothes on his body were indeed the blue silk robes he had glimpsed in his reflection, though he had no memory of changing. Through a small window he could see crowds gathered in a vast courtyard, their voices raised in unified chanting that made his skin prickle with its intensity. Red banners fluttered in the wind, bearing characters he recognized but had never seen displayed with such fresh authority. Qin, Qin. 2 guards entered the chamber, their bronze weapons gleaming and their expressions stern. They spoke in a dialect that was both familiar and strange, classical Chinese, but pronounced with regional variations that Liang had only encountered in his deepest studies of ancient texts. "The strange one awakens," said the taller guard, "found wandering near the palace gates, dressed in foreign silk but speaking no words. The captain thinks he might be a spy from the northern tribes." Liang tried to speak, but the words that emerged from his throat sounded wrong in this place, his modern Beijing accent as foreign as a barbarian tongue. The guards exchanged glances. "Bring writing materials," the shorter guard commanded a servant. "If he cannot speak properly, perhaps he can write. We'll see how educated this supposed mute might be." When the brush and ink arrived, Liang's hands moved with sudden confidence. He wrote in the formal script of the Qin court, "I am Liang Wen, a scholar of texts. I mean no harm to the state or its people. I seek only to serve with my knowledge of written words." The guard studied his writing with growing amazement. The characters were flawless, not merely correct, but written with the kind of precision that came from years of practice in the imperial style. This was not the crude approximation of a foreign imitator, but the hand of someone trained in the highest court traditions. "Impossible," whispered the taller guard. "This writing is perfect. Too perfect. How does a wandering mute write better than the palace scribes?" Word of the mysterious stranger with the masterful calligraphy spread quickly through the ranks. By evening, Liang found himself standing before a senior court official named Wei Zhao, a man whose sharp eyes missed nothing and whose silk robes proclaimed his high rank. "You claim to be a scholar," Wei Zhao said, studying Liang with the calculating gaze of someone accustomed to detecting deception. "Yet you dress strangely and speak as though our language is unfamiliar to your tongue. Where do you come from?" Liang chose his words carefully, speaking slowly to minimize his accent. "I have lived far from the capital, honoured sir. I have spent my years in study rather than in conversation, which explains my awkward speech. I offer my skills in writing and copying to serve the Son of Heaven." Li Zhao gestured to a nearby scribe. "Write the Mandate of Heaven proclamation from yesterday's ceremony." Without hesitation, Liang began to write. He had studied this very text in modern museums, Emperor Qin Shi Huang's declaration of unified rule over all under heaven. But here, now, it was not ancient history but current events. As he wrote, he realized with growing wonder and terror that he was witnessing the moment when China became China. His calligraphy flowed across the silk with perfect confidence. Every stroke placement, every character spacing, every subtle variation that marked the difference between competent copying and true mastery. It all emerged from his brush as though he had been born to this moment. When he finished, the room fell silent. Wei Zhao examined the text with increasing amazement, comparing it to official copies. The writing was not merely accurate, it was superior to the work of the court's own master scribes. "This is extraordinary," Wei Zhao murmured. "Your hand writes with the authority of the ancients. Where did you learn such precision?" "From the masters of old," Liang replied carefully. "I have studied their techniques until they became my own." That night, installed in a small but clean chamber within the palace complex, Liang tried to make sense of his situation. The ink stains on his fingers were still visible, but they had taken on a strange silvery quality that seemed to pulse with their own light. He was somehow in ancient China, in the very court of Qin Shi Huang, and his modern expertise in classical calligraphy had earned him a place among the empire's scholarly elite. Over the following days, Liang was gradually integrated into the palace bureaucracy. He copied imperial edicts, recorded audience proceedings, and helped maintain the vast archives that documented the empire's administrative operations. His colleagues marvelled at his technique but gradually accepted his presence, attributing his occasional linguistic oddities to regional differences and his obvious scholarly isolation. It was during his third week at court that he first encountered May. She was delivering tea to the scribal offices, moving with the quiet efficiency expected of palace servants. But Liang noticed something others had missed. Her eyes lingered on the text spread across his desk, and he caught her lips silently forming the shapes of characters as she read. Most servants in the palace were illiterate. Reading was a skill reserved for the scholarly and administrative classes, strictly controlled and carefully monitored. Yet this woman was clearly following the meaning of complex imperial documents. When she returned the next day, Liang deliberately left a piece of writing where she would see it. A poem he had composed in classical style, describing the beauty of winter moonlight on water. As she set down his teacup, her eyes went immediately to the text, and he saw her smile at a particularly clever turn of phrase. "You read beautifully," he said quietly when they were alone. May's face went pale with terror. Being caught reading without authorization could mean punishment or death, depending on the content and the mood of the officials involved. "I cannot read, honoured scholar," she said quickly. "I was merely admiring the shape of your brushwork." "The poem describes how moonlight dances on water like scattered pearls," Liang continued gently. I noticed you smile at the line comparing the moon's reflection to a dragon's scales. Only someone who understood the meaning would find that metaphor amusing. May stood frozen, caught between denial and the relief of finally being recognized for her hidden knowledge. "Please," she whispered. "If they knew—" "They will not know from me," Liang assured her. "But I am curious how you learned. Literacy is not common among the servant classes." After a long moment, May sat down across from him, her decision made. "My grandfather was a court scholar before the unification," she said. "He taught me in secret, saying that knowledge was the only inheritance that could never be taken away. When he died, I sought work in the palace to be near the books and learning, even if I could only glimpse them while serving tea." "Your grandfather was wise," Liang said. "Knowledge is indeed the most precious inheritance." "But not the only inheritance that matters," May replied with unusual intensity. "Some legacies carry blood as well as wisdom." Over the following weeks, as autumn deepened toward winter, Liang found himself drawn into increasingly complex court intrigues. Emperor Qin Shi Huang's obsession with immortality was consuming vast resources and driving increasingly desperate experiments. Alchemists promised elixirs of eternal life, while architects designed tombs meant to house the emperor's spirit for all eternity. It was during a late-night copying session in the Imperial Archives that Liang first learned about the Terracotta Army. He was transcribing supply lists when he encountered requisitions. Thousands of bronze weapons, rivers of mercury, and most puzzling of all, detailed specifications for what appeared to be life-sized clay sculptures of soldiers. "You seem confused by the tomb project," said a voice behind him. Liang turned to find Master Liu, the chief archivist, studying him with intelligent eyes. Liu was one of the few scholars who seemed genuinely interested in Liang's unusual background rather than suspicious of it. "I have never seen records of such an undertaking," Liang admitted. "The scale seems unprecedented." Master Liu sat down beside him, lowering his voice. "The Son of Heaven believes that he will rule not only in this life but in the next. The tomb being prepared will house an entire army to protect him in death, each soldier crafted to appear as lifelike as those who serve him in this world." Liang's breath caught. He was witnessing the creation of one of history's greatest archaeological wonders from the inside, seeing it not as an ancient marvel but as a contemporary construction project, driven by one man's refusal to accept mortality. "But surely," Liang said carefully, "even the Son of Heaven must eventually—" "Die?" Master Liu finished. "He has forbidden that word to be spoken in his presence. He consults with mystics and alchemists daily, seeking the secret of eternal life. Some say he has already found it." That night, alone in his chamber, Liang studied the ink stains on his fingers more carefully. They had grown brighter over his weeks in ancient China, and he began to suspect they were more than mere decoration. When he pressed his fingertips against fresh parchment, faint characters appeared, modern Chinese mixed with ancient script, forming messages he didn't remember writing. One message, repeated several times, filled him with cold dread. "The burning comes at winter's end. Save what must be saved." He recognized the reference immediately. Historical records spoke of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's order to burn books and bury scholars alive, an attempt to control knowledge by destroying everything that contradicted imperial ideology. It was one of history's great cultural catastrophes, erasing centuries of philosophical and literary achievement. Liang began to understand why he had been sent to this time and place. He was not merely an observer, but a guardian, tasked with preserving knowledge that would otherwise be lost forever. But how could one man save books from an emperor's wrath? The answer came through May. During one of their careful conversations, she revealed a secret that changed everything. "My family name is not what I have told you," she said as they walked in the palace's moonlit gardens. "My true lineage traces to the House of Chu, to the royal blood that ruled before the unification. If this were known, I would be executed immediately as a potential threat to imperial legitimacy." Liang felt the pieces of an impossible puzzle beginning to align. "Royal blood," he repeated slowly. "Is there significance to that beyond political danger?" May looked at him strangely. "You speak as though you come from a place where such things do not matter. But yes, royal blood carries power beyond politics. It can bind oaths, seal curses, and open pathways that remain closed to common ancestry." That night, studying the temple ash that still clung beneath his fingernails, Liang began to understand the full scope of his situation. He had been transported through time not by accident, but by design, pulled backward by forces that required specific elements to function: the ink of a master calligrapher, the ash of burned wisdom, and, he was beginning to suspect, the presence of royal blood. But if royal blood was required for the magic that had brought him here, it might also be required for the magic that could return him home. As winter deepened and the Emperor's paranoia grew more intense, reports began filtering through the palace of scholars being arrested on suspicion of disloyalty. Books that questioned imperial policy were being confiscated and burned. The great purge that Liang knew from history was beginning to unfold. It was Mei who brought him the most crucial intelligence. Working in the palace kitchens gave her access to gossip from every level of the imperial hierarchy, and the servants' network carried information that never appeared in official reports. "They are planning something terrible," she whispered as they met in a storage room filled with silk scrolls awaiting copying. "Master Wei has compiled lists of scholars suspected of harbouring forbidden books. Your name is not on the current list, but Master Liu's is." Liang's blood went cold. Master Liu had been his most valuable ally in accessing the palace archives, and more importantly, he had become a genuine friend. One of the few people in this ancient world who seemed to understand Liang's deep reverence for preserving knowledge. "When?" Liang asked. "Tomorrow night. They plan to arrest him and seize all materials from the archives for examination. Anything deemed subversive will be destroyed." Liang spent that night in frantic preparation. He could not save all the knowledge that would be lost, but he could save some. Working by candlelight, he began copying the most valuable texts onto silk scrolls small enough to hide. Philosophy, poetry, historical records, scientific observations. He wrote until his fingers cramped and his eyes burned. But as dawn approached, he realized the futility of his efforts. Even if he could hide these copies, even if they survived the coming purges, they would remain lost in ancient China. The knowledge needed to return to his own time to have any lasting value. The solution came to him as he watched the sun rise over the palace walls, to create a text that would survive not just the immediate burning, but the passage of time itself, something that would eventually find its way to modern scholars who could understand its significance. And he needed royal blood to make the magic work. The conversation with Mei was the most difficult of his life. They met in the archives as Master Liu was being led away in chains, his face bearing the resigned dignity of a scholar who had always known this day might come. "I need your help," Liang told Mei as they watched their friend disappear into the palace's darker corridors. "But what I'm asking will require sacrifice beyond anything you can imagine. Tell me," she said simply. Liang explained everything: his true origin, the nature of his journey through time, and the growing certainty that he had been sent to preserve knowledge that would otherwise be lost. But to return home with that knowledge, to ensure it survived for future generations, he needed to write it in ink mixed with royal blood during a lunar eclipse. "The next eclipse comes at winter's end," he said. 8 more moons. If we can survive until then, if we can gather the knowledge that must be saved, we can ensure that something of value survives this destruction." Mei listened in silence, her face reflecting the flickering light of the oil lamps that illuminated the archives. When he finished, she sat quietly for a long moment. "You're asking me to die," she said finally. "I'm asking you to choose," Liang replied. "The blood required doesn't necessarily mean death. A few drops might be sufficient. But I cannot know for certain, and the magic that brought me here was not gentle. And if I refuse, then I remain here in this time and watch as centuries of wisdom burn. The knowledge I carry of what will be lost dies with me, and history unfolds as it always has." Mei stood and walked to one of the archive shelves, running her fingers along the spines of scrolls that contained the accumulated wisdom of generations. "These books," she said, "they represent the thoughts and discoveries of thousands of scholars across hundreds of years. If they're destroyed, all those voices fall silent forever." "Yes," Liang said. "And you believe that sacrificing my blood, perhaps my life, could preserve their voices for future generations. I believe it's possible, but I cannot promise success, and I cannot minimize the risk to you." Mei was quiet for another long moment. Then she turned back to him with the serene expression of someone who had found absolute certainty. "My grandfather once told me that the greatest honor for a scholar is to ensure that knowledge survives beyond their own lifetime. I may not be a scholar by training, but I am one by choice. If my blood can preserve these voices, then it's a worthy use of my life." The weeks that followed were a careful dance of preparation and secrecy. By day, they performed their duties as scribe and servant, maintaining the appearance of normal palace life. By night, they worked in hidden corners of the archives, selecting and copying the most valuable texts that were likely to be destroyed. Liang focused on works that he knew from historical study had been completely lost. Philosophical treatises that had been referenced by later scholars but never quoted in full. Scientific observations that had been forgotten for centuries. Poems that existed only as fragments in modern collections. This knowledge, preserved and returned to the modern world, could revolutionize understanding of ancient Chinese civilization. But as the lunar eclipse approached and the emperor's purges intensified, they faced an unexpected obstacle. The palace was being sealed section by section as paranoia reached fever pitch. Guards now monitored the archives constantly, and movements within the palace were severely restricted. "We need to get outside the palace walls for the ritual," Liang explained as they huddled in a storage room. "The eclipse must be observed from open ground, with no barriers between the sky and the ceremony." "The gates are watched day and night," May replied. "And even if we could escape, being found outside the palace without authorization would mean immediate execution." The solution came from an unexpected source. Master Liu, imprisoned but not yet executed, managed to send them a message through the servant network. Hidden beneath the palace was a complex of tunnels that connected to ancient burial chambers predating the current dynasty. One tunnel, he indicated, led to a grove of trees outside the palace walls, a place where imperial astronomers had once observed celestial events. The night of the eclipse, they gathered the materials they would need: the carefully copied texts, brushes and ink, and a ceremonial knife that May had acquired from the palace armory. The blade was ancient, its bronze surface inscribed with characters that neither of them could fully decipher. The tunnel was exactly where Master Liu had indicated, concealed behind a false wall in the deepest archive storage room. It was narrow and treacherous, carved through living rock and barely wide enough for a single person. They crawled through absolute darkness, guided only by the faint movement of air that suggested an opening ahead. When they finally emerged, it was into a grove of ancient cypress trees whose branches formed a natural cathedral open to the sky. The moon hung directly overhead, a perfect silver disk that was just beginning to show the first shadow of eclipse at its eastern edge. Lee spread the copied texts on a flat stone that seemed to have been placed there specifically for ceremonial purposes. The scrolls contained everything they had managed to preserve: philosophical discussions on the nature of governance and morality, scientific observations of astronomical phenomena, poems that captured the beauty and tragedy of human experience, and historical records that would otherwise have been lost forever. "Are you certain?" he asked May one final time. She nodded, her face calm in the moonlight. "I've never been more certain of anything." As the eclipse reached totality, and the moon became a disk of deep red floating in the star-filled sky, May drew the ceremonial knife across her palm. Her blood, black in the eclipse light, dripped into the ink that Liang had prepared using the same techniques that had brought him to this time. But as he dipped his brush into the mixture of ink and royal blood, Liang realized they had been discovered. Torches appeared between the trees, and the sound of armoured soldiers crashing through the underbrush shattered the grove's ancient silence. "Traitors!" shouted a voice he recognized. Wei Jiao, the official who had first tested his calligraphy. "Seize them!" May grabbed Liang's arm with her uninjured hand. "Write quickly," she urged. "Whatever happens to us, complete the ritual." Guards poured into the grove, their bronze weapons gleaming in the torchlight. Liang began to write his name in the ancient script, but his brush was shaking and the characters came out unsteady and weak. "I can't concentrate," he said desperately. "The magic requires precision and—" May stepped between him and the advancing soldiers. "I'll give you time," she said, and then she began to speak in a voice that carried absolute authority. "I am May of the House of Chu," she declared, her words ringing across the grove. "Daughter of the royal bloodline that ruled these lands before the Qin, I claim the ancient right of final words." The guards hesitated. Even in the current dynasty, certain traditions carried power that transcended political change. The right of royal blood to speak before execution was one of the oldest laws, predating the unification itself. Wei Jiao pushed through his soldiers, his face twisted with rage. "Royal blood or common, "You will die for this treachery, but speak quickly if you must." As Mei began what everyone present understood to be her final statement, Liang forced himself to focus on the calligraphy. The eclipse was at its deepest point now, and the ink mixed with royal blood seemed to glow with its own light. His brush moved with increasing confidence as the familiar rhythms of perfect calligraphy took over. "I speak not for mercy," Mei was saying, "but for memory. The knowledge that you seek to destroy tonight represents the accumulated wisdom of generations. By burning it, you do not strengthen the empire, you weaken it by cutting it off from its own roots." Liang finished writing his name and moved on to the spell of return that he hoped would carry both him and the preserved knowledge back to his own time. The characters flowed onto the silk with supernatural precision, each stroke perfectly placed despite the chaos surrounding them. "Knowledge is not the enemy of authority," Mei continued. "It is the foundation upon which true authority stands. A ruler who fears the wisdom of the past fears his own inadequacy to match it." Wei Zhao's patience finally snapped. "Enough!" he shouted, raising his sword. "Die with your precious books, royal daughter of a fallen house!" But as his blade descended toward Mei, the ritual reached its climax. The ink on Liang's brush began to shine like liquid starlight, and the characters he had written rose from the silk to circle around both him and Mei in spirals of silver light. The last thing Liang saw before the world dissolved into brilliance was Mei's face, peaceful and proud, as the sword that should have killed her passed harmlessly through the space where she stood. He awakened in the restoration room of the Beijing Museum, slumped over his work table with the morning sun streaming through the windows. For a moment he wondered if the entire experience had been an elaborate dream, brought on by too many late nights and too much solitary work. But then he looked down at his hands and saw that they held a brush still wet with ink, and spread before him on the work table was a silk scroll covered with calligraphy in his own precise hand. The text was unlike anything in the museum's collection, a complete philosophical treatise on governance and morality, written in flawless Qin dynasty script, containing ideas that scholars had thought were lost forever. As he read through the text, Liang realized that he had somehow managed to preserve everything he and Mei had copied in ancient China. The scroll contained not just individual works, but comprehensive discussions that filled gaps in historical knowledge that had puzzled scholars for generations. Here were the missing sections of text that existed only in fragments, complete poems by authors known only by name, scientific observations that predated similar discoveries by centuries. But the most shocking discovery came at the scroll's end. There, in a section he didn't remember writing, was a detailed account of his own journey through time, written in the voice of someone who had been present for the events but observing from the outside. The account was signed with a name that made his blood run cold: Mei of the House of Chu, Keeper of Memory. Over the following days, as word of the discovery spread through academic circles, Liang found himself at the centre of a scholarly sensation. The scroll's contents revolutionized understanding of Qin dynasty intellectual life, and Liang's reputation as a restorer and researcher was permanently established. But private investigation revealed something even more extraordinary. DNA analysis of blood traces found on the scroll, blood that had somehow remained fresh despite the document's apparent age, revealed genetic markers that matched Liang's own profile with stunning precision. The implications were clear: the blood came from someone who shared his ancestry. Further genealogical research, conducted with resources that only his new celebrity status made available, traced his family line back through generations of scholars and minor officials to a source that made his hands tremble as he read the records. His family descended from a minor branch of the Chu royal house, a bloodline that had survived the fall of the old kingdoms by obscurity and careful anonymity. Liang was royal blood. He had always carried within him the power that had made his journey possible, though he had never known it existed. The realization brought both wonder and profound grief. Mei had sacrificed herself to preserve knowledge for future generations, never knowing that the stranger she helped was carrying the same royal bloodline that flowed in her own veins. They had been distant cousins, connected across centuries by heritage and by their shared dedication to preserving the voices of the past. In the months that followed, Liang threw himself into his work with renewed purpose. The scroll became the foundation for a new understanding of ancient Chinese intellectual history, and he became the scholar most qualified to interpret its contents. But he never forgot that every character on that silk had been purchased with May's willing sacrifice. He established a small shrine in his apartment where he burned incense each night for May's memory, and he dedicated every scholarly paper he published to those who gave their lives so that knowledge might survive. His colleagues assumed this was a general dedication to ancient scholars who had died during historical purges, never suspecting that it referred to one specific person who had died to preserve the very texts they now studied. Sometimes, working late in the restoration room where his journey had begun, Liang would find traces of silver in his ink, faint threads of light that reminded him of the magic that had carried him across time. He never tried to recreate the circumstances that had sent him to ancient China. The knowledge had been preserved, the voices of the past had been saved, and May's sacrifice had achieved its purpose. But on nights when the moon was dark and the museum was silent around him, Liang would sometimes write her name in classical characters, brush loaded with the finest ink he could prepare. And sometimes, just sometimes, he imagined he could see approval in the way the characters dried on the paper, a sign that somewhere across centuries May of the House of Chu knew that her sacrifice had not been in vain. The scroll remained the crowning achievement of his career, but Liang understood that his true legacy lay not in the fame it brought him, but in the voices it had preserved. Each night as he worked, surrounded by the whispers of ancient texts and the gentle scratch of brush against paper, he honoured the memory of a woman who had chosen to die so that knowledge might live. And in the growing collection of texts he continued to restore and preserve, in the students he trained to carry on the work of keeping ancient voices alive, and in every character he wrote with the precision that had made him worthy of a place in Emperor Qin Shi Huang's court, the spirit of May's sacrifice continued to touch the world. The forgotten ink had remembered everything that mattered most. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead as Daniel Mercer adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses and squinted at the faded ink on yet another yellowed document. The restricted wing of the Whitmore Historical Archive smelled of dust and decay, tinged with the chemical tang of preservation solutions. At 21, Daniel had already spent more hours in archives than most people spent in their cars, his pale complexion testament to countless days hunched over historical manuscripts, instead of enjoying the California sunshine outside. The cultural impact of Lincoln's death. His thesis title stared back at him from the laptop screen, cursor blinking impatiently after only 3 paragraphs of introduction. He'd been researching for months, but something felt missing, some crucial understanding that would elevate his work beyond mere academic regurgitation. His professor, Dr. Hartwell, had granted him special access to this restricted collection, trusting Daniel's reputation as the most dedicated Civil War scholar in the undergraduate program. The archive stretched around him in oppressive silence, broken only by the occasional settling creak of old wood and the distant rumble of thunder from the storm gathering outside. Daniel had arrived early that morning, armed with coffee and determination, but now, as evening approached, fatigue weighed on his shoulders like a heavy coat. He pushed back from the reading desk and wandered deeper into the collection, past rows of climate-controlled cases containing artifacts most people would never see. A Confederate officer's sword, tarnished and nicked, letters from soldiers to sweethearts who would never read them, fragments of a nation torn apart and slowly stitched back together. Then he saw it. In a corner case, partially obscured by shadow, sat a pocket watch. Unlike the other pristine artifacts around it, this one showed clear damage. The crystal face was spider-webbed with cracks, and the gold casing bore deep scratches. But what drew Daniel's attention wasn't the watch itself, but what lay beside it. A blood-stained playbill from Ford's Theatre dated April 14th, 1865. The paper was brown with age, but he could still make out the elegant typography advertising Our American Cousin starring Laura Keane. Daniel's heart quickened. He'd read about artifacts from that terrible night, but he'd never seen actual physical evidence. The playbill was positioned so that only a portion was visible beneath the watch, as if someone had deliberately arranged them together. His academic instincts screamed at him to find a curator, to follow proper procedures, but his curiosity proved stronger. The case wasn't locked, unusual for such significant artifacts. Daniel glanced around the empty archive, then carefully lifted the glass top. The musty scent of old metal and paper wafted up, carrying with it an almost electric tang that made his fingertips tingle. He picked up the watch first, surprised by its weight. The back was engraved with initials he couldn't quite make out in the dim light, worn smooth by decades of handling. When he turned it over, the cracked face showed hands frozen at 10:15, the exact moment John Wilkes Booth had fired his derringer into the back of Abraham Lincoln's head. "Poor bastard," Daniel murmured, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence. "If only someone had warned you. If only someone had been there to stop it." He turned the watch over in his hands, noting the intricate engravings along the rim. History would be so different. No martyred Lincoln, no mythologizing of the presidency. Maybe Reconstruction would have actually worked. Maybe we wouldn't have spent the next century and a half dealing with the aftermath of that one bullet. As he spoke, his thumb found a small protrusion on the watch's side, a tiny button or lever he hadn't noticed before. The moment he pressed it, the watch began to emit a faint humming sound, barely audible, but somehow felt in his bones. Outside, the storm intensified. Lightning flashed through the archive's small windows, casting sharp shadows across the collection. Daniel was so focused on the watch that he barely noticed the change in atmospheric pressure, the way the air seemed to thicken around him. The playbill beneath the watch had shifted when he'd lifted it, revealing more of the stained surface. Without thinking, Daniel reached for it, his fingers touching the ancient paper, just as another lightning strike illuminated the building. The electrical charge seemed to flow through the windows, down the metal shelving, and directly into the watch in his hands. The humming intensified to a roar. The cracked crystal face began to glow with an internal light that had nothing to do with electricity. Daniel tried to drop the watch, but his fingers seemed frozen around it, as if the metal had fused to his skin. The playbill in his other hand grew hot, the bloodstain shifting from brown to red as if the paper remembered the night it was first stained. The world tilted. Daniel's vision blurred, colours bleeding together like watercolours in rain. The archive walls stretched and warped, the ceiling disappearing into darkness while the floor seemed to fall away beneath his feet. The last thing he saw before consciousness fled was the watch face, its frozen hands beginning to move backward, counting down the minutes to 10:15 p.m., April 14th, 1865. Daniel awoke to the sound of horses and the smell of coal smoke. His head throbbed as he struggled to sit up, finding himself in an alley between two brick buildings. Gas lamps flickered along the street beyond, casting wavering pools of yellow light on muddy cobblestones. The air was thick with the scents of horse manure, cooking food, and unwashed bodies, a far cry from the antiseptic atmosphere of the archive. Panic seized him as he patted his pockets, finding the watch and playbill still clutched in his hands. But his modern clothes were gone, replaced by a worn wool suit that might have belonged in a costume shop. His smartphone was nowhere to be found, replaced by an unfamiliar weight in his inner jacket pocket, a small leather wallet containing what appeared to be period-appropriate identification papers, naming him as Daniel Morrison, Union Army aide. The implications hit him like a physical blow. Either he was having the most vivid hallucination of his life, or the impossible had happened. The thunder of hooves on cobblestones and the distant sound of a military band suggested the latter. Daniel forced himself to stand, legs shaky beneath him. The alley opened onto a broad avenue where carriages and pedestrians moved with purpose despite the late hour. Ladies in long dresses and gentlemen in top hats hurried along wooden sidewalks, their faces lit by gaslight. A newsboy on the corner shouted headlines about Confederate General Lee's recent surrender at Appomattox, April 1865. It had to be. But which day? Daniel approached the newsboy with careful steps, digging coins from his pocket. Coins that felt real, that bore the wear of actual circulation. "Boy," he called, adopting what he hoped was appropriate speech for the era. "What date is this?" "April 11th, sir," the boy replied eagerly, recognizing a potential customer. "Lee's surrendered. War's all but over. President Lincoln's planning a grand celebration." April 11th. 3 days before Ford's Theatre. 3 days before Booth would fire the shot that would echo through history. Daniel's knees nearly buckled with the weight of realization and opportunity. He spent the next 2 days in a kind of fever dream, using his extensive knowledge of the period to navigate 1865 Washington. His supposed credentials as a Union Army aide granted him access to government buildings and social circles that would have been impossible for a civilian. He learned that Lincoln was indeed planning to attend Our American Cousin on the 14th, that John Wilkes Booth was already in the city, that the conspiracy was falling into place exactly as Daniel had read about in countless history books. The moral weight of his situation pressed down on him like a physical burden. Here was Abraham Lincoln, alive and breathing, planning Reconstruction policies that would bind the nation's wounds. Daniel had seen the great man twice now, once at a distance during a public appearance, once passing through a government building. Lincoln looked tired, aged beyond his years by the weight of war, but his eyes still held that spark of humanity that had made him beloved by millions. Could Daniel really stand by and let this man die? Every instinct screamed at him to find some way to warn Lincoln, to prevent the tragedy. But another part of him, the historian, understood the terrible calculus involved. Lincoln's death had made him a martyr, had created the political capital necessary for the 13th, 14th and 15th Amendments. His assassination had shocked the nation into a kind of unified grief that might not have existed otherwise. But those were abstract considerations. Standing in 1865 Washington, seeing Lincoln as a living, breathing human being rather than a historical figure, the moral choice seemed clear. Daniel began to plan. April 14th dawned grey and overcast. Daniel positioned himself near Ford's Theatre in the early evening, watching as carriages arrived and well-dressed theatre-goers filed into the building. He spotted John Wilkes Booth almost immediately. The actor was unmistakable, his dark hair and moustache exactly matching the photographs Daniel had studied. Booth moved with the easy confidence of a man comfortable in social situations, greeting acquaintances and charming ladies with practised ease. Daniel's plan was simple. Create a distraction that would delay Lincoln's arrival at the theatre, throwing off Booth's timing and giving the president's security detail a chance to intervene. He'd studied the assassination enough to know that everything depended on precise timing. Booth needed to know exactly where Lincoln would be and when. As Lincoln's carriage approached the theatre, Daniel put his plan into action. He stepped into the street and began loudly proclaiming news of Confederate General Johnston's surrender in North Carolina, news that was actually several days premature but plausible enough to cause excitement. Within moments, a crowd had gathered around him, blocking the street and forcing Lincoln's carriage to stop. From his position in the crowd, Daniel could see Lincoln himself leaning out of the carriage window, his face lighting up with genuine joy at the news. The president even called out a few words of celebration, his distinctive voice carrying over the noise of the crowd. But the delay had worked. By the time Lincoln's party finally entered the theatre, they were nearly 20 minutes behind schedule. Daniel watched from across the street as the evening unfolded. He saw Booth enter the theatre, saw the actor's growing agitation as he realised his target wasn't where he expected. Through the theatre's windows, Daniel could make out movement in the presidential box, but the timing was all wrong now. Booth's carefully laid plans had been disrupted. The shots Daniel expected never came. On and the play concluded. Lincoln emerged from the theatre, alive and unharmed, waving to the crowd that had gathered outside. Booth slipped away into the night, his assassination attempt foiled by nothing more than bad timing. The watch in Daniel's pocket had begun to grow warm again, its subtle humming returning. He pulled it out, seeing that the cracked face was once again glowing with that strange internal light. The playbill in his other pocket seemed to pulse with sympathetic energy. Whatever force had brought him here was preparing to take him back. Daniel closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to recreate the conditions that had triggered his original journey. The storm had passed, but the watch seemed to respond to his intentions, its glow intensifying until the light penetrated his closed eyelids. The world began to spin again, colours bleeding together as past and present collided. When the disorientation passed, Daniel found himself back in the Whitmore archive, but something was fundamentally wrong. The building was the same, but the collection had changed. Where Civil War artifacts had once filled the cases, he now saw displays celebrating the Great Lincoln Republic and the Imperial Expansion era. Maps on the walls showed an America that stretched from Alaska to Panama, with territories extending into the Caribbean and Pacific that Daniel had never seen in any history book. His laptop was still open on the reading desk, but the screen now showed a different thesis title: The Necessity of Imperial Unity, Lincoln's Vision Realized. The introduction he'd written had changed completely, discussing Lincoln's successful Reconstruction policies and the benevolent authoritarianism that had emerged in the decades following the war. Daniel's hand shook as he accessed the internet, searching for familiar historical touchstones. What he found horrified him. Lincoln had indeed lived, serving an unprecedented third term before passing power to a handpicked successor. The United States had never experienced the guilt and reconciliation that followed Lincoln's assassination in the original timeline. Instead, Lincoln's survival had enabled him to pursue increasingly harsh Reconstruction policies, leading to a permanent federal occupation of the South and the gradual erosion of democratic institutions in favour of efficient governance. The America of this timeline was a global superpower, but one built on military might and cultural suppression. The Civil War's end had not brought healing, but had instead entrenched divisions that festered for generations. Regional resistance to federal authority had been met with increasingly authoritarian responses, creating a cycle of repression that had never been broken. In saving Lincoln, Daniel had doomed the country to a different kind of tragedy, not the sharp, shocking wound of assassination, but the slow strangulation of liberty in the name of order. The martyred Lincoln of the original timeline had become a symbol of unity and redemption. The living Lincoln of this timeline had become something far more complex and ultimately destructive. Daniel stared at the changed artifacts around him, understanding with crystal clarity what he had to do. The watch was still in his pocket, warm to the touch. The playbill, now commemorating the night democracy was saved, lay beside his laptop. He had the tools to return, to make things right. But making things right meant ensuring that Abraham Lincoln died. The moral weight of that realization nearly crushed him. In the original timeline, he had been tormented by the possibility of preventing a good man's death. Now he faced the even more terrible burden of ensuring that death occurred. Not because Lincoln deserved to die, but because his living had somehow poisoned the future in ways the great man could never have foreseen. Daniel spent hours in the Changed Archive researching this new timeline's history, trying to understand how Lincoln's survival had led to such a dystopian outcome. The pattern became clear. Without the shock of his assassination, Lincoln had been free to pursue his more radical Reconstruction ideas. The South's resistance had been met with increasingly harsh federal intervention. The precedent of emergency powers had never been relinquished, passing from one administration to the next until democracy had been strangled by its own institutions. The Lincoln of this timeline had lived to see his vision implemented, but that vision, unchecked by the moderating influence of martyrdom, had grown into something monstrous. The man who had saved the Union had ultimately destroyed the Republic. As evening approached, Daniel made his decision. He took the watch and the playbill, now understanding their significance in ways he hadn't before. These weren't just random artifacts, they were anchors, physical connections to a moment of historical pivot that allowed him to return and make changes. The watch marked the time, the playbill marked the place, and together they created a pathway through time's labyrinth. The transition back to 1865 was easier this time, as if the mechanism had learned his patterns. Daniel found himself in the same alley, but with foreknowledge of what was to come. This time he knew Booth's plans in detail, knew exactly how the assassination was supposed to unfold. More importantly, he knew what he had done wrong the first time. April 14th arrived again, but Daniel's approach was entirely different. Instead of trying to prevent the assassination, he had to ensure it happened while avoiding direct complicity in murder. The moral complexity was staggering. He had to become a kind of negative guardian angel, smoothing the path for tragedy while maintaining his own humanity. Daniel spent the day identifying the key factors that could disrupt Booth's plan. The actor needed several things to align perfectly: access to the theatre, knowledge of Lincoln's precise location, and the absence of adequate security in the presidential box. In the original timeline, a crucial guard had been absent from his post, called away on a trivial errand that had never seemed suspicious until historians examined it decades later. Now Daniel understood his role. He wasn't meant to kill Lincoln. He was meant to ensure that the historical mechanisms functioned as they had originally. When he overheard a Union officer discussing additional security for the theatre, Daniel subtly redirected the conversation toward concerns about Confederate agents in other parts of the city. When he learned that Lincoln's usual bodyguard was considering staying close to the presidential box, Daniel dropped hints about suspicious activity near the War Department that might require investigation. Each action felt like a betrayal of everything he believed in, but Daniel forced himself to continue. He was not killing Lincoln. He was simply allowing history to proceed as it had originally been written. The president's fate had been sealed by forces far larger than one confused time traveller. The evening unfolded with terrible inevitability. Daniel positioned himself where he could see both the theatre entrance and the alley where Booth would make his escape. As the familiar carriages arrived and the audience filed into the building, Daniel felt the weight of the watch in his pocket like a physical accusation. Soon it would mark 10:15 p.m. again, and Abraham Lincoln would become a martyr instead of a tyrant. But something was wrong. Booth was nowhere to be seen. Daniel's earlier intervention had apparently had consequences he hadn't anticipated. The actor's plans had changed, adapted to the new circumstances. Panic seized Daniel as he realised that his attempts to restore the original timeline might have created yet another deviation. He spent precious minutes searching the area around the theatre, finally spotting Booth in deep conversation with another man near a tavern 2 blocks away. Even from a distance, Daniel could see the actor's agitation. Whatever Booth was planning, it wasn't the straightforward theatre infiltration that history recorded. Daniel edged closer, straining to overhear their conversation. Booth was arguing for an immediate strike. Apparently he'd grown suspicious of the changing security arrangements and wanted to attack Lincoln's carriage as it returned from the theatre. His companion was urging patience, but Booth seemed beyond reason, driven by the same fanatical energy that had made him willing to commit murder in the first place. If Booth attacked the carriage, everything would change again. The location, the timing, the symbolic impact, all of it would be different. Lincoln might survive a carriage attack, or he might die in a way that created different historical ripples. Daniel couldn't allow either outcome. Moving quickly, Daniel approached the tavern and deliberately bumped into Booth's companion, spilling the man's drink and creating enough of a distraction to break up their conversation. In the confusion, he managed to whisper to Booth, "The president's box is unguarded. Now's your chance." It was perhaps the most morally compromising thing Daniel had ever done, but it served to redirect Booth back toward his original plan. Booth's eyes lit up with renewed purpose. He abandoned his companion and hurried toward the theatre, slipping in through the stage door exactly as he had in the original timeline. Daniel followed at a distance, his heart hammering in his chest as he watched history reassert itself. The rest unfolded with mechanical precision. Booth made his way to the presidential box, finding it just as Daniel had ensured it would be, accessible and poorly guarded. The sound of laughter from our American cousin masked Booth's approach. At 10:15 p.m. precisely, the shot rang out, followed by Booth's famous cry of "Sic semper tyrannis" as he leaped to the stage. Daniel closed his eyes as chaos erupted inside the theatre. He had done what history required, but the cost to his soul felt immeasurable. Abraham Lincoln was dying, and Daniel had helped ensure it happened. The knowledge that he had prevented an even greater tragedy provided cold comfort in the face of such immediate moral compromise. The watch grew warm in his pocket, its purpose fulfilled. But as Daniel prepared to trigger his return to the present, he noticed something that chilled him. Other figures in the crowd who seemed to be watching the theatre with the same focused intensity he had shown. Men and women whose clothes and mannerisms suggested they, like him, didn't quite belong in 1865. Were there others? Other time travellers with their own agendas, their own attempts to reshape history? The thought was terrifying. If the timeline was being constantly manipulated by competing forces from the future, how could anyone know what the true course of history should be? But there was no time to investigate. The watch was pulling him forward, its glow intensifying as Daniel gripped the blood-stained playbill. Whatever other forces might be at work, he had played his part in the grand tragedy. Lincoln would die, become a martyr, and inspire the kind of national healing that his living presence had somehow prevented. The transition back to the present was rougher this time, as if the timeline itself was fighting against further change. Daniel arrived in the archive gasping and disoriented, his modern clothes restored but his hands still shaking from what he had done. The artifacts around him had returned to their familiar arrangement, the displays once again celebrating the Lincoln he remembered from his own studies rather than the imperial figure from the alternate timeline. But the cost of restoration was immediately apparent. The watch in his hands was no longer just cracked, it was completely shattered, its internal mechanism scattered like metal confetti across his palm. The playbill had aged decades in moments, crumbling to dust that slipped through his fingers like sand. Whatever force had powered his journeys through time had been exhausted, leaving him stranded in a present he had fought to preserve. Daniel spent the rest of the night in the archive, researching the timeline he had restored, satisfying himself that history was once again proceeding as he remembered it. Lincoln had died a martyr, Johnson had fumbled Reconstruction, the country had struggled through decades. As dawn broke over the archive, Daniel finally turned his attention back to his thesis. The cursor still blinked after those same 3 paragraphs, but now he knew what he wanted to write. Not just about the cultural impact of Lincoln's death, but about the necessity of tragedy in shaping national character. About how some wounds, terrible though they might be, served purposes that healing could not. He wrote through the morning and into the afternoon, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he poured out insights gained through impossible experience. He wrote about martyrdom and memory, about the difference between a man and a symbol, about the terrible mathematics of historical necessity. He wrote about Lincoln the human being, flawed and complex and ultimately mortal, and about Lincoln the myth, perfect in death, in ways he never could have been in life. Dr. Hartwell read the completed thesis with obvious amazement, praising Daniel's psychological insight and historical sophistication. "It's as if you were actually there," the professor marvelled, not knowing how close to the truth he had come. This kind of empathetic understanding of historical figures is what separates great historians from mere chroniclers. Daniel accepted the praise with appropriate humility, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The broken watch and crumbled playbill were gone from the archive, removed by some process he didn't understand. Perhaps they had never been meant to survive their purpose. Perhaps the forces that had brought them together for those crucial moments had reclaimed them, filing them away in whatever cosmic archive housed the tools of temporal intervention. He walked past the museum on his way home from the archive, pausing at the familiar display case where the watch and playbill had once rested. The case was still there, but it now held different artifacts, a Union soldier's diary and a piece of shrapnel from Gettysburg. No sign remained of the items that had made his journey possible. Standing there in the late afternoon sunlight, Daniel felt the weight of his secret knowledge pressing down on him. He alone knew what America might have become if Lincoln had lived. He alone understood the terrible necessity of that bullet fired in Ford's Theatre on April 14th, 1865. The burden of that knowledge would stay with him always, a constant reminder of the complex relationship between intention and outcome, between individual action and historical consequence. A young woman approached the display case, reading the placard with obvious interest. She was about Daniel's age, with the intense focus of a serious student. "Terrible thing," she murmured, apparently to herself. "Such a waste. If only someone could have prevented it." Daniel almost replied, almost told her about the complexity of historical causation, about the dangers of changing the past. But he caught himself, understanding that such knowledge was his burden alone to bear. Instead, he simply nodded and walked away, leaving her to her innocent wish for a different outcome. Behind him, the museum case held its new artifacts in silent testimony to the war that had shaped a nation. Somewhere in the cosmic machinery of time, the forces that governed cause and effect continued their eternal work, ensuring that tragedy and triumph, loss and redemption played out their appointed roles in the grand theatre of history. Daniel walked home through the familiar streets of his present, carrying within him the terrible wisdom of someone who had learned that doing the right thing sometimes meant allowing the wrong thing to happen. The echoes of that bootless bullet, the shot that might never have been fired, would remain with him always, a reminder that history's greatest tragedies often served purposes that transcended the suffering of any individual moment. In the end, Abraham Lincoln had died as he was meant to die, not for the sins of the South or the satisfaction of his enemies, but for the complex needs of a future he would never see. And Daniel Mercer, keeper of that impossible secret, walked on through the gathering dusk, his thesis complete and his understanding of history forever changed by the knowledge of what might have been. The fog hung thick as wool, batting over the moors surrounding Whitlock Manor, obscuring all but the tallest chimneys of the crumbling estate. Archibald Whitlock pressed his forehead against the cold glass of his bedroom window and traced idle patterns in the condensation. Beyond the glass, the English countryside lay shrouded in mystery, much like the strange contraptions that filled his uncle's laboratory below. At 17, Archibald was all elbows and knees, with a shock of unruly auburn hair that refused every attempt at proper styling. His fingers bore the marks of his trade, calluses from metalwork, small burns from soldering, and the perpetual black crescents of machine oil beneath his nails that no amount of scrubbing could remove. He adjusted his wire-rimmed spectacles and squinted at the distant village clock tower, barely visible through the mist. "Archibald, make haste, boy." The booming voice of Professor Thaddeus Whitlock echoed up the stairwell. "The barometer is falling, and the etheroscope requires calibration before nightfall." With a sigh, Archibald gathered his leather apron and notebook. His uncle's experiments waited for no one, especially not on nights when the moon hung full and heavy in the sky. The old floorboards creaked beneath his feet as he descended the grand staircase, once elegant but now worn and dusty. Portraits of stern-faced Whitlock ancestors seemed to follow his movements with disapproving eyes. The laboratory occupied what had once been the manor's ballroom. Now, instead of dancing couples and orchestras, it housed strange machines of brass and copper, glass tubes filled with bubbling liquids, and walls lined with books whose spines bore titles in languages Archibald could not read. The air smelled of coal fire, machine oil, and something indefinable, something that raised the hairs on the back of his neck. Professor Thaddeus stood hunched over his work table, his wild white hair standing in all directions as if permanently affected by electrical current. His waistcoat was buttoned incorrectly, and a monocle dangled precariously from a chain around his neck. "Ah, there you are." The professor didn't look up from the device he was adjusting. "Hand me the micrometer gauge, and mind you don't disturb the mercury chamber." Archibald moved with practiced efficiency, fetching tools and making adjustments as his uncle barked instructions. He had been apprenticed to the professor for 3 years now, ever since his parents had perished in a railway accident. The scientific community considered Thaddeus Whitlock brilliant but dangerously eccentric. His theories about temporal elasticity and etheric resonance were dismissed as the ravings of a madman. But Archibald had seen enough of his uncle's experiments succeed to believe there might be truth in the old man's theories. Just last month, they had managed to temporarily suspend a pocket watch in mid-air, using nothing but correctly aligned lodestones and a solution of copper sulfate. "Uncle," Archibald ventured as he connected a collection of brass tubes to a glass reservoir, "what exactly are we attempting to achieve tonight?" The professor chuckled, a sound like rusty hinges. "Tonight, my boy, we are measuring the effect of lunar radiation on metallic compounds. I believe the full moon creates subtle vibrations in certain alloys, vibrations that might be harnessed for mechanical advantage." Archibald nodded, though he remained sceptical. His uncle's obsession with strange phenomena had grown more pronounced in recent months. Thaddeus had taken to disappearing into the manor's west wing for days at a time, emerging dishevelled and muttering about connections and ancient knowledge. As the evening progressed, Archibald found himself alone in the laboratory. The professor had excused himself to retrieve some obscure text from his private library, leaving his nephew to monitor the gauges on their experiment. The moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the floor. Archibald sat on a stool, sketching improvements to a small steam engine he'd been developing. His mind wandered to the upcoming inventors' exhibition in London. Perhaps if he could perfect his design, he might win the attention of the Royal Society. It would mean escape from the isolation of Whitlock Manor, perhaps even a proper position with a reputable engineering firm. The grandfather clock in the hall struck midnight, and Archibald realised his uncle had been gone for over an hour. Concern prickled at the back of his mind. The old man often lost track of time, but rarely during an active experiment. "Uncle?" Archibald called, stepping into the corridor. The house answered with silence. Gathering a brass lamp, he made his way toward the west wing. This section of the manor remained largely untouched since his arrival. His uncle had declared certain rooms off-limits, claiming the floors were unsound or the air unhealthy. Now, as Archibald ventured deeper into the forbidden wing, he noticed the dust lay undisturbed except for a single set of footprints, his uncle's. The trail led to a room at the end of the hall. The door stood slightly ajar and lamplight flickered within. Archibald approached cautiously, the floorboards protesting beneath his weight. "Uncle Thaddeus?" he called again, pushing the door wider. The room beyond was a study of sorts, though unlike any Archibald had seen before. The walls were covered not with the expected bookshelves, but with maps, ancient charts of the heavens, diagrams of pyramids, and what appeared to be anatomical drawings of human beings with strangely elongated skulls. A large desk dominated the centre, covered with papers scrawled with calculations and symbols Archibald didn't recognise, but there was no sign of his uncle. Archibald stepped inside, his lamp casting dancing shadows across the strange collection. Something seemed off about the proportions of the room. Holding his lamp higher, he studied the far wall and noticed an irregularity in the wooden panelling. A slight draught whistled through a nearly invisible seam. Setting his lamp on the desk, Archibald ran his fingers along the wall until he felt a slight give. A gentle push revealed the truth. A false wall, cleverly disguised. Behind it lay a narrow passage. "Uncle?" he called, more urgently now. Had the old man become trapped somehow? The passage extended only a few feet before opening into a small circular chamber. Here Archibald found not his uncle, but something far more puzzling. A single pedestal upon which rested an object, unlike any he had seen before. It appeared at first glance to be a book, bound in dark leather and metal. But as Archibald drew closer, he saw that its cover was inlaid with fine copper wire forming intricate patterns. Golden gears were visible along its spine, and the cover was etched with symbols that reminded him of both alchemical notations and astronomical signs. A thin layer of dust suggested it had sat undisturbed for some time. Despite the strangeness of the object, Archibald felt drawn to it. With trembling fingers, he lifted the book from its resting place. It was surprisingly heavy and warm to the touch, warmer than any inanimate object should be. A noise from the corridor startled him. Quickly, he tucked the mysterious book under his arm and retreated from the hidden chamber. "Archibald," his uncle's voice echoed down the hall. "Where have you wandered off to, boy?" The mercury readings are at their apex. Hastily, Archibald closed the false wall and hurried toward the door, nearly colliding with the professor as he entered the study. "What are you doing in here?" Thaddeus demanded, his bushy eyebrows drawing together in a fearsome scowl. "Looking for you, sir," Archibald replied, trying to conceal the book against his side. "You were gone so long I grew concerned." The professor's eyes narrowed, then darted to the poorly hidden book. His expression shifted from anger to something more complex. Fear, perhaps, or resignation. "I see you found it," he said quietly. "I supposed you would eventually. You've always been clever. Too clever for your own good." "What is it?" Archibald asked, no longer attempting to hide his discovery. Thaddeus sighed heavily. "A mystery, my boy. One I've spent decades trying to unravel." He gestured toward the door. "Bring it to the laboratory. If you're determined to involve yourself in this business, we may as well proceed properly." Back in the familiar surroundings of the laboratory, Archibald placed the strange book on the workbench. Under the bright lamps, its details became clearer. What he had taken for leather was actually a material he couldn't identify, somewhere between metal and cloth, with a texture like fine scales. "I discovered it 20 years ago," the professor explained, his voice low as if afraid of being overheard. "During an expedition to Egypt. It was sealed in a chamber beneath the temple of Karnak, alongside artifacts that predated the temple itself by thousands of years." Archibald ran his fingers over the symbols etched into the cover. "They look almost like mechanical diagrams." "Indeed," Thaddeus nodded approvingly. "I believe they represent a technology lost to time, perhaps deliberately hidden, but I've never been able to make the confounded thing work. The mechanism appears complete, yet it remains inert." For the next hour, uncle and nephew examined the book together. Despite its appearance, it could not be opened like an ordinary volume. The spine contained intricate gearwork, visible through inset panels of crystal, but no amount of manipulation caused them to engage. "What do you think it does?" Archibald asked, fascinated by the craftsmanship. "Something miraculous," Thaddeus replied, his eyes gleaming. The hieroglyphs in the chamber spoke of capturing time itself, of pathways between eras. Nonsense, of course, according to conventional archaeology. But I've always wondered. As the night deepened, Thaddeus eventually retired to bed, leaving Archibald with permission to continue studying the book. Just don't attempt to disassemble it, the professor warned. Some of the materials are reactive. Alone in the laboratory, Archibald became absorbed in the puzzle. He sketched the symbols, trying to discern patterns. Some resembled the alchemical notations in his uncle's texts. Others reminded him of astronomical calculations. A particular symbol, a circle bisected by a wavy line, appeared repeatedly. Archibald found a similar mark in one of his uncle's alchemical references, the symbol for Mercury. Looking up at their abandoned experiment, Archibald noticed the small dish of mercury they'd been using to measure lunar effects. The liquid metal gleamed in the moonlight streaming through the windows. An idea formed in his mind. Reckless, perhaps, but compelling. If the book responded to Mercury, and if his uncle's theories about lunar influence on metals had merit, carefully, Archibald positioned the book on the workbench where the full force of the moonlight fell upon it. He retrieved a small steam generator he'd been tinkering with, a device designed to create precise bursts of pressurized steam. With methodical care, he arranged these elements together. The book in moonlight, a few drops of mercury placed precisely on what appeared to be input nodes along its spine, and his steam generator positioned to direct its output at a crystalline lens embedded in the cover. Just a small test, he murmured to himself, making final adjustments. When everything was positioned to his satisfaction, Archibald activated the steam generator. A thin jet of hot vapour shot toward the book, passing through the moonlight. As the steam hit the mercury-coated nodes, something extraordinary happened. The mercury droplets seemed to absorb the moonlight, glowing with an inner luminescence. The gears along the spine of the book began to turn, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. A high-pitched whine filled the air, and the symbols on the cover illuminated one by one, as if lit from within. Archibald stepped back, equal parts thrilled and terrified by his success. The book was rising now, hovering inches above the workbench, spinning slowly. Its cover split along an invisible seam, revealing interior pages that were not paper, but thin sheets of a golden metal, etched with spiraling text and diagrams. At the book's centre, a mechanism unfolded, cogs and wheels and crystal shards arranging themselves into a three-dimensional model that Archibald recognised with shock as a representation of the solar system. But there were differences. Additional planets, strange orbital paths, and at the centre, not the sun, but a golden crystal that pulsed with light. Remarkable, Archibald breathed, reaching out to touch the hovering crystal. The moment his finger made contact, blinding light exploded from the book. Archibald felt himself being lifted, pulled apart, his consciousness stretching like taffy. The laboratory disappeared, replaced by a rushing tunnel of light and shadow. He was falling, tumbling through something that was neither air nor water, but seemed composed of time itself. Fragments of scenes flashed past, ancient battles, towering cities, storms and calms across countless landscapes. The book remained clutched in his arms, its mechanism whirring madly. Then, abruptly, everything stopped. Archibald crashed into warm, shallow water. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs, and for several moments he lay gasping like a landed fish. Gradually his senses returned. He was lying in the shallows of a river, warm mud squelching beneath him. The air was hot and dry, carrying unfamiliar scents of spice and dust. With tremendous effort he pushed himself to his knees. The book lay beside him, closed once more, its mechanism silent. Beyond the riverbank stretched a landscape so alien that Archibald could only stare in disbelief. Golden sand extended to the horizon, broken only by the green ribbon of cultivation along the river's edge. In the distance, massive stone structures rose against a cloudless sky. Not the familiar steeples and chimneys of England, but immense geometric monuments that could only be pyramids. "Impossible," Archibald whispered. A shout drew his attention. Along the riverbank, a group of men approached in a small boat. Their skin was dark, their heads shaved, and they wore white kilts secured with colourful belts. One pointed at Archibald, calling out in a language he couldn't understand. As the boat reached the shallows, the men jumped out and surrounded him. Archibald clutched the book to his chest and tried to look non-threatening. They spoke rapidly among themselves, gesturing at his strange clothes, his pale skin, and particularly at his spectacles, which one man reached out to touch with cautious fascination. The apparent leader of the group, a tall man with a leopard skin draped over one shoulder, stepped forward. He pointed at the book in Archibald's arms and said something that sounded like a question. Unsure what else to do, Archibald slowly opened the book to show that it contained no weapons. The men gasped and stepped back as the golden pages caught the sunlight. The leader fell to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground. The others quickly followed suit. They were treating him like some sort of deity. The leader rose and spoke again, this time making welcoming gestures. He pointed to the book, then to the sky, then to Archibald, repeating a word that sounded like Thoth. Archibald recalled his uncle's studies of Egyptian mythology. Thoth was the ibis-headed god of wisdom and writing, and apparently these men believed Archibald was his messenger. With no better option, Archibald allowed himself to be guided into their boat. As they pulled away from shore, he stared at the book in his hands. Somehow, unbelievably, it had hurled him thousands of miles and thousands of years from home, from foggy 1847 England to what could only be ancient Egypt. The journey upriver took several hours. As they travelled, Archibald observed life along the Nile with fascination. Farmers worked in fields using simple tools. Women carried water jugs on their heads. Children splashed in the shallows while keeping a wary eye out for crocodiles. It was like seeing his uncle's archaeological texts come to life. The men in the boat treated him with reverent caution, offering him water and flatbread, but avoiding direct eye contact. Archibald tried several languages, Latin, Greek, even the handful of Arabic phrases he knew, but received only confused looks in return. Toward evening, they approached a great city. Stone quays lined the river, busy with boats loading and unloading goods, beyond rose alabaster walls and monumental gateways flanked by enormous statues of seated figures. Archibald recognised the site from his studies. Akhetaten, the city of the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten, who had abandoned traditional Egyptian gods in favour of worship of the sun disk Aten. If he truly had travelled through time, Archibald was now witnessing the short-lived Amarna period of the 18th dynasty, around 1347 BCE. Their arrival caused a sensation. People stopped their activities to stare and whisper as Archibald was escorted through the streets. His pale skin, unusual height and strange clothing marked him as something utterly foreign. The book, which he had wrapped in his jacket to protect it, drew particular attention, with people pointing and making reverent gestures. They approached an enormous palace complex. Guards with spears and shields stood at attention, their expressions uncertain as they observed the strange procession. The leopard-skinned priest spoke rapidly to an official, who disappeared inside. After a tense wait, they were permitted to enter. Archibald was led through a series of increasingly grand courtyards and halls. Walls were painted with vibrant scenes of royal life and religious devotion. Incense smoke hung in the air, and somewhere distant musicians played haunting melodies on flutes and stringed instruments. Finally they reached a vast audience chamber. Light streamed in through clerestory windows, illuminating a raised dais at the far end. Upon it sat two figures on ornate thrones. Even from a distance Archibald could see that the royal couple was strange in appearance. The pharaoh, for it could only be Akhenaten himself, had an elongated skull, prominent jaw, and distended belly depicted exactly as in the stylized art Archibald had seen in books. Beside him sat a woman of extraordinary beauty, with the same distinctive cranial shape, Queen Nefertiti. The leopard-skinned priest prostrated himself, touching his forehead to the polished stone floor. He spoke at length, occasionally gesturing toward Archibald. A court interpreter stepped forward, an older man with a weathered face who addressed Archibald in accented but recognisable Greek. His Majesty welcomes the messenger of Thoth, who has emerged from the sacred river bearing the scroll of metal. His Majesty asks what message you bring from the divine realm. Archibald's mind raced. One wrong word could mean death in this ancient court. Yet he also recognised an opportunity. These people already believed him divine. Perhaps he could use that to ensure his safety while he figured out how to return home. "I bring knowledge," he replied in careful Greek, hoping the interpreter's skills were adequate. "The god of wisdom has sent me to observe and share certain secrets." As the interpreter translated, Archibald watched Akhenaten's reaction. The pharaoh leaned forward, interest evident in his unusual features. He spoke briefly to the interpreter. "His Majesty asks what god you serve. Do you honour Aten, the true god who manifests as the sun disk?" A dangerous question. Archibald knew that Akhenaten had violently suppressed the traditional Egyptian religions in favour of his monotheistic Aten cult. Claiming allegiance to any other deity could be fatal. "I serve the god of knowledge, who honours the great Aten as the source of all light and life," Archibald improvised, bowing deeply. This answer seemed to please the pharaoh, who smiled and spoke again. "His Majesty grants you sanctuary within the royal palace. You will be given quarters where you may rest and prepare to share your divine knowledge. The chief priest of Aten will attend you tomorrow." With that, Archibald was dismissed and led away by silent servants. They brought him to a small but elegant chamber with walls painted in scenes of wildlife along the Nile. A low bed covered in linen, a stone basin filled with fresh water, and a table bearing fruit and bread awaited him. When finally alone, Archibald sank onto the bed, his mind whirling. The day's events seemed impossible, yet the evidence surrounded him. Somehow the mysterious book had transported him nearly 3,000 years into the past. Now he was an honoured guest, or perhaps a prisoner, in the court of one of history's most controversial pharaohs. He unwrapped the book from his jacket and examined it in the flickering lamplight. The mechanism remained still, the golden gears unmoving despite his attempts to activate them, as he had in his uncle's laboratory. Whatever power had brought him here seemed temporarily exhausted. "How do I get back?" he whispered to the silent device. Sleep eventually claimed him, bringing dreams of spinning gears and endless sand. Archibald quickly discovered that surviving in ancient Egypt required both ingenuity and caution. The chief priest of Aten, a severe man named Meriptah who clearly viewed the foreign visitor with suspicion, questioned him extensively about his origins and purpose. Archibald answered vaguely, claiming to come from islands in the northern sea and to possess knowledge of stars, metals and medicine. To prove his worth, he demonstrated simple but impressive techniques. Using basic principles of filtration, he created a water purifier from layers of sand, charcoal and clay pots. When several children recovered quickly from stomach ailments after drinking the purified water, his reputation as a divine messenger grew. His most successful invention was a solar calendar more precise than those in current use. Drawing on his knowledge of astronomy, Archibald constructed a sundial that accounted for seasonal variations. Pharaoh Akhenaten, whose religion centered on the sun, was particularly impressed by this creation. "The messenger of Thoth has brought great gifts," the pharaoh declared during a public ceremony, draping a gold collar around Archibald's neck. "His knowledge brings us closer to understanding the divine Aten." Not everyone welcomed his growing influence. Meriptah and a faction of priests viewed Archibald as a threat to their own power. They questioned his motives and watched his activities with predatory attention. "The foreigner speaks in riddles and performs tricks," Archibald overheard Meriptah telling a group of nobles. "Is this truly divine knowledge, or merely clever deception?" Archibald also found allies. A young scribe named Neferkar, unable to speak due to a childhood injury, became his assistant and guide to palace life. Through written hieroglyphs and expressive gestures, Neferkar helped Archibald navigate court politics and customs that might otherwise have led to disastrous missteps. Inside, oil lamps cast dim light across walls covered in astronomical charts and calendrical calculations. Archibald recognised many of the symbols from his mechanical book, further evidence of its Egyptian origins. Neferkar guided them to the inner sanctuary, where a stone altar stood beneath an aperture in the ceiling. Starlight filtered down, illuminating the polished surface of the altar. "The old texts speak of a chamber beneath," Meriptah explained, running her hands along the base of the altar, accessible only when Sopdet, what you call Sirius, aligns with the sun. The summer solstice, exactly when Archibald's calculation suggested the book would function again. "But that's nearly 3 months away," he said. Neferkar smiled and shook his head. He knelt and pressed specific hieroglyphs carved around the altar's base in a complex sequence. A grinding sound emerged from beneath the stone floor, and a section beside the altar sank downward, revealing stairs descending into darkness. "The priests use this entrance for their own purposes," Meriptah explained. "Neferkar has served in this temple. He knows their secrets." Archibald marvelled at his good fortune in finding such allies. With a small lamp to guide them, they descended into the earth. The air grew cool and dry, with a metallic tang that reminded Archibald of his uncle's laboratory. The stairway ended in a chamber unlike any Egyptian construction Archibald had seen. The walls were not carved stone, but seemed moulded from a single piece of material, smooth as glass. Symbols covered the surfaces, not traditional hieroglyphs, but designs more similar to the mechanical diagrams in his book. At the centre stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a crystal identical to the one Archibald had seen in the book's mechanism, golden-hued and roughly the size of a hen's egg. "The heart of Thoth," Merituten whispered reverently. "It is said to capture the light of creation itself." As Archibald approached the pedestal, the crystal began to glow, responding to his presence, or perhaps to the book he carried. When he removed the book from its wrappings, the reaction intensified. Golden light pulsed between the two objects like a conversation. "It recognizes you," Merituten said with awe. "The legends speak truth. You are a messenger of the gods." Archibald wasn't so sure. If his theories were correct, both the book and crystal were products of advanced technology, not divine magic. Perhaps they responded to something in his genetic makeup, or even to trace elements in his blood from industrial England that didn't exist in this ancient world. "I need to take the crystal," he said. "It's essential for my journey." Neferkar nodded urgently, making gestures that suggested haste. They had already lingered too long. As Archibald reached for the crystal, a voice rang out from the stairway. "Sacrilege!" Merituten stood at the chamber entrance, flanked by temple guards with spears levelled, his face contorted with righteous fury. "I knew you were no divine messenger," the high priest snarled. "You are a thief and a desecrator. Seize him!" The guards rushed forward. Neferkara threw himself at one, buying precious seconds. Merituten shouted commands in her royal voice, temporarily confusing the others. In the chaos, Archibald grabbed the crystal and thrust it into the central mechanism of the book. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The book's gears began to turn, its pages flipping by themselves. Light erupted from the symbols, illuminating the chamber with blinding intensity. "Stop him!" Ripta screamed, but it was too late. The book rose from Archibald's hands, hovering in the air before him. Its pages spread like a fan, forming a circular array of golden metal. At its centre, the crystal pulsed with energy, creating a miniature sun. Archibald turned to his allies. Neferkar lay wounded but conscious on the floor. Merituten stood proud and defiant before the guards, every inch a royal princess despite the danger. "Come with me," Archibald offered impulsively, extending his hand toward them. "Both of you." Merituten's eyes widened. For a moment she seemed tempted. Then she shook her head. "My place is here, with my people, but I will ensure your legacy remains." Neferkar managed a smile and a gesture of farewell. The book's light intensified, forming a sphere around Archibald. Through its golden haze he saw Merituten charge forward with a ceremonial dagger. Merituten intercepted the priest, grappling with him for the weapon. Inside, oil lamps cast dim light across walls covered in astronomical charts and calendrical calculations. Archibald recognized many of the symbols from his mechanical book, further evidence of its Egyptian origins. Neferkar guided them to the inner sanctuary, where a stone altar stood beneath an aperture in the ceiling. Starlight filtered down, illuminating the polished surface of the altar. "The old texts speak of a chamber beneath," Merituten explained, running her hands along the base of the altar, accessible only when Sopdet, what you call Sirius, aligns with the sun. The summer solstice, exactly when Archibald's calculation suggested the book would function again. "But that's nearly 3 months away," he said. Neferkar smiled and shook his head. He knelt and pressed specific hieroglyphs carved around the altar's base in a complex sequence. A grinding sound emerged from beneath the stone floor, and a section beside the altar sank downward, revealing stairs descending into darkness. "The priests use this entrance for their own purposes," Merituten explained. "Neferkar has served in this temple. He knows their secrets." Archibald marvelled at his good fortune in finding such allies. With a small lamp to guide them, they descended into the earth. The air grew cool and dry, with a metallic tang that reminded Archibald of his uncle's laboratory. The stairway ended in a chamber unlike any Egyptian construction Archibald had seen. The walls were not carved stone, but seemed moulded from a single piece of material, smooth as glass. Symbols covered the surfaces, not traditional hieroglyphs, but designs more similar to the mechanical diagrams in his book. At the centre stood a pedestal, and upon it rested a crystal identical to the one Archibald had seen in the book's mechanism, golden-hued and roughly the size of a hen's egg. "The heart of Thoth," Merituten whispered reverently. "It is said to capture the light of creation itself." As Archibald approached the pedestal, the crystal began to glow, responding to his presence, or perhaps to the book he carried. When he removed the book from its wrappings, the reaction intensified. Golden light pulsed between the two objects like a conversation. "It recognizes you," Merituten said with awe. "The legends speak truth. You are a messenger of the gods." Archibald wasn't so sure. If his theories were correct, both the book and crystal were products of advanced technology, not divine magic. Perhaps they responded to something in his genetic makeup, or even to trace elements in his blood from industrial England that didn't exist in this ancient world. "I need to take the crystal," he said. "It's essential for my journey." Neferkar nodded urgently, making gestures that suggested haste. They had already lingered too long. As Archibald reached for the crystal, a voice rang out from the stairway. "Sacrilege!" Merituten stood at the chamber entrance, flanked by temple guards with spears levelled, his face contorted with righteous fury. "I knew you were no divine messenger," the high priest snarled. "You are a thief and a desecrator. Seize him!" The guards rushed forward. Neferkara threw himself at one, buying precious seconds. Merituten shouted commands in her royal voice, temporarily confusing the others. In the chaos, Archibald grabbed the crystal and thrust it into the central mechanism of the book. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The book's gears began to turn, its pages flipping by themselves. Light erupted from the symbols, illuminating the chamber with blinding intensity. "Stop him!" Ripta screamed, but it was too late. The book rose from Archibald's hands, hovering in the air before him. Its pages spread like a fan, forming a circular array of golden metal. At its centre, the crystal pulsed with energy, creating a miniature sun. Archibald turned to his allies. Neferkar lay wounded but conscious on the floor. Merituten stood proud and defiant before the guards, every inch a royal princess despite the danger. "Come with me," Archibald offered impulsively, extending his hand toward them. "Both of you." Merituten's eyes widened. For a moment she seemed tempted. Then she shook her head. "My place is here, with my people, but I will ensure your legacy remains." Neferkar managed a smile and a gesture of farewell. The book's light intensified, forming a sphere around Archibald. Through its golden haze he saw Merituten charge forward with a ceremonial dagger. Merituten intercepted the priest, grappling with him for the weapon. The last thing Archibald saw before the time vortex claimed him was Merituten's face, fierce and determined, mouthing words he couldn't hear but somehow understood. "Remember us!" Then came the now familiar sensation of being pulled apart and reassembled. The golden light gave way to the rushing tunnel of time, fragmented moments of history flashing past too quickly to comprehend. This journey seemed longer, more turbulent. The book's mechanism whirred frantically, struggling to maintain stability. Archibald held it tightly, afraid that losing his grip would strand him somewhere in the vast expanse of time. With a thunderous crack, the vortex ejected him. He crashed onto a hard surface, pain radiating through his body. For several minutes he lay still, afraid to open his eyes and discover where, or when, he had landed. The smell of coal fire and machine oil finally registered in his consciousness. Familiar smells. Home smells. Cautiously, Archibald opened his eyes. He lay sprawled on the floor of his uncle's laboratory, surrounded by the abandoned apparatus of their lunar experiment. Early morning light streamed through the windows, suggesting he'd been gone only hours, not the weeks he had experienced. The mechanical book lay beside him, and silent once more. When he touched it, the cover felt cool, all energy apparently spent in the massive effort of returning him to his own time. Footsteps approached from the corridor. The door swung open to reveal Professor Thaddeus, teacup in hand, his expression changing from sleepy irritation to shock as he saw his nephew on the floor. "Archibald, what in blazes happened? Did the mercury experiment explode?" Archibald struggled to sit up, wincing at his bruised limbs. "Uncle, you wouldn't believe me if I told you." "Try me, boy." The professor helped him to a chair. "I've seen enough unusual phenomena in my time." Over strong tea, Archibald recounted his adventure, the accidental activation, his time in ancient Egypt, the discovery of the crystal, and his narrow escape. As evidence, he showed his uncle the gold honour collar still around his neck and the crystal now permanently fused into the book's mechanism. To his surprise, Thaddeus accepted the tale. The brass watch lay heavy in Archibald Whitmore's palm as he traced the intricate engravings with his slender finger. The timepiece had once belonged to his father, like everything else in this dusty workshop hidden beneath the floorboards of their modest country home. 17 years of life had taught Archibald patience, a virtue necessary for a boy who spent his days repairing pocket watches, while other lads his age worked the fields or courted village girls. But patience was also essential for someone trying to decode the secrets of a man who had vanished 5 years ago, leaving behind nothing but peculiar contraptions and fragmented journals. Rain tapped gently against the small window near the ceiling of his hidden sanctuary. Outside, the English countryside of 1873 was enveloped in one of those dense autumn fogs that seemed to swallow everything beyond one's immediate surroundings. Archibald preferred it this way. The isolation suited him, kept the curious eyes of Millfield's residents from prying too deeply into his affairs. They already whispered about the odd Whitmore boy who kept to himself and spoke in terms and concepts beyond his years. Just like his father, they'd say, though never within earshot. Brilliant, but touched in the head. Archibald adjusted the small brass magnifying glass attached to his workbench lamp and carefully placed the back panel of a pocket watch into position. His fingers, despite their youth, moved with the practiced precision of a master craftsman. He had inherited his father's mechanical intuition, along with his dark, unruly hair and penetrating grey eyes that now narrowed in concentration as he guided a tiny screwdriver with surgical precision. There now, he muttered to himself, as the watch began ticking with a satisfying rhythm. Back to life you go! He allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction, then placed the repaired watch on a velvet cushion beside 6 others, all commissions from townsfolk who begrudgingly admitted that, peculiar though he might be, young Whitmore had a gift for breathing life back into timepieces others had declared beyond salvation. It was this skill that kept a roof over his head and food on his table, since his mother had followed his father into whatever mysterious beyond had claimed them both. Archibald stretched his stiff shoulders and glanced at the grandfather clock in the corner, a magnificent piece his father had built from scratch, its pendulum swinging with hypnotic constancy. Nearly midnight. He should retire, but sleep rarely came easily to him, and tonight something else nagged at his consciousness, a feeling he couldn't quite identify, like the subtle off-rhythm tick of a watch with a hairspring just beginning to fail. His gaze drifted to the far corner of the workshop, to a locked cabinet he seldom opened. Inside lay the stranger pieces of his father's legacy, mechanisms and devices that served no obvious purpose, contraptions that seemed to defy the very laws of mechanics as they were understood. Most mysterious of all was the rusted, gear-laden device Archibald had discovered hidden in a lead-lined box beneath a loose floorboard, wrapped in oilcloth and accompanied by a note in his father's handwriting bearing only 3 words, "Never fully assemble." Perhaps it was the melancholy brought by the anniversary of his father's disappearance, or simply the restlessness of a mind too active for slumber. But tonight, Archibald found himself retrieving the key to that forbidden cabinet from its hiding place inside the hollowed-out spine of Newton's Principia. The tumblers clicked softly as he turned the key, and the cabinet door swung open with a protesting creak. The device lay exactly as he had last seen it, incomplete, mysterious, alluring in its complexity. Unlike his father's other creations, this one bore no signature mark, no initials or date of completion. Instead, its brass and copper surface was etched with symbols that resembled no alphabet Archibald had ever encountered, interspersed with Roman numerals that followed no logical sequence he could discern. The central mechanism, a nested arrangement of gears surrounding what appeared to be a small glass chamber, remained unassembled, just as his father had left it. Archibald lifted it carefully and carried it to his workbench. "What were you building, father?" he whispered, as if the man might somehow answer from whatever realm had claimed him. What purpose could this possibly serve? For hours he examined the device, sketching its components, measuring the tolerance of its gears, attempting to deduce the logic behind its design. The fog outside thickened and the rain intensified, drumming an irregular rhythm against the window that contrasted with the perfect regularity of the grandfather clock's ticking. Occasionally distant thunder rumbled across the countryside. As the night deepened, Archibald's eyelids grew heavy, but his curiosity remained insatiable. He found himself placing gears that seemed to match, testing alignments, making adjustments with tools designed for the delicate work of watchmaking. Each piece that slipped into place seemed to make the device hum with a strange energy he attributed to his exhaustion playing tricks on his mind. The grandfather clock struck 3, each sonorous gong reverberating through the workshop. Archibald's attention had narrowed to a laser focus on the final assembly of the mysterious device. Only one piece remained, a gear with teeth unlike any conventional design, appearing almost crystalline in the lamplight. As he held it above the central chamber, preparing to seat it into position, lightning flashed outside, momentarily flooding the workshop with harsh blue-white light. In that instant, Archibald noticed something extraordinary. The symbols etched along the rim of the device seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, like text viewed through moving water. The Roman numerals glowed with a faint luminescence that couldn't possibly be a reflection of his lamp. His heart began to pound in his chest, a mixture of fear and exhilaration flooding his veins. The rational part of his mind urged caution, reminded him of his father's explicit warning, but another part, the part that had always driven him to understand, to know, to unravel mysteries, pushed his hand forward. The final gear slipped into place with a sound like a key turning in a lock. For a moment nothing happened. Then the central glass chamber began to fill with what appeared to be liquid moonlight, a silvery, mercury-like substance that rose from nowhere. The gears began to turn of their own accord, slowly at first, then with increasing speed. Archibald tried to back away, but found himself unable to move, as if some invisible force held him rooted to the spot. The device's ticking grew louder, synchronized perfectly with the grandfather clock and, most disturbingly, with Archibald's own heartbeat. The 3 rhythms merged into one pulsing sound that seemed to bend the very air of the workshop. The symbols and numerals on the device now glowed bright enough to cast shadows, rotating around the rim like constellations in an accelerated night sky. "No!" Archibald gasped, finally breaking free of his paralysis and reaching for the device, intending to dismantle it before whatever was happening progressed further. But as his fingers touched the now hot metal, a shock ran up his arm, and the workshop around him seemed to fracture like a mirror struck by a stone. Reality itself appeared to be cracking along invisible seams. The last thing Archibald Whitmore saw before consciousness left him was the device floating inches above his workbench, surrounded by a corona of impossible light. The last thing he felt was his body stretching, tearing, reconstituting, as if every atom were being pulled apart and reassembled incorrectly. The last thing he heard was the synchronized ticking suddenly stopping, replaced by a silence so profound it seemed to swallow the universe itself. And then, nothing. Pain came first, sharp, insistent, pulling Archibald from the void. His face pressed against something cold and wet. Mud. His nostrils filled with smells his brain couldn't immediately categorize. Acrid smoke. Something metallic and organic that turned his stomach, and underneath it all the reek of unwashed bodies and excrement. His ears rang with a high-pitched whine, but through it he could make out sounds, distant explosions, shouting, the mechanical stutter of, were those guns? Forcing his eyes open, Archibald tried to process what he was seeing. Grey sky. Brown earth churned into a nightmare landscape. Barbed wire stretched across a wasteland of craters and splintered tree trunks. None of it made sense. Had he hit his head? Was he dreaming? He tried to push himself up and realized his clothing felt wrong, heavier, rougher. Looking down at himself, he saw not his familiar waistcoat and trousers, but a mud-caked uniform of unfamiliar design. Parts of it seemed fused with his own clothing, as if 2 sets of garments had melded together during some impossible process. On his chest, partly embedded in the fabric as if it had materialized there, was his father's watch, the one he kept in his waistcoat pocket, not the mysterious device. Before he could further examine his situation, the ground beneath him shook violently. A deafening explosion sent dirt and debris raining down around him. Instinctively, he covered his head with his arms and tried to make himself smaller. "Get down, you bloody fool!" The voice came from somewhere to his left, followed by a rough hand grabbing his collar and yanking him sideways. Archibald tumbled into a deep trench, landing hard against its muddy wall. Looking up, he found himself staring into the dirt-streaked face of a man perhaps 10 years his senior, wearing a uniform similar to the one now mysteriously adorning Archibald's own body. "Are you trying to get your head blown off?" the man demanded, his accent marking him as a Londoner. "Fritz is shelling the whole sector. Everyone back to the dugouts." Archibald opened his mouth, but no words came. His mind raced, trying to assemble the pieces of this impossible puzzle. The landscape, the uniforms, the weapons, they were unlike anything he had ever seen, yet somehow familiar from books, or perhaps his father's more esoteric journals. Where am I?" he finally managed, his voice sounding strange to his own ears. The soldier gave him a look that mingled irritation with concern. "Took some shrapnel to the head, did you? You're on the Western Front, mate. Somme offensive. Now move your ass before we both end up in pieces." Western Front? Somme? The terms meant nothing to Archibald, yet the urgency in the man's voice compelled him to scramble to his feet and follow as another explosion rocked the earth nearby. They moved along the trench, a deep, zigzagging channel reinforced with wooden planks and sandbags, passing other men in similar uniforms who crouched against the walls or huddled in small recesses. The scene was something from a fever dream, or one of the more vivid descriptions of hell from Milton's Paradise Lost. Men caked in mud, many sporting bandages stained with blood and worse, the air thick with smoke and the smell of cordite, constant thunder-like booming in the distance, punctuated by sharper cracks and the occasional scream. Archibald was guided, half pushed really, into a wider section of the trench system where wooden supports created something resembling a room dug into the earth. Men sat on ammunition crates or directly on the duckboard floor, some playing cards, others writing letters, many simply staring into space with vacant expressions that suggested their minds had retreated to safer territories than their bodies currently occupied. "Found this one wandering in no man's land," his rescuer announced to the group. "Seems a bit dazed. Anyone know which company he's with?" The men glanced up, eyes passing over Archibald with minimal interest before returning to their previous occupations. Only one, an older man with a sergeant's stripes and a face weathered beyond its years, gave him more than a cursory examination. "Don't recognise him," the sergeant said, "but uniforms are all so caked in mud now, hard to tell which lot he belongs to. Could be one of the replacements that came in last night." He addressed Archibald directly. "What's your name and unit, soldier?" "Archibald Whitmore," he replied automatically, then hesitated. Unit? He had no unit, no military training, no business being in what was clearly some kind of battlefield. Yet here he stood, wearing a uniform surrounded by men who seemed to accept his presence, even if they couldn't place him. I'm not certain," he added, deciding that confusion might be his best defence until he could make sense of his situation. "There was an explosion. I don't remember much before that." The sergeant's expression softened slightly. "Shell shock. Seen it before." He turned to the man who had brought Archibald in. "Put him with Barker's group. They're down 3 men after yesterday's push. He can sort himself out there until the medical officers can have a look at him." Archibald was led deeper into the trench system, his mind racing to process everything. Shell shock, the Western Front, Somme. These terms, combined with the weapons and uniforms he was seeing, began to coalesce into a horrifying possibility. He had read enough history to recognise the hallmarks of warfare, but this was like nothing from his own time. His own time. The thought struck him with the force of the explosion still rocking the earth above. Was it possible? Had that device, his father's mysterious contraption with its rune-like etchings and impossible mechanics, somehow thrown him forward in time? It seemed absurd, the stuff of H.G. Wells's scientific romances, yet no other explanation presented itself. What year is it?" he asked his guide, trying to keep his voice casual despite the existential dread building in his chest. The man gave him a sidelong glance. "Christ, mate, you really did get your bell rung, didn't you? It's 1916. July, if you've lost track of that too. 1916. The number hit Archibald like a physical blow. 43 years. Somehow he had travelled 43 years into the future and landed in the middle of what must be a war of unprecedented scale, judging by what little he could see from the trenches. A war enveloping nations, perhaps even continents. What calamity had befallen the world during those lost decades? Before he could pursue this line of thought further, they reached another dugout where a group of about 8 men were engaged in the mundane tasks of warfare, cleaning rifles, mending uniforms, eating from tin containers. They looked up with the same disinterested expressions he had encountered in the previous group. "New one for you, Barker," his guide announced to a stocky, red-faced man who appeared to be in charge. "Found him wandering above. Bit scrambled in the head, but the sergeant says he's yours now." Barker looked Archibald up and down with a critical eye. "Can you shoot?" he asked bluntly. Archibald had fired his father's old hunting rifle exactly twice in his life, both times at targets and with minimal success. "Not well," he admitted. "Can you run messages without getting lost?" I believe I could manage that. Can you follow orders without getting yourself or the rest of us killed?" Archibald swallowed hard. "Yes, sir," Barker snorted. "I'm not an officer, thank Christ. Corporal will do." He pointed to an empty space along the wall. "That's your spot. Jenkins, Hawkins and Murray won't be needing theirs anymore, so take what you need from their kits. Food comes twice a day if we're lucky. Water when you can get it. Keep your head down, do as you're told, and you might live long enough to remember your own name." He turned back to the others, dismissing Archibald from his attention. "Stand to in 30 minutes, lads. Check your ammunition." Left to his own devices, Archibald made his way to the indicated spot where 3 packs lay untouched, their owners presumably among the countless dead this war was creating. The thought of looting from the deceased turned his stomach, but survival instinct overwhelmed moral qualms. He needed to understand this new reality, and more importantly, find a way back to his own time. As he sat examining the contents of the packs, finding items both familiar and foreign, from tobacco pouches to gas masks whose purpose he could only guess at, his hand strayed to the watch embedded in his uniform. It still ticked, but something about its rhythm seemed off, as if it were keeping time to a different clock altogether. Opening it, he noticed the second hand moving in tiny stutters, rather than the smooth sweep it should have exhibited. More concerning were the face and hands, which occasionally seemed to blur and duplicate themselves, showing 2 slightly different times simultaneously, before resolving back into a single image. It was as if the watch itself was caught between moments, unsure of its place in the time stream. First time at the front? The question startled Archibald from his examination. Looking up, he saw a thin-faced man with kindly eyes watching him from a few feet away. "Is it that obvious?" Archibald replied, attempting to strike a balance between the truth and what would be believable to these men. The soldier chuckled softly. "You've got that look, like you've woken up in someone else's nightmare." He extended a hand. "Private Thomas Cooper, formerly a carpenter from Bristol, currently expendable infantry in His Majesty's forces." Archibald accepted the handshake. "Archibald Whitmore. Unusual name, that. Not many Archibalds in the ranks. Where are you from?" "Millfield," Archibald answered automatically. "Small village in Hertfordshire." Cooper nodded. "Never heard of it, but England's full of places I've never heard of. I joined up with 5 other lads from my street. I'm the only one still breathing." He said this matter-of-factly, as if discussing the weather rather than the obliteration of his friends. Archibald struggled to find an appropriate response, but was saved by a commotion at the entrance to the dugout. A man in a more elaborate uniform, an officer, Archibald presumed, ducked inside, accompanied by another soldier carrying a large metal container. "Mail and rations," the officer announced. "Cooper, Barker, Simmons, Whitmore and Wells. You're on patrol tonight. Western section of the line needs reconnoitring after today's barrage. Report to Lieutenant Hadley at dusk." Archibald felt his heart sink. Patrol? In this hellscape of artillery and barbed wire? He had no training, no knowledge of military protocols, barely even understood the conflict he had been dropped into. Yet refusing would surely raise suspicions he couldn't afford if he hoped to find a way home. As the officer departed and the men fell upon the rations with desperate enthusiasm, Cooper nudged Archibald. "Stick close to me tonight," he said quietly. "First patrol's always the worst. I'll show you the ropes." Gratitude flooded through Archibald. "Thank you. I'm afraid I'm rather out of my depth here." Cooper's smile held no humour. "We all are, mate. Not a man in these trenches was born for this madness. We're butchers and bakers and candlestick makers playing at being soldiers, because some men in fine offices decided our lives were worth less than their pride." He handed Archibald a tin of something that might generously be called stew. "Eat. You'll need your strength." As Archibald forced down the unidentifiable contents of the tin, he observed his new companions more carefully. They moved differently than the men he had known, more cautious, more contained, as if conserving energy for the next crisis. Their eyes constantly scanned their surroundings, never fully relaxing even in this relative safety. These were men who had seen horrors Archibald could scarcely imagine, who had been fundamentally changed by their experiences. What must it be like, he wondered, to live with the constant expectation of violence and death, to know that at any moment steel and fire might rain from the sky and end your existence? It seemed a form of torture more cruel than anything devised in the darkest dungeons of history. As the day wore on, Archibald tried to glean as much information as possible without revealing his complete ignorance. He learned they were indeed in France, near a river called the Somme, fighting against Germany and its allies in what the men variously called the Great War, or, with bitter irony, the war to end all wars. The conflict had been raging for nearly 2 years already, with no end in sight and casualties mounting by the thousands each day. The sheer scale of it boggled Archibald's mind. In his time, wars were relatively limited affairs fought by professional armies, not this industrial slaughter engulfing entire nations. What had happened to the world he knew? What series of events had led humanity to this precipice? Moreover, what had his father's device truly done? Had it somehow predicted this future and sent Archibald forward to witness it? Was there a purpose to his displacement, or was he simply the victim of forces beyond his understanding? As these questions swirled in his mind, the distant thunder of artillery continued unabated. Occasionally the earth would shake as a shell landed particularly close to their position, sending cascades of dirt raining down from the dugout ceiling. The men barely reacted to these near misses, so commonplace had they become. As evening approached, the call came for stand to, a ritual, Archibald learned, where every man manned the firing line at dawn and dusk, the most likely times for enemy attack. He followed Cooper up a series of wooden steps to the trench proper, where they took positions along a raised platform that allowed them to peer cautiously over a wall of sandbags. The sight that greeted him was beyond anything his nightmares could have conjured. The land between the opposing trench lines, no man's land, Cooper called it, stretched perhaps 200 yards to another set of earthworks barely visible in the gathering darkness. The intervening space was a lunar landscape of shell craters, tangles of barbed wire, and the unmistakable shapes of human bodies in various states of decomposition. Some had clearly been there for days or weeks, rotting in the summer heat, providing grim landmarks in this geography of death. "Don't look at them too long," Cooper advised quietly, noticing Archibald's horrified gaze fixed on a particularly visible corpse. "It doesn't help them, and it doesn't help you." Archibald tore his eyes away with effort. How do you bear it?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the distant gunfire. Cooper was silent for a long moment. "You don't," he finally replied. "Not really. You just pretend to. You build walls in your mind, put all this—" he gestured at the devastation before them, "on the other side. And you pray those walls hold until you can go home." He paused, then added, "If home still exists when this is over." They stood their watch in silence after that, each lost in his own thoughts. When the order came to stand down, they returned to the dugout to prepare for the night patrol. Archibald was issued a rifle, a Lee Enfield, Cooper informed him, which felt impossibly heavy and awkward in his hands. A steel helmet, a canteen of water, emergency rations and various other items were added to his gear until he felt like a pack horse rather than a soldier. As they waited for the appointed hour, Archibald found himself studying his pocket watch again. The anomalies he'd noticed earlier seemed to be intensifying. Now the face occasionally displayed impossible configurations, hours that didn't exist, minute hands moving backward, second hands that split and followed different paths simultaneously. More disturbing still, when these glitches occurred, Archibald experienced brief but intense disorientation, as if his consciousness itself were stuttering like the watch's mechanism. During one such episode, the dugout around him seemed to freeze entirely. Men caught in mid-motion, smoke from cigarettes hanging motionless in the air, even dust motes suspended as if embedded in glass. For what felt like several seconds but could have been less, Archibald alone moved in a world turned to a tableau. Then reality snapped back with a sensation like a rubber band breaking, leaving him gasping and dizzy. None of the others appeared to have noticed anything amiss, continuing their preparations without pause. "Are you all right?" Cooper asked, concern evident in his voice. "You've gone white as a sheet." "Just nerves," Archibald managed, unwilling to voice what he had experienced. Either he was losing his mind, a distinct possibility given the circumstances, or something far stranger was occurring. Either way, now was not the time to explore it further. At precisely 2200 hours, their patrol assembled near a communication trench that would lead them to their designated sector. Lieutenant Hadley, a gaunt man with tired eyes who couldn't have been much older than 25, briefed them quickly and efficiently. "We need to assess damage to the wire in sectors 4 through 6, and determine if Fritz has moved his forward positions during the confusion of today's barrage," he explained, pointing to locations on a mud-smeared map. "No heroics, no unnecessary engagements. We observe, we report back. Questions." There were none. The 5 men checked their weapons one final time, blackened any exposed skin with burnt cork to reduce visibility, and followed Hadley into the darkness. Moving through the trenches at night was a disorienting experience. The zigzagging passages seemed designed to confuse, and the occasional flare fired from either side cast strange, shifting shadows that played tricks on the eyes. Archibald focused on Cooper's back, trusting the more experienced soldier to guide him safely. They reached a point where the trench system ended at a ladder leading up to ground level. Hadley went first, peering cautiously over the edge before signalling the all clear. One by one they followed, crouching low as they emerged into no man's land. The reality of this blasted territory was even more horrifying up close. Shell craters, some filled with stagnant water, pockmarked the earth like smallpox scars. The twisted metal of barbed wire entanglements reflected what little moonlight penetrated the clouds. And everywhere, the detritus of battle, broken rifles, shredded equipment, and worst of all, the omnipresent dead, their forms often reduced to unrecognizable heaps of cloth and flesh. They moved in a loose formation, communicating through hand signals Archibald barely understood, but desperately tried to mimic. The night was surprisingly loud. Distant machine guns stuttered, artillery boomed on the horizon, and occasionally the haunting cry of a wounded man calling for help drifted across the battlefield. As they approached the first section of wire they were to inspect, Archibald's watch began to behave erratically again. The ticking increased in volume until it seemed impossibly loud in his ears, drowning out even the sounds of war around them. The hands spun wildly, and the face glowed with the same unearthly light he had seen emanating from his father's device just before his displacement. Then, without warning, the world around him changed. The night remained, but the battlefield transformed. Where moments before there had been cratered earth and tangled wire, now Archibald saw grassy fields under moonlight, unmarred by war's devastation. In the distance, instead of trench lines, peaceful farmhouses stood with soft light glowing from their windows. He blinked, and the vision vanished, reality snapping back to its war-torn state. But something had changed. His patrol companions were frozen in mid-stride, as motionless as figures in a photograph. Even the flares that had been drifting slowly earthward hung suspended in the air, their light creating statuary from the surrounding landscape. Archibald's heart pounded in his chest as he realized he was experiencing another temporal anomaly, but this one far more pronounced than before. Was this what his father's device was designed to create? Fissures in the fabric of time itself? Before he could further contemplate the implications, reality fractured again. Now he saw multiple overlapping scenes like double-exposed photographs. The battlefield as it currently existed, yes, but also glimpses of what it had been before, peaceful farmland, and more disturbingly what it might become, a memorial site with stone markers and trim grass, visitors walking solemnly among monuments to the fallen. The watch in his hand burned hot suddenly, forcing him to release it. Rather than falling, it remained suspended in the air before him, ticking so rapidly the sound became a continuous hum. Around him, time itself seemed to stutter and skip like a damaged gramophone reel. Then, as abruptly as it had begun, the phenomenon ceased. The watch dropped into the mud, reality solidified, and his companions resumed their movement as if nothing had occurred. To them, perhaps nothing had. The entire episode might have transpired in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Archibald retrieved his watch with trembling fingers, noticing that while it now ticked normally, the hands pointed to an impossible hour, 13 o'clock, before suddenly resetting to the correct time. Whatever was happening to him, it was escalating and somehow connected to both the watch and the device that had sent him here. "Keep up," Cooper hissed, dropping back to nudge Archibald forward. "Wool gathering will get you killed out here." Forcing his mind back to the immediate danger, Archibald followed the patrol as they completed their assessment of the wire emplacements. They were perhaps halfway through their assignment when Hadley raised a fist, the signal to freeze. Everyone dropped to the ground, pressing themselves into the mud. In the silence that followed, Archibald heard what had alerted the lieutenant, voices speaking in a language he didn't recognise but assumed must be German. Their enemy patrol was nearby, perhaps on a mission similar to their own. For long minutes they remained motionless, barely breathing. The German voices grew closer, then began to fade as the patrol apparently moved in a different direction. Hadley was just beginning to signal they should continue when a flare burst overhead, bathing the landscape in harsh white light. "Down!" someone whispered urgently, but it was too late. They had been spotted. The night erupted with the chatter of machine gun fire. Dirt kicked up in a line marching toward their position as the German gunner adjusted his aim. Hadley shouted something Archibald couldn't make out over the din, but the intent was clear: run or die. The patrol scattered, each man making for the nearest shell hole or depression that might offer cover. Archibald found himself sprinting alongside Cooper, zigzagging to present a more difficult target as bullets whined past them. They dove into a water-filled crater just as another flare burst above, followed by intensified gunfire. "Stay down," Cooper panted, loading a fresh magazine into his rifle. "They'll have to expose themselves to get a clear shot. When they do..." He left the implication hanging. Archibald nodded mutely, clutching his own rifle, but knowing he lacked the skill to use it effectively. The cold, fetid water of the crater soaked through his uniform, but fear kept him from noticing the discomfort. Somewhere nearby, a man screamed. One of their patrol caught in the open, perhaps. As Cooper cautiously raised his head to assess their situation, Archibald's watch began its now familiar malfunction. The ticking accelerated, the face glowed, and the hands spun wildly. He tried to warn Cooper, to explain what was happening, but found himself unable to speak as the air around them seemingly thickened into something with the consistency of syrup. Time slowed, stretched, then stopped altogether. Cooper remained frozen in mid-motion, his features locked in an expression of grim determination. The water in the crater ceased to ripple. Even the tracer rounds from the machine gun hung suspended in the air like deadly fireflies. In this moment outside of time, Archibald became aware of something extraordinary. He could move, not just himself, but objects around him. He reached out and touched one of the suspended bullets, finding it solid and hot to the touch. With careful pressure, he was able to nudge it slightly off its trajectory. An idea formed in his mind, a desperate, possibly insane idea. If he could alter the path of one bullet during this temporal anomaly, what else might he change? Could he affect the outcome of the firefight? Perhaps save lives that would otherwise be lost? With trembling hands, he reached for other suspended projectiles, diverting them away from where he and Cooper crouched. It was painstaking work, requiring both physical and mental effort that left him gasping. Each bullet he touched seemed to resist his interference, as if reality itself objected to his meddling. As he worked, he became aware of a strange phenomenon. After-images, or ghosts of events that had not yet occurred. He could see hazy outlines of Cooper raising his rifle and firing, of German soldiers advancing across no man's land, of blood blooming from wounds not yet inflicted. It was as if the immediate future existed as a probability field that he could perceive while in this suspended state. More disturbing still, he noticed thin, fracture-like lines in the air itself, visible only when he moved his head in certain ways, catching the light of the frozen flares. They resembled cracks in glass, spreading outward from his position like a spider's web. Were these physical manifestations of the damage he was doing to the time stream by his very presence, let alone his interference? Before he could consider the implications further, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, radiating outward from where the watch pressed against his skin. The timepiece had grown searingly hot, burning through fabric to leave its imprint on his flesh. The pain broke his concentration and reality shuddered around him. Time resumed its normal flow with a sensation like a physical blow. The redirected bullets flew off in their new trajectories, missing their targets. Cooper fired his rifle without seeming to notice anything amiss. The German machine gun fell silent, its operators perhaps confused by their sudden inability to hit what should have been easy targets. "Now!" Cooper shouted, grabbing Archibald's arm. "Back to our lines while they're regrouping." They scrambled from the crater and ran in a crouch toward where they believed their trenches lay. In the darkness and confusion, Archibald quickly became disoriented, but trusted Cooper's instincts. Behind them, German voices shouted in alarm, followed by renewed gunfire that seemed to lack the precision of earlier volleys. They reached a stretch of barbed wire that marked the approach to the British lines. Cooper called out a password that Archibald couldn't quite catch, and answering voices guided them to a gap in the defences. Hands reached out to pull them into the relative safety of the forward trench. "Where are the others?" an officer demanded as they collapsed against the mud wall, gasping for breath. Cooper shook his head grimly. "Scattered when the machine gun opened up. Simmons took a hit, I think. Didn't see the lieutenant or the rest after that." The officer cursed under his breath. "Stay here until the all clear. We'll send out a recovery party at dawn if they haven't made it back by then." As the adrenaline of their escape began to fade, Archibald became aware of how thoroughly exhausted he was. Every muscle ached, and his lungs burned from exertion, and the acrid smoke that hung perpetually in the air. More concerning, though, was the throbbing pain where the watch had burned him. A perfect circular imprint now branded into his chest. Cooper noticed his discomfort. "You hit?" "No," Archibald replied, not sure how to explain what had actually happened. "Just winded." Cooper nodded, accepting the explanation without further question. First time under fire is always the worst. Gets easier. He paused, then amended, "Not better. Just easier." They made their way back to their dugout, where the remaining members of Barker's group greeted their return with minimal acknowledgement, relief tempered by the knowledge that survival today meant nothing for tomorrow. Archibald collapsed onto his designated space, too exhausted even to remove his mud-caked boots. Sleep, when it came, brought no respite. His dreams were a kaleidoscope of temporal fragments, visions of his workshop in 1873, glimpses of the battlefield in various states of destruction and reconstruction, and most disturbingly, flashes of what seemed to be other wars, other conflicts stretching both backward and forward in time. In each, the same pattern repeated, men killing and dying for causes that would be forgotten before the blood dried on the ground. He awoke with a start to the sound of the morning artillery barrage, the daily hate, as Cooper called it when he handed Archibald a tin cup of something approximating tea. Weak sunlight filtered through the entrance to the dugout, suggesting it was perhaps 7 or 8 in the morning. "Barker wants you on messenger duty today," Cooper informed him. "Probably figures you're not ready for the firing line after last night. Report to the command post after stand to." Archibald nodded gratefully, still struggling to fully wake. As he sipped the tepid tea, he surreptitiously examined his watch. It appeared normal now, ticking with reassuring regularity, though the face seemed subtly altered. The numerals more deeply etched, the hands slightly more ornate. He wondered if these changes were physical manifestations of whatever temporal disturbances the device was experiencing, or merely tricks his exhausted mind was playing on him. The burn on his chest throbbed in time with the watch's ticking, creating an unsettling connection between his flesh and the timepiece. When he touched the wound through his shirt, he felt an echo of the strange sensations he had experienced during the temporal anomaly in No Man's Land. A stretching of perception, a blurring of moments into one another. After the morning stand to, Archibald made his way through the trench network to the command post, a slightly more substantial dugout reinforced with corrugated iron and containing actual furniture in the form of a map table and several chairs. There, a harried lieutenant handed him a sealed envelope and terse instructions to deliver it to a Captain Blackwood at a forward observation post half a mile down the line. The journey through the communication trenches was physically demanding, ducking under low-hanging support beams, navigating around work parties, repairing collapsed sections, occasionally pressing himself against the wall to allow stretcher-bearers carrying the wounded to pass. The entire network of trenches formed a grotesque parody of a city's streets, complete with intersections marked by crude signposts bearing names like Piccadilly and Oxford Street. bleak humour from men desperate to impose some familiarity on this alien landscape. As he travelled, Archibald attempted to organise his thoughts about his situation. The evidence suggested that his father's device had indeed created some kind of temporal displacement, throwing him decades into the future. But why here? Why now? Was it random chance that had deposited him in the middle of this particular hell, or was there purpose behind it? More pressing was the question of how to return to his own time. The device itself remained in 1873, presumably still on his workshop table. All he had was his pocket watch, which seemed somehow linked to the temporal disturbances he was experiencing, but offered no obvious means of controlling them. His contemplation was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps, unusual in their rhythm and heaviness. Looking up, he saw a most unexpected sight. A woman making her way confidently through the trench, dressed in the uniform of a nurse. She was perhaps in her late 20s, with intelligent eyes and a face that, while not conventionally beautiful, possessed a striking quality of determination. She nodded to Archibald as she passed, then paused, her gaze lingering on him with sudden interest. "You're new," she stated rather than asked, her accent marking her as educated and possibly upper class. "Yes," he replied, uncertain what else to say. "Archibald Whitmore." "Charlotte Winters," she returned, extending a hand which Archibald shook after a moment's hesitation. Physical contact with women outside his immediate family wasn't common in his era, but he remembered enough about social niceties to recognise the gesture. "I'm with the voluntary aid detachment at the clearing station back there. Haven't seen you before." "I just arrived," he said carefully. Something in his tone or expression must have struck her as odd, for she tilted her head slightly, studying him more intently. "You're different from the others," she observed. "Your speech, your manner. Where are you from exactly?" Before Archibald could formulate a response that wouldn't sound completely mad, his watch began its now familiar malfunction. The ticking grew louder, the face glowed, and the hands spun erratically. Simultaneously the world around them slowed, colours bleeding out until everything took on a sepia tone like an old photograph. This time, however, the temporal anomaly didn't affect Charlotte. She remained animated, her eyes widening as she observed the phenomenon. "What on earth?" she breathed, looking around at the frozen soldiers in the trench, then back at Archibald. "What's happening?" "What is that device?" Archibald stared at her in astonishment. "You can see this? You're not affected like the others?" She shook her head slowly, wonder and confusion warring in her expression. "Everything stopped except us. And your watch, it's glowing." Before Archibald could respond, reality fractured again. This time, instead of freezing, the environment around them began to shift, images overlapping and merging like a photographic plate exposed multiple times. They saw the trench as it was, but also as it had been days or weeks earlier when freshly dug, and simultaneously as it would be years later, overgrown with grass and wildflowers, a scar slowly healing in the landscape. Charlotte grabbed Archibald's arm, her fingers digging in painfully. "Make it stop," she urged, her voice tight with fear. "Whatever you're doing, stop it." "I don't know how," he admitted, equally frightened. "It happens on its own. I think—" He broke off as a new vision intruded, the trench dissolving around them, replaced momentarily by a modern roadway with strange horseless carriages moving at impossible speeds, metal beasts that roared and belched smoke. Then that too vanished, replaced by the original trench, now frozen in time once more. The watch grew hot in Archibald's hand, not burning this time but pulsing with energy. Acting on instinct, he pressed it against the wound on his chest where its twin was branded into his flesh. There was a sensation like an electrical current passing through him, and the temporal distortion suddenly collapsed. The world snapped back to normal, soldiers continuing their tasks as if nothing had happened, unaware of the ripple in reality that had just washed over them. Charlotte stood very still, her face pale. "What are you?" she whispered. "I'm human, just like you," Archibald assured her quickly. "But I'm not from here. Not from now." She stared at him for a long moment, then, remarkably, a spark of curiosity replaced the fear in her eyes. "Come with me," she said decisively, taking his arm. "We need to talk, and not here." She led him through a series of turns in the trench, until they reached a small alcove that had been dug into the wall and curtained off with a piece of canvas. Inside was a crude desk fashioned from ammunition crates, stacked with medical supplies and paperwork. My office, such as it is, Charlotte explained, gesturing for him to sit on one of the 2 wooden stools. I sometimes use it when checking supplies or completing reports. She fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Now tell me exactly who you are and what just happened out there. Archibald hesitated. The rational part of his mind warned against revealing his impossible situation. She would think him mad, perhaps report him to the authorities as a spy or deserter suffering from delusions. Yet something in her direct gaze suggested a mind open to extraordinary possibilities, and he desperately needed an ally who understood this era far better than he did. Decision made, he began his tale, starting with his life in 1873, his father's mysterious disappearance, and the discovery of the device that had hurled him through time. He explained the temporal anomalies he'd been experiencing, the strange behaviour of his watch, and his desperate need to find a way home. Throughout his narrative, Charlotte listened without interruption, her expression shifting from scepticism to fascination. When he finally fell silent, she sat back, processing everything he had told her. Under normal circumstances, she said after a long pause, I would assume you were suffering from shell shock or some other psychological trauma, but I saw what happened in that trench. Time stopped, for everyone but us. She leaned forward, elbows on knees. And there's something about you, your speech patterns, your confusion about things any soldier would know, little anachronisms in how you carry yourself. You're out of place here. You believe me then? Archibald asked, hardly daring to hope. I'm not certain what I believe, she admitted, but I know what I saw, and if there's even a chance you're telling the truth. She trailed off, then smiled slightly. Well, I've always had a weakness for impossible problems. Before the war, I was studying natural sciences at Bedford College. My professors thought I was wasting my education, that a woman should be content with a general understanding rather than pursuing serious scientific inquiry. I'd like to think they were wrong, hope sparked in Archibald's chest. Then you'll help me? I'll try, she promised, though I'm not sure how much help I can be with matters involving time travel. It's hardly covered in nursing textbooks. Her attempt at humour faded quickly. But first I need to see that wound you mentioned. Where the watch burned you. Reluctantly, Archibald opened his shirt enough to reveal the circular burn on his chest. Charlotte's clinical detachment faltered momentarily at the sight. A perfect imprint of the watch face, the numerals and hands clearly visible on his reddened flesh like some bizarre tattoo. Extraordinary, she murmured, leaning closer to examine it. The skin isn't blistered as I would expect from a conventional burn. It's more like a brand, but impossibly detailed. She touched the edge of the mark gently, and Archibald gasped as another flicker of temporal distortion rippled through the dugout. Brief but unmistakable, the colours bleeding away for a split second before normalcy reasserted itself. Charlotte withdrew her hand quickly. There's a connection, she said, her scientific mind clearly racing ahead, between you, the watch, and these temporal events. Your physical body seems to be acting as some kind of conduit or anchor point. Before they could discuss further implications, a shell landed nearby, close enough to shake dirt from the dugout ceiling. The normal sounds of the front, which had faded into the background of their conversation, reasserted themselves with jarring clarity. I have to go, Charlotte said, gathering her medical bag. There will be casualties from that barrage, and I'm needed at the clearing station, but I want to continue this conversation. She scribbled something on a scrap of paper. I'm off duty tomorrow evening. Meet me here, at this map reference. It's an abandoned farmhouse just behind our lines. The medical officers use it sometimes, but it should be empty then. Archibald took the paper, suddenly reluctant to see her leave. Charlotte represented his first real hope of understanding what was happening to him, and possibly finding a way home. I'll be there, he promised. And thank you for believing me, or at least not thinking me completely mad. She paused at the entrance to the dugout. Oh, I haven't ruled out madness entirely, yours or mine, but madness would be a far less interesting explanation than time travel, don't you think? With that parting comment and a brief smile, she was gone, leaving Archibald alone with his thoughts and the ever-present background symphony of war. Remembering his original assignment, he hastened to deliver the message to Captain Blackwood, finding the officer in a forward observation post peering through a periscope at the German lines. The captain barely acknowledged him, simply pocketing the envelope with a grunt of dismissal. Messenger duty, Archibald was learning, involved a great deal of hurrying, followed by being treated as if one were invisible. As he made his way back through the trench system, the day's activities swirled around him. Men cleaning weapons, repairing damaged sections of the trench wall, writing letters home, or simply staring into space with thousand-yard gazes that spoke of horrors witnessed and absorbed. It struck Archibald that despite being displaced in time, he was effectively trapped here, subject to the same dangers as these men whose war this actually was. That evening, as he sat with Cooper and the others in their dugout, attempting to choke down another meal of unidentifiable meat and hardtack, news filtered down from command. There would be a major push in 3 days' time, a renewed offensive to break the stalemate. The men received this information with grim resignation rather than enthusiasm or fear. Yet another march into the meat grinder, with success measured in yards gained and lives expended. "Will it make any difference?" Archibald asked Cooper quietly. "This offensive, will it change anything?" Cooper considered the question with more seriousness than Archibald had expected. "Probably not in the grand scheme," he admitted. "We take their trench, they counterattack and take it back. A few hundred dead on both sides, and the lines end up more or less where they started." He sighed, rubbing a hand over his stubbled chin. "But someday one side or the other will break. Has to happen eventually. Every empire falls in the end." Archibald was struck by the philosophical depth behind Cooper's seemingly simple statement. This ordinary carpenter from Bristol had been forced by circumstances to contemplate matters of history and human nature that most people never considered. War, for all its horror, seemed to strip away pretension and force a stark confrontation with reality. "And what will you do?" Archibald asked. "After the war, I mean. If you—" He stopped, unwilling to voice the obvious caveat. "If I survive?" Cooper finished for him with a grim smile. "Go home, rebuild my life, try to forget." He shrugged. "Same as everyone else. Or maybe that's just what I tell myself to get through each day. Truth is, I can't really imagine a world without this anymore." He gestured around the dugout. "Can't remember what it feels like to wake up without the sound of guns, to walk without crouching, to breathe air that doesn't taste of cordite and death." The conversation lapsed into silence, each man lost in his own thoughts. As darkness fell outside and the dugout was illuminated only by the dim light of a single lantern, Archibald examined his watch again. It seemed stable for now, ticking with the steadiness that had once made it a reliable companion rather than a mysterious harbinger of temporal chaos. Yet as he studied it, he noticed something he had missed before. Tiny symbols etched around the inner edge of the case, nearly invisible unless one knew to look for them. They resembled the runes on his father's device, though simpler in form. Had they always been there, or were they another manifestation of the watch's transformation? Archibald's contemplation was interrupted by a commotion at the dugout entrance. A runner appeared, breathless with urgency. "Engineers need men," he announced. "Tunnel collapse in Sector 7. Anyone not on watch, follow me." Several of the men groaned but rose to their feet, grabbing helmets and gloves. Cooper motioned for Archibald to join them. "Come on," he said. "Digging's better than sitting here waiting for a shell with your name on it." They followed the runner through the darkened trench system to an area Archibald hadn't seen before, where a large entrance had been cut into the trench wall, reinforced with timber supports. Men were emerging from this opening, covered in dirt and coughing violently. Others were organising rescue equipment, shovels, picks, lanterns and stretchers. Part of the countermining operation collapsed, an engineer sergeant explained as he assigned them positions. "We've got men trapped about 50 yards in. Need to shore up the affected section and get them out before Fritz realises what's happened and sends over some heavy stuff to finish the job." Archibald soon found himself in a line of men passing sandbags and timber supports into the tunnel entrance. The work was back-breaking, made worse by the oppressive heat and lack of air in the confined space. Those entering and exiting the tunnel looked increasingly exhausted, their faces streaked with sweat-tracked mud, eyes red from the dust. After perhaps an hour of this labour, a shout came from inside. "We're through! We need stretcher-bearers!" Cooper immediately volunteered, pulling Archibald with him. "Come on," he urged, "or it's our duty." Reluctantly, Archibald followed him into the tunnel, a cramped, timber-lined passage barely tall enough to stand in, lit at intervals by lanterns that cast more shadows than light. The air was thick with dust and the smell of disturbed earth, making each breath an effort. They hunched forward, moving deeper into the claustrophobic space until they reached a section where the tunnel widened slightly into a crude chamber. There, several men lay on the ground, some moving weakly, others ominously still. Engineers worked frantically to stabilise a section of ceiling that had partially collapsed, while medics attended to the injured. Cooper and Archibald were directed to a man with a clearly broken leg who needed evacuation. As they carefully lifted the injured soldier onto a stretcher, Archibald's watch began its now familiar malfunction. The ticking accelerated, echoing strangely in the confined space as if coming from multiple directions simultaneously. The face glowed, casting eerie shadows on the tunnel walls. "Not now," Archibald muttered, desperately willing the temporal disturbance to subside. The last thing he needed was to create some catastrophic anomaly deep underground, where any disruption could bring tons of earth down upon them all. But the phenomenon intensified, the air thickened, time slowed, and once again Archibald found himself in that strange between state, where he alone remained fully animated while others moved with glacial slowness. The light from the lantern stretched into long, fluid streamers that danced across the walls like living things. Then, with horrifying clarity, Archibald saw something no one else could. Fracture lines spreading through the timber supports above them, wooden beams beginning to splinter under the weight they held back. In the normal flow of time, these breaks were still forming, invisible to the naked eye. But in this dilated moment, Archibald could see the disaster unfolding before it happened. The supports would fail completely within minutes, burying everyone in the chamber. As he watched, frozen in horror, the temporal distortion shifted again. Now he saw not just the impending collapse, but multiple potential outcomes branching from this moment like paths in a garden, each determined by the actions taken or not taken in the next crucial minutes. In most of these potential futures, the tunnel collapsed with devastating loss of life, but in a few, specific interventions resulted in everyone escaping before catastrophe struck. The revelation hit Archibald with the force of epiphany. Perhaps this was why he had been sent here, to this specific place and time, not randomly, but with purpose. His father's device hadn't malfunctioned, it had worked exactly as designed, placing him at a temporal nexus point where his knowledge of future events could alter history's course. But should he interfere? The question plagued him even as time began to resume its normal flow. If he changed events here, what ripples might spread outward, affecting the timeline in ways he couldn't possibly predict? Yet if he did nothing, men would die who might otherwise live. The moral calculus seemed impossible, but the decision, he realised, had already been made for him. He couldn't stand by and watch men die when he had the power to save them. Whatever consequences might flow from his interference, they couldn't be worse than the burden of inaction. As reality solidified around him, Archibald raised his voice urgently. "Everyone out! Now! The supports are failing!" The engineers looked at him skeptically until one of them noticed a fresh crack appearing in a timber directly above them, accompanied by an ominous creaking sound. "He's right," the man shouted. "Evacuate! Move the wounded first!" A flurry of activity ensued as stretchers were hastily loaded and men began filing toward the exit. Archibald helped Cooper with their assigned casualty, moving as quickly as the confined space allowed. Behind them, the groaning of the overburdened supports grew louder, small showers of dirt beginning to rain down from the ceiling. They had nearly reached the tunnel entrance when a massive crash echoed from the chamber they had just left, followed by a concussive wave of dust and displaced air that knocked several men off their feet. The collapse had begun. "Run!" someone shouted unnecessarily, as everyone was already moving at their maximum speed through the restrictive tunnel. Archibald and Cooper staggered the last 20 yards to the entrance, emerging into the relative openness of the trench just as a rumbling series of secondary collapses shook the ground beneath their feet. As they set down their stretcher and looked back, dirt continued to fountain from the tunnel entrance, gradually diminishing as the collapse stabilized. Men were counting heads, checking who had made it out and who might still be trapped inside. "How did you know?" Cooper asked Archibald, his voice hushed with a mixture of gratitude and suspicion. "About the supports failing? You called it before anyone else saw the signs." Archibald opened his mouth, then closed it again, unsure how to explain. Before he could formulate a response, the engineer sergeant approached, his face grey with dust but his eyes sharp with curiosity. "Good eye, lad," the sergeant said. "Don't know how you spotted that fracture from where you were standing, but you saved lives today. If we'd stayed in that chamber another minute—" He left the thought unfinished, clapping Archibald on the shoulder before moving off to organise the wounded men's evacuation to the field hospital. Cooper continued to study Archibald with newfound interest. "There's something different about you," he said finally. "Can't put my finger on it, but it's there." He smiled slightly. "Whatever it is, I'm glad you were with us tonight." As they made their way back to their dugout, Archibald felt the weight of what had just happened settling on his shoulders. He had changed events, potentially altered history's course. The men who had survived the tunnel collapse because of his warning would go on to affect other events, creating a cascade of changes that could theoretically spread outward indefinitely through time. Yet the timeline hadn't immediately unravelled, suggesting that perhaps history had more resilience than he feared, or perhaps the changes he had made were so minor in the grand scheme that they created only ripples, not waves, in the river of time. More important was the implication that his displacement might have purpose, that he had been sent to this particular moment for a reason. If that were true, what other interventions might he be meant to make, and who or what had orchestrated this journey? His father? Some higher power? Or merely the impersonal mechanism of the universe self-correcting some temporal anomaly? As these questions churned in his mind, Archibald became aware of a new development. The burn mark on his chest, the imprint of the watch face, had begun to change. The numerals and hands that had been branded into his flesh were shifting positions, just as they did on the actual timepiece during moments of temporal distortion. When he touched the mark, images flashed through his mind. Fragmented visions of places he had never seen, events that had not yet occurred. Most vivid among these was a recurring image of a particular section of the battlefield, a seemingly unremarkable stretch of no man's land distinguishable only by a blasted tree stump and an unusual configuration of shell craters. In this vision, the earth itself seemed to shimmer and distort, as if reality were thinner there than elsewhere. With sudden certainty, Archibald knew this was what he needed to find. A weak point in the fabric of time, perhaps the very spot where his arrival had punched through the normal constraints of chronology. If there were any hope of returning to his own era, it would begin there. The next evening, after completing his messenger duties for the day, Archibald made his way to the abandoned farmhouse where Charlotte had arranged to meet him. The structure stood perhaps half a mile behind the front lines, damaged by shell fire but still largely intact, its stone walls having withstood what its wooden roof had not. Inside, the remaining furniture had been repurposed or scavenged, leaving only a few chairs and tables scattered among the debris. Charlotte was already waiting, having exchanged her nurse's uniform for a simple dress and coat that made her look startlingly civilian amidst the militarized zone. She had spread several maps and papers on a table and lit a small oil lamp that cast long shadows across the room's irregular surfaces. "I've been thinking about your situation," she said, without preamble as Archibald entered, "and I have a theory. It's rather fantastical, but no more so than time travel itself." "I'm listening," Archibald replied, taking a seat across from her. "What if the device your father created wasn't meant to send people through time randomly, but to specific moments when intervention was needed?" She leaned forward earnestly. "There are certain points in history that serve as nexus events, moments when small actions can have disproportionate effects on future outcomes. What if your father found a way to identify these moments and built a machine that could place someone there to ensure the right choice was made?" The theory aligned with Archibald's own recent thoughts regarding the tunnel collapse, but raised further questions. But why me? And why this particular war? What could be so important here that it would justify tearing someone from their own time? Charlotte's expression grew sombre. "This isn't just any war, Archibald. The scale of this conflict is unprecedented in human history. Millions are already dead, and millions more will die before it's over. And I fear it won't truly end even when the fighting stops. The hatred and resentment being sown now will bear bitter fruit for generations." She pushed one of her papers toward him, a series of calculations and diagrams he didn't fully understand. "I've been studying reports from all along the front, looking for patterns in what you described, moments when time seems to behave abnormally. There are accounts, mostly dismissed as hallucinations or battle fatigue, of soldiers experiencing strange phenomena, moments that repeat, premonitions of events seconds before they occur, glimpses of landscapes as they existed before the war." "Temporal fractures," Archibald murmured. remembering the crack-like patterns he had seen in the air during his own experiences. Exactly, and they seemed to cluster in specific areas. She pointed to several locations marked on her map, particularly here, near what the soldiers call the Blasted Heath, a section of no man's land that's been contested so many times, the earth itself seems changed by it. Archibald felt a shiver of recognition. A stretch with a distinctive tree stump and an unusual pattern of shell craters. Charlotte looked up sharply. Yes. How did you know? He explained about the visions he'd been experiencing, the changing mark on his chest, and his growing certainty that this location held the key to understanding his displacement. As he spoke, Charlotte's expression shifted from scientific curiosity to something approaching awe. It's all connected, she breathed. You, the watch, these fractures in time, they're part of something larger. The question is, what are you meant to do now that you're here? Before Archibald could respond, the distant rumble of artillery grew suddenly louder, and the farmhouse shuddered as shells began landing closer than before. A new barrage, heavier than the usual evening. Hate. Charlotte quickly gathered her papers. We should get to shelter. The Germans must have spotted movement in this sector and adjusted their fire. They hurried to the farmhouse cellar, a stone-walled chamber that offered better protection than the partially destroyed upper floors. As they descended the stairs, the building took a direct hit, the impact sending them tumbling the remaining distance to the cellar floor. Dust and debris rained down, as part of the ceiling collapsed, but the sturdy stone walls held. Archibald picked himself up, coughing in the dust-filled air. "Are you hurt?" he called to Charlotte, who was pushing herself to a sitting position nearby. "Just bruised, I think," she replied, brushing debris from her clothing. "But we may be trapped down here until someone digs us out." As if to confirm her assessment, there was another crash from above as more of the structure gave way, sending a cascade of timber and stone tumbling down the cellar stairs, their only exit. A few final pieces clattered down, and then silence fell, broken only by the muffled continuing barrage outside and the settling of debris around them. Archibald examined their prison by the light of Charlotte's lamp, which had miraculously survived the fall. The cellar was about 15 feet square, now partially filled with rubble from above. The walls appeared intact, but the staircase was completely blocked by debris that would take hours to clear, even with proper tools. "Someone will come looking eventually," Charlotte said, attempting to sound optimistic. "The medical officers know I sometimes use this place. When I don't return to the clearing station..." She trailed off, both of them aware of the reality. In the chaos of war, with casualties constantly demanding attention, it might be days before anyone noticed her absence, let alone organised a search party to this particular location. Archibald was about to offer some words of encouragement when his watch began its familiar malfunction. The ticking accelerated, the face glowed, and time around them began to distort. But this anomaly was different from previous occurrences, more intense, more focused. The air itself seemed to warp and bend, colours inverting momentarily before settling into a state where everything appeared slightly out of alignment, as if viewed through imperfectly ground lenses. "It's happening again," Charlotte whispered, moving closer to Archibald. "But something's different this time." She was right. Rather than freezing or slowing, time seemed to be folding around them, creating what Archibald could only describe as pockets of temporal distortion throughout the cellar. In one corner, rubble that had fallen during the collapse now rose back to the ceiling, then fell again in an endless loop. In another, dust motes hung completely motionless in the air, while everything else continued to move normally. Most dramatically, a section of the cellar wall directly opposite them began to shimmer and fade, revealing glimpses of other times and places, the farmhouse as it had been before the war, green fields stretching to distant trees, the same location decades in the future, overgrown but peaceful, and most disturbingly a vision of trenches more ancient than their own, filled with soldiers in Roman armour, suggesting this land had known war long before the current conflict. "It's as if the barriers between time streams are breaking down," Archibald said, watching in fascination and horror as reality fluctuated around them. "My presence here, my interference with events, I think I'm causing damage to the fabric of time itself." Charlotte's scientific mind was clearly racing to process what she was witnessing. Or perhaps these barriers were already weakened, and that's why your father's device sent you here specifically, to repair the damage, not cause it. As if responding to their discussion, The watch grew hot in Archibald's hand, while the matching brand on his chest burned with renewed intensity. Acting on instinct, he pressed the watch against the mark, gasping as energy surged through him like an electrical current. The cellar around them destabilized further, reality seeming to hold its form only directly around their bodies, while dissolving into temporal chaos elsewhere. Through this maelstrom a pattern emerged. The various visions and distortions began to organize themselves into what appeared to be a pathway, leading to the shimmering section of wall that now resembled a doorway more than a solid barrier. "I think," Archibald said slowly, "we're being shown a way out. Not just from this cellar, but perhaps a way for me to return home." Charlotte gripped his arm tightly. "If you step through that portal, or whatever it is, you might end up anywhere, any time. It could be a one-way journey with no guarantee of reaching your own era." "I know," he acknowledged, "but I'm beginning to understand why I was sent here. Not just to save those men in the tunnel, but to witness this war, to understand what humanity is capable of both in cruelty and courage. Perhaps my father hoped that knowledge from the future might somehow help change the past. The gears of Rome." The fog pressed against the grimy windows of Alaric Grayson's workshop like the breath of London itself, thick and yellow with coal smoke and the exhalations of 2,000,000 souls. Inside, surrounded by the skeletal remains of a dozen timepieces, Alaric hunched over his workbench, adjusting the delicate springs of a grandfather clock whose owner would never return to claim it. The man had been found floating in the Thames 3 days prior, his pockets empty save for a ticket stub to the underground auction house on Drury Lane. Such were the hazards of collecting antiquities in Victorian London, where the line between scholarship and grave robbing blurred like watercolours in rain. Alaric had learned this lesson well over his 35 years, first as an apprentice clockmaker, then as a dealer in mechanical curiosities, and finally as something resembling a philosopher, though he would never claim such a lofty title. He preferred to think of himself as a student of time itself, fascinated by humanity's eternal struggle to measure, contain, and ultimately master the one force that mastered them all. The brass pendulum caught the gaslight as it swung, casting hypnotic shadows across the cluttered workshop. Gears of every size and description littered the shelves, some pristine and new from the Birmingham manufactories, others green with age and mystery. It was among these ancient mechanisms that Alaric felt most at home, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of centuries spent trying to mark time's passage. A sharp rap at the door interrupted his meditations. The sound came again, more insistent, followed by a voice rough with tobacco and years. "Grayson!" "Open up, you hermit. I've got something that'll interest you." Alaric recognised the voice of Fletcher Moss, one of London's more reputable antiquities dealers, which was to say he only occasionally dealt in stolen goods. The clockmaker wiped his hands on a rag and opened the door to reveal a wiry man with silver whiskers and eyes bright with avarice. "What brings you out in this fog, Fletcher?" "Surely not the pleasure of my company. Business, my friend. Always business." Fletcher stepped inside, shaking droplets from his coat. "There's an auction tonight. Private affair. The sort where they don't ask too many questions about provenance, if you take my meaning." Alaric did take his meaning. Such auctions were where the most interesting pieces surfaced, objects with histories too complex or controversial for the legitimate houses. "What manner of items?" "Roman pieces mostly, some Greek. There's one lot in particular." Fletcher's eyes gleamed. "A sundial, ancient, covered in gears like nothing I've seen before. The seller claims it's cursed." "Cursed how?" "3 previous owners, all vanished without trace. The last was that gentleman who ended up in the Thames." Fletcher grinned, showing teeth stained brown with tobacco. Naturally, this has depressed the expected price somewhat. Alaric felt his pulse quicken. He had been searching for months for an authentic Roman timepiece, something that might illuminate the sophisticated understanding of mechanics possessed by the ancients. The famous Antikythera mechanism had proven that classical civilizations were far more advanced than modern scholars believed, but examples were vanishingly rare. "Show me," he said simply. The auction house occupied the basement of a building that had once been a monastery, its stone walls perfect for muffling the sounds of questionable commerce. Gas flames flickered in wrought iron sconces, casting dancing shadows over the assembled crowd of collectors, dealers, and curiosity seekers. The air was thick with pipe smoke and whispered speculation. Alaric found himself drawn to lot 23, displayed on a wooden table beneath a glass dome. The sundial was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Bronze and brass components were integrated into what appeared to be marble base, carved with Latin inscriptions he could partially read: Tempus fuit, tempus manet, time flees, time remains. But there were other symbols too, geometric patterns and astronomical diagrams that seemed to shift in the flickering gaslight. The gearwork was extraordinary. Tiny bronze wheels and escapements were visible through gaps in the marble housing, suggesting a mechanism of incredible complexity. This was no simple timepiece, but something approaching a mechanical computer, designed to track the movements of celestial bodies with precision that wouldn't be matched until the Renaissance. Lot 23, called the auctioneer, a thin man with the pallor of someone who conducted business exclusively in basements. Roman sundial, provenance uncertain, condition as seen, bidding starts at £5. The crowd was smaller than usual, and their enthusiasm notably subdued. Superstition ran deep among antiquities dealers, and the sundial's reputation preceded it. Alaric found himself bidding against only 2 other collectors, and within minutes had secured the piece for the surprisingly modest sum of £18. As he arranged for delivery, Fletcher appeared at his elbow. "You've got stones, I'll give you that. Most wouldn't touch that thing for twice the price." "Superstition is the enemy of knowledge," Alaric replied, though he couldn't entirely suppress a shiver as he looked at his purchase. There was something about the device that seemed to watch him back, as if the geometric patterns carved into its surface were eyes rather than mere decoration. The sundial arrived at his workshop the following evening, delivered by 2 men who seemed eager to complete their business and depart. Alaric spent the next several days examining it under magnification, marvelling at the precision of its construction. The gears were cut with mathematical exactness, and the astronomical calculations encoded in its structure revealed an understanding of celestial mechanics that shouldn't have existed for another 1,000 years. But it was the inscriptions that truly captured his imagination. Alongside the Latin were symbols he couldn't identify, resembling no alphabet he knew. Some appeared to be numerical, others geometric, but their meaning remained tantalizingly out of reach. He consulted every reference book in his extensive library, wrote letters to scholars at Oxford and Cambridge, even visited the British Museum to examine their collection of Roman artefacts. Nothing matched the mysterious symbols on his sundial. As December progressed and the winter solstice approached, Alaric became increasingly obsessed with the device. He worked late into the night, oil lamps burning low as he traced the intricate gear patterns and attempted to decode the cryptic inscriptions. Sleep became elusive, haunted by dreams of bronze wheels turning in darkness and voices speaking in tongues he almost but not quite understood. It was on the night before the solstice that inspiration struck. Alaric had been studying the sundial's shadow-casting gnomon when he noticed something peculiar about its angle. Rather than being fixed in the traditional manner, it appeared to be adjustable, connected to the internal mechanism by a series of nearly invisible gear teeth. Moreover, the marble base contained what looked like mounting points for additional components, mirrors perhaps, or prisms. The realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't simply a sundial, but something far more complex, a machine designed to manipulate light itself. The gears weren't merely tracking the sun's position, but calculating something else entirely, something that required artificial illumination to function properly. Working with feverish intensity, Alaric began constructing a support apparatus from parts in his workshop. He mounted mirrors on adjustable arms, positioned prisms to split and redirect light, and connected the entire assembly to a gear table powered by a combination of steam pressure and magnetic force. The theory was audacious. If he could recreate the conditions of natural sunlight at the precise moment of solstice, the sundial might reveal its true purpose. The work consumed him completely. He forgot to eat, sleeping only when exhaustion forced him to collapse over his workbench. His landlady, Mrs. Pemberton, knocked repeatedly at his door, concerned by the strange sounds and smells emanating from the workshop. Alaric barely heard her. All his attention was focused on the approaching solstice and the culmination of his experiment. December 21st arrived grey and cold, with snow beginning to fall as evening approached. Alaric made his final preparations as midnight drew near, adjusting mirrors and checking gear ratios with obsessive precision. The sundial sat at the centre of his elaborate apparatus, its bronze surfaces gleaming in the lamplight, waiting. At 5 minutes to midnight, he ignited the gas jets that would power his artificial sun. Light blazed forth, reflected and refracted through the network of mirrors and prisms, casting geometric shadows that danced across the sundial's surface like living things. The internal gears began to turn, slowly at first, then with increasing speed as the device found its rhythm. The sound was unlike anything Alaric had ever heard. Not the familiar tick-tock of clockwork, but something deeper, a harmonic resonance that seemed to penetrate his very bones. The shadows cast by the sundial's gnomon began to move independently of the light source, tracing patterns that hurt to look at directly. The air itself seemed to thicken, charged with an energy that made his hair stand on end. As the church bells of London began to toll midnight, marking the exact moment of winter solstice, the sundial reached a crescendo of activity. Gears spun with impossible speed, shadows writhed like serpents, and the harmonic resonance grew so intense that the windows of the workshop began to crack. Alaric reached out to shut down the apparatus, suddenly afraid of what he had unleashed, but it was too late. The world folded in on itself. There was no explosion, no flash of light or crash of thunder. Instead, silence descended like a curtain, followed by pressure that seemed to compress his very soul. Gravity became a living thing, crushing him down and then releasing him so suddenly that he felt himself falling upward into darkness. Time stretched like taffy, each second containing eternities, until consciousness finally fled and left him drifting in a void between moments. Alaric awoke to the sound of birds singing and the warmth of sunlight on his face. The sensations were so pleasant, so completely at odds with the London winter he remembered, that for a moment he simply lay still and enjoyed them. Then reality intruded, and he opened his eyes to find himself lying in a grove of olive trees under a sky so blue it seemed painted. He sat up slowly, his head spinning with disorientation. The air was warm and dry, scented with herbs he couldn't name, and completely free of the coal smoke that was London's constant companion. In the distance he could see white buildings climbing the slopes of hills, their architecture familiar from countless classical illustrations but impossible to mistake for anything modern. The remnants of his sundial lay scattered around him, broken into pieces but recognisably the same device he had been experimenting with hours, or was it centuries, before. His pocket watch, miraculously undamaged, read 2:30, though whether that was afternoon or morning remained unclear. Most disturbing of all, his Victorian clothing, while rumpled and torn, showed no signs of the violent displacement he remembered. A sound of hoofbeats and jingling harness interrupted his examination of the situation. Through the olive trees came a column of men on horseback, their bronze armour gleaming in the sunlight, red cloaks streaming behind them. Roman soldiers, as authentic as the illustrations in his history books, but possessing a vitality and presence that no artist could capture. Alaric's first instinct was to hide, but he was too slow. The lead rider spotted him immediately and barked an order in Latin. The column wheeled toward him with military precision, surrounding him before he could even stand. The decurion who commanded them was a weathered man with scars on his arms and the calculating eyes of a professional soldier. He spoke in rapid Latin, of which Alaric caught perhaps one word in 3. The tone, however, was unmistakable. He was being questioned, and his answers would determine his immediate future. "Non-intelligo," Alaric managed, hoping his pronunciation wasn't too atrocious. "I don't understand." The decurion's expression grew suspicious. He dismounted and approached, studying Alaric's clothing with obvious puzzlement. The cut and fabric of Victorian garments were unlike anything from the classical world, and Alaric's pale complexion and soft hands marked him clearly as no labourer or soldier. More Latin followed, accompanied by gestures that needed no translation. Alaric was being taken prisoner, his stammered protests in broken Latin only convincing his captors that he was either a spy or touched by the gods. Either way, he represented something to be investigated by higher authorities. The journey to Rome took 3 days, during which time Alaric learned the realities of ancient travel. The roads, while impressively straight and well-maintained, were hard on feet accustomed to London's cobblestones. The soldiers shared their rations grudgingly, and water was precious enough that his request for a wash was met with laughter. but it was the city itself that truly drove home the reality of his situation. Rome in the reign of Domitian was not the picturesque ruin of later centuries, but a living metropolis of 1 million souls, its streets crowded with merchants, slaves, citizens and foreigners from every corner of the known world. The smell was overwhelming: unwashed bodies, cooking food, animal waste and the smoke of countless fires all combined into an assault on senses accustomed to Victorian standards of hygiene. The slave market where Alaric found himself was a revelation in casual brutality. Men and women were examined like livestock, their teeth checked, muscles tested, scars catalogued by buyers with the detached professionalism of horse traders. Alaric's unusual appearance and obvious education saved him from the worst fate: hard labour in the mines or quarries, but his destination was still servitude. Lucius Varro proved to be a senator of middle rank, wealthy enough to maintain a substantial household, but not so elevated as to attract dangerous attention from the emperor. He was a man in his 50s with the soft physique of comfortable living and the calculating gaze of someone who had survived decades of Roman politics. His examination of Alaric was thorough and uncomfortably intelligent. "You're no Gaul or German," he said in accented but perfectly understandable Greek, evidently having concluded that Alaric might be from the eastern provinces. "Your hands are too soft for manual labour, but you lack the bearing of nobility. A scribe, perhaps? A tutor?" Alaric nodded eagerly, seizing on the suggestion. "Yes, Dominus. I have knowledge of mechanical things, mathematics, astronomy." Varro's eyebrows rose slightly. Such skills were valuable in a world where accurate calendars and water clocks were marks of sophistication. "Show me." The senator led him to a courtyard where a water clock had stopped functioning, its bronze mechanisms seized with corrosion and neglect. Alaric examined it with the eye of a professional, identifying the problems and the tools that would be needed to correct them. Within an hour, he had the device functioning again, its steady drip marking time with mechanical precision. "Interesting," Varro murmured. "Very interesting indeed." Life in the senator's household followed patterns established over centuries. Alaric was given quarters with the other educated slaves, men who served as secretaries, tutors and accountants. His status was ambiguous, clearly valuable but equally clearly not to be trusted with sensitive information. He was fed well, clothed adequately, and expected to maintain and repair the various mechanical devices that were marks of Roman sophistication. But it was in the evenings, when his duties were complete, that Alaric began to uncover the mystery that had brought him to this time and place. The senator's library was extensive, containing works on natural philosophy, mathematics, and astronomy that wouldn't survive the fall of Rome. More importantly, it contained references to something called the Collegium Mechanicus, the Mechanist Guild. The references were fragmentary and often cryptic, but they painted a picture of an organisation that had existed in the shadows of Roman society for generations. They were engineers and inventors, students of what they called ars temporalis, the art of time. According to the texts, they believed that time itself was not an abstract concept, but a physical force that could be manipulated through mechanical means. The idea was not entirely foreign to Alaric. His own experiments with chronometry had led him to similar conclusions, though he had lacked the theoretical framework to pursue them systematically. The Romans, it seemed, had been less constrained by the boundaries between science and metaphysics. His breakthrough came while translating a damaged papyrus that Varro had acquired from Alexandria. The text described something called a temporal anchor, a device that could detect and exploit what the author termed fractures in the flow of time. The description matched his sundial so precisely that Alaric felt his hands shake as he read. According to the papyrus, these fractures occurred naturally at certain times and places where the celestial mechanics created conditions of temporal instability. The winter solstice was one such time, particularly when combined with specific astronomical alignments that occurred only rarely. A temporal anchor could detect these fractures and, with proper preparation, allow a person to move from one time to another. The implications were staggering. Alaric had not been the victim of some inexplicable accident, but the beneficiary, or victim, of a technology that the Romans had understood far better than he had initially realised. His sundial was not merely an ancient artifact, but a working piece of equipment designed for the specific purpose of time travel. But the papyrus also contained warnings. The process was dangerous, requiring precise calculations and perfect timing. More ominously, it mentioned the Custodes Temporis, the Guardians of Time, a group that viewed such experimentation as blasphemy against the natural order. They were described as fanatics who would stop at nothing to prevent the misuse of temporal technology. As autumn turned to winter in his second year of captivity, Alaric began to make discreet inquiries about the Mechanist Guild. His position in Varro's household gave him access to other scholars and antiquarians, men who collected rumours along with manuscripts. Slowly, a picture emerged of an organisation that still existed, hidden in the depths of Rome's underground, continuing research that had begun centuries earlier. The breakthrough came through Marcus Cassia, a young woman who served as a scribe in the Temple of Minerva. Alaric encountered her while researching astronomical texts for Senator Varro, and their shared interest in ancient mathematics quickly developed into something deeper. Cassia was unusual for a Roman woman, educated beyond the normal limits, and possessed of a fierce intelligence that reminded Alaric of the suffragettes he had known in London. It was Cassia who first mentioned the Vault of Kronos, almost as an aside while discussing Alexandrian astronomy. According to legend, it was an underground temple near Delphi where the most sacred mysteries of time were preserved. The Mechanist Guild supposedly maintained it as their ultimate repository, the place where their most dangerous experiments were conducted and their most precious artefacts preserved. Of course, no one believes such stories anymore, she said, with a smile that suggested she might believe them herself. The age of mysteries is past. We are rational people now, governed by law and logic. But Alaric had seen too much to dismiss any possibility. That night, examining the broken pieces of his sundial by lamplight, he noticed something he had missed before. The fracture patterns weren't random, but followed the geometric designs carved into the marble base. It was as if the device had been designed to break in a specific way, creating puzzle pieces that could be reassembled if one understood the underlying pattern. Working through the long Roman nights, Alaric began to reconstruct his temporal anchor. The work was painstaking, requiring tools and materials that were difficult to obtain without arousing suspicion. Bronze and brass could be acquired from metalworkers, but the precise gears required handcrafting to tolerances that strained the limits of Roman technology. It was during this period that he noticed he was being watched. Senator Varro had always been observant, but now his attention seemed focused and predatory. Conversations that had once been casual became interrogations, and Alaric's movements around the household were increasingly monitored. The confrontation came on a winter evening when Alaric was working late in the senator's library. Varro entered silently, his footsteps muffled by expensive carpets, and stood watching for several minutes before speaking. "You're not what you pretend to be," the senator said quietly. "I've known this for months, but I've been patient, waiting to understand what you truly represent." Alaric's hand moved instinctively toward the concealed components of his sundial, but Varro was faster. Roman politics bred quick reflexes, and the senator had a dagger at Alaric's throat before he could react. "I know about the guild," Varro continued conversationally. "I know about their obsession with time and their belief that the past can be changed to serve the present. What I don't know is whether you're one of their agents or something else entirely." The blade was sharp enough that Alaric could feel it parting the skin of his neck. Any movement would open his throat, but lying still meant accepting whatever fate the senator had planned for him. "I'm not their agent," he said carefully. "I'm something they never anticipated. I'm from the future, Senator, from a time 1700 years beyond this moment." Varro's laugh was genuinely amused. "An interesting claim. Can you prove it?" Alaric reached slowly into his toga, moving with deliberate care to avoid startling the armed man. He withdrew his pocket watch, its Victorian craftsmanship immediately apparent to anyone with knowledge of mechanical devices. The precision of its gears, the quality of its springs, the sophistication of its escapement, all were centuries beyond anything the Romans could produce. The senator examined the watch with growing amazement, his political instincts warring with the evidence of his senses. The craftsmanship was undeniable, but the implications were staggering. "If this is true," he said finally, "then you represent an opportunity beyond anything I dared imagine. The knowledge you possess, the technologies of your time, they could transform Rome, make us truly eternal." It was then that Alaric understood the true danger of his situation. Varro didn't want to expose him or turn him over to authorities. The senator wanted to use him, to extract the secrets of the future and apply them to his own advancement. In the ruthless calculus of Roman politics, Alaric had become the ultimate resource. "I can't give you what you want," Alaric said. "The principles that govern such technologies require centuries of development, foundations that don't exist in your time. Then we'll have to settle for what you can provide." The dagger hadn't moved from his throat. "Your knowledge of coming events, for instance. Wars, succession crises, natural disasters. Such information would be invaluable to someone with the wisdom to use it properly." The conversation was interrupted by shouting from the courtyard, followed by the clash of steel on steel. Varro cursed and moved toward the window, momentarily distracted. Alaric seized the opportunity, grabbing the senator's wrist and twisting until the dagger fell. The two men struggled briefly, but Alaric's desperation gave him an advantage that Varro's superior training couldn't overcome. The senator went down hard, his head striking the marble floor with a sound like breaking pottery. Blood pooled beneath his skull, and his breathing became laboured and irregular. Alaric checked for a pulse, found it weak and erratic, and realised that Lucius Varro would not survive the night. The sounds of fighting were growing closer, accompanied by shouting in a dialect Alaric didn't recognise. Through the window he could see torches moving through the senator's gardens, carried by figures in dark robes. The custodes temporis had found him. Grabbing the components of his sundial and what tools he could carry, Alaric fled through the library's rear entrance into the maze of corridors that honeycombed the senator's house. Behind him he could hear doors splintering and voices raised in religious fervour. The Guardians of Time had come to cleanse the world of temporal blasphemy, and they would not be deterred by anything as mundane as Roman law. The escape route led through the household slave quarters, where terrified servants cowered in their cells as armed fanatics swept through the building. Alaric's unusual status gave him knowledge of the house's layout that proved invaluable. He knew which passages led to dead ends and which connected to the city's underground drainage system. Rome's sewers were an engineering marvel, but they were also a refuge for those who couldn't afford to live above ground. Alaric found himself in a world beneath the world, where escaped slaves, deserters, and criminals had created a shadow society that mirrored the one above. Here, in the stinking darkness beneath the eternal city, he encountered others who had reason to fear the Guardians of Time. They called themselves the remnants of the Mechanist Guild, though their numbers were few and their resources limited. Their leader was a man named Gaius Mechanicus, almost certainly not his birth name, who had spent decades studying the temporal sciences in hiding. He was ancient by Roman standards, perhaps 70 years old, but his mind remained sharp and his dedication absolute. "We have waited for someone like you," he told Alaric during their first meeting in a chamber carved from the living rock beneath the Palatine Hill. The prophecies spoke of a walker between times who would come from the future to complete the great work. Alaric was sceptical of prophecies, but he couldn't deny the accuracy of their descriptions. The texts the guild had preserved matched his experience too closely to be coincidental. They spoke of a man who would arrive with knowledge of sciences yet to be born, bearing a temporal anchor that could unlock the deepest mysteries of time itself. "What is this great work you speak of?" he asked. Gaius smiled with the satisfaction of someone who had waited decades to answer that question. The mastery of time itself, the ability to move freely through the centuries, to correct the errors of the past and shape the future according to wisdom rather than chance. It was an intoxicating vision, but Alaric had learned to be suspicious of grand ambitions. And the cost? There's always a cost to such power. "The cost is what we're paying now," Gaius replied. "Hiding in sewers, hunted by fanatics, watching Rome decline while we possess the knowledge to save it. The Guardians of Time believe that temporal manipulation is blasphemy, but they're wrong. Time is a tool, like fire or the wheel. It can be used for good or ill, but it cannot be ignored." Over the following weeks, Alaric learned the full scope of the guild's research. They had been studying temporal mechanics for generations, building on fragments of knowledge that suggested an even older tradition. The techniques they had developed were crude compared to what Alaric remembered from his own experiments, but they were based on sound principles and had yielded genuine results. The Vault of Kronos was real, they assured him, though reaching it would be extraordinarily dangerous. It lay beneath a temple complex near Delphi, in chambers that had been carved from the bedrock before the Greeks arrived. The guild maintained it as their ultimate repository, but access required passing through defences both technological and mystical. The ancients who built it understood truths that we're only beginning to rediscover, Gaius explained. They knew that time is not uniform. It flows differently in different places, pools in some locations and rushes like a torrent in others. The vault sits at the centre of such a pool, a place where past, present and future intersect. Preparations for the journey took months. The guild's resources were limited, and everything had to be done in secrecy to avoid attracting the attention of the Guardians. Maps had to be studied, supplies gathered, and routes planned that would avoid both Roman patrols and the fanatics who hunted them. It was during this period that Alaric's relationship with Cassia deepened into something approaching love. She had joined him in the underground, abandoning her position at the temple to help with his research. Her knowledge of ancient languages proved invaluable in deciphering the texts that would guide their journey, and her presence provided an anchor of humanity in the increasingly abstract world of temporal mechanics. "Are you certain this is what you want?" he asked her one evening as they worked by lamplight in the guild's hidden library. "The risks are enormous, and success is far from guaranteed." She looked up from the papyrus she was translating, her dark eyes reflecting the flame. "You're asking if I'm willing to die for this cause. The answer is yes, but that's the wrong question." "What's the right question? Are you willing to live for it? To accept the responsibility that comes with the power you're seeking?" She set down her stylus and moved closer. "I've seen what you're capable of, Alaric. You have knowledge that could reshape the world. The question is whether you have the wisdom to use it properly." The expedition finally departed Rome in the early spring, travelling as a merchant caravan to avoid suspicion. Besides Alaric and Cassia, the group included Gaius and 3 other guild members, along with Marcellus, a disgraced centurion who served as their military expert. The centurion had been cashiered from the legions for questioning orders during a particularly brutal campaign in Germania, but his skills remained sharp and his loyalty was absolute. The journey to Delphi took 2 weeks, following roads that were ancient when Rome was founded. As they travelled, Alaric began to understand the true scope of what they were attempting. The Vault of Kronos wasn't simply a repository of knowledge, but a functioning temporal laboratory, a place where the flow of time itself could be manipulated. "The ancients built it as a failsafe," Gaius explained as they camped in the shadow of Mount Parnassus. "They knew that their civilization would not last forever, so they created a place where their most important knowledge could be preserved and passed." Alaric found himself drawing on knowledge he hadn't known he possessed, insights that seemed to come from some deeper source than his Victorian education. The symbols that had been mysterious when he first encountered them on his sundial now made perfect sense, revealing themselves as a sophisticated notation system for temporal mathematics. The first major obstacle was a massive bronze door covered in rotating discs, each inscribed with astronomical symbols. The solution required calculating the exact celestial positions for the night of the winter solstice in the year the vault was built, a date that had to be deduced from the astronomical data encoded in the mechanism itself. Working by torchlight, with the constant fear of pursuit by the Guardians of Time, Alaric and Cassia spent hours working through the calculations. The mathematics were elegant but fiendishly complex, requiring an understanding of precession, orbital mechanics, and temporal distortion that pushed the limits of their knowledge. "There," Cassia said finally, her voice hoarse with exhaustion. "If I'm right, the configuration should be Jupiter, in conjunction with Mars, with Venus rising at the moment of solstice." Alaric carefully adjusted the bronze discs, feeling the ancient mechanism respond to his touch. There was a moment of perfect silence, then a deep rumbling as counterweights shifted and gears engaged. The massive door swung open, revealing a corridor that stretched into darkness beyond the reach of their torches. The passage beyond was a marvel of engineering, its walls lined with bronze mirrors polished to perfection. As they advanced, Alaric realized that the mirrors were more than decoration. They were part of an optical computer, designed to perform calculations using reflected light. The patterns of reflection changed as they moved, creating displays of astronomical data that tracked their progress through the complex. The second obstacle was more subtle but equally challenging. The corridor split into multiple branches, each identical in appearance but leading to different destinations. There were no obvious clues to guide their choice, but Alaric gradually realized that the solution lay in understanding the nature of time itself. "It's not a maze," he said suddenly. "It's a demonstration." Each path represents a different understanding of temporal mechanics, and only one leads to truth. The correct path, he realized, was the one that acknowledged the paradoxical nature of time travel itself. By choosing the route that seemed to double back on itself, they found themselves approaching the heart of the vault, along a trajectory that satisfied the requirements of temporal consistency. The final chamber took Alaric's breath away. It was vast, carved from the living rock, and lit by some source that seemed to emanate from the stone itself. At its centre stood an orrery of impossible complexity, its bronze and gold spheres tracking the movements of celestial bodies with precision that wouldn't be matched for centuries. Around the walls, mechanical devices of every description hummed with quiet activity. Clocks, calculators, and machines whose purpose defied immediate understanding. But it was the central altar that drew Alaric's attention. Upon it sat a temporal anchor, identical to his own sundial, but complete and undamaged. The device pulsed with a faint luminescence, and the air around it seemed to shimmer with temporal distortion. "The master anchor," Gaius breathed. "We found it at last." As Alaric approached the altar, he could feel the device responding to his presence. The broken components of his own sundial grew warm in the bag where he carried them, resonating with their perfect counterpart. The mathematical patterns carved into the chamber's walls began to shift and change, displaying calculations that tracked his movement through time and space. "It's been waiting for you," Cassia whispered. "All these centuries it's been waiting for someone who could complete the work." Alaric reached out to touch the master anchor, and the moment his fingers made contact with its bronze surface, the world exploded into possibility. Visions flooded his consciousness, glimpses of potential futures, alternate histories, the vast web of causality that connected every moment to every other. He saw Rome triumphant, its legions marching through time itself to build an empire that spanned the centuries. He saw the fall of civilization, the long night of ignorance and superstition that would follow. He saw himself, older and wiser, using the power of the anchors to guide humanity toward wisdom rather than destruction. But with the visions came understanding of the true cost. The master anchor was not simply a tool but a burden, requiring constant vigilance to prevent its misuse. Those who wielded temporal power became responsible for all of history, their every decision rippling forward and backward through the centuries. "I can't," he said, pulling his hand back from the device. "The responsibility is too great. No one person should have such power." "Then you truly understand," said a voice from the shadows behind them. They turned to see a figure emerge from the darkness, an elderly man in robes that seemed to shift between the garb of a Roman philosopher and something far more ancient. His face was ageless in the way that suggested not youth, but a transcendence of temporal limitations entirely. "Who are you?" Alaric demanded, though something deep within him already knew the answer. "I am the guardian of this place, not one of those fanatics who hunt you, but the true guardian, appointed by those who built the vault to ensure that its power is used wisely." The figure approached the altar, and Alaric noticed that his feet cast no shadow on the luminescent floor. "I have waited through the centuries for someone to arrive who possessed both the knowledge to activate the master anchor and the wisdom to refuse its ultimate power." "Then the test was never about solving the puzzles," Cassia said with sudden understanding. "It was about what we would do when we reached the end." The Guardian nodded approvingly. "The ancients learned, through bitter experience, that temporal power corrupts absolutely. They built this place not as a repository of weapons, but as a school teaching each generation the same lesson, that true mastery lies not in the ability to change the past, but in the wisdom to accept it." Alaric felt the broken pieces of his sundial growing warmer in their bag. "But my anchor brought me here. Surely that was meant to serve some purpose." "It was. Your arrival has completed a cycle that began when the first temporal anchor was created. The knowledge you've gained, the understanding you've achieved, these were always the true treasures of the vault. The power to travel through time is nothing compared to the wisdom to know when such travel should be attempted." The Guardian moved to a section of wall covered in inscriptions that Alaric now realized were not decorative but functional, a vast database of temporal knowledge encoded in bronze and stone. "Your anchor can be repaired, but it will require a sacrifice. The master anchor must be used as a template, its perfect structure serving as a guide for the reconstruction, but the process will drain its power, leaving it inert." You're asking me to destroy the master anchor to repair my own? Alaric felt the weight of the decision crushing down upon him. Why? Because your anchor is flawed, incomplete. It brought you here through accident rather than design, and it can return you home the same way. But the master anchor is too perfect, too powerful. In the wrong hands, it could unravel the very fabric of time itself. The sound of distant shouting echoed through the corridors, growing steadily closer. The guardians of time had found them at last. "We're out of time," Martellus said grimly, his hand moving to his sword. "They'll be here within minutes." The guardian gestured toward a section of the chamber that Alaric hadn't noticed before, a raised platform surrounded by astronomical instruments of incredible complexity. The repair must be done there, at the moment when the celestial alignments are perfect. Tonight, as it happens, the same solstice configuration that brought you here can take you home, but the window is narrow. Alaric looked at his companions, seeing in their faces the same mixture of fear and determination that he felt. Gaius appeared strangely at peace, as if he had always known this moment would come. Cassia's expression was harder to read, but there was something in her eyes that made his heart clench with sudden dread. "There's something else, isn't there?" he asked the Guardian. "Some other cost you haven't mentioned." The repair process requires a perfect understanding of temporal mathematics, an understanding that no single mind can contain. The knowledge must be distributed, shared among multiple consciousness, and then unified at the crucial moment. The Guardian's ancient eyes were filled with sorrow. Someone must remain behind to anchor the process from this end. Someone must sacrifice their own temporal existence to ensure yours. The shouting was closer now, accompanied by the ring of steel on stone as the fanatics fought their way through the vault's automated defences. Time was running out in more ways than one. "I'll do it," Gaius said without hesitation. "I'm old, and I've devoted my life to this moment. Let my sacrifice have meaning." "No," Cassia said firmly. "The calculations require someone younger, someone whose mind can handle the strain. I've studied the mathematics longer than anyone except Gaius himself." "Neither of you understands," the Guardian interrupted. "The sacrifice isn't death, it's worse. The person who anchors the process becomes temporally dispersed, their consciousness scattered across multiple timelines simultaneously. They become aware of every possible version of history, every choice that was made and every choice that could have been made. It's a form of existence, but one that no human mind was designed to endure." Alaric felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a physical burden. He had started this chain of events with his experiments in a London workshop, and the consequences had rippled outward to touch the lives of everyone around him. The rational thing would be to accept the sacrifice of one of his companions and return to his own time, but he found that he couldn't make that choice. "There has to be another way," he said desperately. "Some alternative that doesn't require anyone to be destroyed." "There is," the Guardian said quietly. "You could remain here in this time and abandon your attempt to return home. The knowledge you've gained could be used to help Rome, to guide this civilization toward wisdom rather than destruction. But the cost would be accepting exile from your own era forever." The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, punctuated by the crash of doors being forced open. The fanatics were almost upon them. "Alaric," Cassia said urgently, "you have to choose. There's no more time for deliberation." He looked at her, seeing in her face the love that had grown between them over the months of shared danger and discovery. She was offering him a future in this time, a life they could build together among the ruins of the ancient world. All he had to do was accept that his own era was lost to him forever. But as he weighed the choice, fragments of memory from his visions at the master anchor returned to him. He had seen the long night of ignorance that would follow Rome's fall, the centuries of darkness that his Victorian era was only beginning to emerge from. His knowledge, his understanding of temporal mechanics, these could indeed change history, but would the changes be for the better? "I can't," he said finally. "The temptation to interfere, to use my knowledge to change things, it would be too great. I would become exactly the kind of temporal tyrant that the ancients feared." The Guardian nodded approvingly, but before he could respond, the chamber's entrance exploded inward. Armed figures in dark robes poured through the opening, their faces hidden behind masks that bore the symbol of an hourglass with broken glass. The Custodes Temporis had found them at last. "Blasphemers!" their leader shouted, raising a bronze sword that gleamed with religious fervour. You have violated the sacred order of time itself. The punishment is death." Marcellus stepped forward to meet them, his gladius appearing in his hand with practiced ease. The sound of steel on steel rang through the chamber as he engaged the first wave of attackers, but there were too many of them, and his position was hopeless. "The platform!" the Guardian shouted over the din of battle. "Begin the repair now, while there's still time!" Alaric grabbed the components of his broken sundial and ran toward the astronomical platform, Cassia close behind him. The instruments there were unlike anything he had ever encountered, their bronze surfaces covered with symbols that seemed to shift and change as he watched. But somehow he understood their purpose. His consciousness expanded by contact with the master anchor to encompass knowledge he had never formerly learned. Working with desperate haste, he began to align the broken pieces of his temporal anchor according to the patterns displayed on the ancient instruments. The mathematics were staggering in their complexity. Calculations that tracked the movement of every celestial body, accounted for the subtle distortions of space-time, and predicted the exact moment when the conditions for temporal transit would be perfect. Cassia worked beside him, her understanding of the ancient texts allowing her to interpret symbols that remained mysterious to him. Together, they began to reconstruct not just the physical device, but the mathematical framework that governed its operation. The battle raged around them as Gaius and the other guild members joined Marcellus in holding back the fanatics. But it was a losing fight. The Custodes Temporis were driven by religious fervour and outnumbered their opponents 3-1. Bodies began to fall, their blood staining the luminescent floor of the ancient chamber. "Almost there," Alaric muttered, adjusting the final gear into position. The sundial was taking shape again, its bronze components fitting together with the precision of master craftsmanship. But something was still missing, the final element that would complete the device and allow it to function. He felt in his pockets, searching for anything that might serve, and his fingers closed around his Victorian pocket watch. The timepiece that had survived his journey through the centuries, that had marked the hours of his captivity and exile, it contained components that were precisely what his temporal anchor needed. Without hesitation, he began to disassemble the watch, removing its springs and gears with the delicate touch of a master craftsman. The pieces fitted into the sundial's mechanism as if they had been designed for that purpose, completing circuits that had remained open for 2 millennia. The moment the final component clicked into place, the temporal anchor began to glow with the same luminescence that suffused the chamber. The astronomical instruments around the platform responded, their bronze surfaces displaying calculations that tracked the approaching moment of temporal opportunity. "Now," the Guardian shouted. "The alignment is perfect, but remember, someone must anchor the process from this end." Alaric looked around the chamber, seeing the desperate situation of his companions. Marcellus was down, his sword broken, blood streaming from a wound in his side. Gaius fought with the fury of desperation, but he was old and tiring rapidly. Only Cassia remained unengaged in the battle, standing beside the platform with her eyes fixed on the glowing sundial. "I'll do it," she said quietly, her voice barely audible over the din of combat. "I understand the mathematics, and my mind is strong enough to handle the strain." "No." Alaric reached for her, but she stepped back, placing herself at the centre of the astronomical array. "There has to be another way. There is no other way, and you know it." Her smile was sad but resolute. "This is what I choose, Alaric. Let me choose." The sundial's glow intensified as the celestial alignment reached its peak. Around the chamber, the bronze mirrors began to focus their reflected light onto the platform, creating a network of energy that made the air itself shimmer with potential. The moment of transition was approaching rapidly. Cassia began to speak in a language that Alaric didn't recognize, her words following mathematical patterns that seemed to resonate with the fabric of space-time itself. As she spoke, her form began to blur, becoming translucent as her consciousness dispersed across multiple temporal dimensions. "Remember me?" she whispered, her voice coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Remember all of us." The last thing Alaric saw before the world dissolved around him was her face, beautiful and terrible in its sacrifice, as she gave up her singular existence to anchor his passage through time. Then the bronze mirrors flared with blinding light. The astronomical instruments screamed with harmonic resonance, and reality folded in on itself once again. He awoke in his London workshop to the familiar sound of coal smoke and fog pressing against the windows. The gaslight flickered exactly as he remembered, casting the same shadows across his cluttered workbench. His pocket watch, whole and undamaged, read midnight on December 22nd, exactly 24 hours after he had begun his experiment. But the sundial was gone. In its place on his workbench lay only a small gear of unknown metal, warm to the touch and inscribed with symbols that hurt to look at directly. When he picked it up, he found that it had somehow embedded itself in his palm, becoming part of him in a way that was more than merely physical. The knowledge remained too. Everything he had learned in ancient Rome, every insight into the nature of time and causality, every moment of love and loss, all of it was preserved in his memory with perfect clarity. He was no longer simply Alaric Grayson, Victorian clockmaker, but something more complex. A man who had lived in two eras and understood the true cost of temporal power. On his desk, written in a hand he recognised with a pang of grief, was a scroll of papyrus that had not been there before his departure. Cassia's final gift to him, the story of her life after his departure, written in the scattered moments of consciousness that remained to her across the multiple timelines she now inhabited. She had lived, the scroll told him, though not in any way that could be called normal. Her sacrifice had dispersed her consciousness across every possible version of history, allowing her to witness the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of stars, the endless dance of cause and effect that governed the universe. She had become something between human and goddess, a guardian of temporal continuity who ensured that the most dangerous paradoxes were prevented. The scroll ended with words that brought tears to his eyes. "I have seen every possible future, my love, and in all of them our sacrifice had meaning. The knowledge you carry back to your time will guide humanity toward wisdom, though the path will be long and difficult. Remember us not with sorrow but with joy, for we achieved something that no others in history have managed. We touched the very heart of time itself and found it good." The next morning brought Fletcher Moss to his door again, bearing word of another auction, another collection of mysterious artefacts from the ancient world. But this time, Alaric was ready. The gear embedded in his palm pulsed with warmth as he examined the dealer's offerings, revealing which items were authentic temporal devices and which were merely curious relics. "This one," he said, pointing to a bronze armillary sphere that looked unremarkable but sang with harmonic resonance to his enhanced senses. "And that, a Roman abacus that contained computational principles centuries ahead of its apparent age." "You've developed quite an eye," Fletcher observed with professional admiration. "Most collectors take years to develop such discrimination." Alaric smiled, thinking of Cassia and her patient instruction in the mathematical principles that governed temporal mechanics. "I've had good teachers." As the weeks passed, Alaric began to understand the true scope of his mission. The knowledge he had gained in ancient Rome was not meant to be hoarded but shared, disseminated carefully among those who could use it responsibly. He began to write, crafting papers on advanced mathematics and mechanical engineering that pushed the boundaries of Victorian science without revealing their true source. The Royal Society received his treatise on harmonic resonance and precision timekeeping with considerable interest. The principles he outlined, while theoretically sound, seemed to spring from nowhere, mathematical insights that had no clear precedent in existing literature. When pressed for the source of his inspiration, Alaric claimed to have discovered them in fragmentary Roman texts, a story that was plausible if unlikely. More papers followed. On the mechanical computation of astronomical phenomena, principles of temporal measurement in ancient civilizations, and the mathematical foundations of historical chronology. Each one contained insights that were decades ahead of their time, carefully disguised as scholarly speculation rather than hard-won knowledge. But it was his private work that truly mattered. In the evenings, when his official correspondence was complete, Alaric laboured on a comprehensive treatise on temporal mechanics, the complete theory of time travel as understood by the Roman Mechanist Guild, expanded and refined by his own experiences. The work was too dangerous to publish, but it would serve as a guide for future generations who might encounter the same mysteries he had faced. He also began to collect, using his enhanced understanding to identify and acquire genuine temporal artifacts before they could fall into dangerous hands. The gear in his palm served as an infallible detector, warming in the presence of devices that could manipulate time and remaining cool near mere curiosities. Slowly, carefully, he built a collection that rivaled the holdings of the Vault of Kronos itself. The work was lonely. There was no one in his own era who could understand what he had experienced, no one who could appreciate the sacrifices that had been made to bring him home. He thought often of Cassia, wondering if somewhere in the vast web of alternate timelines she was aware of his efforts. The gear in his palm would sometimes grow warm without apparent cause, and he chose to interpret this as her presence, watching over him from her dispersed existence across the centuries. Years passed. Alaric's reputation as a scholar grew, his papers cited by the leading scientists of the age. But none of them suspected that their respected colleague was working from knowledge gained in an era that had ended more than a millennium before their birth. The future that Cassia had seen in her visions began to take shape, as humanity slowly absorbed the insights he provided, advancing toward wisdom rather than mere technological power. On the 10th anniversary of his return, Alaric made a pilgrimage to the British Museum, where fragments of Roman civilization were displayed for the education and entertainment of Victorian society. Among the bronze artifacts and marble statues, he found a small case containing items recently acquired from excavations near Delphi. Most were unremarkable: pottery shards, coins, fragments of inscriptions, but one piece made his breath catch in his throat. It was a small bronze gear, identical to the one embedded in his palm, inscribed with the same symbols that hurt to look at directly. The museum's placard identified it simply as mechanical component, Roman period, unknown purpose. But Alaric knew what it was: a piece of the master anchor, somehow preserved through the centuries and finally making its way to London. As he stood before the display case, the gear in his palm grew warm, resonating with its ancient counterpart. For a moment, he thought he could hear Cassia's voice whispering across the centuries, speaking words of love and encouragement that only he could understand. "Time is not a river," he murmured, remembering the words that had ended his original outline so long ago. "It's a machine, and I intend to build a key." But now he understood that the key was not a physical device but knowledge itself, the understanding that time's greatest power lay not in the ability to change the past but in the wisdom to shape the future. The machine of time was already built, had always existed, and his role was not to master it but to serve it, ensuring that its immense power was used for the betterment of all humanity. The fog pressed against the museum's windows as he made his way home through the gaslit streets of London, carrying with him the weight of centuries and the hope of ages yet to come. Behind him, in their glass cases, the artifacts of Rome waited silently for the next scholar who might be wise enough to understand their true purpose. And somewhere in the vast web of time, Cassia watched and smiled, knowing that their sacrifice had not been in vain. The storm had been building all afternoon, dark clouds rolling across the New England countryside like an ominous tide. Nathaniel Harrow pressed his face against the barn window, watching lightning fork across the sky in brilliant, jagged lines. At 17, he had seen plenty of storms, but this one felt different, charged with an electricity that seemed to hum in his very bones. The barn around him was cluttered with the remnants of his uncle's madness, or what the townspeople had called madness. Ezra Harrow had been the village eccentric, a man who spoke of impossible things and built contraptions that defied understanding. When consumption finally claimed him 3 months ago, he left everything to his nephew, including a collection of brass gears, copper wiring, and cryptic schematics that covered every available surface. Nate had been working on his uncle's final project for weeks now, trying to decipher the barely legible notes scrawled in the margins of detailed drawings. The device looked like an oversized compass, its brass housing intricate with engravings that seemed to shift in the lamplight. At its centre sat a crystalline lens, and around its perimeter Uncle Ezra had arranged a series of delicate magnetic dials. According to his notes, the device was meant to harness the Earth's magnetic field, though for what purpose Nate couldn't fathom. Thunder crashed overhead, rattling the barn walls. In the sudden flash of lightning, Nate noticed something he hadn't seen before. A setting on the compass marked simply as Origin. It wasn't on any map he knew, wasn't a direction or location that made sense. But Uncle Ezra's final note, written in a shaking hand, had been clear. When the heavens rage, align to Origin, and let the earth remember. With trembling fingers, Nate adjusted the primary dial to the mysterious setting. The moment the needle locked into place, the entire device began to vibrate with a low, harmonic hum. The brass housing grew warm beneath his hands, and the crystalline lens at its centre began to glow with an inner light that pulsed in rhythm with the storm outside. Another lightning bolt split the sky, this one so close that the barn filled with the acrid smell of ozone. But instead of dissipating, the electrical charge seemed drawn to the compass. Sparks danced along its brass edges, and the magnetic dials spun wildly as if struggling against some invisible force. "What have you done, Uncle Ezra?" Nate whispered, his voice barely audible over the growing drone of the device. The barn door burst open in the wind, and through it, Nate could see the lightning gathering above in unnatural patterns, spiralling downward like a luminous whirlpool. He tried to step back from the compass, but found himself frozen, his hands seemingly welded to the warm brass. When the lightning struck, it came not as a single bolt, but as a cascade of pure energy that poured through the open door and into the compass. The world exploded into brilliant white light, and Nate felt himself torn apart and reassembled in the space between heartbeats. The last thing he remembered was the sound of time itself screaming as it bent around him. Consciousness returned slowly, accompanied by sounds that didn't belong in any world Nate knew. Gone was the familiar creaking of the barn, the drumming of rain on the roof. Instead, he heard the distant trumpeting of massive creatures, the rustle of unfamiliar foliage, and the splash of water over stones. Nate opened his eyes to find himself lying on soft grass beside a river that ran clearer than any he had ever seen. The sky above was a brilliant blue unmarred by the smoke of any chimney, and the air carried scents both lush and wild. But it was the landscape itself that made his breath catch, rolling hills covered in vegetation that seemed too vibrant, too primal. And in the distance, moving with ponderous grace through groves of trees, were shapes that belonged in the pages of natural philosophy books, not in reality. He sat up slowly, his body aching as if he'd been thrown from a great height. The temporal compass lay beside him, its brass surface now cracked, and one of its delicate gears missing entirely. The crystalline lens at its centre had spider-webbed with fractures, though it still held a faint inner glow. A sound like rolling thunder made him look up just in time to see a creature the size of a barn emerging from the forest. Its curved tusks gleamed in the sunlight, and its trunk swayed as it tested the air. Nate had seen illustrations of mammoths in his uncle's books, but no drawing could have prepared him for the sheer presence of the living animal. This was no world he recognised, no time he could place. The mammoth paid him no attention, moving on towards some distant watering hole. But other sounds were drawing closer, the padding of heavy feet, the crack of branches. Through the underbrush came something that made Nate's blood freeze. A massive cat with fangs like ivory daggers, its muscled body rippling beneath tawny fur. It had caught his scent and was stalking forward with predatory patience. Nate scrambled to his feet, clutching the broken compass, and ran. Behind him came the sound of the great cat giving chase, its breathing like the bellows of a forge. He crashed through bushes and leaped over fallen logs, his civilized upbringing no match for the desperation of pure survival. Just when he thought his lungs would burst, he heard something else. Human voices, raised in warning. A spear flew past his ear and embedded itself in a tree trunk. More spears followed, and the sound of the pursuing cat changed to a snarl of frustration. When Nate finally stopped running and looked back, he saw a group of beings that were unmistakably human, yet unlike any people he had ever encountered. They were shorter than the men of his time, broader of shoulder and thicker of limb. Their hair was wild and their skin weathered by constant exposure to the elements. They wore simple garments of hide and sinew, and their eyes held an intelligence that was both sharp and wary. The one who seemed to be their leader, a woman with prematurely grey hair and scars that spoke of countless battles, stepped forward and spoke in a language that was all clicking, consonants, and flowing vowels. Nate raised his hands to show he meant no harm, though he doubted they would understand the gesture. The woman, clearly the matriarch of this group, circled him slowly, taking in his strange clothes and pale skin. She reached out and touched the fabric of his shirt, her expression puzzled. When her fingers found the temporal compass, she jerked back as if stung. One of the men, a giant with arms like tree trunks and a face marked by ritual scars, growled something that needed no translation. He wanted to kill the stranger and be done with it. But the woman held up a hand and the giant reluctantly lowered his stone-tipped spear. What followed was a halting process of communication through gestures and simple demonstrations. Nate learned that the woman was called Kala and the scarred giant was Drog. Their tribe, the Urukar, lived in a series of caves along the river. They had been hunting when they heard the commotion and came to investigate. As they led him back to their settlement, Nate tried to process what had happened to him. The landscape, the creatures, the people themselves. Everything pointed to an impossible conclusion. He had travelled not just through space, but through time itself. The compass had somehow hurled him back thousands upon thousands of years, to an age when humanity was still finding its place in a world of giants. The caves of the Urukar were larger than Nate had expected, their walls blackened by generations of fires. Cave paintings covered every available surface, depicting hunts and rituals and astronomical observations that spoke of minds capable of abstract thought. The tribe gathered around him, chattering in their flowing language while Kala tried to decide what to do with this strange visitor. That first night, Nate proved his worth in the most basic way possible. The tribe's fire had died down to embers, and the younger members were struggling to restart it with their primitive fire-starting tools. Nate still carried his flint and steel from 1805, and when he struck sparks into a handful of dry tinder, the resulting flame seemed like magic to the watching Urukar. But it was what came next that truly earned their respect. Using principles of leverage that wouldn't be formally described for millennia, Nate showed them how to construct a simple pulley system that made moving heavy stones effortless. When they went hunting the next day, he demonstrated improvements to their spear-throwing technique based on his understanding of physics and trajectory. Slowly, painfully, Nate learned to survive in this ancient world. His soft hands grew calloused from napping flint and working hide. His pale skin darkened under the prehistoric sun. He learned to read the signs that warned of approaching predators and to find water in seemingly barren landscapes. The Urukar began to accept him not as a curiosity, but as one of their own. Among them, one stood out to Nate more than the others. Ina was perhaps 18, with dark hair that caught the firelight and eyes that seemed to hold depth of curiosity, unusual even among her intelligent people. She alone seemed to understand that his knowledge came from somewhere else, some impossible elsewhere that existed beyond the boundaries of their world. When Nate began sketching the phases of the moon on cave walls, using charcoal to create detailed astronomical charts, Ina watched with fascination. She helped him map the movement of stars, and together they calculated the turning of seasons with an accuracy that amazed even Kala. In return, Ina showed Nate things about their world that no outsider had ever been permitted to see. It was Ina who led him to the sacred burial cave, a place where the Urukar honoured their ancestors and sought communion with the spirits of the earth. The cave walls were covered with paintings more ancient than any in the main settlement, depicting hunts and ceremonies that stretched back through uncounted generations. But it was what lay at the cave's heart that made Nate's blood run cold. Partially embedded in what appeared to be fossilised bone was an artefact that had no business existing in this time. It was made of the same brass as his temporal compass, carved with similar symbols and still bearing traces of that same inner glow. But this device was broken, its pieces scattered among the ancient remains as if it had exploded with tremendous force. "How long has this been here?" Nate asked Ina in the mixture of gestures and simple words they had developed to communicate. Her answer chilled him. According to the oldest songs of her people, the metal thing that fell from stars had been in the sacred cave since the time of the first mothers, since the very beginning of memory. Someone else had travelled through time, someone else had possessed a device like his own. And something had gone catastrophically wrong. That night, as the tribe gathered around their fires, the elders spoke of ancient legends. Through Ina's translation, Nate learned of the fire-toothed beast, a creature that had haunted their people's nightmares for generations beyond counting. It was said to be a great cat with fangs like spears and eyes that burned with stolen fire. According to the stories, it guarded something precious, the fire from the stars that had fallen in the time of the first mothers. As the elders' words washed over him, Nate studied the ancient cave paintings more carefully. One image in particular caught his attention, a great cat with something circular and glowing embedded in one eye. The shape was unmistakable. It looked exactly like his temporal compass. When he examined his own device more carefully the next morning, he confirmed what he had begun to suspect. One of the critical gears was indeed missing, torn away during his violent journey through time. Without it, the compass was nothing more than an elaborate paperweight. But if the legends were true, if the fire-toothed beast really did carry a piece of starfire in its eye, then perhaps his gear, or one like it, was still somewhere in this ancient world. Nate began planning in secret, studying the beast's territory and learning everything he could about its habits. The Urka spoke of it in whispers, describing a creature that had grown far beyond the natural size of its kind, fed by the strange energies of the starfire it carried. It laired in the volcanic canyons to the north, where sulphurous vapours rose from fissures in the earth, and the very ground was hot to the touch. Ina discovered his preparations before he could stop her. She found him crafting a spear with an obsidian point he had knapped to surgical sharpness, bound to a shaft of hardwood with sinews that had been treated to maximise strength and flexibility. His shield was a masterwork of prehistoric engineering, layers of hide stretched over a frame designed to distribute impact across its entire surface. When she confronted him, her eyes blazing with fury and fear, Nate tried to explain. Through gestures and the few words they shared, he told her about the compass, about his need to return to his own time, about the gear that might make it possible. But Ina understood more than he had given her credit for. She knew he was planning to leave, to abandon her and their people for a world she could never comprehend. Their argument continued through the night, but by dawn, Ina had made her decision. If Nate was determined to face the fire-toothed beast, she would help him do it properly. Together, they slipped away from the main settlement before the rest of the tribe awakened. The journey to the volcanic canyons took 3 days of hard travel through increasingly hostile terrain. The very air grew thick and sulphurous as they approached the beast's territory, and the ground beneath their feet radiated heat like a forge. Strange plants grew here, adapted to the hellish conditions, and the few animals they encountered were likewise changed. Smaller, quicker, with eyes that gleamed with unnatural intelligence. They found the beast's lair at the heart of a canyon where the walls wet moisture that stank of brimstone. The cave mouth was littered with bones, not just the remains of ordinary prey, but the fossilized skeletons of creatures that had been extinct for eons. And moving among these ancient remains was the fire-toothed beast itself. It was larger than Nate had dared imagine, easily twice the size of any saber-toothed cat that had ever lived. Its muscles rippled beneath a coat that seemed to absorb light, and its fangs were indeed like spears, curved and gleaming with venom. But it was the creature's left eye that confirmed every legend. Where there should have been an orb of living tissue, there was instead a sphere of brass and crystal that pulsed with inner fire. Nate had prepared as best he could. He had studied the creature's movements from a distance, noting its habits and weaknesses. He had constructed traps using principles of mechanical advantage that wouldn't be formally discovered for millennia. Weighted nets hung ready to drop from carefully positioned stones, and a pit lined with sharpened stakes awaited beneath a covering of carefully arranged branches. But when the moment came, when the fire-toothed beast emerged from its lair and caught his scent, all of Nate's preparations proved insufficient. The creature was too intelligent, too experienced in the ways of hunters who thought themselves clever. It avoided his pit with contemptuous ease and shredded his nets with claws like iron knives. What followed was less a battle than a desperate dance of survival. Nate used fire as his ancestors had, creating barriers of flame that forced the beast to approach from predictable angles. He used his understanding of leverage and momentum to turn the creature's size against it, striking at joints and pressure points with surgical precision. But for every advantage his knowledge gave him, the beast countered with raw power and predatory cunning honed by ages of hunting. The fight raged through the sulphurous canyon as volcanic vents spewed steam and the very stones cracked from the heat. Nate's spear found its mark more than once, but the beast's hide was thick and its vitality seemingly inexhaustible. His shield absorbed blow after blow from claws that could have shattered stone, until finally the bronze bindings gave way and the frame splintered. In the end, it was not superior strategy that saved him, but a moment of pure instinct. As the fire-toothed beast lunged for his throat, Nate threw himself forward instead of back, driving his obsidian spear point up through the soft tissue beneath the creature's jaw and into its brain. The beast's momentum carried it past him, and they both collapsed in a tangle of limbs and blood. When Ina found him, Nate was barely conscious, his body torn by claws and his left arm hanging useless at his side, but he was alive, and more importantly the brass gear was within reach. The fire-toothed beast's death had caused the strange eye to crack and split, revealing the mechanical component that had been fused into its flesh. Extracting the gear required careful work with tools of stone and bone, and it was clear that what they recovered was not exactly what Nate had lost. This piece was older, more corroded, marked by eons of exposure to the beast's alien physiology. But it was similar enough in design that it might serve, might complete the circuit that would allow his compass to function again. The journey back to the caves of the Uakar was a blur of pain and fever. Ina tended his wounds with medicines made from plants he couldn't identify, and somehow kept him alive through the worst of it. When they finally reached the sacred burial cave, Nate was barely strong enough to work, but work he did. By firelight, using tools that Stone Age craftsmen had honed to perfection, he began the delicate process of repairing his temporal compass. The corroded gear had to be cleaned and adjusted, its teeth filed to match the device's requirements. New connections had to be forged using techniques that blended the metallurgy of his own time with the practical knowledge he had gained among the Urkar. The work took days, and all the while, Nate was aware that his time in this ancient world was drawing to a close. The compass was healing, its brass surface regaining its former luster, its crystalline lens slowly clearing as the fractures sealed themselves. Whatever force had brought him here, whether magnetism or something more exotic, was preparing to carry him home. The Urka gathered for what they somehow knew would be his final night among them. They painted symbols on his tattered clothes using pigments made from ochre and charcoal, marking him as one who had walked between worlds. Kala spoke words in their ancient language that needed no translation. Blessing, gratitude, farewell. But it was Ina's farewell that broke his heart. She had taken one of the brass buttons from his 1805 shirt and strung it on a cord of braided sinew. As she placed it around her neck, Nate understood that she meant to remember him always, to carry a piece of his impossible world into whatever future awaited her people. They stood together beneath the aurora borealis, those same northern lights that would dance above New England thousands of years in the future. Ina traced the constellations with her finger, and Nate realized she was showing him the way home, not through space, but through time itself. The storm that had brought him here was building again, though whether it was the same storm or another altogether, he couldn't say. Lightning flickered in the distance, and the temporal compass began to hum with renewed life. Its dials spun freely now, seeking some magnetic true north that existed beyond the boundaries of ordinary time. As the first raindrops began to fall, Nate activated the device one final time. The brass housing grew warm in his hands, and the repaired lens blazed with the light of captured stars. The Urka watched in amazement as blue fire danced around him, and reality began to bend and twist. The last thing he saw of that ancient world was Ina's face, illuminated by the temporal energies that were tearing him away from her. She was crying, but she was also smiling, as if she understood that some partings were necessary. Some journeys had to be completed alone. Then the world exploded into light and motion, and Nate felt himself hurled forward through the screaming corridors of time. He awakened in his uncle's barn, sprawled on the same wooden floor where he had begun this impossible journey. The storm outside was already moving on, its thunder fading into the distance. By the light of his overturned lamp he could see that only minutes had passed since his departure. The same rain was still dripping through the same cracks in the roof. But Nate himself was changed beyond recognition. His clothes were torn and stained, marked with symbols painted in pigments that would not exist for thousands of years. His hands were scarred from working with stone tools, and his left arm bore the claw marks of a creature that had died before human civilization began. Most importantly, when he searched his pockets, he found proof that his journey had been more than a dream. Ina's necklace was there, the brass buttons strung on braided sinew, still carrying the scent of wood smoke in ancient places. In the days that followed, as his wounds healed and his strength returned, Nate began the work of documenting what he had experienced. He completed his uncle's journal, filling in the missing pieces with knowledge gained in the dawn of time. He studied the temporal compass, learning its secrets and preparing for whatever journeys might yet come. But he was careful to hide the device away, knowing that its power was too great for the world of 1805 to understand. Sometimes, on nights when the moon was full and the northern lights danced above New England, he would take it out and hold it in his hands, feeling the pulse of energies that connected all times and places. He thought often of Ina and the Urkar, wondering what had become of them in the vast sweep of history. Had they survived to become ancestors of modern humanity? Had their descendants carried forward some memory of the strange visitor who had walked among them? He would never know for certain, but sometimes, in the depths of winter nights, he thought he could hear their voices carried on the wind. The temporal compass waited in its hiding place, patient as only such devices could be. Nate had learned its secrets, but he had also learned the cost of using them. Time travel was not a gift to be used lightly. It was a responsibility that required wisdom, courage, and the willingness to accept that some journeys change the traveller as much as they change the destination. As months turned to years, Nate established himself as an inventor and natural philosopher, though he was careful never to reveal knowledge too far ahead of his time. He married a local girl and built a life that seemed ordinary to his neighbours, but every full moon he would check on the device that had shown him wonders beyond imagination. The brass button on its sinew cord remained his most treasured possession, a reminder of a love that had bridged the vast gulf of time. Sometimes he wondered if he should return, if he could find his way back to that ancient world, and the woman who had helped him become something more than he had been. But deep in his heart, he knew that some journeys were meant to be taken only once. The boy who had stumbled into the past through accident and desperation was gone, replaced by a man who understood that time itself was alive, aware, and infinitely dangerous. The temporal compass would remain hidden, its secrets guarded, until someone worthy enough and brave enough came along to claim them. And on nights when the aurora borealis painted the sky in shades of green and gold, Nathaniel Harrow would stand at his window and remember a cave girl who had shown him that love could exist in any time, in any place, in any form. The button around her neck had been his gift to the past, but her courage and wisdom were her gifts to his future. The storm outside his window began to build again, and for just a moment Nate's hand moved toward the hiding place, where the compass waited. But then he smiled and turned away, content to let the lightning flash and the thunder roll without intervention. Some storms were meant to be weathered, not travelled through. Time would call to him again some day, he was certain of that. But until it did, he would live in the present, carrying the past in his heart and the future in his dreams, a guardian of secrets that spanned the ages. Years passed like pages turning in a book written by invisible hands. Nate married Mary Thornton, the daughter of the local blacksmith, and together they built a life that seemed unremarkable to their neighbours. Their farmhouse sat on a hill overlooking the Connecticut River, and their fields produced wheat and corn that fed half the county. To the people of Millbrook, Nathaniel Harrow was simply a successful farmer, with an unusual talent for mechanical contraptions and an uncanny ability to predict the weather. But Mary knew better. She had seen the scars on her husband's body, marks that no New England predator could have made. She had watched him wake from dreams that left him speaking words in no language she recognised, calling out a name that sounded like Ina, in a voice filled with longing and loss. And on nights when the aurora borealis painted the northern sky, she had seen him standing at their bedroom window with tears streaming down his face, staring at something only he could see. Their marriage was built on love and mutual respect, but also on an understanding that some parts of Nate's past would remain forever sealed. Mary asked no questions about the brass button he kept in a locked box in his study, or about the complex mechanical device wrapped in silk beside it. She simply accepted that her husband carried secrets that were not meant for sharing, and she loved him all the more fiercely for the burden she could see he bore. Their children came in due time, first Samuel, then Rebecca, then the twins Thomas and Sarah. Each child inherited something of their father's curiosity and mechanical aptitude, though none showed the obsessive brilliance that had driven Nate to unlock the mysteries of time itself. He taught them to read the stars and predict the seasons, to work with their hands and think with their hearts, but he never spoke of the device that had shown him wonders beyond their comprehension. As the children grew, Nate established himself as more than just a farmer. His innovations in agricultural machinery revolutionized farming throughout the Connecticut Valley. His improvements to water mills and grain processing made him wealthy enough to endow the town's first proper school. And his detailed weather predictions, based on atmospheric observations that wouldn't be formally understood for decades, saved countless crops from unexpected storms. But it was his work as an unofficial doctor that truly set him apart. Using knowledge gained from watching Ina treat his wounds with prehistoric remedies, Nate developed healing techniques that seemed almost magical to his contemporaries. He could set bones so they healed straight and strong, treat infections with plant-based medicines that no physician in Boston could identify, and diagnose ailments by reading signs that other healers missed entirely. The town began to whisper that Nathaniel Harrow had been touched by something otherworldly, though they couldn't agree on what. Some said he had made a pact with forest spirits during a vision quest in the mountains. Others claimed he had studied with Indian medicine men who had taught him secrets passed down from the time before memory. A few of the more superstitious residents suggested he was in league with darker forces, though they kept such thoughts to themselves. Nate bore their speculation with quiet dignity, knowing that the truth was far stranger than any tale they could invent. He had indeed learned from teachers who predated civilization itself, but they had been human beings like himself, just separated from him by an abyss of time that defied comprehension. On his 40th birthday, as he sat in his study reviewing the agricultural accounts that had made him one of the wealthiest men in the county, Nate found himself drawn once again to the locked box that contained his most precious possessions. The temporal compass seemed to pulse with restrained energy, as if sensing his attention. Beside it, Ina's necklace lay coiled like a sleeping serpent, the brass button worn smooth by decades of handling. He had not activated the device in 23 years, but its presence had never left his thoughts. Sometimes he dreamed of the volcanic canyons where he had faced the fire-toothed beast, or of the sacred cave where ancient paintings recorded the passage of time travellers who had come before him. More often, he dreamed of Ina's face illuminated by firelight, her eyes bright with curiosity and affection. What had become of her? Had she lived a full life among the Urka, eventually becoming a matriarch like Kala? Had she taken a mate from among the tribe's hunters, born children who carried forward some fragment of the knowledge they had shared? Or had she died young, perhaps in childbirth or during one of the harsh winters that claimed so many in that unforgiving age? The not knowing was perhaps the cruelest aspect of his exile from that ancient world. He could calculate the orbital mechanics that governed the motion of planets, could predict eclipses decades in advance, could design machines that would not be invented for generations, but he could not reach across 50,000 years to learn the fate of the woman who had saved his life and stolen his heart. As if summoned by his thoughts, a knock came at the study door. Mary entered carrying a tray of tea and sweet cakes, her greying hair pinned up in the practical style she had favoured since their first child was born. At 55 she was still beautiful, though her beauty had evolved from the fresh loveliness of youth to something deeper and more enduring. "You've been brooding again," she said gently, setting the tray on his desk and settling into the chair across from him. "Every year around this time you get that look, as if you're seeing something the rest of us can't." Nate smiled, though he knew it didn't reach his eyes. Just thinking about roads not taken, paths that might have led to different destinations. "We all have those," Mary replied, pouring tea for both of them. "But dwelling on them won't change anything. The life we've built together is a good one, Nathaniel. Our children are healthy and happy. Our community respects us, and we've made our mark on the world. What more could a man ask for?" Before he could answer, young Samuel burst through the door with the enthusiasm that only a 15-year-old could muster. Their eldest son had grown tall and lean like his father, with the same dark hair and intense eyes that seemed to see more than they should. "Father, you have to come see this," Samuel exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement. "There's the most peculiar storm building over the eastern ridge. The lightning is moving in spirals and the thunder sounds like nothing I've ever heard before." Nate's blood turned to ice water. He rose from his chair so quickly that he knocked over his teacup, sending hot liquid cascading across his papers. Through the study window he could see what his son had described, a storm unlike any that belonged to the natural world of 1828. The clouds were moving in patterns that defied the normal flow of weather, and the lightning that flickered within them pulsed with an almost mechanical rhythm. "Samuel, go to your mother and siblings," Nate said, his voice tight with barely controlled urgency. "Make sure they stay inside, no matter what they see or hear. Do you understand me?" The boy nodded, though confusion clouded his features. He had never heard his father speak with such intensity, never seen that particular look of fear and recognition in his eyes. Mary rose from her chair, her own expression growing concerned. "Nathaniel, what is it? What's wrong?" But Nate was already moving toward the locked box, his hands trembling as he withdrew the temporal compass. The device was warm to the touch, its brass housing vibrating with harmonics that seemed to resonate with the approaching storm. The crystalline lens at its centre blazed with inner fire, and the magnetic dials spun wildly as they sought some impossible true north. "Someone else is coming," he whispered, staring at the compass in horrified fascination. "Another traveller is about to arrive." Outside, the storm reached its crescendo. Lightning struck the earth with systematic precision, each bolt following paths that formed geometric patterns visible only from above. The thunder that followed was not the chaotic rumble of natural weather, but a measured cadence that spoke of intelligence and purpose. And then, in the space between one heartbeat and the next, the storm simply ceased. The unnatural clouds dissipated as if they had never been, leaving behind a sky so clear and star-filled that it seemed like a different world entirely. But in that moment of perfect silence, Nate heard something that made his soul ache with recognition. The sound of a human voice crying out in confusion and fear. Without another word to his wife, Nate grabbed a lantern and rushed from the house. He found the newcomer in the same field where he himself had awakened 23 years earlier, a young woman in clothes that belonged to no era he could identify. Her hair was the colour of autumn leaves, and her skin bore the pallor of someone who had spent too much time indoors. But it was her eyes that confirmed his suspicions. They held the same look of desperate confusion that he remembered from his own arrival in that prehistoric world. The woman clutched a device that was unmistakably another temporal compass, though this one was crafted from silver rather than brass, and bore engravings in a script that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. Like his own device, it was damaged. Its crystalline core cracked, several of its delicate mechanisms scattered across the grass. "Where am I?" she gasped, struggling to sit up. "When am I?" The calculations were perfect. The magnetic alignment was exact. But something went wrong during the transition. Nate knelt beside her, his lantern casting flickering shadows across her pale features. "You're in Connecticut, in the year 1828, and unless I'm very much mistaken, you're not from this time any more than I am." The woman's eyes widened with shock and recognition. "You're another traveller? But that's impossible. The records show only 3 successful temporal translations in human history, and 2 of them ended in disaster." "Records?" Nate helped her to her feet, noting the way she favoured her left leg. "What records? Who are you, and when do you come from?" "Dr. Elena Vasquez," she replied, extending a hand in a gesture that seemed natural despite the centuries that separated them. "I'm a temporal physicist from the year 2157, and according to our historical databases, you're Nathaniel Harrow, the man who disappeared during a lightning storm in 1805 and returned with knowledge that shouldn't have existed for another century." Nate stared at her in amazement. In all his years of guarding the secret of time travel, he had never imagined that future generations would not only discover his story, but study it as historical fact. "You came here looking for me?" "In a manner of speaking," Elena replied, gathering the scattered components of her device with practiced efficiency. "We've been studying temporal anomalies for decades, trying to understand how the early experiments were possible. Your case was particularly intriguing because you managed to return safely from a journey that should have been impossible with such primitive equipment." As they walked back toward the farmhouse, Eleanor explained the state of temporal research in her own time. Humanity had colonized much of the solar system, developed technologies that seemed like magic to Nate's 19th century perspective, and eventually turned their attention to the ultimate frontier, time itself. But their efforts had been plagued by disasters, paradoxes, and travellers who vanished without a trace. "The mathematics are incredibly complex," she said, limping slightly as they climbed the hill toward his home. "Every journey through time creates ripples that can affect past and future in unpredictable ways. We've lost dozens of researchers to temporal storms, causality loops, and worse. Your uncle's design was crude by our standards, but it incorporated principles that we're only beginning to understand. Mary met them at the door, her expression a mixture of concern and resignation. She had lived with Nathaniel's secrets long enough to recognise when something extraordinary was happening, even if she couldn't fully comprehend its nature. "Another traveller?" she asked simply, as if visitors from the future were a common occurrence. "Dr. Elena Vasquez," Nate replied, helping the injured woman into the parlour. "She's from much further in the future than we are from the past." Over the next several hours, as Elena's wounds were tended and her story unfolded, Nate learned truths that challenged everything he thought he understood about time travel. The temporal compass was not simply a device for moving through time, it was a key that unlocked fundamental forces of the universe, forces that connected all moments and all possibilities in a vast, incomprehensible web. "Your journey to the prehistoric era wasn't an accident," Eleanor explained, studying his own compass with instruments that materialized from hidden pockets in her strange clothing. The device was drawn to a point of temporal significance, a moment when the timeline itself was vulnerable to change. The presence of another time traveller, whoever left that broken device in the cave, created a kind of magnetic attractor that pulled you to that specific moment. Nate felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you saying that someone else, someone from our future, had already visited that time?" "Not our future," Eleanor corrected. "Our past. The remains you found in the sacred cave belong to Dr. Marcus Chen, a researcher from the year 2089. He was part of the first generation of temporal explorers, using technology that was still experimental and dangerous. His device malfunctioned during the return journey, stranding him in the Pleistocene era where he eventually died." The implications struck Nate like a physical blow. The Urquhart had been dealing with time travellers for generations, not just him, but others who had arrived before and after his own visit. The legends of the fire-toothed beast took on new meaning. Perhaps the creature had been transformed not just by Dr. Chen's device, but by exposure to multiple temporal anomalies over the centuries. "How many?" he asked quietly. "How many travellers have gone back to that time?" Eleanor consulted a device that resembled a crystal tablet, its surface displaying information in symbols that seemed to write themselves. "Our records show at least 7 confirmed arrivals in the period between 50,000 and 45,000 BCE. Most of them were researchers like Dr. Chen, studying the early development of human civilization. But there were others, refugees from timeline wars, explorers seeking virgin territories, even a few who went back simply because they could." "Timeline wars?" Mary interjected, her voice sharp with concern. "What do you mean by timeline wars?" Elena's expression grew grim. "In my era, temporal technology became a weapon. Nations, corporations, and ideological factions began sending agents back to change key historical events, trying to create timelines that favoured their own interests. The result was chaos, contradictory histories, paradoxes that threatened to unravel causality itself, and entire civilizations that flickered in and out of existence." She paused, gathering her thoughts before continuing. "That's why I'm here, actually. The Temporal Regulatory Commission sent me back to study the early period of time travel, hoping to understand how the original travellers like you managed to avoid the catastrophic side effects that plague our more advanced attempts." Nate absorbed this information with growing horror. His innocent experiment with his uncle's device had been the first link in a chain of events that would eventually lead to wars fought across time itself. The peaceful world of 1828 seemed suddenly fragile, vulnerable to forces beyond his comprehension. "Can it be stopped?" he asked. "These timeline wars, the chaos you describe, is there a way to prevent them?" Eleanor's smile was sad but determined. "That's what we're trying to find out. The Commission believes that the key lies in understanding the original temporal compass designs, the ones that seem to work in harmony with time's natural flow rather than fighting against it. Your uncle's device, and others like it, may represent a fundamentally different approach to temporal manipulation. As dawn approached, Elena worked to repair her damaged compass using tools and knowledge from an era centuries beyond Nate's comprehension. But the principles she employed were remarkably similar to those he had learned in that prehistoric cave, suggesting that some truths transcended time and technology. "There's something else," she said, as she calibrated the device's magnetic resonance chambers. "Something the Commission needs you to know. The woman you knew as Ina, she's not lost to history. Her bloodline survived, and her descendants carried forward genetic markers that we can still trace in the modern era. Nate's hands trembled as he set down his coffee cup. You mean she lived? She had children? More than that, Elena replied, her eyes bright with excitement. Her descendants became some of the most successful and influential people in human history. Scientists, explorers, leaders who shaped the course of civilization. It's as if your presence in that ancient time somehow accelerated human development, giving our species advantages that allowed us to achieve things we might never have accomplished otherwise. The revelation left Nate speechless. His brief time among the Urkar had not been simply a personal adventure, it had been a pivotal moment in human history, one that echoed forward through the millennia in ways he could never have imagined. As Elena prepared to return to her own time, she made Nate an offer that would haunt him for years to come. The Commission would like you to consider joining our research effort. With your experience and your unique understanding of temporal mechanics, you could help us find a way to end the timeline wars before they destroy everything we've built. But Nate looked at his wife, his children sleeping peacefully upstairs, the life he had built in this quiet corner of 19th century America, and he knew what his answer had to be. My travelling days are over, he said simply. I found my place in time, and I intend to stay here. Elena nodded with understanding. I thought you might say that, but the offer stands, for you and for your descendants. The Commission believes that the Harrow family line carries something special, something that makes you natural temporal navigators. With a flash of silver light and a sound like distant thunder, Dr. Elena Vasquez vanished back to her own time, leaving behind only a faint scent of ozone and the knowledge that time itself was far more complex and dangerous than Nate had ever imagined. In the days that followed, Nate found himself looking at his children with new eyes. Samuel in particular seemed to have inherited something of his father's sensitivity to temporal fluctuations, often commenting on weather patterns that had not yet begun to form or predicting events with uncanny accuracy. When the boy asked about the strange lightning that had brought their mysterious visitor, Nate simply told him that some storms were unlike any others, and that wisdom lay in knowing when to seek shelter and when to stand and face the wind. The temporal compass remained in its hiding place, but Nate no longer felt the same urge to use it. His journey to the past had been necessary, perhaps even destined, but it had also been complete. The future, with its timeline wars and temporal refugees, would have to find its own path forward. But on clear nights when the aurora borealis danced across the northern sky, Nate would sometimes take out Ina's necklace and hold it up to the light, imagining he could see through it to that ancient world where a cave girl had taught him that love could transcend any barrier time could create, and he would whisper a prayer of gratitude for the journey that had brought him home, and for the wisdom to know that some destinations were meant to be reached only once. The morning mist clung to the Virginia hills like the breath of ghosts, and 17-year-old Elias Rowe moved through it with the practiced silence of someone who had learned early that making noise brought unwanted tension. His boots, worn thin at the soles and patched with scraps of leather, made barely a whisper against the dew-soaked earth as he slipped away from the ramshackle farmhouse, where his uncle Jeremiah still lay sleeping off another night's worth of corn whiskey. Elias had been orphaned at 12 when fever took both his parents within a week of each other, leaving him with nothing but a few books, his father's old surveying tools, and the dubious mercy of his father's younger brother. Jeremiah Rowe was a hard man, made harder by drink and failure, his small farm perpetually on the edge of ruin, his temper as unpredictable as summer storms. The boy had learned to make himself scarce during the worst of it, disappearing into the dense forest that surrounded their property, with an ease that would have impressed even the Cherokee who had once called this land home. Today, like so many others, Elias sought refuge in exploration. He carried with him a leather satchel containing his father's compass, a few pieces of jerky wrapped in cloth, a small journal bound in cracked leather, and his most prized possession, a collection of sketches and notes about the native peoples who had once lived in these mountains. His father had been fascinated by their culture, their connection to the land, and had filled Elias's childhood with stories of their ceremonies, their wisdom, and their mysterious disappearance from the region. The forest called to him with promises of discovery. Every hollow might conceal arrowheads, every outcropping of rock might reveal petroglyphs, every cave might hold secrets from the people who had vanished like morning mist before the advancing tide of European settlement. Elias had already found several sites, a circle of stones that might have been a ceremonial ring, scattered pottery shards that he carefully catalogued and sketched, and most recently stories from old-timers in the near settlement about a cave deep in Raven's Hollow that the Cherokee had considered sacred, or perhaps cursed. The locals called it the Whispering Cave, claiming that strange sounds emerged from its depths during storms, that animals avoided it, and that more than one hunter had emerged from its vicinity speaking of visions and dreams that felt more real than waking life. Such tales only fueled Elias's curiosity. He had spent weeks preparing for this expedition, studying his father's survey maps, gathering supplies, and waiting for the right opportunity to slip away unnoticed. The path to Raven's Hollow was treacherous, winding through dense undergrowth and over rocky terrain that had likely remained unchanged since the last ice age. Ancient oaks towered overhead, their branches forming a canopy so thick that even at midday the forest floor remained dim and mysterious. Elias moved with growing excitement, his senses sharp and alert to every sound, every play of light and shadow. When he finally reached the hollow, he understood immediately why the Cherokee had considered this place special. The very air seemed different here, heavier, more charged, as if the boundary between the physical and spiritual worlds had worn thin. The cave entrance yawned before him like a mouth in the hillside, partially concealed by hanging moss and twisted vines that seemed to grow in patterns too deliberate to be natural. Elias lit his torch with trembling hands and stepped into the darkness. The cave was larger than he had expected, its walls smooth and curved as if shaped by water over countless centuries. His torchlight revealed strange formations in the rock, not quite natural, not quite carved, that seemed to shift and dance in the flickering flame. The deeper he went, the stronger became a peculiar sensation, as if he were walking not just through space but through time itself. The passage opened into a circular chamber that took his breath away. The walls were covered in petroglyphs more elaborate and detailed than anything he had seen in his father's books or his own explorations. Spirals and symbols, human figures and animal forms, astronomical charts and what appeared to be maps of territories that no longer existed, all carved with a precision and artistry that spoke of deep spiritual significance. But it was the far wall that truly stunned him. Embedded in the living rock, so perfectly integrated that it seemed to have grown there rather than been placed, was a mirror of polished obsidian unlike anything he had ever imagined. It was roughly circular, perhaps 3 feet in diameter, its surface so perfectly smooth that it seemed to drink in his torchlight rather than reflect it. Around its perimeter, carved into the stone itself, were symbols that seemed to pulse and writhe in the dancing flame. Elias approached slowly, his scientific mind warring with a growing sense of awe and unease. The obsidian was clearly ancient, yet it showed no signs of wear or damage. Its surface was flawless, like a pool of still water turned to stone. As he drew closer, he began to make out his reflection, but it seemed strange, distorted, as if he was seeing not just himself, but multiple versions of himself layered one upon another. Thunder rumbled overhead, and Elias realized with a start that storm clouds had been gathering while he explored. The sound echoed strangely in the chamber, seeming to come from all directions at once. Lightning illuminated the cave entrance briefly, and in that instant the obsidian mirror seemed to flicker with an inner light. Driven by curiosity and the reckless courage of youth, Elias reached out to touch the mirror's surface. The moment his fingertips made contact with the obsidian, the world exploded into chaos. Light, brilliant, searing, impossible light, erupted from the mirror's surface. The petroglyphs on the walls began to glow as if lit from within, their symbols writhing and dancing like living things. The thunder outside became a roar that seemed to come from the earth itself, and Elias felt a sensation like falling, though his feet remained firmly planted on the cave floor. The obsidian mirror rippled like water under his touch, and suddenly he was not touching a solid surface but reaching into something vast and liquid and alive. A force beyond his understanding seized him, pulling him forward into the mirror's depths. He tried to pull back, but it was like trying to escape a river in flood. The light grew brighter, the roar louder, and then silence. Elias woke to the sound of birdsong unlike any he had ever heard. Complex, musical, hauntingly beautiful. He lay on soft earth carpeted with moss and fallen leaves, but the trees above him were different from those he knew. These were giants, old-growth forest that stretched up into a canopy so high and dense that only scattered beams of sunlight penetrated to the forest floor. The air itself felt different, cleaner, wilder, charged with life and possibility. He sat up slowly, his head spinning with confusion and disorientation. His torch was gone, but he didn't need it. Streams of golden sunlight provided illumination that revealed a world transformed. The forest around him was pristine, untouched by axe or plough, teeming with life in a way that the woods of his own time never were. Massive chestnuts and oaks rose like cathedral pillars, their trunks so wide that a dozen men couldn't encircle them with joined hands. Beneath them grew an understory of species he couldn't identify, flowers in colours more vivid than any he had seen, berries that gleamed like jewels. But it was the sounds that truly convinced him something extraordinary had happened. Not just the complex bird song, but the rustle of large animals moving through the undergrowth without fear, the splash of fish jumping in a nearby stream that ran clearer than crystal, the whisper of wind through leaves that seemed to carry voices and music from another world. Elias stood on unsteady legs, trying to make sense of what had happened. Had he struck his head in the cave? Was this some vivid hallucination brought on by injury or exposure? But the sensations were too real, too complete. The scent of wild herbs and flowers, the feeling of moss beneath his feet, the play of light and shadow. Everything was more intense, more alive than his ordinary world. A rustling in the bushes nearby brought him sharply to attention. Something large was moving through the undergrowth, something that moved with the fluid grace of a predator. Elias's blood turned to ice as a massive bear emerged from the vegetation. Not the black bears he knew from his own time, but something larger and more formidable, with fur that gleamed silver-brown in the filtered sunlight, and eyes that held an intelligence both ancient and dangerous. The bear regarded him with what seemed like curiosity rather than aggression, but Elias knew better than to trust such appearances. He began backing away slowly, trying to remember everything his father had taught him about wilderness survival. Don't run, don't make sudden movements, don't look directly into its eyes. But the bear continued to approach, and Elias could see the massive claws, the powerful muscles beneath the fur, the sheer size of the creature. Just as panic threatened to overwhelm him, the sharp whistle of an arrow split the air. The shaft struck the ground between Elias and the bear, and the animal looked up with what seemed like resignation rather than fear. More arrows followed, not aimed to kill, but to drive the bear away, and after a moment of tense standoff, the great creature turned and melted back into the forest with surprising grace. Elias spun around to see his rescuers emerging from the trees like spirits materializing from the green twilight. There were 5 of them, and they moved with a silence and fluidity that made his own woodland skills seem clumsy by comparison. They were Native Americans, but not like any he had seen in illustrations or descriptions. These were people of the deep forest, their clothing made from finely worked hides and decorated with intricate beadwork and painted designs. Their faces were strong and weathered, marked with tattoos and paint that seemed to tell stories he couldn't read. The leader was a man of perhaps 40 years, his long black hair bound with feathers and carved bone ornaments. His eyes were dark and penetrating, missing nothing as they studied this strange pale boy who had appeared in their territory. Behind him stood 2 younger men who might have been his sons, their hands still resting on their bows, and 2 women, one middle-aged with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority, and one much younger, perhaps 16, whose gaze held a peculiar intensity as she stared at Elias. The leader spoke in a language that flowed like water over stones, musical and complex, full of nuances that Elias couldn't begin to understand. When he didn't respond, the man switched to what sounded like a different dialect, then another, his voice growing more impatient with each attempt. Finally he gestured sharply and the 2 younger men moved to flank Elias, their intentions clear. "Wait," Elias said, holding up his hands in what he hoped was a universal gesture of peace. "I mean no harm. I'm lost. I don't know how I got here." The words seemed to surprise them. The older woman stepped forward and spoke rapidly to the leader, her tone urgent. The younger woman, little more than a girl really, tilted her head as if listening to something only she could hear, then spoke in the same flowing language. Whatever she said caused the others to look at Elias with new interest. their hostility giving way to something that might have been wonder. The girl approached him slowly, her movements deliberate and graceful. She was beautiful in a way that seemed to belong to this wild place. Her skin bronzed by sun and wind, her hair black as a raven's wing and decorated with small carved ornaments that caught the light, her eyes the colour of deep forest pools. When she spoke, her voice was soft but filled with certainty. "You are the one from the sky stories," she said, in accented but clear English. "The one who walks between the times." Elias stared at her in shock. Not only could she speak his language, but her words suggested knowledge of his impossible situation. "You speak English? How do you... Where am I? When am I?" The girl smiled, and it transformed her face entirely. "I am a Hyoka. I learned the tongue of the Eastern peoples from traders who came when I was small. But you are not from the East. You are from the time that has not come." Before Elias could respond, the leader barked something sharp and a Hyoka stepped back, her expression becoming more formal. The older woman gestured impatiently, and the group began to move deeper into the forest, clearly expecting Elias to follow. He looked around at the pristine wilderness, at the weapons and clothing that belonged to no European culture he knew, at the faces that regarded him with mixtures of suspicion and awe, and realized he had no choice but to trust these strangers. They travelled for hours through country that grew more beautiful and wild with each mile. Elias saw animals he had never imagined, flocks of birds with feathers like living jewels, deer so numerous they moved through the forest like flowing water, streams so clear he could count the pebbles on the bottom from 20 feet away. This was North America, as it had existed before European settlement, before the Great Dying, before the forests were cleared and the buffalo slaughtered and the native peoples driven from their ancestral lands. As they walked, a Hyoka fell into step beside him, ignoring the disapproving looks from the others. She pointed out plants and animals, teaching him their names in her language, telling him stories about their spiritual significance. Her English was limited but improving with use, and Elias found himself fascinated not just by her knowledge, but by the way she saw the world. Everything connected, everything alive, everything part of a great web of relationships that extended far beyond the merely physical. "My grandmother dreams of you," she said as they paused to rest beside a spring that bubbled up from moss-covered rocks. "She says the sky people told her of one who would come when the wheel of time turns crooked, one who carries the knowledge of what will be, but has forgotten the wisdom of what is." "Sky people?" Elias asked, accepting a drink from a water skin that tasted of herbs and something indefinably wild. A Hyoka gestured toward the canopy above, where the last light of day filtered through the leaves. "The ancestors who became stars. They watch over us, guide us, sometimes send us dreams and visions. They told my grandmother that the mirrors would wake again, that someone would come through the spirit paths to help prepare for the time of great change." Mirrors? The word sent a chill through Elias as he remembered the obsidian surface, the impossible light, the sensation of falling through dimensions. "The sky mirrors," Hyoka said, her voice dropping to a whisper, "made by the first people, before the great ice, before the world changed. They are doorways between the times, but they were sealed long ago because the spirit said it was dangerous to walk between then and now and will be." As night fell, they reached the village, and Elias understood immediately that he had stepped into a world beyond his wildest imagination. The settlement was not the collection of crude huts he might have expected from his limited knowledge of Native American life, but a sophisticated community of perhaps 300 people, their dwellings arranged in careful patterns that seemed to follow the natural contours of the land. The houses themselves were marvels of engineering and artistry, some built of wood and bark in styles that varied according to family and clan, others partially dug into hillsides and covered with earth, and growing plants that made them almost invisible from a distance. Garden plots were integrated seamlessly with the natural landscape, growing not just corn and beans and squash, but dozens of other crops in carefully planned combinations that seemed to mimic the diversity of the forest itself. But it was the people who truly amazed him. These were not the savages of European imagination, but a complex society with its own philosophers and artists, its own scientists and historians, its own intricate social structures and spiritual practices. Children played games that were clearly designed to teach hunting and gathering skills, while also being genuinely fun. Adults worked with tools and techniques that showed generations of refinement and improvement. Elderly men and women sat in places of honour, their words listened to with respect and attention. The arrival of the group with their strange pale captive, for that's clearly what Elias was, despite the relatively gentle treatment, caused a stir throughout the village. People emerged from their homes to stare at him, some with curiosity, others with suspicion or even fear. He heard his presence discussed in rapid conversations he couldn't follow, saw children peering at him from behind their mothers' skirts, felt the weight of dozens of eyes studying his every movement. The leader, whom Elias learned was called Adahi, meaning lives in the woods, brought him to the centre of the village, where a large fire burned in a carefully constructed pit surrounded by carved stones. Around the fire sat the village elders, men and women whose faces bore the wisdom and weariness of many winters. They studied Elias with expressions that ranged from sceptical to hostile, and he realised his life might well depend on the next few minutes. An ancient woman, her hair white as snow and her face mapped with lines of age and experience, rose from her place by the fire. This, Ayoka whispered, was her grandmother, Galilahi, whose name meant attractive, but who was known throughout the region for her spiritual power and prophetic dreams. She approached Elias slowly, her eyes never leaving his face, and when she spoke, her voice carried the authority of one accustomed to being obeyed. Ayoka translated, her voice tense with nervousness. She asks if you are the one who stepped through the sky mirror, the one who comes from the time of dying to learn the time of living. Elias looked around at the circle of faces, all waiting for his answer. How could he explain what he didn't understand himself? How could he tell these people about the world he came from? A world where their descendants would be driven from their lands, their languages forbidden, their children stolen and forced into schools designed to kill the native within them. I don't know, he said finally. I was in a cave in my own time. I found a mirror made of black stone covered with symbols like those on your grandmother's medicine bag. When I touched it during a storm, everything changed. I woke up here, in your forest, in your time. As Ayoka translated, Galilahi's expression grew more intense. She asked another question, and this time Ayoka hesitated before translating. She wants to know what you have seen in your dreams since you arrived. She says the sky mirrors show truth to those who pass through them, but only in dreams and visions. Elias started to say he hadn't dreamed at all, then stopped. Now that he thought about it, he had been having strange dreams, fragments of images and sensations that felt more like memories than fantasies. Vast herds of animals stretching to the horizon, rivers that ran clean and cold from mountain to sea, forests that covered the continent from coast to coast. But also darker images, ships on the horizon, men with pale faces and strange clothes, the sound of gunfire and the smell of smoke. I've seen your world as it was, he said slowly. The great forests, the herds of buffalo, the rivers full of fish. But I've also seen darkness coming. Men from across the water, bringing sickness and war and changes that will transform everything. The translation of his words caused a stir among the elders. Some looked frightened, others angry, still others thoughtful. Galilahi asked another question, and Ahyoka's face paled as she listened. She asks if you have seen the time of the great dying, when 9 of every 10 people will walk the ghost trail, when the buffalo will disappear like smoke, when the forest will be cut and the rivers poisoned. Elias felt as if a cold hand had gripped his heart. These people couldn't know about the diseases that European contact would bring, the wars of conquest, the systematic destruction of their way of life. Yet somehow this old woman was describing exactly what he knew from his history books would happen. Yes, he whispered. I've seen that time. Galilahi nodded as if she had expected his answer, then spoke at length to the assembled elders. The discussion that followed was intense and sometimes heated, with voices raised in argument and hands gesturing emphatically. Finally, the old shaman raised her hand for silence and pronounced what sounded like a judgment. You will stay with us, Ayoka translated, relief evident in her voice. You will learn our ways, share in our work, become one of the people. My grandmother says the sky spirit sent you to learn what must be preserved when the time of great change comes, but she also warns that your presence here may hasten that change, that by stepping through the sky mirror you may have weakened the barriers between the times. And so began the strangest period of Elias's life. The village accepted him with the cautious hospitality they might show to any refugee, but his obvious foreignness, his pale skin, his strange clothes, his complete ignorance of skills that every child learned, marked him as different in ways that couldn't be overcome by good intentions alone. Adahi, the man who had found him, took responsibility for his education with the grim determination of someone assigned an unpleasant but necessary task. Elias learned to make fire without flint and steel, using bow drill and tinder in ways that required patience and skill he'd never developed. He learned to track animals by reading signs so subtle they seemed like magic. A bent twig here, a partial footprint there, the way birds behaved when large game had passed through their territory. Hunting was even more challenging. These people didn't simply kill animals for food, they entered into a spiritual relationship with their prey, offering prayers and tobacco, taking only what was needed, using every part of what they killed. Elias struggled not just with the technical skills of using bow and arrow, but with the entire philosophy that surrounded the act of taking life to sustain life. But it was the language that proved most difficult. What Ayoka called her tongue was actually a complex system of communication that went far beyond mere words. Tone, gesture, context, even the time of day and season could change the meaning of a simple phrase. Stories were told with layers of meaning that revealed themselves only after years of study, and the most important knowledge was often embedded in songs and ceremonies that were shared only with those who had proven their commitment to the people. Ayoka became his primary teacher and gradually his closest friend. She had a gift for languages that amazed him. Not only did she speak several native dialects and enough English to communicate with traders, but she seemed to understand the underlying structures that made language possible. She could take concepts from his world and find ways to express them in hers, building bridges between ways of thinking that seemed completely incompatible. Through her, Elias began to understand that what he had always thought of as primitive life was actually incredibly sophisticated. The village existed in perfect harmony with its environment, not through ignorance or lack of ambition, but through generations of careful observation and experimentation. They knew which plants could be harvested sustainably and which needed to be left alone, how to encourage the growth of useful species without destroying the overall ecosystem, how to live as part of the natural world rather than in opposition to it. Their spiritual life was equally complex. What European observers might have dismissed as superstition was actually a sophisticated understanding of psychology, ecology, and what could only be called physics. They knew that everything in the universe was connected, that actions in one realm affected all others, that the past, present, and future existed simultaneously in what they called the Great Circle of Time. It was this understanding that made them uniquely capable of accepting Elias's impossible story. They didn't question whether time travel was possible. Their entire worldview assumed that linear time was an illusion, that the truly real existed outside the normal flow of days and seasons. What concerned them was not how he had come to be among them, but why, and what his presence might mean for the future of their people. As autumn gave way to winter, Elias began to experience what he could only describe as visions. They came during meditation, during ceremony, sometimes even during ordinary activities like gathering firewood or helping with food preparation. He would suddenly find himself seeing through other eyes, experiencing other times, understanding connections that spanned centuries. He saw the obsidian mirrors being created by a people even more ancient than the current inhabitants of the village. They were master craftsmen who understood the properties of volcanic glass, but also shamans who could work with spiritual forces that Elias barely comprehended. The mirrors were not just doorways through time, but instruments for maintaining balance in the universe, ways of preventing the timeline from becoming too rigid or too chaotic. But something had gone wrong. The vision stories told of mirrors that had been used carelessly, of people who travelled through time for personal gain rather than spiritual necessity, of changes in the past that created ripples extending far into the future. The ancient people had finally sealed most of the mirrors, hiding them in sacred places and surrounding them with warnings and protections. The mirror Elias had found was one of the last, hidden in the cave system that the Cherokee had avoided for generations. His accidental activation had torn open a pathway that was supposed to remain closed, and every day he remained in the past increased the danger of paradox and chaos. Winter brought new challenges, but also deeper integration into the life of the village. Elias learned to appreciate the long evenings when the community gathered around fires to share stories, to work on crafts that required patience and skill, to plan for the coming year. He discovered that he had a talent for the intricate beadwork that decorated clothing and ceremonial objects, his steady hands and attention to detail making him valuable, despite his other limitations. More importantly, he began to understand the stories. What had seemed like simple folk tales when Ahyoka first translated them, revealed themselves as complex repositories of scientific knowledge, historical information, and spiritual wisdom. Stories about animals contained detailed information about behavior and ecology. Tales of heroes and spirits encoded practical instructions for everything from agriculture to astronomy. Accounts of the time before preserved memories of geological and climatological changes that stretched back thousands of years. And threaded through many of the stories were references to the sky mirrors and the people who had travelled between times. Elias realised that he was not the first person to fall through the temporal barriers. The oral traditions contained dozens of accounts of strangers who appeared mysteriously, lived among the people for a while, then disappeared just as suddenly. Some had been helpful, sharing knowledge that proved valuable. Others had been disruptive, bringing changes that upset the careful balance of tribal life. "My grandmother says you're different from the other Skywalkers," Ahyoka told him one evening, as they sat by the fire working on a winter robe decorated with astronomical symbols. "Most of them try to change things, to make our world more like theirs. But you try to change yourself, to become more like us." "Maybe that's because I don't have a world to go back to," Elias replied, surprised by the bitterness in his own voice. "My uncle doesn't care whether I live or die. I have no friends, no prospects, nothing but more of the same grinding poverty and ignorance." Ahyoka looked at him with the serious expression she wore when working through a difficult translation. "The words you use, poverty and ignorance, they don't mean what you think they mean. You come from a time of great riches, but your people are poor in spirit. You come from a time of much knowledge, but your people are ignorant of wisdom." "What do you mean?" She gestured toward the village around them, where people were going about their evening activities with quiet contentment. "Here, no one goes hungry unless everyone goes hungry. No one lacks shelter unless everyone lacks shelter. Children are raised by the whole community. Old people are honoured and cared for. Everyone has work that is valued and meaningful. In your time, you have great buildings and powerful tools, but people live alone and die alone. Many have no work or work that serves no good purpose. The weak are left to suffer while the strong take more than they need." Elias wanted to argue, but he couldn't. Everything she said was true. His own time, for all its technological advantages, was marked by inequality, loneliness, and spiritual emptiness that these primitive people had somehow avoided. As winter deepened, so did his connection to the community. He participated in ceremonies that revealed layers of meaning each time they were performed, learned songs that were also scientific treatises and historical chronicles, helped with the everyday work of maintaining life in harmony with the natural world. For the first time in his life, he felt as if he belonged somewhere, as if his existence had meaning and purpose. But the visions were growing stronger and more disturbing. He saw the mirrors cracking, reality bleeding through from multiple timelines, the careful balance that the ancient people had established beginning to collapse. Each night brought dreams of chaos and confusion, of a world where past and future existed simultaneously, where cause and effect became meaningless, where the very fabric of time began to unravel. Galilahi, the old shaman, confirmed his worst fears during a private consultation in her lodge. She cast the sacred bones and read the patterns with growing concern, then spoke in her own language for several minutes before Ahyoka could translate. "She says the sky mirror you came through is still open, still pulling energy from our time into yours. Every day you remain here makes the opening wider, makes it more likely that others will fall through, that the barriers between times will collapse completely." "But surely that would take years," Elias protested. "Decades, maybe centuries." Ahyoka shook her head after another exchange with her grandmother. "Time moves differently near the mirrors. What seems like months to you may be only days in your own time, but the damage accumulates faster than normal time. She says we may have only until the spring thaw before the situation becomes too dangerous to repair." Repair how? The answer, when it came, chilled him to the bone. According to the ancient stories, a mirror that had been opened improperly could only be sealed by someone passing back through it from the inside, essentially closing the door behind them. But the passage was dangerous even under the best circumstances, and attempting it with an already unstable mirror could easily result in the traveller being lost forever in the spaces between times. "There is another way," Galilahi said through Ahyoka. "The old stories speak of a second mirror, hidden in the sacred cave where the first people performed the ceremonies that shaped the world. If you could reach it, you could use it to return to your own time while simultaneously drawing the power from the broken mirror, sealing both passages." Where is this sacred cave? The answer was not encouraging. The site was 3 days' journey to the north, through territory controlled by tribes that were not always friendly to Ahyoka's people. Worse, the cave was said to be protected by spirits that did not welcome visitors, and the mirror inside it was supposed to be even more dangerous than the one Elias had found. A master mirror that connected to all the others, capable of opening passages to any time, anywhere. But as winter began to give way to spring, the signs of temporal disturbance became impossible to ignore. Animals began behaving strangely, appearing in the wrong seasons, sometimes aging rapidly or reverting to juvenile forms overnight. Plants bloomed and died in chaotic cycles that followed no natural pattern. Worst of all, some of the villagers began experiencing what they called time dreams, visions of possible futures that were so vivid they seemed more real than waking life. Elias knew he could delay no longer. Much as he had come to love this place and these people, his presence was endangering them. He would have to attempt the journey to the sacred cave, try to find the second mirror, and hope that the ancient stories contained enough truth to guide him home. The night before his departure, the village held a ceremony unlike any he had witnessed. It began at sunset with the lighting of sacred fires and the burning of herbs that filled the air with smoke that seemed to carry prayers and blessings skyward. The entire community gathered in the central plaza, their faces painted with symbols that told the story of his time among them, their voices raised in songs that seemed to weave his spirit into the fabric of their collective memory. Galilei presented him with a medicine bundle containing herbs and objects that she said would protect him on his journey and help him navigate the spiritual dangers he would face. Adai gave him a bow of his own making, along with arrows fletched with eagle feathers and tipped with obsidian points that had been blessed in ceremony. Other members of the community offered gifts both practical and spiritual: food for the journey, clothing suited to travel, ornaments and talismans that carried the power of their prayers. But it was Ahyoka's gift that moved him most deeply. She approached him as the ceremony was ending, carrying something wrapped in soft deerskin. When she unwrapped it, he saw that it was a mirror, not obsidian like the one that had brought him here, but polished copper that reflected the firelight like liquid gold. "It was my mother's," she said quietly, "and her mother's before her. It is said to show not what is, but what may be. Keep it with you, and when you return to your own time, look into it and remember us." "I don't want to leave," he said, the words torn from him despite his resolution. "This is the first place I've ever felt like I belonged. You're the first person who's ever understood me." Ahyoka smiled, but he could see tears in her eyes. "The Sky Spirits sent you to us for a purpose, but not to stay. You must return and use what you have learned here to help prepare for the time of great change. When our descendants face the troubles you have seen in your visions, they will need someone who understands both worlds, someone who can build bridges between the old wisdom and the new knowledge. But how will I find you again? How will I know if what we've shared is real or just a dream?" Instead of answering directly, Ahyoka began to sing, a song he'd heard before but never understood, a melody that seemed to capture all the beauty and sadness of their impossible love. As she sang, she took a pendant from around her neck, a small carved figure of a bird in flight, and placed it in his hands. "The wind remembers all songs," she said when the melody ended, "and the earth remembers all who have walked upon it. When the time comes, you will know." The journey to the sacred cave began before dawn, with Elias accompanied by 2 young warriors who knew the territory and could help him navigate both the physical and spiritual dangers ahead. They travelled light and fast, following game trails and waterways that avoided the main paths used by larger groups. The landscape they crossed was breathtaking in its pristine beauty. Rolling hills covered with forests that stretched unbroken to the horizon, rivers that ran crystal clear and teemed with fish, meadows where wildflowers bloomed in incredible profusion. But Elias found it difficult to appreciate the scenery. knowing that he was seeing it for what might be the last time, that his journey was taking him away from everything he had come to love. His companions were skilled woodsmen, but also spiritual practitioners who understood the sacred nature of their mission. They moved with constant awareness of the spirits that inhabited every tree and stone, stopping frequently to offer tobacco and prayers, reading signs in the flight of birds and the behaviour of animals that told them which paths were safe and which should be avoided. On the second day, they encountered the first real danger. A band of warriors from a rival tribe had been tracking them since dawn, moving parallel to their path but staying just out of sight. Elias's companions recognised the signs: broken twigs arranged in patterns that couldn't be natural, the sudden silence of birds in certain areas, the faint smell of wood smoke from fires that were quickly extinguished. "They want to know why we travel toward the sacred places," one of his guides explained in whispered English he had learned from traders. "Our tribes have old disputes about territory and hunting rights. They may try to stop us, or they may demand tribute." The confrontation came at midday as they approached a narrow valley that offered the only practical route through a range of rocky hills. The rival warriors emerged from concealment with the fluid grace of men who had perfected the art of woodland warfare, surrounding Elias and his companions with a precision that spoke of careful planning and long experience. Their leader was a man of perhaps 30 years, his face marked with scars that told of many battles, his body decorated with paint and ornaments that proclaimed his status as a war chief. He spoke in a dialect that Elias couldn't understand, but his tone made his meaning clear. They were trespassers in his territory, and they would not be allowed to pass without explanation. What followed was a complex negotiation that revealed the sophisticated diplomacy that existed between the various tribes. Elias's guides identified themselves by clan and family, established their right to travel through the region by citing ancient agreements and mutual obligations, and finally explained the spiritual nature of their mission. The war chief listened with the attention of someone accustomed to weighing the truth and importance of what he heard, asking questions that demonstrated his own deep knowledge of tribal customs and sacred traditions. When the discussion turned to Elias himself, the atmosphere changed dramatically. His pale skin and strange appearance had already marked him as unusual, but when his guides explained that he was a skywalker who had come through these spirit mirrors, the rival warriors reacted with mixtures of awe, fear and suspicion. Some wanted to kill him immediately, believing that his presence would bring bad luck to their people. Others argued that he should be captured and brought to their own shamans for questioning. But their leader surprised everyone by approaching Elias directly and speaking to him in heavily accented but understandable English. "You're the one the dream speakers have seen," he said, his eyes never leaving Elias's face. "The pale ghost who walks between the times, bringing visions of sorrow and change." "I don't want to bring sorrow," Elias replied carefully. "I only want to return to my own time and seal the pathway that brought me here." The war chief studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "The old grandmother of the western village sent word that one like you would come, seeking the great mirror in the cave of first ceremonies. She said we should let you pass, but also that we should warn you. The spirits that guard that place do not welcome strangers, even those who come on sacred business." "What kind of spirits?" "The kind that remember the time before the world was shaped as it is now," the war chief replied. "The kind that see all times at once and judge whether those who approach them are worthy of the knowledge they seek. Many have entered that cave. Few have emerged unchanged. Some have not emerged at all." Despite this warning, or perhaps because of it, the war chief allowed them to continue their journey. But he assigned 2 of his own warriors to accompany them, men who knew the specific dangers of the region and could provide additional protection if needed. The group that continued toward the sacred cave was now 5 strong, representing an alliance between tribes that might normally have been enemies, united by their recognition that Elias's mission transcended ordinary tribal politics. The landscape grew stranger as they approached their destination. Trees began to show signs of the temporal distortion that was spreading outward from the broken mirror, some with leaves that changed colour and fell repeatedly in the span of minutes, others that seemed to age and renew themselves in endless cycles. Streams flowed uphill in some places, and the sun occasionally appeared to move backward across the sky before resuming its normal course. More disturbing were the glimpses of other times that flickered in and out of visibility like heat mirages. Elias caught sight of massive creatures that had been extinct for thousands of years. of landscapes shaped by glaciers that had long since melted, of buildings and people that belonged to futures he couldn't imagine. The barriers between past, present and future were breaking down, and reality itself was beginning to blur. On the morning of the third day, they reached the sacred cave, and Elias understood immediately why this place inspired such awe and fear. The cave mouth was not a simple opening in the hillside, but a complex formation that seemed to have been carved by forces beyond ordinary geology. Symbols were carved into the living rock, not just the petroglyphs he had seen in his own time, but three-dimensional sculptures that seemed to move and change as he watched them, telling stories that unfolded in ways that challenged his understanding of cause and effect. The air around the cave shimmered with energy that made his skin tingle and his vision blur. Sounds echoed strangely here. His companions' voices seemed to come from multiple directions at once, and their words carried harmonics and overtones that suggested meanings beyond the literal. Even the sunlight behaved differently, bending in ways that created rainbows where none should exist, casting shadows that moved independently of the objects that supposedly created them. His guide stopped at a respectful distance from the cave entrance, and began preparations for a ceremony that would, they hoped, gain them permission to enter. They built a small fire using wood they had carried specifically for this purpose, burned sacred herbs that filled the air with smoke that seemed to carry their prayers directly to the spirits, and sang songs so old that their original meanings had been forgotten, preserved only because of their power to open communication with the guardians of this place. As the ceremony progressed, Elias began to hear other voices joining the songs. Not human voices, but sounds that seemed to come from the earth itself, from the air, from the space between moments. The symbols carved into the cave entrance began to glow with their own light, and the shimmering in the air intensified until it became almost solid, like looking through water. Then, without warning, the voices fell silent, and the glow faded. In the sudden stillness, a figure emerged from the cave, not walking out in any normal sense, but materializing from the shadows as if the darkness itself had taken human form. It was an old woman, ancient beyond measure, her hair white as fresh snow and her skin marked with tattoos that seemed to tell the entire history of her people. She wore robes that appeared to be made of starlight and shadow, decorated with ornaments that defied identification. Some seemed to be made of crystallized time, others of solidified music, still others of materials that had no names in any language Elias knew. When she spoke, her voice carried the authority of mountains and the patience of geological ages. She addressed each member of their group in turn, speaking to them in their own languages, calling them by names that included not just what they were called by others, but what they called themselves in the deepest privacy of their hearts. To Elias, she spoke in English that was more perfect than any he had ever heard, as if she had learned the language from its own dreams rather than from human teachers. So, Skywalker, you come seeking passage home, but tell me, what is home to one who has walked between the times? Is it the place where your body was born, or the place where your spirit has learned to sing? The question cut deeper than any blade. Elias looked back at his companions, thought of the village he had left behind, of Ayoka, and the life he could have had if he had chosen to stay. Then he thought of the growing instability, the visions of chaos and collapse, the knowledge that his presence was endangering the very people he had come to love. Home is where I can do the most good, he said finally, where I can use what I've learned to help build bridges between your world and mine. The ancient woman nodded as if his answer satisfied some test he hadn't known he was taking. Wisdom grows in unexpected soil, she said. Very well, you may enter the cave, approach the great mirror, attempt the passage back to your own time, but know this. The mirror will demand a price for its use. It may ask for memories, for years of your life, for abilities you value, for connections that bind you to joy. Are you prepared to pay whatever it asks? I am. And if the price it demands is the knowledge you have gained here, if returning to your own time means forgetting everything you have learned, everyone you have loved, will you still choose to go? The question struck him like a physical blow. To return to his own time but lose all memory of this experience, to forget Ayoka and Galilahi and Adai and all the others who had become more family to him than his own blood relatives had ever been. It seemed a price too high to pay. But then he thought of the visions, of the time of great dying that was coming. of the need for someone who could stand between two worlds and help them understand each other. Even if he forgot the details, perhaps some deeper knowledge would remain, some instinctive understanding that would guide him when the time came. "Yes," he said, though the word tore at his heart. "I'll pay whatever price is asked." The ancient woman smiled, and for a moment she looked like a young girl filled with joy and mischief. "That is why you will not have to," she said. "The mirror demands sacrifice from those who seek power or knowledge for selfish purposes, but you seek to sacrifice yourself for others. The spirits recognize this, and they will be generous." She turned and walked back toward the cave, gesturing for him to follow. At the entrance she paused and spoke to his companions in their own languages, blessing them and charging them with carrying word of what they had witnessed back to their people. Then she led Elias into the darkness. The cave was vast beyond imagining, its walls and ceiling disappearing into shadows that seemed to extend into infinity. The floor was carved with symbols and patterns that told the history of the world from its creation to its final ending, and walking across them felt like travelling through time itself. Elias saw the birth of the first people, their expansion across the continent, their development of the technologies and spiritual practices that had allowed them to live in harmony with their environment for thousands of years. But he also saw what was coming: the arrival of European diseases, the wars of conquest, the systematic destruction of everything these people had built. He saw his own descendants playing roles both heroic and villainous in the great tragedy that would unfold over the next centuries, and he understood with crystal clarity why he had been brought here, what knowledge he was meant to carry back to his own time. At the centre of the cave, set into a raised platform carved from a single piece of black stone, was the master mirror. It was larger than the one he had found in his own time, perfectly circular and perhaps 6 feet in diameter, its obsidian surface so flawless that it seemed to be a window into the void itself. Around its edge were carved symbols that seemed to move and shift as he watched them, telling stories in languages that had never been spoken by human tongues. "This is the first mirror," the ancient woman explained, "created by the star people before they returned to the sky, left as a gift and a responsibility for those who would come after. It connects to all the other mirrors, in all the other times. Through it, you can travel not just to your own time, but to any time, any place where the other mirrors wait." Elias approached the mirror slowly, feeling the power that radiated from its surface like heat from a fire. As he drew closer, images began to appear in its depths, not reflections of the cave around him, but visions of other places, other times. He saw the cave in his own era, overgrown and forgotten, the smaller mirror cracked and leaking temporal energy. He saw possible futures where that energy continued to grow and spread, creating paradoxes that would eventually unravel the entire timeline. But he also saw other possibilities, futures where he returned to his own time with the knowledge he had gained, where he used that knowledge to help preserve native cultures and wisdom, where he served as a bridge between the worlds of scientific rationality and spiritual understanding. In some of those futures, the coming tragedy was mitigated, if not prevented entirely. In others, enough was preserved that the healing could begin sooner and more completely. "The choice is yours," the ancient woman said. "You can return to your own time, seal the broken mirror and work to prepare your people for the changes that are coming. Or you can step through to any other time, any other place where your presence might make a difference. The mirror will take you wherever your heart truly wishes to go." Elias stared into the swirling depths of the obsidian surface, seeing 1,000 possible lives, 1,000 different ways his story might unfold. For a moment he was tempted to choose a different time entirely, perhaps the distant future, when the wounds between cultures had healed and he could live in a world that had learned to integrate the best of both traditions, or perhaps the distant past, when he could warn the first peoples about what was coming and help them prepare more effectively. But as he considered these possibilities, he kept coming back to the same conclusion. His own time, for all its flaws and limitations, was where he belonged. It was where his presence could make the most difference, where his unique knowledge and experience could serve the greatest good. And deep in his heart, he knew that Iyoka was right. He had been sent to this time and place not to stay, but to learn and then return. He reached out and touched the mirror's surface, feeling it ripple like water under his fingers. The ancient woman began to sing, her voice joined by others that seemed to come from the mirror itself, from the walls of the cave, from the very stones beneath his feet. The symbols around the mirror's edge began to glow and move faster, and Elias felt the familiar sensation of falling that had brought him here in the first place. But this time was different. Instead of the chaotic tumbling he had experienced before, he felt himself being carefully guided, protected by forces he couldn't see but could sense all around him. The ancient woman's song followed him as he fell through layers of time, and in her voice he heard promises that what he had learned would not be forgotten, that the love he had found would not be lost, that his sacrifice would bear fruit in ways he couldn't imagine. The last thing he saw before the vision faded was Ahyoka's face, smiling at him across the centuries, her lips forming the words of the song that would connect them across time and space. The wind remembers all songs, and the earth remembers all who have walked upon it. Then he was back in his own cave, in his own time, gasping and shaking as if he had been holding his breath for months instead of moments. The smaller obsidian mirror was still embedded in the wall before him, but even as he watched, cracks began to spread across its surface. Light leaked from the cracks, not the harsh light of his torch, but the soft golden light of another time, another place. He understood instinctively what he needed to do. Drawing on knowledge he couldn't quite remember learning, he began to sing. Not the song Ahyoka had taught him, for that had faded like a dream upon waking, but something deeper, older, a melody that seemed to come from the earth itself. As he sang, he pressed his hands against the cracked mirror, feeling the temporal energy that still flowed through it. The process was exhausting, requiring him to maintain perfect concentration while forces beyond his comprehension flowed through his body and mind. But gradually the cracks in the mirror began to close, the leaking light faded, and the sense of connection to that other time grew weaker and more distant. When the last crack sealed itself, the mirror went dark and cold, just another piece of worked obsidian embedded in a cave wall. Elias collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by exhaustion and a sense of loss so profound it felt like dying. The detailed memories of his time in the past were already fading, becoming vague and dreamlike, but the emotional impact remained. The knowledge that he had experienced something extraordinary, had been part of something larger than himself, had loved and been loved in ways that transcended ordinary human experience. When he finally made his way out of the cave, he found the thunderstorm had passed, and the morning sun was painting the Virginia hills with gold and green. But everything looked different now, not the pristine wilderness he had briefly known, but a landscape already marked by European settlement, already diminished from what it had once been. His uncle Jeremiah was waiting for him at the farm, drunk and angry about his absence. "Where the hell have you been, boy?" "Been gone all night, worried me sick. Probably off in the woods playing Indian again, weren't you?" Elias looked at his uncle with new eyes, seeing not just the crude brutality that had always defined their relationship, but the fear and pain that drove it. This was a man who had lost his own dreams, who had settled for less than he wanted and blamed the world for his failures. Understanding didn't make the abuse acceptable, but it made it comprehensible in ways that changed everything. "I was exploring the cave system up in Raven's Hollow," Leia said calmly. "I think I may have found something significant. Petroglyphs, maybe some artifacts. I'd like to document them properly." Something in his tone, some new authority in his voice, made Jeremiah back down from the confrontation he'd been prepared to start. Instead, he grumbled about damn fool boy and waste of time, but he didn't raise his hand or his voice the way he usually did. Over the following days and weeks, Elias threw himself into documenting everything he could remember about his experience. The specific details continued to fade, but the broader knowledge remained, an understanding of Native American culture that went far beyond anything in the books available to him, an intuitive grasp of ecological principles that wouldn't be formally recognized by European science for decades, a spiritual awareness that transformed his relationship with the natural world. He began keeping a journal, filling page after page with observations about plants and animals, sketches of artifacts and symbols, fragments of songs and stories that came to him in dreams. He also began learning everything he could about the native tribes of Virginia, seeking out elderly settlers who had traded with them, reading every account he could find, gradually building a picture of what had been lost and what might still be preserved. But it was when he returned to the cave that he received the confirmation he'd been hoping for, and dreading in equal measure. The obsidian mirror was still there, still dark and sealed, but carved into the stone beside it was a message that hadn't been there before. Namvashiaskaya, the wind remembers you. The words were carved in Cherokee syllabary, a writing system that wouldn't be invented for another decade. But somehow Elias could read them, could hear in them the voice of someone he couldn't quite remember but would never forget. Below the Cherokee words, in English letters that looked as if they had been there for centuries, was a single name, Ayoka. As the months passed, Elias began to understand the true scope of what he had been given. His experience had left him with not just knowledge but a calling, a deep understanding that his life's work must be to serve as a bridge between cultures, to preserve what could be preserved and heal what could be healed. He left his uncle's farm as soon as he came of age, making his way to the nearest city with libraries and schools. Using his father's surveying instruments and his own mysterious knowledge of the land, he found work as a guide and surveyor, slowly building a reputation as someone who understood the wilderness better than men twice his age. But his real passion was for writing and research. He began collecting stories from the last generation of settlers who had direct contact with native peoples, recording their accounts with an accuracy and sensitivity that impressed even skeptical scholars. He learned Cherokee, Creek, and several other southeastern languages, often finding that words and phrases came to him without conscious learning, as if they were memories rather than acquired knowledge. His first book, Voices from the Vanished Land, True Accounts of Native Life in the Virginia Mountains, was published when he was 25 and caused a sensation in academic circles. Unlike other contemporary works that portrayed Native Americans as either noble savages or dangerous primitives, Elias's book presented them as complex human beings with sophisticated cultures, practical wisdom, and spiritual insights that the dominant society desperately needed. More books followed, each one adding to his reputation as the foremost authority on Native American culture in the Southeast. But Elias was careful never to claim credit for insights that weren't his own, always acknowledging that his understanding came from sources he couldn't fully explain, from dreams and visions that felt more like memories than her imagination. He never married, though he had opportunities. Something in him remained forever connected to a love he couldn't quite remember, a relationship that had been perfect in its brevity and impossible in its fulfillment. Instead, he devoted himself entirely to his work, to the mission that had been given to him in ways he was beginning to forget but would never truly lose. As he grew older, his writings became more explicitly focused on preservation and reconciliation. He established schools that taught both European and native ways of understanding the world, founded libraries that collected and preserved oral traditions, and worked tirelessly to document languages and cultures that were disappearing with each passing year. He also became known as a healer, though he never claimed medical training. People came to him with ailments that conventional doctors couldn't cure, and often went away healthier after treatments that combined herbal medicine with something that could only be called spiritual healing. When asked where he had learned such techniques, he would only say that they had come to him in dreams. But perhaps his most important work was less visible. The quiet conversations with government officials about treaty negotiations, the letters to influential people advocating for native rights, the behind-the-scenes efforts to prevent some of the worst excesses of American expansion. He couldn't stop the great dying that he had seen in his visions, but he could mitigate it, could help preserve seeds of knowledge and culture that would grow again when the time was right. In his 60th year, as he sat in his study surrounded by the books and artifacts that represented a lifetime of dedication, Elias received a visitor that changed everything. She was a young woman, perhaps 16 or 17, with the bearing and features that immediately marked her as Native American despite her European-style dress. She approached his house at sunset, walking with a confidence that suggested she belonged wherever she chose to be. When he opened the door to her knock, she spoke a single word in a language he hadn't heard spoken aloud in 40 years, but recognized instantly: grandfather. The word was Cherokee, but it carried layers of meaning that went beyond simple kinship. It was a term of respect for an elder, recognition of spiritual relationship, acknowledgement of someone who had earned the right to be called ancestor, even while still living. "I have been sent to find you," she continued in English that carried the same musical quality he remembered from another voice, in another time. "My grandmother's grandmother left stories about you, about the pale man who lived among the people in the time before the great changes, who learned our ways and then returned to his own people to plant seeds of understanding." Elias stared at her, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and disbelief. What was your grandmother's name? The young woman smiled, and for a moment he saw another face, another smile shining through the years like sunlight through water. Her name was Ahyoka, she said. She lived to be very old, and she told stories of the Skywalker who came through the spirit mirrors, who learned to sing with the wind and speak with the earth. She said that someday, when the wheel of time turned full circle, someone would come to find him and bring him a message. She reached into a pouch at her side and drew out something that made Elias's breath catch in his throat. It was a pendant, a small carved bird in flight, worn smooth by age and handling, but unmistakably the same one that a Cherokee girl had placed in his hands beside a sacred fire in another century. She said to tell you that the wind has remembered your song, the young woman continued, that the earth has remembered your footsteps, that the seeds you planted have grown into trees that will shelter many people in the storms that are coming. Elias took the pendant with shaking hands, feeling the smooth stone warm against his palm as if it had been waiting all these years to return to him. As he held it, memories flooded back, not the detailed recollections he had lost upon his return, but something deeper and more permanent. The sound of Ahyoka's laughter, the feeling of belonging to something larger than himself, the knowledge that love could transcend time and space and death itself. She also said, the young woman continued, that when the time of great healing begins, you will remember everything, that the spirits have kept your memories safe, waiting for the moment when they would be needed again. That night Elias sat by his fire holding the pendant and feeling the years fall away like leaves in autumn. The young woman, who had given her name as Atsila, meaning fire, had stayed for dinner and told him stories that filled in gaps in his understanding, that connected dots he hadn't even realized were scattered across his life. Ahyoka had lived to be 93, dying peacefully in her sleep in a cabin deep in the Tennessee mountains, where her people had taken refuge after the Cherokee removal. She had never married, dedicating her life to preserving the old ways and preparing for the time when they would be needed again. She had become a renowned medicine woman and storyteller, and her tales of the Skywalker had become part of the oral tradition of several southeastern tribes. She said you would know her again, Atsila told him as she prepared to leave the next morning. She said that souls who find each other across time and space are never truly separated, that the spirits weave them together in ways that transcend single lifetimes. Will I see her again? Elias asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Atsila smiled. She said to tell you that the great circle is completing itself, that the time of ending is also the time of beginning. She said you would understand when the moment comes. After she left, Elias found that his dreams had changed. Instead of the vague, emotional impressions that had haunted his sleep for decades, he began to have vivid, detailed visions of the life he'd lived in that other time. He remembered the village with perfect clarity, could recall conversations word for word, could feel again the sense of belonging and purpose that had defined those magical months. But more than memories were returning. The spiritual abilities he had begun to develop during his time with Ahyoka's people were reasserting themselves, stronger now and refined by decades of unconscious practice. He found that he could communicate with animals, could sense the health of plants and trees, could feel the emotional states of people around him with increasing clarity. Most remarkably, he began to receive visits from what he could only describe as spirits. Not ghosts in any conventional sense, but presences that seemed to exist partially in his time and partially in others. Sometimes they were people he had known in that other life, coming to give him messages or guidance. Sometimes they were strangers who sought his help in matters that spanned multiple generations, and sometimes, just sometimes, he caught glimpses of Ahyoka herself, not as the girl he had known, but as the elder she had become, still beautiful but marked by age and wisdom and the sorrows she had witnessed. She never spoke during these visitations, but her presence filled him with a peace and joy that sustained him through the increasingly difficult work of his final years. For the world was changing rapidly, and not always in directions that gave him hope. The Civil War came and went, leaving scars that would take generations to heal. The Western expansion accelerated, bringing with it the final destruction of the great buffalo herds and the last free tribes. Industry began to transform the landscape in ways that would have been unimaginable when he was young, and the gap between human civilization and the natural world grew wider with each passing year. But there were signs of hope as well. Some of the seeds he'd planted were beginning to sprout. A new generation of scholars was taking Native American culture seriously, approaching it with respect rather than condescension. Conservation movements were beginning to recognize the wisdom embedded in traditional ecological practices, and here and there bridges were being built between communities that had been enemies for generations. In his 72nd year, as winter settled over the Virginia mountains where he had built his final home, Elias felt the approach of what he knew would be his last great transition. His health was failing, his body worn out by decades of travel and research and the peculiar stresses that came with existing partially in multiple times. But he was not afraid. The visions that came to him now were of reunions rather than endings, of the completion of patterns that had been decades in the weaving. He saw Ahyoka waiting for him in a place that existed outside of time, young and beautiful as she had been when they first met, but also wise with all the experience of her long life. On the night he died, the aurora borealis appeared over Virginia, an event so rare that it was recorded in newspapers across the region. Those who saw it reported that the light seemed to dance and spiral in patterns that reminded them of smoke from sacred fires, and that the wind that night carried sounds like distant singing, like voices calling across impossible distances. The young Cherokee woman, Atsila, was with him at the end. She had appeared at his door 3 days earlier, saying simply that she had been called to come. She sat beside his bed through the final night, holding his hand and singing songs in her own language that seemed to ease his passage from this world to whatever lay beyond. "Can you see her?" she asked softly as his breathing grew shallow and irregular. Elias smiled, his eyes focused on something she couldn't see. "She's here," he whispered. "She's been waiting. She says the great circle is complete. The wind remembers. The earth remembers." His last words were in Cherokee, spoken with perfect pronunciation despite the decades that had passed since he had heard the language spoken. "Nvishiaskaya usti. The wind carries us home." When Atsila went through his papers after the funeral, she found a manuscript he had been working on in his final months, a complete account of his journey through time, written with such detail and precision that it read like a memoir rather than a work of fiction. Attached to it was a note in his handwriting, "For those who will come after, when the time is right for the full truth to be told." She also found the obsidian mirror pendant, the one Ahyoka had sent through the generations with its message of remembrance and hope. But when she touched it, the stone was warm, and for just a moment she heard voices, 2 voices, singing together in harmony that transcended time and space and death itself. The manuscript was eventually published, though not for many years. When it finally appeared, readers weren't sure whether to classify it as historical fiction or spiritual memoir. But among Native American communities, it was recognized immediately for what it was, a true account of one man's journey across time and cultures, a bridge built between worlds that had been kept apart for too long, and in the archives of several universities, filed away with other documents deemed too fragile or too strange for general access, were Elias Rowe's field notes and recordings, thousands of pages of Cherokee songs and stories, Creek medicinal formulas, Seminole agricultural techniques, and dozens of other cultural treasures that had been preserved against the day when they would be needed again. The Great Circle had indeed completed itself. The young man who had fallen through time in search of something he couldn't name had become the elder who built bridges across centuries, who preserved knowledge that would have otherwise been lost, who proved that love and understanding could transcend any barrier that history and hatred might erect. And somewhere in the space between times, in the realm where all moments exist simultaneously, 2 voices continue to sing together, the Cherokee girl who believed in spirits and prophecy, and the young surveyor who learned that the greatest adventures are not those that take us away from home, but those that teach us what home really means. The aurora blazed across the Los Angeles sky like digital fire, streaks of green and violet that shouldn't have existed this far south. Ethan Reyes adjusted his jury-rigged VR headset one more time, the solar panels he'd grafted onto its sides catching the last rays of October sunlight filtering through the eucalyptus trees of Griffith Park. His phone was propped against a rock, live streaming to maybe 12 people who cared about his quantum gaming revolution project. "Okay, chat, we're about to push this thing to 11, he said, voice crackling with nervous energy. "Solar batteries at 96%, geomagnetic readings are off the charts, and He squinted at his smartwatch. Holy shit. The magnetometer's going crazy. This storm's hitting harder than predicted. The headset's weight felt familiar on his skull, cables snaking down to the makeshift battery pack at his waist. Months of salvaged electronics, YouTube tutorials, and stubborn determination had led to this moment. While his classmates were grinding through senior year applications, Ethan was trying to crack the code of consciousness itself, or at least build something cool enough to go viral. Initiating full-spectrum neural mapping in 3, 2... The world exploded into kaleidoscopic fragments. Colours that had no names shrieked across his vision as every nerve ending caught fire. The aurora above seemed to reach down with crackling fingers, and Ethan felt himself falling through dimensions of light and time, his scream lost in a cosmic wind that tasted of ozone and eternity, then darkness, then cold, then the gentle slap of waves against his face. Ethan's eyes fluttered open to find himself sprawled on wet sand beneath a canopy of unfamiliar stars. The aurora was gone, replaced by a moon so bright it cast sharp shadows across pristine beach. His VR headset lay in pieces nearby, circuits still sparking feebly. The air smelled of salt and rotting seaweed, but underneath that was something else, an absence of the petroleum and exhaust that always lingered in LA's atmosphere. His smartwatch face was cracked but still functional, showing 11:47 p.m. The date read October 15th, but the year display flickered between 2020 and something impossible, 1716. What the actual... Well, what have we here? Ethan jerked upright to find 3 men standing over him, their silhouettes outlined against the star-drunk sky. Tricorn hats, loose-fitting shirts, and the unmistakable glint of cutlass steel. His brain, still reeling from whatever had happened, tried to process this information and failed spectacularly. "Looks like a survivor from that sloop we spotted breaking up on the reef," said one of them, his voice carrying a strange accent. Part English, part something Caribbean. Fancy clothes, though, silk by the feel of it. Another man, broader and more scarred, spat into the sand near Ethan's feet. Could be Spanish, could be valuable, could be trouble. Only one way to find out. The third man, younger than the others, extended a hand. "On your feet, lad. Captain'll want words with you." Ethan's hand moved instinctively to his phone, but found only empty pocket. He looked around frantically until he spotted it half buried in sand, its cracked screen dark. When he reached for it, the youngest pirate, because these were definitely pirates, his mind finally admitted, grabbed his wrist. "Careful now. What's this curious thing?" The man lifted the phone, turning it over in his hands. "Some manner of spyglass? The craftsmanship is peculiar. It's, Ethan's voice cracked. "It's a navigation device. Very advanced. Very expensive." The scarred man's eyes narrowed. "You speak strangely, boy. Where are you from?" Before Ethan could concoct an answer, torchlight flickered through the palm trees behind them. More voices, more footsteps. The beach suddenly felt very small and very exposed. "Silas, Tomas, what's the delay?" The voice that cut through the night air belonged to a woman, commanding and sharp. "The tide turns in an hour, and I'll not have the Stormcrow caught in these shallows because you 3 decided to play with beach refuse." The woman who emerged from the tree line stood barely 5.5 feet tall, but carried herself like she owned every grain of sand beneath her boots. Dark hair was braided with bits of bone and coloured thread, and her coat, a deep blue thing that might once have belonged to a naval officer, hung open to reveal a brace of pistols across her chest. Most striking were her eyes, pale green and sharp enough to cut glass. "Captain Vane," said the youngest pirate, Thomas. "Found this one washed up with wreckage from that Dutch sloop. Claims his bauble here is some sort of navigation aid." Captain Vane's gaze moved from Ethan's face to his clothes, the synthetic fibres of his gaming hoodie, the complex weave of his jeans, the rubber soles of his sneakers. Her expression shifted from annoyance to curiosity. "Navigation, you say?" She plucked the phone from Tomas's grip and examined it more closely. "The glass is remarkably clear. The craftsmanship ... She looked up at Ethan. "What's your name, boy?" "Ethan? Ethan Reyes. Spanish blood, then. But your accent." She circled him slowly, predator-like. "Where did you learn to speak English so cleanly? And where did you acquire clothes of such unusual make?" Ethan's mind raced. He'd read enough fantasy novels to know that claiming to be from the future was a quick path to accusations of madness or sorcery. Neither seemed like good career moves when surrounded by armed pirates. "I'm a scholar," he said carefully, "from a distant university. I was aboard a research vessel studying celestial navigation when the storm hit." "A scholar," Captain Vane's smile was sharp. "How fortunate. The Stormcrow has need of men with learning." She turned to the scarred pirate. "Silas, what think you?" Silas spat again. "I think he's too clean to have been in any shipwreck, and his kit's too fine for any honest scholar. Could be a spy, could be bait. Either way, he's trouble we don't need. Perhaps, or perhaps he's exactly what fate has provided." Vane handed the phone back to Ethan. "Tell me, scholar, can you read the stars?" Ethan glanced up at the alien constellations above them. But they weren't alien, he realised. They were simply the same stars he'd known all his life, viewed from a different latitude and without the light pollution of modern civilization. The Big Dipper hung low on the horizon, and Polaris glittered like a diamond in the north. "Yes," he said, "I can read them. And can you chart a course by them?" This was dangerous territory. Ethan knew the basics of celestial navigation from astronomy classes and Wikipedia binges, but theory and practice were very different things. Still, it seemed like his best chance of not ending up as shark food. With the proper instruments, yes. Captain Vane studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Very well, Ethan Reyes. You'll come aboard the Stormcrow as our navigator, prove useful, and you'll earn your share like any other member of my crew. Prove otherwise." She let the implication hang in the salt air. "What if I refuse? Then Silas gets his wish, and you remain here on this beach. Permanently." Her hand rested casually on the butt of one pistol. "The choice is yours, scholar." Ethan looked around at the empty beach, then at the dense jungle beyond. He had no idea where he was, when he was, or how he'd gotten here. But these people had a ship, which meant they had food, water, and most importantly, mobility. His best chance of figuring out what had happened, and how to get home, lay with them. "I accept." The Stormcrow proved to be a sleek brigantine anchored in a sheltered cove, her twin masts rising like spears against the starfield. As the longboat approached her hull, Ethan could make out carved decorations along her rails and the gleam of bronze cannons in her ports. She was beautiful in the way that all dangerous things were beautiful. Elegant, deadly, and utterly unforgiving of mistakes. The next weeks passed in a blur of rope burns, seasickness, and hard-won education in the realities of 18th century piracy. Thomas, despite being only 11 years old, proved an invaluable guide to shipboard life. The boy had grown up on these decks after being orphaned in Port Royal, and his quick wit and street-smart humour made him Ethan's first real friend among the crew. "Keep your head down, speak when spoken to, and never show fear," Thomas whispered, as he taught Ethan to tie proper knots. "Captain Vane's fair but hard. She'll give you every chance to prove yourself, but cross her or show cowardice, and you'll find yourself swimming home." Dr. Adelina Montserrat, the ship's surgeon, presented a different challenge. A woman in her late 20s with intelligent dark eyes and steady hands, she watched Ethan with the focused attention of someone trying to solve a puzzle. Her medical knowledge was impressive for the era, but when Ethan carelessly mentioned the concept of antiseptics during a conversation about treating wounds, her interest became almost predatory. "You speak of invisible creatures that cause infection," she said one evening as she tended to a sailor's infected cut. "This is not theory I've encountered in any medical text. It's a new idea, from the universities in the north." Ethan watched as she cleaned the wound with rum, wincing at the waste of good alcohol. "Have you ever noticed that wounds heal better when cleaned with spirits, rather than water alone?" "I have observed this, yes. But you suggest there is a reason beyond the spirit's heat. What if I told you that bread mould, when properly prepared, could fight infection more effectively than any spirit?" Adelina's eyebrows rose. "I would say you're either a genius or a madman, possibly both." It was during their third week at sea that Ethan's modern knowledge proved its worth in dramatic fashion. He was on night watch, using his smartwatch's digital compass and star chart app, carefully hidden from view, to verify their position, when he noticed something that made his blood run cold. The constellation of Cassiopeia hung too low on the horizon. Combined with the Southern Cross's position, it meant they were sailing directly toward a reef system that wasn't marked on any of their charts. "Captain!" Ethan's shout brought Vane running from her cabin, half-dressed and fully armed. "Hard to starboard. There's a reef directly ahead." "I see no reef," Silas growled from the helm. "The water's deep here, boy. Check your instruments." "Trust me." Ethan pointed at the subtle change in wave patterns barely visible in the moonlight. "The waves are breaking differently. There's something large and shallow about 200 yards ahead." Captain Vane studied the water for a heartbeat, then bellowed, "All hands! Hard to starboard! Drop anchor when I give the word." The Stormcrow heeled over as her crew threw their weight into the turn. 30 seconds later, the lookout's cry confirmed Ethan's warning. "Reef to port." Damn near took her belly out. That night, as the crew celebrated their narrow escape with an extra ration of rum, Captain Vane approached Ethan at the bow rail. "Your eyes are sharper than any man's I've known," she said quietly, "and your knowledge of star paths runs deeper than most. Tell me true, what are you running from, Ethan Reyes?" "Why do you assume I'm running from something?" "Because men don't join pirate crews out of wanderlust. They join because the life they left behind offers them nothing, or because staying would mean death." Her pale eyes reflected starlight. "Which is it for you?" Ethan considered telling her the truth. The whole impossible truth. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, he said, "I'm looking for something. Something I lost." "What manner of thing?" "The way home." Vane nodded slowly. "Aye, that's something we're all seeking one way or another." She turned to go, then paused. "The crew respects you now. You've earned that. Don't squander it." Their first raid came 2 days later, when they intercepted a Dutch merchant vessel heavy with sugar and silver from the Caribbean colonies. Ethan had hoped to avoid the violence, to somehow remain a non-combatant, but Captain Vane made it clear that every member of her crew fought when fighting was required. "A ship is only as strong as her weakest link," she told him, as the crew prepared for battle. "If you won't fight beside us, you're not one of us. And if you're not one of us..." The boarding action was brief and brutal. Ethan found himself swept along by the tide of screaming pirates, cutlass in hand, too terrified to do anything but swing when someone swung at him. The Dutch crew surrendered quickly, but not before Ethan had seen men die, really die, with blood and screams and the terrible finality of stopped hearts. In the aftermath, as the crew divided the spoils, Ethan made a discovery that changed everything. In the merchant captain's cabin, hidden beneath a false bottom in a chest of navigation instruments, he found half of something that made his smartwatch's sensors go haywire. It was jade, carved in intricate geometric patterns that seemed to shift and flow in the lamplight. Metallic veins ran through the stone. Magnetite, he realized, remembering his physics classes. When he held it close to his watch, the device's magnetic field sensors spiked, and for just a moment, the cracked screen flickered with readings that defied logic. "Temporal displacement detected," scrolled across the display before it went dark again. "Quantum signature match, 94%. Ethan's heart hammered in his chest. This thing, whatever it was connected to what had happened to him. Connected to the Aurora, to the impossible rift that had torn him from 2020 and dumped him in 1716. "Ah, you've found my little treasure." Ethan spun to find Captain Vane watching from the cabin doorway, her expression unreadable. "This is yours?" "Now it is. Took it from a Spanish treasure ship 3 months past, along with the other half." She produced a matching piece of jade from beneath her coat. The Spanish captain said it was an Aztec artifact, combined with Chinese astronomical knowledge, called it the Jade Astrolabe. When the two halves were brought together, they formed a perfect sphere covered in intricate carvings, symbols that looked like star maps mixed with mathematical formulas, and threading through it all were those metallic veins that made Ethan's watch go berserk. "There was writing with it," Vane continued, "a prophecy of sorts. When the starborn child comes to mend the sky at Dragon Gate, twin suns shall writhe and heaven's door shall open." Poetic nonsense, I thought. But now... She looked at Ethan meaningfully. "Now I wonder..." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion on deck. Silas burst into the cabin, his scarred face twisted with anger. "Captain, we have a problem. That merchant vessel we took, she was flying Dutch colours, but her papers mark her as English. We've just robbed a ship under Crown protection." Vane's jaw tightened. "How certain are you?" "Certain enough. And certain that Commodore Nathaniel Hawke of His Majesty's Navy will be hunting us within the week. He's been stalking these waters for months, looking for any excuse to put a noose around your neck." The name seemed to hit Captain Vane like a physical blow. Her hand went instinctively to a scar along her collarbone, and her eyes hardened. "Hawk," she whispered, "then we run. Set course for Tortuga. We need information, supplies, and a place to lay low while we plan our next move." Tortuga proved to be everything Ethan had imagined and worse. The infamous pirate haven was a sprawling collection of ramshackle buildings, taverns that never closed, and people who asked no questions as long as your silver was good. The air reeked of unwashed bodies, cheap rum and moral decay. It was there, in a tavern called the Laughing Skull, that they met the cartographer who would change everything. He was an ancient man, skin like leather and eyes clouded with cataracts, but his hands were steady as he examined the jade astrolabe by flickering candlelight. "I know this device," he wheezed. "Seen its like once before in the hands of a Chinese explorer who claimed it could open doors between the world of the living and the realm of spirits." He traced the carved symbols with one gnarled finger. "But this one's different, more complex. The star patterns..." He looked up sharply at Ethan. "You understand astronomy, young man?" "Some." "Then you'll know these aren't random decorations. They're a star map, showing the positions of celestial bodies during events of great magnetic disturbance. Solar storms, they call them in the Chinese texts, when the sun's fire reaches out to touch the earth." Ethan's pulse quickened. "And Dragon Gate?" The old man's smile was gap-toothed and knowing. "A place where the earth's magnetic field runs strange, where compasses spin like dancers and the northern lights sometimes touch the water. The Spanish call it El Triángulo del Diablo. Your people might know it by another name." The Bermuda Triangle. Ethan's blood turned to ice water. He was talking about the Bermuda Triangle, that legendary region where ships and planes disappeared without trace. And if the prophecy was right, if the astrolabe could somehow open heaven's door during a solar storm... "How far to Dragon Gate?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. 3 days hard sailing to the northeast, but you'll not want to go there, lad. Ships that enter those waters during the aurora storms, they don't come back." That night, as the crew slept off their shore leave, Ethan found Captain Vane standing at the Stormcrow's bow rail, staring out at the star-drunk Caribbean sky. "You're planning to sail for Dragon Gate," he said. It wasn't a question. "Aye. The prophecy speaks of a star-born child who will mend the sky. You arrive from nowhere, speaking strangely, dressed in clothes no tailor on earth has made, carrying devices that confound our understanding." She turned to face him. "Tell me true, Ethan Reyes. Are you that child?" Ethan looked into her pale green eyes and made a decision that would doom them all. "Yes," he said. "I am." The next morning brought news that chilled everyone's blood. Thomas had gone ashore the previous evening and failed to return. Search parties found him in the custody of local authorities, arrested for brawling with British sailors. But the circumstances were suspicious. Witnesses claimed the British had started the fight, and that Thomas had been targeted specifically. "It's a trap," Silas growled as they gathered in Vane's cabin to plan a rescue. "Hawk's here, or his agents are. They're using the boy as bait." "Then we give them what they expect," Vane replied. "We walk into their trap, but we do it on our terms." The rescue mission that followed became the stuff of legend among the Tortuga taverns. Ethan, driven by guilt and desperate to save his young friend, proposed a plan that seemed insane but just might work. Using his knowledge of chemistry and the ship's store of gunpowder, he improvised a series of flashbang explosives that would disorient their enemies long enough for a swift extraction. The plan worked perfectly until it didn't. They freed Thomas and were fighting their way back to the harbour when British Marines appeared from concealment, cutting off their escape route. In the running battle that followed, Ethan found himself fighting alongside Captain Vane, his modern reflexes and unpredictable tactics proving surprisingly effective against trained military opponents. It was during that fight that he saw her true nature for the first time. Arabella Vane wasn't just a pirate captain, she was a force of nature, moving through combat with lethal grace, every shot perfectly placed, every sword stroke economical and deadly. But there was something else in her eyes as she fought, something that looked almost like joy. They made it back to the Stormcrow and escaped into open water, but not before Ethan caught a glimpse of their pursuer. Commodore Nathaniel Hawke stood on the dock watching their departure, and even at a distance Ethan could see the cold intelligence in the man's pale eyes. This was no ordinary naval officer. This was a hunter who had found his prey. "He'll follow us," Vane said as Tortuga fell behind them. Hawks lost too much to pirates to let us slip away again. He'll dog our wake until one of us is dead. What did you take from him? Ethan asked. Vane's hand went to her collarbone scar again. His brother, 3 years ago, off the coast of Jamaica. Young Lieutenant Hawke, fresh from England and full of righteous fire. He died with a sword in his hand and my blade in his heart. That night, as they sailed toward the mysterious waters of Dragon Gate, Ethan told Captain Vane the truth. All of it. The time travel, the quantum rift, his desperate need to return to 2020. He expected disbelief, mockery, perhaps accusations of madness. Instead, she listened in thoughtful silence, occasionally asking technical questions that demonstrated a sharp understanding of both navigation and natural philosophy. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. "The aurora that night you arrived," she said finally. "I've sailed these waters for 10 years, and I've never seen lights like that so far south. And your devices, your knowledge of star paths we've never charted." She nodded slowly. I believe you. The question now is what we do with this knowledge. We use the astrolabe. We wait for another solar storm and we open the rift. And then I go home. Ethan met her eyes. And you become legend. The next 2 days passed in a strange atmosphere of anticipation and dread. The crew sensed that something momentous was approaching, but only a handful knew the full truth. Dr. Montserrat had been brought into their confidence, and her scientific mind had seized on the implications with fierce enthusiasm. "If what you describe is true," she told Ethan, as they prepared the astrolabe, "then we are about to witness the greatest natural phenomenon in human history. The practical applications alone." Her eyes shone with possibilities. The medical knowledge you've shared, the concept of bacterial infection, the potential of bread mold as an antiseptic. This could save thousands of lives. "We'll save thousands of lives," Ethan corrected, "in about 300 years. They reached Dragon Gate on the morning of the 3rd day, sailing into waters that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly quality. Compasses began spinning wildly, and several crew members reported feeling strange tingles in their extremities. Ethan's smartwatch, which had been mostly dormant since his arrival, suddenly blazed to life with readings that defied explanation. "Magnetic anomaly detected," scrolled across its cracked screen. "Temporal field fluctuation imminent. Quantum cascade event probable." "How long?" Captain Vane asked, reading over his shoulder. "Soon. The solar storm's building. Look at the horizon." To the north, the sky was beginning to take on an unnatural hue, green and violet threads dancing between the clouds. Aurora Borealis, impossibly far south, painting the Caribbean sky with colours that belonged to the Arctic. It was then that Commodore Hawke's frigate appeared on the southern horizon, her white sails cutting through the afternoon heat like knife blades. But she wasn't alone. Another ship sailed alongside her, flying familiar colours. "Christ's blood," Silas breathed. "That's the Storm Crow." He was right. Impossibly, there were now 2 Storm Crows sailing these waters, the one they stood on, and another approaching from the south under the guns of Hawke's frigate. "Temporal echo," Ethan whispered. "The rift's already beginning to form. We're seeing ourselves from another timeline, another possibility." But even as he spoke, he realised the truth was worse than that. The second Storm Crow flew different colours, not the black flag of piracy, but the red banner of mutiny. Silas had finally made his move, seizing control of the ship and delivering it to Hawke in exchange for a royal pardon. "All hands, prepare for battle!" Vane's voice carried across the deck like a clarion call. "Mr. Crow has shown his true colours at last, but we'll not go gentle into that good night." The battle that followed defied every convention of naval warfare. 3 ships manoeuvred through waters that seemed to twist space itself, while overhead the aurora grew stronger, casting eerie light across the scene. Ethan climbed the mainmast with the jade astrolabe, trying to align its intricate mechanisms with the growing magnetic storm above. Cannon fire thundered across the water as the 2 Storm Crows engaged each other in a battle that was both real and impossible. Ethan could see Silas on the deck of the other ship, bellowing orders to crew members who should have been standing right beside him. The paradox was tearing reality apart at the seams. "Now, Ethan," Captain Vane's voice cut through the chaos. "Whatever you're going to do, do it now." Above them, the aurora had become a writhing mass of energy that seemed to reach down toward the sea. Lightning crackled between the masts of all 3 ships, and the water itself began to glow with phosphorescent fire. Ethan pressed the two halves of the astrolabe together and felt power surge through the device like a living thing. The jade sphere began to spin in his hands, its carved symbols blazing with inner light. The metallic veins that ran through it sparked and danced, and suddenly the air around him tore open like fabric. Through the rift, Ethan could see Griffith Park in 2020. His own world, his own time, calling to him across centuries. The portal pulsed with every heartbeat, and he knew that if he was going to go, it had to be now. But as he prepared to leap through, he looked down at the deck of the Stormcrow and saw his friends fighting for their lives. Thomas, barely 11 years old, standing back to back with Dr. Montserrat as they faced Hawk's Marines. Captain Vane, blood streaming from a wound on her forehead, still fighting with the fury of a hurricane given human form. He could save himself. He could go home. All he had to do was jump. Instead, Ethan Reyes made the decision that would echo through legend for centuries to come. He twisted the astrolabe's mechanisms, not to stabilize the portal, but to redirect its energy. The rift that had opened to 2020 collapsed, but in its place, new doorways tore open across the battlefield. Commodore Hawk's frigate, caught in the dimensional crossfire, vanished into a swirling vortex that deposited it in the middle of the Sahara Desert, circa 1543. The mutinous Stormcrow, along with Silas and his treacherous crew, fell through a rift that led to the bottom of the Mariana Trench, but in the year 2157. The energy backlash sent Ethan tumbling from the mast into the churning waters below. As he fell, he felt Captain Vane's ring, a simple band of gold set with a single emerald, pressed into his palm. "Remember us," her voice followed him into the dark water. "Remember that we were here." The last thing Ethan saw before the portal collapsed was Arabella Vane standing at the rail of the Stormcrow, her pale green eyes bright with tears and laughter, watching him disappear into the space between moments. He woke up in Griffith Park, lying in a crater of scorched earth, with his ruined VR headset still smoking beside him. The aurora was fading from the sky, and his phone, miraculously intact, showed 11:48 p.m, October 15th, 2020. Only 1 minute had passed since the accident, but in his hand he held Captain Vane's ring, and embedded in the VR headset circuitry was a fragment of jade that pulsed with inner light. Over the following weeks, Ethan threw himself into research with the desperate intensity of a man trying to prove he wasn't insane. He studied astrophysics, quantum mechanics and temporal theory, looking for any scientific explanation for what had happened to him. The jade fragment resisted all attempts at analysis, but his smartwatch had recorded enough data to suggest that his impossible journey had actually occurred. The final proof came 2 months later, when he was visiting the Natural History Museum downtown. In a new exhibit on colonial Caribbean artifacts, he found a display case containing a gold ring set with an emerald dated to approximately 1720. The placard read, "Ring of unknown origin, discovered in the personal effects of the notorious pirate captain known as Grim, Arabella Vane." According to contemporary accounts, Captain Vane claimed the ring was a gift from a starborn navigator who saved her crew from destruction. Historians consider this claim to be typical pirate folklore, though the ring's provenance remains mysterious. Ethan stared at the display for a long time, remembering pale green eyes and the sound of his name called across 3 centuries. Then he walked out of the museum and into his future, carrying the weight of legend and the knowledge that somewhere in the past his friends were still sailing toward their destiny. In his apartment that night, as he worked on new equations that might someday allow him to control temporal rifts, instead of simply stumbling through them, Ethan Reyes smiled and thought he heard the distant sound of wind in rigging and waves against a ship's hull. Somewhere in 1720, Captain Arabella Vane stood at the bow of the Stormcrow and watched the aurora dance across the Caribbean sky, remembering a strange young man who had taught her crew that legends were just truth waiting to be discovered. The oscilloscope's amber screen flickered in the dim garage light, casting ghostly shadows across Noah Cross's angular face. At 17, he possessed the kind of restless intelligence that made teachers uncomfortable and classmates distant. While other kids his age were planning prom or worrying about college applications, Noah spent his nights elbow-deep in salvaged electronics, surrounded by the metallic bones of decommissioned military equipment he'd rescued from scrapyards across New Mexico. His mother's Honda pulled into the driveway with its familiar wheeze, signalling the end of another 12-hour shift at Presbyterian Hospital. Sarah Cross emerged looking exhausted, her scrubs wrinkled and her auburn hair escaping its ponytail. She paused at the garage entrance, watching her son's silhouette hunched over his latest project. "You're going to electrocute yourself one of these days," she said, though her voice carried more resignation than real concern. She'd given up trying to drag him away from his experiments years ago. "I'm being careful, Mum." Noah didn't look up from the oscilloscope's guts, where he was methodically replacing burnt capacitors with modern equivalents. "This baby's from 1962, military grade. They don't make them like this anymore." Sarah shook her head and disappeared into the house. Noah had always been different, reading quantum mechanics textbooks at 12, building radio receivers from spare parts at 14. The other military brats at school called him weird, but Noah preferred the company of electrons and magnetic fields to teenage drama anyway. The oscilloscope had been his best find yet, pulled from a pile of junk at Sanchez Salvage outside Santa Fe. The old man behind the counter had barely glanced at it when Noah offered $20, muttering something about old DARPA crap under his breath. What Sanchez didn't know, what Noah didn't know either, was that this particular piece of equipment had once been part of something called Project Kronos, a classified quantum resonance experiment that had been hastily shuttered in 1963 after producing results that terrified even its creators. For 3 weeks, Noah had been rebuilding the machine's internal architecture, integrating it with his custom-built Tesla coil and a high-frequency generator he'd assembled from marine radio parts. The fusion of 1960s military precision with modern amateur engineering created something that shouldn't have worked, but somehow did. Outside, storm clouds gathered over the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, pregnant with the kind of electrical violence that New Mexico summers delivered with biblical fury. Noah glanced at his phone. 11:47 p.m. Perfect timing. He needed the atmospheric disturbance to test his theory about electromagnetic resonance patterns. As if summoned by his thoughts, the first crack of thunder split the night. Lightning strobed through the garage windows, and Noah felt the familiar electric tingle that preceded a major storm. He flipped the power switch on his jury-rigged apparatus, watching voltage readings climb on the digital multimeter he'd wired into the system. The oscilloscope screen came alive with dancing waveforms, complex interference patterns that seemed to pulse with their own rhythm. Noah fine-tuned the frequency generator, chasing a harmonic sweet spot he'd calculated but never achieved. The Tesla coil hummed with increasing intensity, its copper windings glowing faintly in the darkness. Then he heard it, a voice emerging from the static of his old radio, words bleeding through from some distant transmission. "Eagle Squadron reporting heavy resistance over Hamburg. Repeat, heavy resistance." The voice carried the crisp, urgent tone of a military radio operator, but the accent was wrong, the phrasing too formal for modern communications. Noah frowned, adjusting the radio's frequency dial. The voice strengthened. "Coordinates confirmed. Proceed to target Alpha 7. Static swallowed the transmission, then spit out fragments. "God help us all." Lightning struck somewhere close, the thunder arriving almost instantaneously. In that same moment, Noah's equipment reached critical resonance. The oscilloscope screen exploded with impossible geometries, waveforms that seemed to fold in on themselves like origami made of pure energy. The Tesla coil's hum became a scream, and the air itself began to taste metallic. What happened next defied every law of physics that Noah understood. The space around the oscilloscope began to warp, reality bending like heated glass. A darkness opened in the centre of the distortion, not the mere absence of light, but something that hurt to look at directly. A tiny wound in the fabric of space-time itself. Noah reached for the power switch, but the magnetic field had become so intense that his tools were flying toward the anomaly like iron filings toward a magnet. The radio's static crescendoed into a banshee wail, and that impossible voice from the past shouted clearly through the chaos. "Trinity test confirmed! The gadget works! God forgive us!" The garage tilted, or maybe Noah tilted. The world became a kaleidoscope of spinning tools and sparking electronics, and then the darkness swallowed everything with the sound of reality tearing like wet fabric. Consciousness returned in pieces, the taste of copper pennies, the smell of sage and dust, the sensation of grit against his cheek. Noah opened his eyes to find himself face down in red desert sand, his body aching as if he'd been thrown from a moving car. The familiar weight of his smartphone pressed against his thigh, and his garage-stained t-shirt and jeans felt alien against the profound silence of the wilderness. He pushed himself upright, squinting against sunlight that seemed wrong somehow, too yellow, too clean. The landscape stretched endlessly in all directions, broken only by distant mesas and the occasional scrub brush. There was no sign of his garage, his house, or even the storm that had been raging moments before. Panic clawed at his chest as he checked his phone. No signal. The date read July 15th, but the year displayed as 1943. Noah stared at the screen, certain it was malfunctioning, until he noticed something else. The device's GPS showed his location as approximately 30 miles northwest of a place called Los Alamos, New Mexico. The name triggered something in his memory, a fragment from the history books he'd devoured during his obsession with Cold War technology. Los Alamos, 1943, the Manhattan Project, the secret city where America built the atomic bomb. A dust cloud on the horizon resolved into a military jeep, its olive-drab paint job and angular design distinctly different from modern vehicles. Noah stood frozen as the vehicle approached, his mind racing through possible explanations that didn't involve time travel, because time travel was impossible, wasn't it? The jeep screeched to a halt 50 yards away, and two soldiers emerged with their rifles raised. Their uniforms were museum pieces, wool garrison caps, canvas gaiters, and the kind of equipment pouches that belonged in old war movies. But the weapons they carried were real enough, and the suspicion in their eyes was contemporary to any era. "Halt! Identify yourself." The taller soldier's voice cracked slightly, betraying his youth despite his authoritative tone. Noah raised his hands, his engineer's mind cataloguing details even through his terror. The soldiers' uniforms bore insignia he recognized from historical documentaries, the distinctive patch of the Manhattan Engineer District. The younger soldier couldn't have been more than 19, his face sunburned and serious beneath his cap. I'm Noah Cross," he managed, his voice hoarse from breathing desert dust. "I think I'm lost." The soldiers exchanged glances. The older one, a sergeant by his stripes, stepped closer while keeping his rifle trained on Noah's chest. "Lost?" He looked pointedly at Noah's modern clothing, the synthetic fabric and machine-stitched seams that wouldn't be invented for decades. "Son, you're about as lost as a person can get. This is a restricted military zone." They searched him with professional efficiency, confiscating his phone. What the hell is this thing? His wallet, and the small multi-tool he always carried. Noah's driver's license sparked particular interest. The laminated plastic, the holographic security features, and the issuing date of 2024 caused confused murmurs between the soldiers. The ride to the military checkpoint passed in surreal silence. Noah squeezed between two armed guards in the back of the jeep. The landscape looked familiar, yet alien. The same red rocks and endless sky he'd known all his life, but somehow cleaner, emptier, as if the world were holding its breath. The checkpoint itself was a collection of temporary buildings surrounded by barbed wire and serious-looking sentries. Noah was processed with military efficiency, fingerprinted, photographed, and subjected to an interrogation that began politely, but grew increasingly intense as his story proved impossible to verify. "Let me get this straight," said Lieutenant Morrison, the intelligence officer who'd taken over the questioning. He was young for his rank, with the kind of pale complexion that suggested too many hours spent indoors with classified documents. "You claim to be from Albuquerque, but we can't verify your address. Your identification card is made from materials we've never seen, issued by a department that doesn't exist, and you were found wandering in a restricted area with no memory of how you got there." Noah stuck to the story he'd hastily constructed. Amnesia from a car accident, possible head trauma, confusion about dates and locations. It was thin, but anything approaching the truth would have them convinced he was either insane or an enemy agent. "The thing is," Morrison continued, leaning back in his metal chair, "we've been having some unusual reports lately. Strange lights in the sky, electromagnetic disturbances. Some of the eggheads think the Germans might be testing some new kind of weapon, makes us jumpy about unexplained visitors. Before Noah could respond, the interrogation room door opened and a man in civilian clothes entered. He was perhaps 40, with prematurely grey hair and the kind of intense, analytical gaze that Noah recognised in fellow science enthusiasts. The man glanced at Noah's file, then studied Noah himself with unconcealed curiosity. Dr. Walter Irwin, the man introduced himself, extending a hand that Noah shook automatically. I'm one of the physicists working on the project here. Lieutenant Morrison thought I might want to speak with you. Dr. Irwin settled into a chair across from Noah, his manner more collegial than interrogative. I've been reading your statements. You mentioned being interested in electronics, electromagnetic theory. Tell me, what do you know about quantum mechanics? The question was clearly a test, but Noah couldn't help himself. Despite the impossible circumstances, the prospect of discussing physics with a real scientist was irresistible. Well, I've read about wave-particle duality, quantum superposition, the uncertainty principle, Heisenberg, Schrödinger, Einstein's objections to quantum entanglement. Dr. Irwin's eyebrows rose with each reference. In 1943, quantum mechanics was still cutting-edge science, discussed mainly in academic circles and classified research programs. For a teenager, especially one found wandering in the desert, to speak so knowledgeably about such advanced concepts was unprecedented. Fascinating, Dr. Irwin murmured. And what's your opinion on the practical applications of quantum theory? Theoretical, of course. Noah felt like a student stumbling through an exam he hadn't studied for, except the subject matter was the fundamental nature of reality itself. I think we're only beginning to understand the implications. Quantum tunneling, for instance, or the possibility that observation affects reality at the subatomic level. It could revolutionize everything from computing to energy production. The room fell silent. Dr. Irwin and Lieutenant Morrison exchanged a look that Noah couldn't interpret, but he sensed he'd said something significant, possibly dangerously so. Mr. Cross, Dr. Irwin said finally, I'm going to make a recommendation that might sound unusual. We have a shortage of qualified personnel here, particularly bright young minds who understand advanced physics. If you're willing, I'd like to offer you a position as a junior research assistant. It would solve your immediate problem of having nowhere to go, and it would allow us to keep an eye on you while we verify your background. Noah's heart hammered against his ribs. A position at Los Alamos in 1943 meant working on the Manhattan Project, helping to build the weapons that would end World War II and usher in the atomic age. The moral implications were staggering, but what choice did he have? Refusing would only deepen their suspicions, and he needed time to figure out how to return to his own era. I'd be honoured to help however I can, he said, hoping his voice sounded steadier than he felt. The temporary quarters they assigned him were Spartan but comfortable. A narrow bed, a small desk, and a window that looked out over the sprawling complex of laboratories and living spaces that made up the secret city. Noah lay awake that first night, staring at stars that seemed brighter and more numerous than the ones he remembered, wondering if he was going insane, or if he'd somehow stumbled into the greatest scientific adventure in human history. His first day of work began before dawn with a security briefing that emphasized the absolute necessity of discretion. The project was compartmentalized, with each worker knowing only what they needed to complete their specific tasks. Noah was assigned to the electronics division, where his job involved calibrating sensitive measuring instruments and maintaining the complex array of equipment needed for the scientists' experiments. The work was fascinating despite his limited access to information. He found himself surrounded by technology that was advanced for 1943, but primitive by the standards of his own time. Vacuum tube computers the size of refrigerators, mechanical calculators that clicked and whirred through complex equations, and electromagnetic devices that seemed to bend the laws of physics through brute force rather than elegant engineering. It was during his second week that he first encountered Dr. J. Robert Oppenheimer himself. The scientific director of the project was younger than Noah had expected from photographs, but he possessed an intensity that made the air around him seem to vibrate with barely contained energy. Oppenheimer moved through the laboratories like a force of nature, discussing quantum theory in one breath and Sanskrit poetry in the next. "You're the young man Walter's been telling me about," Oppenheimer said when Dr. Irwin introduced them. His pale blue eyes seemed to look straight through Noah, as if he could read the secrets written on his soul, the one with the interesting perspectives on electromagnetic theory. Noah mumbled something appropriately modest while trying not to stare at the man who would become known as the father of the atomic bomb. The encounter lasted only a few minutes, but it left him shaken. This wasn't history anymore. These were real people making real decisions that would reshape the world. The moral weight of his situation hit him fully during a conversation with Eva Stein, a young woman who worked as a laboratory assistant in the chemistry division. She was perhaps 22, with dark hair pinned back severely and intelligent brown eyes that missed nothing. Eva had fled Nazi Germany in 1938, leaving behind family members who had since disappeared into the horror of the Holocaust. "They have my parents," she told Noah one evening as they shared coffee in the mess hall. "My younger brother too. The letters stopped coming last year." Her voice was steady, but Noah could see the carefully controlled grief in the set of her shoulders. "Every day I work here, I tell myself that what we're building will end this war faster, maybe save people like them." Noah wanted to tell her the truth, that her family was likely already dead, that the bombs they were building would kill hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians, that the war would end in August, but the nuclear age would bring its own terrors. Instead, he listened and nodded, and felt the weight of forbidden knowledge settle on his chest like a stone. Eva was too observant for her own good. Within a few weeks, she began asking pointed questions about Noah's background, his education, his mysterious appearance in the desert. She noticed inconsistencies in his story, anachronisms in his speech, and the way he sometimes seemed to know things he shouldn't. "You're not who you say you are," she confronted him one evening as they walked between the laboratory buildings. The New Mexico sky blazed with stars unmarked by light pollution, and the air carried the scent of sage and the faint ozone smell of high-voltage experiments. "Your accent isn't quite right for New Mexico. Your clothes, when they brought you in, the fabric was like nothing I've seen. And yesterday, when Dr. Fermi was discussing neutron bombardment, you started to say something about enrichment cascades before you caught yourself." Noah's blood turned to ice water. Uranium enrichment cascades were a theoretical concept in 1943, not yet implemented in the massive facilities at Oak Ridge. His knowledge of the process came from textbooks written decades in the future. "I don't know what you mean," he said, but Eva stepped closer, her eyes searching his face. "I think you do. The question is whether you're a German spy with access to intelligence we don't know about, or something else entirely." She paused, then added quietly, "There's something about you that doesn't fit in this time." The phrase hit Noah like a physical blow. He stopped walking, staring at her in the starlight. "This time?" Eva's expression softened slightly. "My grandmother used to tell stories about people who slipped between moments, who fell through cracks in the world. I always thought they were just stories." She reached out and touched his arm gently. "But then I met you. Standing there in the desert night, surrounded by the greatest scientific minds of the 20th century, working to unlock the secrets of the atom, Noah made a decision that would change everything." He told Eva the truth. Not all of it at first. Just fragments, pieces of an impossible story about oscilloscopes and time rifts, and accidentally discovering that the boundaries between past and future were more fragile than anyone imagined. Eva listened without interruption, her scientist mind analysing and cataloguing, even as her human heart struggled to accept what she was hearing. "Show me," she said finally. "If what you're saying is true, show me proof." Noah led her to his quarters and retrieved the items the security personnel had returned to him: his wallet, his phone, his multi-tool. Under the light of a table lamp, Eva examined each object with forensic attention. The synthetic materials, the manufacturing precision, the electronic components that wouldn't be invented for decades. All of it pointed to a technology base far beyond 1943. When Noah powered on his phone and showed her the stored photographs from his own time, images of modern Albuquerque, of the Los Alamos National Laboratory as it would exist in the 21st century, Eva's scientific skepticism finally crumbled. "Mein Gott," she whispered, scrolling through pictures of a world she would never live to see. "It's real. You're really from... When did you say... Ixas onesibse?" "I didn't plan this," Noah said urgently. "I was just experimenting with electromagnetic resonance, and something went wrong. I need to get back, but I need equipment I can't access, and knowledge I'm not supposed to have." Eva was quiet for a long time, studying his face in the lamplight. Finally she asked, "In your time, do we win the war?" "Yes, but the cost." Noah struggled with how much to reveal. "The bombs we're building here, they work. They end the war in August 1945, but they also kill hundreds of thousands of people in Japan, and they start an arms race that brings the world to the brink of destruction multiple times. And if we don't build them, I don't know, maybe Germany develops them first. Maybe the war drags on for years longer, and millions more die in conventional fighting. History is complicated." Eva nodded slowly. "Then we continue the work. But we also get you home." She looked at him with new determination. "What do you need?" The answer was both simple and impossibly complex. Noah needed to recreate the conditions that had brought him to 1943, the specific electromagnetic resonance frequency, the quantum interference pattern, and most critically, a massive energy source to power the dimensional rift. The problem was that 2 of those 3 requirements involved classified materials and equipment that were under constant guard. For 2 weeks they planned in whispered conversations and stolen moments between work shifts. Eva used her access to the chemistry labs to identify potential sources of the materials they needed, while Noah designed modifications to existing equipment that might generate the necessary quantum field resonance. Their planning was complicated by the growing suspicions of Frank Kessler, a junior physicist whose professional jealousy had been kindled by Noah's rapid integration into the project. Kessler had noticed the attention Dr. Irwin paid to Noah's insights, the way senior scientists sometimes paused to listen when Noah offered suggestions. More dangerously, he'd begun asking questions about Noah's background and qualifications. "There's something off about that kid," Kessler complained to anyone who would listen. "He shows up out of nowhere with no verifiable credentials, and suddenly he's offering advice to Oppenheimer himself. Mark my words, he's not what he seems." The situation came to a head on the evening of July 14th, just as Noah and Eva were preparing to attempt their escape. Kessler had spent weeks gathering what he considered evidence of Noah's suspicious nature, his mysterious arrival, his advanced knowledge, the inconsistencies in his personal history. That night, he presented his findings to Army intelligence. The investigation that followed was swift and thorough. Security personnel searched Noah's quarters, analysed his possessions, and subjected him to intense questioning that grew more hostile by the hour. The phone, with its impossible technology, was all the proof they needed that Noah was hiding something significant. "Son," said Colonel Patterson, the security chief who'd taken over the case, "I've been doing this job for 20 years, and I've never seen anything like this." He held up Noah's smartphone, its sleek design and advanced materials utterly alien in the 1940s environment. "This device contains technology that's decades ahead of anything we've developed. The only question is whether you're working for the Germans, the Russians, or someone else entirely." Noah tried to maintain his cover story, but it was collapsing under the weight of physical evidence and mounting suspicion. They knew he wasn't who he claimed to be. The only question was what they would do about it. The answer came at dawn on July 15th, when Colonel Patterson informed him that he was being transferred to a more secure facility for enhanced interrogation. The implication was clear. They would use whatever methods necessary to extract the truth from him, and given the stakes of the Manhattan Project, those methods would not be gentle. It was Eva who provided the solution. Using her security clearance and knowledge of the facility's layout, she created a diversion that would give them one chance to escape, but only if they acted during the Trinity test itself, when attention would be focused on the world's first atomic bomb detonation. The plan was audacious in its simplicity. The Trinity test was scheduled for 5:30 a.m. on July 16th, just hours away. The massive electrical systems used to trigger the bomb's detonation would create electromagnetic interference across the entire region, perfect cover for the kind of quantum resonance experiment they needed to perform. Eva had managed to smuggle key components from various laboratories, high-voltage capacitors, resonance coils, and most crucially, a small sample of enriched uranium that would provide the quantum instability necessary to punch through the dimensional barrier. They would use the high-voltage testing chamber in Lab 7, timing their experiment to coincide with the Trinity detonation. "If your theory is correct," Eva said as they made final preparations in the pre-dawn darkness, "the atomic blast will provide enough energy to reopen the temporal rift. But Noah," she paused, her hand on his arm, "if you're wrong, will both be vaporized along with everything else in this desert. Noah looked at her in the dim light, this remarkable woman who had risked everything to help him return to a future she would never see. "Come with me," he said impulsively. "I don't know if it's possible, but—" Eva shook her head. "This is my time. The war. I have work to finish here." She pressed something into his hands, a small silver locket that had belonged to her grandmother. "But perhaps something of me can make the journey with you." They entered Lab 7 through a service tunnel that Eva had scouted weeks earlier, emerging into the high-voltage testing chamber where massive electrical equipment hummed with barely contained power. Noah worked with desperate efficiency, connecting his improvised quantum resonance device to the lab's electrical systems while Eva monitored for security patrols. Outside, the pre-dawn sky was beginning to lighten. In a bunker 20 miles away, scientists and military personnel were making final preparations to witness humanity's first glimpse of atomic fire. Noah's hand shook as he made the final connections, knowing that in a few minutes the course of human history would change forever. At 5:29 a.m., alarms began blaring throughout the facility. Someone had discovered their absence, and security teams were sweeping the complex. Eva barricaded the laboratory door while Noah powered up his equipment, watching voltage readings climb toward the critical threshold. 30 seconds to Trinity, Eva reported, monitoring a radio she'd brought to track the countdown. "Noah, whatever happens, I want you to know—" Her words were cut off by the sound of soldiers shouting outside the laboratory. Security personnel had found them. 10 seconds, Noah whispered, his hand hovering over the activation switch. Through the laboratory's small window he could see the distant Jornada del Muerto desert where history was about to be made. The world went white. For an instant that lasted eternity, Noah experienced the birth of the atomic age as pure energy. The Trinity bomb's detonation 20 miles away registered as a pressure wave that seemed to compress time itself, while his quantum resonance device screamed to life in sympathetic response. Reality folded inward like origami made of light and impossible mathematics. He felt Eva's hand in his as the dimensional rift opened. Not the tiny wound in space-time that had brought him to 1943, but a vast tunnel of swirling energy that stretched between moments. The laboratory around them dissolved into constituent atoms, then reformed as something else entirely. The transition felt like drowning in reverse, a sensation of being pulled up through layers of compressed time until he burst through the surface of the present, gasping and disoriented. Noah found himself lying on the concrete floor of his garage, surrounded by the familiar clutter of his electronics workshop. Everything was exactly as he'd left it, but wrong in subtle ways that made his skin crawl. The oscilloscope that had started his journey sat on the workbench, but now it bore the faint inscription JRO 1943 etched into its metal housing. His radio, previously tuned to a local rock station, was picking up what sounded like a big band number from the 1940s. Noah staggered to his feet, his mind reeling from the transition. Outside, dawn was breaking over familiar mountains, but the light seemed different, cleaner somehow, as if the world had been subtly retuned while he was away. He stumbled into the house, finding his mother already gone for her morning shift at the hospital. It wasn't until he walked to school that the changes became apparent. The building was the same, but the name carved into the stone facade now read Eva Stein Memorial High School. Inside, a bronze plaque near the main office commemorated an anonymous contributor to the Manhattan Project, whose sacrifice advanced the cause of freedom. Noah stood before the plaque for a long time, reading and rereading the dedication that mentioned a young German refugee who had died in a laboratory accident during the final days of the war. The official story was sanitized, bureaucratic, but Noah could read between the lines. Eva had stayed behind, continuing her work on the project that would end the war and reshape the world. The final confirmation came when he arrived home that afternoon to find a package waiting on his doorstep. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper that had yellowed with age, was Eva's grandmother's locket, the same one she had pressed into his hands moments before their escape attempt. A note written in Eva's careful handwriting accompanied it. "My dear Noah, if you're reading this, then you made it back safely, and time has found a way to complete our circle. I wanted you to know that I survived the laboratory accident that the official reports describe, though I was never able to explain the miraculous escape that saved my life. I went on to work on peaceful applications of atomic energy, always remembering the young man from the future who showed me that science must be tempered with wisdom. The locket has waited 60 years to find you again. Perhaps now you understand that some journeys through time are meant to bring us home to who we were always supposed to become. E.S. 1983. Noah clutched the locket, feeling the weight of decades and the warmth of a friendship that had transcended time itself. He had returned to his own era, but the experience had changed him in ways he was still discovering. The burden of knowledge he carried, about the future consequences of the atomic age, about the moral complexities of scientific progress, would shape every decision he made going forward. That evening, he stood in his garage workshop, staring at the oscilloscope that had started his incredible journey. The machine hummed quietly, its screens dark and peaceful. Noah reached for the power switch, then stopped. The temptation to experiment further, to explore other moments in history, was almost overwhelming. Instead, he walked outside into the New Mexico night. Rain was falling, gentle and warm, and in the distance lightning played across the mountains where Los Alamos National Laboratory continued its work into the 21st century. Noah tilted his face to the sky, feeling the electric potential in the air, and made his choice. Some doors, once opened, should remain closed. Some knowledge was too dangerous to pursue, no matter how alluring the mysteries it might reveal. He had been given a glimpse behind the curtain of time itself, had walked among the giants who shaped the modern world, and had learned that the past was both more fragile and more resilient than he had ever imagined. The locket around his neck caught the light from a distant street lamp, a silver reminder that some connections transcend the boundaries of space and time. Eva Stein had chosen to stay in her moment of history, to face the consequences of the atomic age with courage and wisdom. Now it was Noah's turn to find his place in the world, armed with the knowledge that the future was not fixed, that individual choices mattered, and that the responsibility to use knowledge wisely was the greatest burden and privilege that any scientist could bear. As he stood there in the rain, watching lightning dance across the sky, Noah Cross understood that his real journey was just beginning. The boy who had accidentally torn a hole in time had returned as a young man who understood the weight of temporal responsibility. Whatever came next, he would face it with the wisdom Eva had given him, and the understanding that some adventures were meant to change not the world, but the adventurer himself. The oscilloscope in his garage would remain forever silent, its quantum secrets locked away. But the echo of his journey through time would ripple forward through every choice he made, every life he touched, and every moment when he chose wisdom over knowledge and responsibility over power. In the end, that was the most profound discovery of all, that the greatest experiments were not with the fabric of space-time, but with the limitless potential of the human spirit to grow, to learn, and to become something greater than what it was before. Owen Riley stared at the glowing screen of his laptop, fingers dancing across the keyboard as lines of code scrolled past. The familiar blue light cast shadows across his thin face in the darkened bedroom of their modest Arizona home. Outside, the desert stretched endlessly under a canopy of stars, but Owen barely noticed the beauty beyond his window. He was too busy trying to crack the encryption on an old gaming console he'd found at a yard sale, determined to unlock whatever secrets it held. At 15, Owen had already earned a reputation as the quiet kid who could fix anything electronic. His classmates at Mesa High either ignored him entirely or found creative ways to remind him he didn't belong. Just last week, Brad Hutchins had shoved him into a locker, calling him a freak, loud enough for half the hallway to hear. Owen had picked himself up, brushed off his worn jeans, and said nothing. He'd learned long ago that fighting back only made things worse. "Owen, dinner!" His mother's voice carried down the hallway, tired but warm. Sarah Riley worked 2 jobs to keep them afloat, morning shifts at the medical clinic and evening shifts at the diner. She never complained, but Owen could see the exhaustion in the way her shoulders sagged when she thought he wasn't looking. He saved his progress and padded to the kitchen, where his mum had set out 2 plates of microwaved spaghetti. She smiled when she saw him, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. It hadn't for years, not since his dad disappeared when Owen was 8. "Find anything interesting in that old game system?" she asked, twirling pasta around her fork. "Maybe. The firmware's corrupted, but I think I can rebuild it." Owen pushed his food around his plate, not really hungry. "Mum, do you ever think about Dad's stuff? The things Grandpa kept in the cabin?" Sarah's fork paused halfway to her mouth. She rarely talked about Owen's father, Colt Riley, or about the desert cabin that had belonged to Owen's grandfather. When Colt vanished without explanation, it had nearly destroyed her. The cabin had been boarded up ever since, too painful a reminder of the man who'd left them behind. "Why do you ask?" she said carefully. I keep thinking there might be answers out there, something that explains why he left." Sarah reached across the table and squeezed his hand. "Some people just aren't meant to stay, honey. Your dad had his demons. Whatever happened to him, it wasn't your fault." But Owen had never believed that. Deep down, he felt certain his father hadn't abandoned them by choice. The man who'd taught him to solder circuit boards and told him bedtime stories about gunfighters and outlaws wouldn't have just walked away. Something had happened to Colt Riley, and Owen intended to find out what. 3 days later, Owen stood before the weathered wooden door of his grandfather's cabin, armed with a crowbar and a backpack full of supplies. The structure sat 20 miles outside of town, accessible only by a dirt road that wound through sagebrush and rocky outcroppings. He'd borrowed his mum's old Honda and told her he was going to study at the library. The lie tasted bitter, but some things were worth the risk. The door gave way with a groan of protest, and Owen stepped into the musty interior. Dust motes danced in the afternoon sunlight streaming through grimy windows. The cabin was small but well built, with a stone fireplace dominating one wall and shelves lined with books about electronics, mechanics, and strangely enough, the American frontier. His grandfather had been an engineer, but apparently he had also been fascinated by the Old West. Owen spent an hour rifling through drawers and boxes, finding old photographs, technical manuals, and his grandfather's collection of pocket watches. Most were broken or missing parts, but one caught his attention, a heavy brass timepiece with an intricate face and unusual wiring threaded through the case. Unlike the others, this one had strange inscriptions etched into the metal, symbols that looked almost like circuitry but followed no pattern Owen recognised. He turned the watch over in his hands, studying the craftsmanship. The back was engraved with initials, CR, his father's initials. Owen's pulse quickened as he examined the device more closely. The wiring wasn't decorative, it was functional, connected to tiny components that looked far more advanced than anything that should have existed when pocket watches were common. Without really thinking about it, Owen began to tinker with the mechanism. He'd always been able to understand how things worked just by looking at them, and this watch was no different. He found a loose connection and gently pressed it back into place. The moment the circuit closed, the watch began to hum with a low, almost inaudible vibration. The face lit up with a soft blue glow, and Owen felt a strange tingling in his fingertips. The air around him seemed to shimmer, and for a moment he could have sworn he heard voices, distant, muffled, speaking in accents he didn't recognise. Then the light faded, and the cabin was silent again. Owen stared at the watch, his heart racing. He'd definitely triggered something. But what? He tried to recreate the effect, pressing various components and adjusting the tiny dials, but nothing happened. The watch remained stubbornly dark and silent. He slipped the device into his pocket and continued exploring the cabin. In a trunk beneath the bed, he found his father's journals, pages and pages of notes about time, physics, and something called temporal displacement theory. The handwriting was Colt's, but the content was far beyond anything Owen would have expected from his father, who'd worked as a mechanic at the local garage. As evening approached, Owen reluctantly prepared to leave. He'd found more questions than answers, but at least now he had a place to start. The watch clearly meant something important, and his father had been researching concepts that most people would dismiss as science fiction. He was loading his backpack when the storm hit. Desert storms could be violent and unpredictable, but this one seemed to come from nowhere. One moment the sky was clear, the next it was black with roiling clouds shot through with lightning. Thunder shook the cabin's walls and rain began to hammer against the roof. Owen decided to wait it out. He'd driven through desert storms before, but this one felt different, more intense, more charged with electricity. He could feel it in his bones, a humming vibration that seemed to resonate with something deep inside him. The watch in his pocket began to grow warm. Owen pulled it out and gasped. The blue glow was back, brighter than before, and the inscriptions on the case were pulsing with their own inner light. The humming sound grew louder, and the air around him began to shimmer and distort. "What the hell?" Owen whispered, backing away from the watch. But he couldn't let go of it. His fingers seemed frozen around the brass case. Lightning struck the cabin's roof, and in that instant everything went white. The sensation was like being turned inside out while falling through a tunnel of light and sound. Owen felt his body stretching, compressing, spinning through space and time. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. The world dissolved into chaos, swirling colours, deafening noise, and a pulling sensation that threatened to tear him apart. Then, suddenly it stopped. Owen hit the ground hard, face first in cold, muddy water. He gasped and sputtered, rolling over to stare up at a sky that looked wrong somehow. The air smelled different too, dusty and sharp, with an undertone of horses and wood smoke. "Well, I'll be damned," a voice said from somewhere above him. "What in the Sam Hill are you supposed to be?" Owen sat up, wiping mud from his eyes, and found himself looking at 3 men on horseback. They wore wide-brimmed hats and long coats, and each carried a gun on his hip. The man who'd spoken was middle-aged, with a greying beard and suspicious eyes. Where am I?" Owen managed to say. The men exchanged glances. "You're at Miller's Crossing, about 5 miles west of Rustwood," bearded man said. "Though I'm more interested in what you're wearing, boy. Never seen clothes like that before." Owen looked down at himself and realised he was still in his jeans and t-shirt. Distinctly modern clothing that would stand out like a beacon in whatever time and place he'd landed in. The watch was still clutched in his hand, now dark and silent. "You some kind of performer?" another man asked. "Circus folk, maybe?" Before Owen could answer, the third man, younger and meaner looking than the others, drew his gun. "I don't like the look of him, Jake. Could be trouble." "Easy, Pete," the bearded man said, but his hand moved to his own weapon. "Boy, you'd better start explaining yourself, and fast." Owen's mind raced. He clearly wasn't in 2025 anymore. The men's clothes, their speech patterns, even the quality of light suggested he'd somehow travelled back in time. But how far back? And more importantly, how was he going to survive long enough to figure out how to get home? I'm from back east," he said, falling back on a story he'd heard in countless Western movies. "My family sent me out here to toughen me up." The men didn't look convinced, but before they could press him further, a woman's voice cut through the air. "What's all this fuss about?" Owen turned to see a young woman approaching on foot, leading a horse behind her. She was maybe 17, with dark hair pinned up under a worn hat, and eyes that missed nothing. Her dress was practical rather than fancy, and she carried herself with the confidence of someone who could handle trouble. "Found this strange boy at the crossing, Clara," Jake said. "Claims he's from back east, but look at those clothes." The woman, Clara, studied Owen with interest rather than suspicion. "He looks half-drowned and scared to death. Whatever his story is, it can wait until he's dried off and fed." "Now hold on," Pete said, his gun still drawn. "We don't know nothing about him." Clara's expression hardened. "Put that gun away, Pete Morrison, before I tell your mama you're waving it at children." Pete's face reddened, but he holstered his weapon. "He ain't no child, Clara." "Something's off about him." "Something's off about you too, but we don't shoot you for it," Clara replied tartly. She turned to Owen. "You got a name, boy?" "Owen," he said. "Owen Riley." "Well, Owen Riley, you look like you could use a hot meal and a place to sit down. Jake, Pete, Tom, you boys ride on ahead and tell folks in town there's a newcomer coming. I'll see he gets to Rustwood safely." The men clearly didn't like it, but they rode off without further argument. Clara walked over to Owen and helped him to his feet. "Thank you," Owen said. "I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up." Clara smiled, and it transformed her whole face. "Pete Morrison's bark is worse than his bite, but you're right to be careful. Rustwood's not the friendliest place for strangers, especially ones who dress like you." She studied his clothes again. "Where exactly are you from, Owen Riley? And don't tell me back east. I've seen eastern clothes, and those aren't them." Owen hesitated. He had to give her something that sounded believable. "I'm from up north. Way up north. My family's involved in some experimental manufacturing. These clothes are prototypes." It was a weak story, but Clara seemed to accept it. "Experimental manufacturing, huh? Well, that would explain why you look like you fell out of the sky." She gestured toward her horse. "Can you ride?" Not really," Owen admitted. "Then you'll walk. It's not far to town, and the exercise will help warm you up." She swung into the saddle with practiced ease. "Come on then. And Owen, You might want to think up a better story before we get to Rustwood. People there don't much like mysteries." As they walked, Clara filled him in on the local situation. Rustwood was a small frontier town dominated by a corrupt sheriff named Marlowe Griggs and a wealthy land baron named Silas Cade. Most of the honest folks kept their heads down and tried to stay out of trouble. "What year is this?" Owen asked, trying to sound casual. Clara gave him a strange look. 1873? You sure you didn't hit your head when you fell?" Owen's knees went weak. He'd travelled back over 150 years. The implications were staggering, not just for him, but for history itself. What would his presence here change? What butterfly effects might he set in motion? "You all right?" Clara asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine," Owen lied. "Just tired." Rustwood was exactly what he'd expected from a frontier town. Dusty streets, wooden buildings, and people who looked like they'd stepped out of a Western movie. The only difference was that this was real. The smells were stronger, the sounds sharper, and the sense of danger more immediate than anything Hollywood could capture. Clara led him to a saloon called the Silver Dollar, where she apparently lived and worked. The proprietor, a weathered woman named Maggie, took one look at Owen and shook her head. "Another stray, Clara. You can't keep collecting them like lost puppies." "He's not a stray," Clara said firmly. "He's a paying customer, aren't you, Owen?" Owen checked his pockets and found his wallet, but paper money wouldn't exist in its current form for decades. He did, however, have some coins, quarters and dimes that might pass for silver in this time period. "I can pay," he said, showing a handful of change. Maggie squinted at the coins. "These look foreign. What kind of currency is this?" "Northern silver," Owen said quickly, "from the experimental mint I mentioned." It was another weak lie, but Maggie seemed to buy it. "Well, silver's silver, I suppose. Clara, get the boy some food and a room, and find him some proper clothes before Sheriff Griggs sees him." Over the next few days, Owen began to adapt to life in 1873. Clara found him a set of used clothes that fit reasonably well, and he practiced the mannerisms and speech patterns he'd absorbed from watching Western movies. He was surprised by how much his obsession with the genre helped him blend in. The hardest part was the technology, or lack thereof. Everything had to be done by hand, from lighting fires to preparing meals. There was no electricity, no running water, and certainly no internet. Owen felt like he'd been cut off from life itself. But he also began to appreciate things he'd never noticed before. The quality of silence at night, broken only by natural sounds. The way people looked each other in the eye when they talked. The sense that individual actions mattered in a way they rarely did in the modern world. It was Clara who introduced him to Jed Hollows, a retired gunslinger who now worked as the town's unofficial peacekeeper. Jed was in his 60s, with silver hair and eyes that had seen too much, but he carried himself with the easy confidence of a man who'd survived more than his share of trouble. "So you're the mysterious boy from the north," Jed said when they met. "Been hearing talk about you." "Nothing bad, I hope," Owen said. "Depends on your definition of bad." Jed studied him carefully. "You know how to use a gun?" "No, sir." "Well, that's something we'll have to fix. Man can't survive out here without knowing how to defend himself." Jed paused. "Mind if I ask what that is you're carrying?" Owen followed his gaze to the pocket watch, which he'd taken to carrying openly as a way to seem more authentic. "It's a family heirloom. My father gave it to me." Jed went very still. "May I see it?" Owen handed over the watch and Jed examined it with the same careful attention he might give a suspicious stranger. When he saw the inscriptions, his face went pale. "Where did you say you got this?" "From my father. His name was Colt Riley." Jed nearly dropped the watch. "Colt Riley? You're Colt Riley's boy? You knew my father? Knew him?" Jed laughed, but there was no humour in it. "Son, your father saved my life, twice, and he carried a watch exactly like this one." Owen's heart raced. "When was this? When did you know him?" "Must have been, 15 years ago now. He rode into town just like you did, dressed in strange clothes, carrying that watch. Said he was looking for someone, but he never said who. Stayed about 6 months, then vanished one night without a word." "What was he like?" Jed handed the watch back. "Smartest man I ever met. Could fix anything, build anything, figure out problems that stumped everyone else. But he was searching for something, always looking over his shoulder like he was expecting trouble." "Did he say anything about time? About travelling through time?" Jed's eyes narrowed. Why would you ask something like that? Owen realised he'd said too much. Just curious. He used to tell me stories about visiting different times and places. Well, he never mentioned time travel to me, but then again, your father was a man who kept his secrets. Jed stood up. Come on, boy. If you're Colt Riley's son, then I owe it to him to teach you how to survive out here. Over the following weeks, Jed taught Owen to ride, shoot and fight. The lessons were brutal but effective. Owen had natural coordination and quick reflexes, and he learned fast. More importantly, he began to understand the unwritten rules of frontier life. When to stand your ground, when to back down, and how to read people's intentions from their body language. Clara, meanwhile, helped him understand the social dynamics of Rustwood. She worked at the saloon, but wasn't what Owen had expected from Western movies. She was smart, well-read, and fiercely independent. She'd come to Rustwood to escape an arranged marriage back east, and had made her own way in a world that didn't offer many opportunities for women. You're different from the other men around here, she told him one evening as they sat on the saloon's porch, watching the sunset paint the desert red and gold. You listen when women talk, for one thing, and you don't assume you know everything already. Where I come from, women are more equal, Owen said carefully. Must be nice. Maybe someday it'll be like that everywhere. It will be, Owen said, then caught himself. I mean, I hope it will be. Clara smiled. You're an optimist, Owen Riley. That's a rare thing in a place like this. Their conversation was interrupted by shouting from the street. A group of men had surrounded a young Native American, maybe 14 years old, and were accusing him of stealing a horse. Owen recognised the leader as Pete Morrison, the same man who'd wanted to shoot him when he first arrived. I didn't steal nothing, the boy protested. I was just watering my horse at the trough. That's not your horse, Injun, Pete snarled. That's Ben Tucker's mare. I'd recognise her anywhere. You're wrong. This horse belonged to my father. The crowd was growing uglier by the moment. Owen could see that they weren't interested in the truth. They'd already decided the boy was guilty. Clara stood up. I'm going to stop this before it gets out of hand. Is that wise? Owen asked. Probably not. But it's the right thing to do. She walked into the street, and Owen followed. He'd learned enough about the politics of Rustwood to know that Clara's intervention might make things worse, but he couldn't stand by and watch an innocent person get hurt. That's enough, Clara called out. You men should be ashamed of yourselves, ganging up on a child. Stay out of this, Clara, Pete warned. This is men's business. It's everyone's business when you're about to lynch an innocent boy. How do you know he's innocent? Another man demanded. Clara pointed at the horse. Look at that mare's left front hoof. She's got a distinctive crack that runs from the toe to the coronet. Ben Tucker's horse has the same marking, but so do a dozen other horses in the territory. It's not proof of anything. The crowd hesitated, but Pete wasn't deterred. She's been shod recently. Indian ponies don't get shod. My father traded with the white man, the boy said desperately. He had our horses shod at the forge in Canyon Creek. Convenient story, Pete sneered, but I say you're lying. That's when Owen noticed something the others had missed. The boy was wearing a medicine bag around his neck, and hanging from it was a small piece of metal that looked suspiciously like a broken horseshoe nail. Wait, Owen said, stepping forward. Let me see that nail you're wearing. The boy looked confused, but showed him the pendant. Owen examined it closely, then looked at the horse's shoes. Sure enough, one of the nails was missing from the left front shoe, and the break pattern matched the piece the boy was wearing. This nail came from that horse, Owen announced. But look at the oxidation pattern. It's been broken for weeks, maybe months. If this boy stole the horse recently, he wouldn't have had time to collect a souvenir and let it weather like this. The crowd murmured uncertainly. Owen's explanation sounded scientific and authoritative, even if most of them didn't understand the details. Besides, Clara added, everyone knows the boy's father, Running Bear, died last month. The horse was probably his, and now it belongs to his son. Pete's face darkened. You're taking the word of a savage over honest white men? I'm taking the word of the evidence, Owen said firmly, and the evidence says this boy is telling the truth. The crowd began to disperse, but Pete wasn't finished. You're both going to regret this, he said. Sheriff Griggs won't like hearing that you interfered with justice. Then maybe you should tell him the truth, Clara shot back, that you tried to steal a horse from an orphaned boy. Pete stalked away, but Owen could see that they'd made an enemy. In a town controlled by corrupt officials, that could be dangerous. The Native American boy approached them shyly. Thank you, he said in accented English. I am called Joseph. My father was running bare. I'm Owen, and this is Clara. Do you have somewhere safe to stay? Joseph shook his head. The reservation is far. I was hoping to trade for supplies before winter. Owen and Clara exchanged glances. They were both thinking the same thing. Joseph was vulnerable, and Pete Morrison wasn't the type to forgive and forget. You can stay at the saloon, Clara said. Maggie won't like it, but she's got a soft heart under all that bluster. That evening, Owen sat on his bed in the small room above the saloon, studying the pocket watch by lamplight. He'd been in 1873 for 3 weeks now, and he was no closer to understanding how the device worked or how to get home. Worse, he was starting to question whether he wanted to go home at all. Life in Rustwood was hard, but it was also real in a way that his modern existence had never been. Every day brought new challenges, new opportunities to make a difference. He'd prevented an innocent person from being lynched, learned skills he never could have imagined needing, and formed friendships that felt more genuine than anything he'd experienced in 2025. But he also knew he didn't belong here. His knowledge of future events gave him an unfair advantage, and his presence might change history in ways he couldn't predict. The responsible thing would be to find a way home as soon as possible. He was still examining the watch when he heard shouting from the street. Owen rushed to the window and saw flames rising from the building across the street, the general store where Joseph had been planning to trade for supplies. "Fire!" someone yelled. "The store's on fire!" Owen grabbed his clothes and ran downstairs, where he found Clara and Maggie organising a bucket brigade. The town had no fire department, so everyone had to pitch in when disaster struck. "Where's Joseph?" Owen asked as he joined the line passing water buckets. "In the store," Clara replied. "He was sleeping in the back room." Without thinking, Owen broke from the line and ran toward the burning building. The front door was blocked by flames, but he remembered seeing a back entrance earlier. He circled around and found it unlocked. The smoke was thick and choking, but Owen pushed through it, calling Joseph's name. He found the boy unconscious near the back wall, overcome by smoke inhalation. Owen hoisted him over his shoulder and carried him outside where Clara and Jed were waiting. "Is he all right?" Clara asked as they laid Joseph on the ground. Owen checked his pulse and breathing. "He's alive, but he needs clean air." He'd learned basic first aid in a modern context, but the principles were the same. He tilted Joseph's head back to open his airway and began rescue breathing. After a few tense minutes, Joseph coughed and opened his eyes. "What happened?" he asked weakly. "Fire," Owen said. "But you're safe now." It wasn't until the flames were finally extinguished that they discovered the truth. The fire had been deliberately set. Someone had poured kerosene around the back of the building and lit it. Joseph had been meant to die in the blaze. "Who would do such a thing?" Maggie asked, though her tone suggested she already knew. "Pete Morrison," Clara said grimly. "He couldn't stand being shown up in front of the whole town." "Can you prove it?" Jed asked. Owen walked around the charred remains of the building looking for clues. His modern knowledge of forensics was limited, but he understood the basics of fire investigation. The burn pattern clearly showed that the fire had started in multiple places, and the smell of kerosene was still strong in the air. "It was definitely arson," he said, "but proving Pete did it will be harder." "Not if we can find the kerosene can," Clara said. "Pete's not smart enough to dispose of evidence properly." They spent the rest of the night searching the area around the store. Just before dawn, Owen found a partially melted tin can in an alley behind the saloon. It reeked of kerosene and had Pete's initials scratched into the side. "That's evidence," Jed said when Owen showed him the can. "But it won't matter. Sheriff Griggs is in Silas Cade's pocket, and Cade uses Pete and his boys to do his dirty work." Owen felt a familiar surge of anger. In his own time, he'd been powerless against bullies like Brad Hutchins. But here, in 1873, he had knowledge and skills that could make a difference. He wasn't about to let Pete Morrison get away with attempted murder. "What if we don't take this to the sheriff?" he said. "What if we handle it ourselves?" "That's vigilante justice," Jed warned. "It's a dangerous road to go down." "More dangerous than letting Pete burn down buildings with people inside?" Clara put a hand on his arm. "What did you have in mind?" Owen looked around at the faces of his friends, people who'd shown him kindness and accepted him despite his strange origins. They deserved better than to live in fear of corrupt officials and their hired thugs. "I have some ideas," he said, "but I'll need your help." Over the next few days, Owen began to put his plan into motion. He'd realised that his greatest advantage wasn't his knowledge of the future, it was his understanding of technology and science. In 1873, Even basic principles of physics and chemistry seemed like magic to most people. He started by building a simple camera using a wooden box, a lens from a broken telescope, and chemicals he mixed from materials available at the general store. Photography was still a new technology, and most people in Rustwood had never seen a camera before. "What's that contraption?" Clara asked as Owen assembled the device. "It's a way to capture images," Owen explained, "like a painting but made with light instead of paint." "That's impossible. Watch." Owen set up the camera and took a photograph of Clara standing in front of the saloon. When he developed the image using a makeshift darkroom in the saloon's basement, she gasped in amazement. "How did you do that?" "Chemistry," Owen said. "Light causes certain chemicals to change colour. If you know how to control the process, you can create permanent images." Word of Owen's magic picture box spread quickly through Rustwood. People came from all over town to see the camera and have their pictures taken. But Owen wasn't just showing off, he was setting up his next move. One evening he approached Jed with a proposal. "I need you to spread the word that I'm going to take a picture of the sunrise tomorrow morning. Make sure Pete Morrison hears about it." "Why?" "Because I'm going to be set up behind the general store and I want Pete to know I'll be there." Jed's eyes narrowed. "That's where you found the kerosene can. You think Pete will come back?" "I think Pete is arrogant enough to believe he can intimidate me into staying quiet. When he shows up, I'll be ready." "This is risky, Owen. What if something goes wrong?" "Then you and Clara will be watching from the saloon roof with a rifle. If Pete tries anything violent, you stop him." The next morning, Owen set up his camera behind the ruins of the general store and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Pete Morrison appeared just as the sun was coming up, flanked by two of his usual cronies. "Well, well," Pete said. "The boy photographer? Heard you've been taking pictures of folks around town?" "That's right," Owen said, not moving from behind his camera. "Speaking of which, would you mind standing right there? The light is perfect." Pete looked suspicious. "What are you up to?" "Just taking pictures, that's what photographers do." Pete moved closer, and Owen triggered the camera's shutter. The flash powder he'd rigged up created a bright burst of light and smoke, startling all three men. "What the hell was that?" one of Pete's cronies yelped. "Just a flash," Owen said innocently. "Helps with the exposure." What Pete didn't know was that Owen had set up multiple cameras at different angles, all triggered by the same mechanism. He'd captured images of Pete and his men at the exact spot where the kerosene can had been found, with the burned remains of the general store clearly visible in the background. "You've got some nerve, boy," Pete said, recovering his composure. "Taking pictures without permission." "I don't need permission to take pictures in a public place," Owen replied. "Though I'm curious why you're so interested in this particular spot." Pete's face darkened. "You know why? You and that saloon girl have been spreading lies about me." "What kind of lies?" "You know what kind. Saying I burned down the store." Owen pretended to be surprised. "Did you burn down the store?" "Of course not." "Then why are you so worried about it?" Pete stepped closer, his hand moving to his gun. "Because lies can ruin a man's reputation, and I don't like people who tell lies about me." "Neither do I," Owen said. "That's why I only deal in facts." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the kerosene can. Pete's eyes went wide when he saw it. "Where did you get that?" "Right here, actually, about 10 feet from where you're standing now." Pete's cronies looked nervous. They clearly hadn't known about the evidence. "That don't prove nothing," Pete said, but his voice lacked conviction. "Maybe not by itself," Owen agreed, "but combined with the photographs I just took of you at the scene, and the testimony of witnesses who saw you arguing with Joseph the day before the fire, well, it starts to paint a picture." Pete's hand closed around his gun butt. "You're playing a dangerous game, boy. No more dangerous than burning down buildings with people inside." That's when Jed's voice cut through the morning air. "I'd be real careful about drawing that gun, Pete. You're covered by 3 rifles right now." Pete looked up and saw Jed, Clara and Maggie on the saloon roof, all armed and aimed at him. His cronies immediately stepped away from him, clearly unwilling to get shot for Pete's pride. "This ain't over," Pete snarled. "Yes, it is," Owen said firmly, "because in about an hour I'm going to take these photographs and this evidence to Judge Crawford in the county seat. He's an honest man, and he'll know what to do with them." Pete started to say something else, but one of his cronies grabbed his arm. "Come on, Pete, this isn't worth dying over." They left, but Owen knew the confrontation was far from over. He'd made powerful enemies, and they wouldn't give up easily. That afternoon, Owen, Clara and Jed rode to the county seat to present their evidence to Judge Crawford. The judge was an elderly man with sharp eyes and a reputation for fairness. He studied the photographs and the kerosene can with great interest. "These are remarkable images," he said. "I've never seen photographs of such clarity. How did you create them?" Owen explained his process, emphasizing the scientific principles involved. Judge Crawford was clearly impressed by both the technology and the evidence. "This is compelling proof of arson," the judge said. "I'll issue a warrant for Peter Morrison's arrest immediately." "Will it stick?" Clara asked. "Pete has friends in high places." "Perhaps, but evidence like this is hard to argue with. Whatever happens, Mr. Morrison will face justice for his crimes." On the ride back to Rustwood, Owen felt a sense of satisfaction he'd never experienced before. He'd used his knowledge and skills to protect an innocent person and hold a criminal accountable. It was the first time in his life that he'd felt truly useful, but their victory was short-lived. When they arrived in town, they found Sheriff Griggs waiting for them outside the saloon, along with several armed deputies. "Well, well," Griggs said, his voice dripping with false friendliness. "Heard you folks took a little trip to see Judge Crawford today." "That's right," Jed said carefully. "What's it to you?" "Just curious about what business you might have had with the judge. You see, I got a telegram from him about an hour ago. Seems someone's been spreading malicious lies about one of our upstanding citizens." Owen felt his stomach drop. Judge Crawford issued a warrant for Pete Morrison's arrest. "Did he now?" Griggs smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Well, that's interesting, because Pete Morrison was with me all day yesterday, playing cards in my office, got witnesses and everything." "That's impossible," Clara said. "We have photographs. You have pictures of a man standing in an alley," Griggs interrupted. "Doesn't prove he committed any crime. Could have been taken any time, anywhere." Owen realised they'd underestimated the corruption in Rustwood. Sheriff Griggs wasn't just incompetent, he was actively working to protect Pete Morrison and his other criminal allies. "What do you want?" Owen asked. "Want? I want to maintain peace and order in my town, and right now, that means dealing with troublemakers who go around making false accusations." Griggs stepped closer, his hand resting on his gun. "You've got until sunset to get out of Rustwood. All of you. Anyone who's still here after dark will be arrested for disturbing the peace." "You can't do that," Clara protested. "We live here." "I can do whatever I want, Missy. I'm the law in this town." Jed placed a restraining hand on Owen's arm as the young man started to step forward. "We'll need time to pack," he said diplomatically. "You've got 2 hours," Griggs said. "Don't test me." As the sheriff and his deputies walked away, Owen felt the familiar helplessness that had plagued him in his own time. Once again, bullies were winning while good people suffered. "We can't just run," he said. "What about Joseph? What about everyone else they're terrorizing?" "Sometimes you have to pick your battles," Jed said quietly. "We're outnumbered and outgunned." "In my time, we had a saying," Owen said. "The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing." Clara looked at him strangely. "Your time? What do you mean?" Owen realised he'd slipped up, but before he could answer, Joseph appeared around the corner of the saloon. The young man looked desperate. "They took my horse," he said. "Sheriff Griggs said it was evidence in a theft case. But without my horse, I can't get to the reservation before winter." Owen felt something snap inside him. He'd had enough of watching innocent people get hurt while corrupt officials looked the other way. "That's it," he said. "I'm not running anymore." "Owen, be reasonable," Clara said. "What can 3 of us do against the whole town? We don't have to fight the whole town, just the people who are oppressing it." Over the next hour, Owen laid out his plan. It was ambitious, risky, and required precise timing, but it just might work. The key was to turn the town's own systems against the corrupt officials. "You want to do what?" Jed asked when Owen finished explaining. "I want to expose them. Show the whole town what Griggs and his friends are really doing." "And how exactly do you propose to do that?" Owen pulled out the pocket watch his father had left him. "With this, and with every piece of technology I can jury-rig from what's available in 1873. That evening, as the sun set over Rustwood, Owen put his plan into motion. He'd spent the afternoon building what he called a message amplifier, essentially a crude megaphone constructed from a horn-shaped piece of metal and a resonating chamber. He'd also rigged up a series of mirrors that could reflect light from the saloon's windows, creating a primitive but effective signalling system. Most importantly, he'd prepared a collection of his photographs and evidence, along with copies he'd made using his homemade camera. "Are you sure about this?" Clara asked as they made their final preparations. "No," Owen admitted, "but I'm sure about what happens if we don't try." At exactly 9 o'clock, Owen climbed onto the roof of the saloon and began his broadcast. His voice, amplified by the jury-rigged megaphone, carried clearly through the desert air. People of Rustwood, I have something important to tell you. Lights appeared in windows throughout the town as people emerged to see what was happening. Owen began to display his photographs, using the mirror system to project enlarged images onto the side of the general store. "This is Peter Morrison," he announced, showing the photograph he'd taken that morning. "And this is the evidence that proves he burned down the general store with Joseph running bare inside." A murmur ran through the crowd as people recognised Pete and saw the kerosene can in the photograph. "Sheriff Griggs has been protecting Pete Morrison and other criminals," Owen continued. "He's been taking bribes from Silas Cade to look the other way while innocent people are robbed, beaten and killed." The crowd was growing larger and more restless. Owen could see Sheriff Griggs pushing through the people, his face twisted with rage. "This is all lies," Griggs shouted. "Don't listen to this boy. He's a troublemaker and a criminal." But Owen was ready for that objection. He held up a stack of papers. "These are copies of telegrams I found in the sheriff's office. They show payments from Silas Cade to Marlowe Griggs, along with instructions for which crimes to ignore." The crowd gasped. Owen had actually forged the telegrams using his knowledge of 19th century communication protocols, but they looked authentic enough to fool most people. "How did you get into the sheriff's office?" someone called out. "The same way I got into Silas Cade's house," Owen replied, "and found this." He held up a leather journal, another forgery but an impressive one. "This is Cade's personal record of every bribe he's paid, every election he's rigged, and every crime he's covered up." Sheriff Griggs was almost to the saloon now, his gun drawn. "Enough! You're all under arrest!" But the crowd had heard enough. Someone threw a rock and suddenly the mood turned ugly. People began shouting for justice, demanding that Griggs and his deputies put down their weapons. "What's in that journal?" a voice called out. Owen opened the fake journal and began to read from it. "March 15th, 1873. Paid Sheriff Griggs $50 to release Tommy Watson after he was caught stealing cattle. April 2nd. Paid Griggs another $30 to look the other way when Pete Morrison beat up that Mexican family." The crowd roared with anger. Several people Owen recognised as honest citizens began to push forward, demanding to see the evidence for themselves. "This is all fake," Griggs screamed. "None of this is real." "Then why are you so afraid of it?" Owen shot back. "If you're innocent, let Judge Crawford examine the evidence." That's when Silas Cade himself appeared, flanked by armed guards. The land baron was a tall, thin man with cold eyes and an expensive suit that looked out of place in the rough frontier town. "That's enough," Cade said, his voice carrying easily through the crowd. "Sheriff Griggs, arrest these troublemakers immediately." "I don't think so," a new voice said from the crowd. Owen looked down and saw an elderly man with a badge pinned to his vest. "I'm Deputy Marshal Williams from the territorial capital. Judge Crawford sent me to investigate reports of corruption in Rustwood." Owen's heart leaped. He hadn't expected help from outside, but apparently Judge Crawford had taken their evidence more seriously than they'd realised. "Marshal Williams," Cade said smoothly, "I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding. These people are known troublemakers who've been spreading lies about respected citizens." "That may be," Williams said, "but I'd like to examine this evidence for myself. Young man, would you mind coming down here?" He couldn't abandon her the way his father had, no matter how much he wanted to stay in this simpler, more meaningful world. It was Clara who finally helped him make up his mind. "You're going to leave, aren't you?" she said one evening as they sat by the river outside of town. Owen nodded, unable to speak. "I knew from the first day that you weren't really from the East," Clara continued. "You talk differently, think differently. You know things that haven't been invented yet. Clara, let me finish. I don't know where you're really from, and I don't need to, but I can see that you don't belong here, not really. You're searching for something, just like your father was." Owen found his voice. "I don't want to leave you, any of you. I know, but some journeys you have to take alone." That night Owen sat in his room at the saloon, working on the pocket watch by lamplight. He'd been studying the device for weeks, trying to understand how it worked. The key seemed to be in the combination of the inscribed symbols and the electromagnetic fields generated by the unusual wiring. He'd also been experimenting with the town's telegraph equipment, trying to understand how electromagnetic energy could be manipulated and stored. The telegraph used principles that were related to what he saw in the watch, but on a much simpler scale. After hours of careful work, Owen thought he'd figured out how to activate the device. The inscriptions weren't just decorative, they were a kind of circuit diagram showing how to channel energy through the watch's mechanism. The storm that had brought him to 1873 had provided the initial charge, but he could recreate that effect using the town's electrical systems. The next morning, Owen said his goodbyes. Joseph had already left for the reservation, his horse returned and his future secure. Marshal Williams was establishing a new, honest law enforcement system in Rustwood. The town was healing, becoming the kind of place where good people could live without fear. "You sure about this?" Jed asked as Owen prepared to leave. "No," Owen admitted, "but I'm sure it's what I have to do." He hugged the old gunslinger, then turned to Clara. She looked beautiful in the morning light, her hair blowing in the desert breeze. "Will I ever see you again?" she asked. "I don't know. Time is complicated." She kissed him then, soft and sweet and full of promise. "Then I'll just have to hope that time brings you back to me." Owen rode out of Rustwood on the horse Jed had given him, heading north toward the mountains. But he didn't go far. A few miles outside of town, he stopped at a rocky outcropping that provided shelter from the wind and privacy from any observers. He set up the watch's activation sequence using a combination of reflected sunlight and electrical energy, stored in a makeshift battery he'd built from materials scavenged in town. The process was delicate and dangerous. One mistake could destroy the device or worse. As he worked, Owen thought about everything he'd learned during his time in 1873. He discovered courage he didn't know he possessed, formed friendships deeper than any he'd known, and found a sense of purpose that had been missing from his modern life. But he'd also learned that running away from problems didn't solve them. He'd been trying to escape his own time because he felt powerless there, but now he understood that power came from within. The skills and confidence he'd gained in the past would serve him in the future. The watch began to glow with the familiar blue light, and Owen felt the air around him start to shimmer. But before he activated the device, he had one more task to complete. He pulled out a leather journal he'd bought in town and began to write. The message was addressed to Clara, but it was also a record of everything he'd learned and experienced. He wrote about the future, about the changes coming to the world, and about the importance of standing up for what was right. He also wrote about his father, about the clues he'd found, and the search he planned to continue. If Colt Riley was still alive somewhere in time, Owen would find him. When he finished writing, Owen sealed the journal in a waterproof pouch and hid it in a crevice in the rocks. He arranged the hiding place so that it would be protected from the weather but accessible to anyone who knew where to look. Then he carved a message into the rock face, for Clara Bell, with love and gratitude. Owen Riley, 1873. The watch was humming now, its glow intensifying. Owen took one last look at the desert landscape, memorizing every detail. Then he activated the device. The sensation was the same as before, a violent pulling through space and time, reality dissolving into chaos and light. But this time, Owen wasn't afraid. He knew where he was going, and he was ready for whatever came next. He materialized in his grandfather's cabin, exactly where he'd started. The storm had passed an afternoon. Owen looked around the cabin with new eyes. It was the same place he'd left, but he was different now, stronger, more confident, and with a clear sense of purpose. He gathered up his belongings and prepared to leave, but first he had one more mystery to solve. He remembered Jed's words about his father searching for someone lost in time. What if Colt Riley hadn't just disappeared? What if he'd been travelling through time, searching for his son across different eras? Owen began to examine the cabin more systematically, looking for clues he might have missed before. In a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, he found a collection of documents that made his heart race. There were photographs dating back to the 1800s, showing a man who looked remarkably like Owen. The same face, the same build, the same intelligent eyes. But the clothes and settings were clearly from different time periods. The Civil War, the California Gold Rush, the building of the Transcontinental Railroad. And in each photograph the man was wearing a pocket watch identical to Owen's. At the bottom of the collection, Owen found a letter addressed to him. The handwriting was his father's, but the ink was old and faded. "Owen," the letter read, "if you're reading this, then you've found the watch and learned to use it. I've been searching for you across time, following clues and hoping to find you before you find me. Time travel is more complicated than I originally thought. Every trip changes things, creates new timelines, new possibilities. I've been to dozens of different eras, and in each one I've left traces of my passage. The cabin is built on the ruins of a town called Rustwood, where I once lived for several years. If you've been there, You'll understand why I couldn't stay. Some journeys have to be made alone, but I want you to know that I never stopped loving you and your mother. Everything I've done has been to protect you both. There's a danger coming, something that threatens not just our family, but all of time itself. I'm working to stop it, but I need your help. If you're ready to continue the search, look for the other watches. There are 12 in total, scattered across different times and places. Only together can they prevent the catastrophe I've seen in the future. I'm proud of you, son. You've grown into the man I always knew you could be. Time will bring us together again. Love, Dad. P.S. Tell Clara Bell I said hello. Owen stared at the letter, his mind reeling. His father was alive, somewhere in time, and there were more watches, more opportunities to travel and explore. But there was also danger, something that threatened the very fabric of reality. He looked at the watch in his hand, understanding now that it was more than just a time machine. It was a key to a larger mystery, a tool in a war that spanned centuries. But first, he had to go home. His mother was waiting, and she deserved to know that her son was safe. He also had to figure out how to use what he'd learned in 1873 to make a difference in his own time. Owen drove back toward town, his mind already working on plans. He would return to school, but he wouldn't be the same quiet, powerless kid who'd left. He would stand up to bullies like Brad Hutchins, using the confidence and skills he'd gained in the past. He would find ways to help people, to make his modern world a little more like the honest, direct world he'd experienced in Rustwood. And when he was ready, he would continue his father's search. There were 11 more watchers out there, 11 more chances to make a difference across time. As he pulled into the driveway of his home, Owen saw his mother waiting on the porch. She looked worried but relieved to see him. "Where have you been?" she asked as he got out of the car. "You've been gone for hours." "Just thinking," Owen said, hugging her tight, "about Dad and about the future." "Did you find anything useful in the cabin?" Owen smiled, fingering the watch in his pocket. "Yeah, Mum, I found exactly what I was looking for." That night, Owen sat at his desk, writing in a new journal. He recorded everything he could remember about his time in 1873, every detail that might be important for future reference. He also began to research the other watches, using his computer skills to search historical records for any mention of unusual timepieces or mysterious strangers. But as he worked, his thoughts kept drifting back to Clara Bell. Was she still alive in some other timeline? Had she received his journal and understood its message? Time travel might be possible, but it was also heartbreakingly complicated. A week later, Owen was back in school, but everything had changed. When Brad Hutchins tried to shove him into a locker, Owen simply stepped aside and let the bigger boy stumble into the metal door. "What's your problem, freak?" Brad snarled, rubbing his bruised shoulder. "My problem," Owen said calmly, "is that I don't have time for bullies anymore. I've got more important things to do." There was something in his voice, a quiet confidence that hadn't been there before. Brad looked uncertain for the first time since Owen had known him. "You think you're tough now?" Brad asked. "I think I'm useful," Owen replied. "And that's more important than being tough." Word spread quickly through the school that Owen Riley had somehow found his backbone. But he didn't stop there. He started a computer club that taught kids how to repair and modify electronics. He volunteered at the local community centre, teaching elderly residents how to use modern technology. He even convinced the school to start a peer mediation program, using his newfound understanding of human nature to help resolve conflicts. But at night, alone in his room, Owen continued his research. He'd found references to unusual watches in historical documents from the American Revolution, the Roman Empire, and even ancient Egypt. Each one was associated with a mysterious stranger who appeared suddenly, made a significant impact on events, and then vanished without a trace. His father was out there somewhere, moving through time and trying to prevent some unknown catastrophe, and Owen was determined to find him. 3 months after his return from 1873, Owen made a discovery that changed everything. While researching property records, he found that the land where his grandfather's cabin stood had been purchased in 1890 by a man named C. Riley. The same year his father had supposedly written the letter Owen found in the cabin. But according to the records, C. Riley had built the cabin on the ruins of a town called Rustwood, and hidden in the basement of the cabin was a safe that had been installed in 1890, decades before Owen's grandfather had ever lived there. Owen raced back to the cabin, his heart pounding with excitement and fear. If his father had been to 1890, he might have left more clues, more instructions for the journey ahead. The safe was hidden behind a false wall in the basement, exactly where the records indicated it would be. Owen had to use his electronic skills to crack the combination, but eventually the heavy door swung open. Inside, he found a second letter from his father, along with a map showing the locations of the other watches. But most importantly, he found a small leather pouch containing a folded piece of paper. With trembling hands, Owen opened the paper. It was a note written in a familiar feminine script. "Owen, your journal reached me safely. I've kept it all these years, waiting for the right person to pass it on to. I lived a good life, fought for what was right, and never forgot the boy from nowhere who taught me that the future could be better than the past. The watch you seek is in the courthouse clock tower, where I hid it before I died. Use it wisely, and remember that love transcends time. Clara Bell Morgan, 1924. Owen stared at the note, tears streaming down his face. Clara had lived for 51 years after he'd left her, and she'd never forgotten him. She'd kept his journal, preserved his message, and even helped him continue his quest. He looked up at the ceiling of the cabin, imagining the woman who'd once lived above these very ruins. She was gone now, had been gone for decades, but her spirit lived on in the words she'd left for him. "Thank you, Clara," he whispered, "for everything." Owen knew now that his journey was just beginning. There were more watches to find, more times to visit, and a father to rescue. But he also knew that he wasn't alone. Across time and space, he was connected to people who shared his vision of a better world. People like Clara Bell, Jed Hollows, and even his mysterious father. The boy from nowhere had become the man from everywhere, and time itself was his frontier. The notification chimed softly in Liam Hale's dorm room at 3:47 a.m, casting a pale blue glow across his cluttered desk. Another rejection. The Temporal Studies Department had denied his application for legal time travel access for the third time this semester, citing his insufficient academic standing and lack of financial guarantee. He stared at the holographic rejection letter floating above his tablet, the words burning into his retinas like acid. Outside his window, London's skyline stretched endlessly into the night, its towers piercing the synthetic atmosphere dome that had protected the city since the climate wars of 2081. Somewhere in those gleaming spires, the wealthy elite purchased their time slots like theatre tickets, casually hopping between centuries while students like Liam scraped together credits for synthetic protein meals. His obsession with Jack the Ripper had started as a childhood fascination, evolved into an undergraduate thesis, and now consumed every waking moment. The case remained unsolved after 2 centuries, despite countless historical expeditions. The temporal authorities claimed the fog of 1888 London created too many variables, too many risks. But Liam knew better. They simply didn't want some debt-ridden student making the discovery that had eluded their precious licensed historians. The Black Market Forum notification appeared in his peripheral vision, discreetly encrypted and barely visible. Glasseye 88 had replied to his desperate inquiry from 3 weeks ago. Liam's heart hammered as he opened the message. "Got what you need, kid. Whitechapel, September 1888. 3 minutes, dirt cheap. Previous owners couldn't handle the pressure. Device has been recycled 17 times. Still functional, but warranty voided. Meet me at the old Tottenham Court Station ruins. Tonight. Come alone." Liam's hands trembled as he read the message twice more. 17 previous owners. He wondered what had happened to them all, but the opportunity blazed too bright to ignore. His student loan debt already guaranteed a lifetime of servitude to the corporate state. What was a little more risk? 2 hours later, he stood in the abandoned subway tunnels beneath London, breathing the musty air of forgotten infrastructure. The ruins of Tottenham Court Station stretched around him like a cathedral of decay, its Victorian ironwork twisted by decades of neglect. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall, gaunt, with prosthetic eyes that gleamed silver in the darkness. "You're younger than I expected," the man said, his voice carrying the hollow echo of vocal cord implants. "This isn't a game, boy. Time travel isn't like your university simulations." "I understand the risks," Liam replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "I need to get to 1888, September 8th, if possible." The man laughed, a sound like grinding metal. "Specific. I like that. Shows you've done your research." He produced a small device from his coat, a brass-coloured watch with exposed gears and a cracked crystal face. "This beauty has seen some action. 17 trips, 17 disappointed customers, but it still works. Mostly." Liam examined the watch, noting the strange symbols etched around its circumference. The craftsmanship was clearly pre-regulation, from the early days of temporal experimentation. What happened to the previous owners? Some came back, some didn't. Some came back different. The man's silver eyes reflected no emotion. "That's not my concern. Are you buying or not?" The price was lower than Liam had dared hope, barely a month's worth of meal credits. He transferred the payment and accepted the watch, feeling its weight in his palm. The metal was warm, almost alive. "Word of advice, kid," the man said as he prepared to leave. "Time has a way of protecting itself. Don't try to be a hero." Back in his dorm, Liam spent the remaining hours before dawn studying historical records, police reports, and witness testimonies from the autumn of 1888. The Ripper's first canonical victim, Mary Ann Nichols, had been found dead on August 31st. If he could arrive on September 8th, he'd be positioned perfectly to observe the killer's pattern before the murder of Annie Chapman. At sunrise, he sealed his door and activated the watch. The world dissolved into fractals of light and shadow, time folding in on itself like origami made of moments. His consciousness stretched across decades, experiencing the weight of every year between 2092 and 1888. Then, with a sensation like falling upward, he landed. The fog hit him first, thick, choking, and tinged with the acrid smell of coal smoke and human waste. London in 1888 was a sensory assault. The gas lamps flickered like dying stars through the mist, casting everything in a sickly yellow pallor. Horse hooves clattered on cobblestones, mixing with the distant sound of drunken laughter and shouted arguments. Liam stood in a narrow alley, his modern clothes instantly marking him as an outsider. He fumbled for the watch, pressing the return sequence. Nothing happened. He tried again, panic rising in his throat. The device remained cold and lifeless in his palm. "Lost, love?" A woman's voice cut through his terror. She emerged from the fog like a ghost, thin, tired, but with intelligent eyes that seemed to see through his facade immediately. "You look like you've seen a spectre." "I dot," Liam stammered, trying to orient himself. "I'm looking for... I need to get home." She laughed, but not unkindly. "Don't we all? Name's Nellie. And you're not from around here, are you? That accent, those clothes. You're either lost or running from something." Before he could answer, footsteps echoed from the mouth of the alley. 3 rough-looking men approached, their intentions clear in the way they moved. Liam had read about the poverty and desperation of Victorian London, but experiencing it firsthand was different. These men weren't just criminals. They were survivors in a world that offered no alternatives. "Well, well," the largest man said, his voice thick with gin and malice. "What have we here?" "A gentleman playing dress-up in Whitechapel." They fell on him quickly, efficiently. Liam tried to fight, but his university self-defense classes were useless against their brutal practicality. They took everything: his credits, his identification, even his shoes. The watch, thankfully, remained hidden in his inner pocket. Nellie helped him to his feet after the men had vanished into the fog. "Lucky they didn't cut your throat," she said, examining his injuries. "Come on then, can't leave you bleeding in the street." Her lodging house was a revelation in squalor, a single room shared with 3 other women, the walls stained with damp and decades of smoke. But it was warm, and Nellie tended to his wounds with surprising gentleness. "You're not just lost," she observed, cleaning a cut on his forehead. "You're lost in time, aren't you?" Liam stared at her, speechless. "How did you... I've seen your type before. Clean teeth, soft hands, confused look. You're not the first to wash up here, claiming to be from somewhere else." She settled back on her heels, studying him. "Question is, are you one of the mad ones or one of the stuck ones?" Over the next few days, Nellie introduced him to an underground network of displaced individuals. They called themselves the Adrift, people who had arrived in Victorian London from various points in the future, all claiming their return devices had failed. Some had been there for decades, aging naturally and adapting to their circumstances. Others had arrived more recently, still clinging to hope of escape. The leader of sorts was a woman named Margaret, who claimed to have been a molecular biologist in 2034. She had established a small medical practice in the East End, using her future knowledge to provide basic healthcare to the poor. Her story was typical: a legal time travel expedition gone wrong, equipment failure, abandonment by the authorities. The dirty secret of time travel, she explained over thin soup in a basement that served as their meeting place, is that equipment fails more often than they admit. The companies that manufacture these devices build in obsolescence. They want repeat customers, not permanent solutions. Liam showed them his watch, and Margaret examined it with interest. This is older than anything I've seen. Pre-regulation. See these symbols? They're not standard temporal calibration marks. This is prototype technology. Can you fix it? Liam asked. Not with what we have here, but there are rumours. She glanced around the room, noting the other displaced individuals listening intently. They say the original inventor of black market time travel left something behind. A device called the anchor. It's supposed to be able to stabilise temporal fields, even repair damaged equipment. An elderly man named Dr. Finch leaned forward. He claimed to have been a physicist in 20067 before being stranded in 1875. The anchor isn't just a repair device, he said quietly. It's a temporal stabiliser, the prototype for all modern time travel technology. The inventor buried it here in London before he died, afraid of what his creation might become. Where? Liam pressed. The old Masonic lodge on Dorset Street. But you'll never reach it. Hawthorne controls that territory now. The name sent a chill through the room. Hawthorne was apparently another time traveller, but one who had embraced his displacement and turned it into power. He controlled a network of temporal refugees, using their knowledge of the future to build a criminal empire in Victorian London. He's been looking for the anchor for years, Margaret continued. Claims he wants to use it to help people return home. But we know better. He wants to control time itself. That night, Liam walked the streets of Whitechapel, trying to process everything he'd learned. The fog was thicker than usual, muffling sounds and creating strange shadows. He found himself near Bucks Row, where Mary Ann Nichols had been found murdered just days before his arrival. A figure emerged from the mist, tall, well-dressed, with an air of authority that seemed out of place in this squalid neighbourhood. The man's eyes were sharp, intelligent, and familiar in a way that made Liam's skin crawl. "You're the new arrival," the man said, his voice carrying the crisp diction of education and privilege. "I'm Hawthorne. We need to talk." "I don't think we do," Liam replied, backing away. "Oh, but we do. You see, that device you carry, it's not just any temporal mechanism, it's a key to something I've been searching for quite some time." Hawthorne smiled, but the expression never reached his eyes. "I'm prepared to offer you a deal, your freedom in exchange for a small favour." "What kind of favour?" "Help me find the anchor. Your device contains quantum signatures that can track the original temporal field. With it, I can locate the inventor's burial site." Liam felt the weight of the watch in his pocket. "And if I refuse? Then you'll spend the rest of your life in this cesspit of history, watching people die of diseases that were cured before your great-grandfather was born. Your choice." Before Liam could respond, Hawthorne melted back into the fog, leaving only the echo of his footsteps and a sense of impending doom. The next morning brought terrible news. Annie Chapman had been found murdered in Hanbury Street, her body mutilated in a way that matched the previous killing. The police were baffled, the newspapers sensational, and the people of Whitechapel terrified. Liam had read about these murders in historical texts, but experiencing them firsthand was different. The fear was palpable, the grief real. He found Nellie near the crime scene, her face pale with shock. "They're saying it's the same killer," she whispered, "that he's not done yet." "Nellie," Liam said carefully, "what if I told you that the killer might not be from this time?" She looked at him sharply. "What do you mean? What if someone from the future came back to change history? Or to study it? What if they got lost in their own experiment? You think one of your people is Jack the Ripper?" The possibility had been haunting him since his arrival. Time travel was heavily regulated in 2092, but the black market existed precisely because people wanted to circumvent those regulations. How many desperate, disturbed individuals had purchased faulty devices and found themselves trapped in the past? That evening, Dr. Finch approached him with disturbing news. "I've been asking questions about the Ripper murders," he said quietly. "There's something you need to know. The The killer knows things he shouldn't. Anatomical details, surgical techniques that won't be discovered for decades. You think he's from the future? I think he's from our future, and I think he's completely insane. The revelation changed everything. If the Ripper was indeed a time traveller, then Liam might be the only person in 1888 with the knowledge to stop him. But first, he needed to find the anchor and get home. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him like the London fog itself. Margaret had been researching the Masonic Lodge, using her connections among the displaced to gather intelligence. The building has been abandoned for 5 years, she reported. But Hawthorne's people watch it constantly. They know something's hidden there. We need a distraction, Liam said. Something to draw them away. Or, Nellie interjected, we need to go through them. She had been listening to their conversations, learning about the temporal refugees and their situation. Her intelligence and resourcefulness had impressed everyone. But her suggestion was dangerous. This isn't your fight, Liam told her. It is now. This is my time, my city, my people being murdered. If there's a chance to stop it, I'm taking it. They spent the next few days planning. The lodge sat on Dorset Street, in the heart of Hawthorne's territory. His network of temporal refugees and local criminals maintained constant surveillance, making direct approach impossible. But they had advantages too. Dr. Finch's knowledge of Victorian architecture, Margaret's medical expertise, and Nellie's intimate familiarity with the East End's hidden passages. The breakthrough came when Liam realised his watch wasn't just broken, it was resonating with something nearby. The quantum signatures Hawthorne had mentioned were real, creating a subtle harmonic that grew stronger as he moved toward the lodge. It's like a compass, he explained to the others. The closer I get to the anchor, the stronger the resonance becomes. They entered the lodge through the sewers, crawling through passages that stank of human waste and industrial runoff. The building's basement had been sealed, but Victorian construction was no match for future knowledge and desperate determination. They broke through into a sub-basement that appeared on no official plans. The chamber they found was extraordinary. The walls were covered in equations and diagrams that wouldn't be discovered for decades. In the centre sat a device that looked like a fusion of clockwork and crystalline technology, the anchor. My God, Dr. Finch breathed. It's beautiful. But their triumph was short-lived. Footsteps echoed from above, and Hawthorne's voice carried down through the building. I know you're here. The building is surrounded. There's nowhere to run. They had minutes at most before discovery. Liam examined the anchor, trying to understand its operation. The device was clearly prototype technology, far more advanced than his simple watch but using similar principles. Quantum field manipulation, temporal stabilization, dimensional anchoring. It was all there, waiting to be activated. Can you make it work? Margaret asked urgently. I think so, but I need time to calibrate it properly. Time we don't have, Nellie said, checking the passages they had used to enter. They're coming. The confrontation was inevitable. Hawthorne descended into the chamber with 3 of his most trusted lieutenants, all of them armed with weapons that seemed anachronistic for the Victorian era. Energy weapons, Liam realised. They had brought technology from the future. Step away from the device, Hawthorne commanded. You don't understand what you're dealing with. I understand perfectly, Liam replied, his hands moving across the anchor's controls. You want to control time itself. Use it for personal gain. Personal gain, Hawthorne laughed bitterly. I want to fix this world. Do you have any idea what the future holds? The wars, the plagues, the environmental collapse. With the anchor, I can prevent all of it. By becoming a dictator in the past? By becoming a guide, a shepherd to humanity's development. Hawthorne's eyes blazed with fanatical fervour. I've seen what happens when history runs its course. Millions die needlessly. I can save them. You can't save them by enslaving them, Dr. Finch interjected. I've seen men like you before. They always start with good intentions. The argument was interrupted by a new sound. Footsteps from another direction. Someone else was in the building, moving with purposeful stealth. Hawthorne's expression shifted to confusion, then alarm. Who else knows about this place? He demanded. The answer came in the form of a man emerging from the shadows, tall, gaunt, with wild eyes and blood on his hands. He moved with the jerky, unpredictable motion of someone who had lost touch with reality. Jack, Nellie whispered. The Ripper had found them, and he was clearly from the future, his clothes a bizarre mixture of Victorian and modern elements. In his hand he carried a surgical knife that gleamed with an inner light, another piece of future technology. "So many voices," he muttered, his eyes darting between the assembled group. "So many timelines. Which one is real? Which one matters?" "You're the one who's been killing those women," Liam said, keeping his voice steady despite his terror. "Killing or saving. Every death creates ripples. Every ripple changes everything." The Ripper's smile was horrible to behold. "I've been trying to find the right combination, the perfect sequence of events, but time keeps healing itself. History resists change." "You're insane," Margaret said. "Insane?" The Ripper laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "I'm the only one who sees clearly. This whole century is a mistake, a wrong turn in the path of human development. I'm trying to correct it." The confrontation erupted into violence. Hawthorne's men moved to subdue the Ripper, but he was faster, more desperate. His knife found flesh, and screams echoed through the chamber. In the chaos, Liam desperately worked to activate the anchor. Nellie fought beside him, using her knowledge of the building's layout to outmaneuver their attackers. But she was only one person against trained killers from the future. When she fell, blood spreading across the stone floor, Liam felt something break inside him. "No!" he screamed, abandoning the anchor to kneel beside her. "Finish it," she gasped, her hand pressing against his. "Don't let them win." The anchor hummed to life, its crystalline components beginning to glow. Liam felt the temporal field stabilizing, reality becoming malleable around the device. He had a choice to make: use it to return home, or destroy it to prevent Hawthorne from achieving his goals. But there was a third option. The anchor wasn't just a time travel device, it was a temporal manipulator. He could use it to send Nellie forward, to a time when her injuries could be healed, when she could live the life she deserved. "I can save you," he told her, "send you to the future." "No," she said firmly. "This is my time, my place. Save yourself." The battle raged around them. Hawthorne had killed the Ripper, but at great cost. His men lay dead or dying, and he himself was wounded. Only he and Liam remained standing, facing each other across the glowing anchor. "You can't destroy it," Hawthorne said, his voice weak but determined. "Too many people depend on it. Too many lives hang in the balance." "The balance you want to control," Liam replied. "The lives you want to manipulate. I want to save them. You want to play God." Liam made his choice. He activated the anchor's return function, but not before programming it with a virus, a quantum cascade that would destroy the device after sending him home. Hawthorne lunged forward, trying to stop him, but it was too late. The world dissolved once again, time folding and reshaping itself around him. But this time, the journey felt different, more controlled, more precise. The anchor had given him a perfect return to his own time. He woke in his dorm room, the broken watch still in his hand. According to his chronometer, he had been gone for exactly 3 minutes. But he remembered weeks in Victorian London, the friends he had made, the woman who had died to save him. Frantically, he accessed historical records, searching for any trace of Nellie. There, Eleanor Hutchinson, listed as a social reformer who had worked to improve conditions in the East End. She had lived to the age of 73, dying peacefully in her sleep. Her obituary mentioned her mysterious knowledge of medicine and her uncanny ability to predict social trends. The Jack the Ripper case remained officially unsolved, but Liam noticed something new in the records. The final victim, Mary Jane Kelly, had survived her attack. According to police reports, she had been found injured but alive, claiming that her attacker had simply disappeared into the fog. The Ripper murders had ended abruptly with no clear resolution. Liam knew the truth. The Ripper, the mad time traveller, had died in that basement chamber, his temporal manipulations finally catching up with him. History had healed itself, but not without scars. He spent the next several months writing his thesis, carefully disguising his real experiences as theoretical speculation. The paper became viral within academic circles, proposing that the Ripper murders might have been committed by someone with advanced knowledge of anatomy and surgical techniques. He suggested that the killer's sudden disappearance could be explained by temporal displacement, a theory that was both revolutionary and impossible to prove. The thesis earned him grants, recognition and admission to the Advanced Temporal Studies program. But Liam had no intention of using legal time travel. He had seen what happened when time became a commodity, when the past became a playground for the privileged and the desperate. Instead, he founded a support group for temporal refugees, people who claimed to be displaced from other times. Most were delusional, but a few had stories that rang true, stories of failed equipment, abandoned expeditions, and corporate cover-ups. The black market forum where we'd purchased his watch had disappeared, but a new one had taken its place. The administrator used the handle Glass-Eye 88, a reference that made Liam's blood run cold. The silver-eyed man from the ruins was still out there, still selling broken devices to desperate people. But most disturbing of all was the message he received 6 months after his return. It appeared in his personal files, encrypted beyond anything that should have been possible in 2092. The sender was listed as H. Smith, a name that could have been anyone, but Liam knew better. "You think you've won?" the message read. "You think destroying the anchor ended my plans? But time is vast and I am patient. There are other devices, other opportunities, other timelines where I succeed. This isn't over." The message was accompanied by a photograph, a group of people standing outside a building that looked suspiciously like the Masonic Lodge. But the photograph was dated 1847, 40 years before Liam's arrival in Victorian London. In the centre of the group stood a man who looked exactly like Hawthorne. Liam stared at the image for a long time, understanding finally dawning. Hawthorne hadn't been another displaced time traveller. He had been something far worse, a temporal parasite jumping between timelines and centuries, always seeking the perfect moment to seize control. The anchor hadn't been his destination. It had been one stop in a much longer journey. The implications were staggering. If Hawthorne could move between timelines, then destroying the anchor had only delayed his plans, not stopped them. Somewhere, somewhen, he was still out there, still manipulating events from the shadows. Liam closed his laptop and walked to his window, looking out at the London skyline. The city stretched endlessly in all directions, its towers piercing the artificial sky. But now he could see the temporal layers beneath the surface, the Roman settlement, the medieval city, the Victorian sprawl, the modern metropolis, all of them existing simultaneously, separated only by the thin membrane of time itself. And somewhere in those layers, Hawthorne was waiting, patient, dangerous, and closer than ever to achieving his ultimate goal. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, it filled him with a strange sense of purpose. He had been marked by time itself, chosen to stand guard against those who would abuse its power. It was a responsibility he had never asked for, but one he would not shirk. The broken watch sat on his desk, its cracked face reflecting the city lights. It would never work again, but it served as a reminder of the price of temporal manipulation. Time was not meant to be bought and sold, traded like any other commodity. It was meant to be experienced, lived, and respected. Liam picked up his tablet and began to write. Not another academic paper, but a warning disguised as fiction. A story about the dangers of treating time like a marketplace, about the unintended consequences of cheating history. Most people would read it as entertainment, but a few would recognise the truth hidden within. And perhaps, somewhere in the vast expanse of time and space, Nellie would read it too. The woman who had chosen her own era, her own fate, her own death. The woman who had reminded him that some things were worth fighting for, even if the battle could never truly be won. The notification chimed softly on his tablet. Another message from the support group. Another person claiming to be displaced from time. Another story of failed equipment and abandonment. Liam smiled grimly and opened the message, ready to help if he could, ready to listen if he couldn't. After all, time was all any of them really had. And in the end, how they chose to spend it was what mattered most. Outside his window, London continued its eternal dance between past and future, unaware of the invisible war being fought in the spaces between seconds. But Liam was aware, and he was watching, always ready. Because somewhere in the fog of time, Hawthorne was still out there, still planning, still dangerous. And the next time they met, Liam would be ready for him. The preservation lab at the Kyoto Museum of Cultural Heritage held the quiet reverence of a temple after midnight. Dr. Elias Harumori adjusted his magnifying lamp, its harsh white light cutting through the darkness that pressed against the tall windows. Outside, rain drummed against the glass with the persistence of a monk's wooden fish, but inside time seemed suspended in the sterile glow of conservation equipment. At 38, Elias had spent the better part of 2 decades breathing life back into dying scrolls. His half-Japanese heritage had always felt like standing at the edge of 2 worlds, never fully belonging to either his American mother's pragmatic rationalism or his Japanese father's quiet mysticism. But here, among the delicate makimono and their fading narratives, he found something approaching peace. The scrolls didn't care about his mixed blood or his imperfect Japanese. They only asked for steady hands and patient reverence. Tonight's subject lay before him like a patient on an operating table, a 14th century makimono that had arrived 3 days ago from his grandfather's estate. Elias had barely known the old man. Kenji Mori had been a Zen monk who'd retreated to a mountain monastery when Elias was still a child. Their relationship had been confined to formal New Year's cards and the occasional package of temple sweets that arrived with cryptic notes about understanding the spaces between brushstrokes. The scroll itself was magnificent and troubling in equal measure. Unlike the bright mineral pigments typically used in period makimono, this one was painted entirely in gradations of black ink that seemed to shift and flow depending on the viewing angle. The imagery depicted a continuous landscape, mountains dissolving into mist, which became clouds, which became the sleeves of robed figures who walked through pine forests that transformed into calligraphy, that morphed back into mountains. It was a visual meditation on impermanence, and Elias found himself losing focus as he tried to trace the narrative flow. The accompanying documentation was sparse but intriguing. His grandfather's notes, written in classical Japanese characters so archaic that Elias had to consult reference texts, mentioned that the ink had been mixed with fragments of the eternal and bound with the painter's own essence. More troubling were the references to 12 seasonal scrolls, each painted during specific lunar phases and housed in temples across old Japan. Most had been lost to war, fire, or simple neglect. This one, labelled as the Spring of Beginnings, had survived because it had been kept in constant motion, passed from monk to monk, never remaining in one place long enough to be discovered or destroyed. Elias pulled his chair closer and picked up a soft brush, intending to clean a section where centuries of handling had left fingerprint oils embedded in the silk. The rain outside intensified, and somewhere in the building a door slammed shut with enough force to make the windows rattle. He steadied his hand and began the delicate work of lifting accumulated grime from the surface. The brush had barely touched the scroll when everything went wrong. A flash of lightning illuminated the lab in stark white, and in that instant, Elias saw something impossible. The painted figures in the scroll had moved. Not shifted due to the changing light, but actually moved, turned their heads, taken steps, gestured to each other across the silk landscape. The thunder that followed was so close it seemed to originate from inside the building, and the lights flickered once before going out entirely. In the darkness, Elias felt his hand jerk involuntarily, and the brush scraped against something sharp. Pain blossomed across his palm, and he heard the distinctive sound of liquid hitting silk. When the emergency lighting kicked in a moment later, he saw 3 drops of his blood spreading across the painted mist, dissolving into the ink like water into water. The scroll began to ripple. Not metaphorically, literally. The silk surface moved like the surface of a disturbed pond, and the painted landscape began to shift and flow. Mountains climbed higher, rivers changed course, and the robed figures turned to look directly at Elias with eyes that held depth and intelligence. The air in the lab grew thick and charged like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. Elias tried to step back, but his hand seemed drawn to the scroll by some invisible force. The ripples spread outward from where his blood had landed, and the painted world began to take on dimensionality. The flat silk surface deepened, becoming a window into another place, another time. He could smell pine resin and wood smoke, could hear the distant sound of temple bells carried on mountain wind. "This isn't possible," he whispered. But even as he spoke, his rational mind was cataloguing details that his eyes couldn't deny. The painted figures were breathing, the mist was actually moving, and somewhere in the depths of the scroll a path wound through the pine forest, leading to places beyond the silk's borders. The pull became irresistible. Elias felt himself leaning forward, drawn by a force that seemed to originate from the very centre of his being. His reflection appeared in the scroll's surface, But it wasn't alone. Another figure stood beside him, a woman in samurai armour whose face was obscured by shifting shadows. She raised her hand as if beckoning, and Elias found himself reaching out to touch her fingertips. The moment of contact was like falling through paper. Reality folded in on itself, and Elias felt his consciousness stretching like taffy, pulled through layers of silk and ink and time. He saw centuries flashing past in reverse, the scroll being painted by firelight, the artist's face gaunt with spiritual intensity as he ground meteorite fragments into pigment, mixed it with his own blood, and painted doorways between worlds with brushes made from the tail hair of temple mice. He saw the 12 scrolls scattered across Japan, hidden in mountain temples and underground chambers, each one a gateway to different seasons of the same eternal moment. And then he was falling through mist and pine needles, tumbling through a world painted in shades of grey and silver, until he landed hard on a forest floor that smelled of rain and centuries. Elias opened his eyes to find himself staring up at a canopy of pine branches so dense they blocked out most of the sky. The air was clean and sharp, carrying scents his modern nose had never encountered. Wood smoke mixed with something metallic, the green smell of moss on stone, and underneath it all the faint sweetness of cherry blossoms despite the apparent lateness of the season. He sat up slowly, taking inventory of his body. Nothing seemed broken, though his museum clothes, khaki pants and a button-down shirt, were now torn and stained with pine sap. His hand still bore the cut from the brush, but the bleeding had stopped. More troubling was the complete absence of any technological sound. No electrical hum, no distant traffic, no aircraft overhead. Just wind in the trees and the occasional call of a bird he couldn't identify. The forest around him looked exactly like the painted landscape in the scroll, but with a three-dimensional reality that made his head spin. Every detail was perfect. The way the light filtered through the needles, the pattern of moss on the tree trunks, even the placement of fallen branches seemed to match his memory of the painting. But this wasn't a copy or approximation. This was the source, the original moment that had been captured in ink and bound between silk. Elias stood and tried to get his bearings. The path he'd seen in the scroll was real, winding between massive pine trunks toward what looked like a collection of wooden buildings in the distance. Smoke rose from several chimneys, and he could hear the faint sound of human activity. Voices calling to each other, the rhythmic thunk of an axe cutting wood, the creak of cartwheels on packed earth. He began walking toward the sounds, his modern shoes sliding on the needle-covered ground. With each step, the wrongness of his situation became more apparent. The clothing he could see hanging on lines between the buildings was clearly from another era. Rough-woven fabrics in natural colours, cut in styles he recognised from historical paintings. The tools he glimpsed leaning against walls were handmade, showing the subtle irregularities that machine production had eliminated. And the people he began to see moving between the buildings looked exactly like the figures from classical Japanese art. Their postures, their way of walking, even their facial features seemed to belong to a different age. As he approached the edge of the settlement, a woman emerged from one of the buildings carrying a wooden bucket. She was perhaps 30, with the calloused hands of someone who worked with them daily, and her hair was pulled back in a style Elias recognised from Edo period paintings. When she saw him, she stopped dead, her eyes widening in something between fear and confusion. "Gaiku Kujin," she whispered, then called out in rapid Japanese that Elias could barely follow. His modern language skills, adequate for museum work and casual conversation, were useless here. The dialect was different, older, and the woman's accent carried regional characteristics he couldn't place. Within moments, a small crowd had gathered. The men wore rough clothing and carried themselves with the alert wariness of people accustomed to danger. Several had weapons, katana and shorter blades that looked well used rather than ceremonial. They spoke among themselves in voices too low for Elias to catch, but their gestures toward him were clear enough. He was an outsider, a potential threat, and they were deciding what to do about him. An older man stepped forward, his hand resting on his sword hilt. He spoke slowly, as if addressing a child or someone of limited understanding. Elias caught fragments, questions about his origin, his purpose, his clan affiliation. He tried to respond, but his attempts at classical Japanese came out as a confused mixture of modern vocabulary and half-remembered textbook phrases. The crowd's mood was shifting toward hostility when a new voice cut through the tension. "Map." A figure stepped out of the crowd, a woman in her late 20s with a katana at her side and the bearing of someone accustomed to command. Unlike the villagers' rough clothing, she wore a combination of practical travel gear and samurai elements that marked her as Ronin, a masterless warrior. Her hair was tied back in a functional style, and her eyes held the kind of alertness that comes from living constantly on the edge of violence. She approached Elias with careful steps, studying him with the same intensity he'd once applied to damaged scrolls. When she spoke, her voice carried the authority of someone used to being obeyed. "You're not from any clan I know," she said in Japanese that was slightly easier for Elias to understand. "Your clothes are strange. Your hair is cut like a monk's, but you're not shaven, and you speak our language like a child learning from books. But you're not Chinese or Korean either. What are you?" Elias tried to formulate a response that wouldn't sound completely insane. "I'm a scholar. I study old paintings and scrolls. I became lost while travelling." The woman's eyes narrowed. "Lost from where?" "The nearest road is a day's walk, and there are no scholarly temples for 10 ri in any direction." Before Elias could answer, one of the villagers pointed at his feet and spoke rapidly to the woman. She looked down at his shoes, modern leather Oxfords that were clearly machine-made, and her hand moved to her sword hilt. "Those are not made by any craftsman I know," she said quietly. "The leather is too uniform, the stitching too perfect, and the rubber soles." She reached down and touched the sole of his shoe, then looked up at him with something approaching awe. "What manner of foreign magic is this?" The crowd pressed closer, and Elias could feel their fear transforming into anger. In a time and place where the unknown was often dangerous, his strangeness was becoming a liability. Someone in the crowd shouted something about foreign sorcery, and he saw several hands move toward weapons. The Ronin woman stepped between Elias and the crowd, her voice carrying the sharp authority of steel. "This man is under my protection until his nature is determined. Any who would harm him will answer to me." The villagers hesitated, clearly unwilling to challenge her, but equally unwilling to ignore what they saw as a threat. The standoff stretched until the older man who'd first questioned Elias spoke up. "Tsukiko-san, we respect your skill and your judgment, but this stranger brings strangeness with him. His very presence disturbs the natural order. Perhaps it would be better if he continued his journey elsewhere." Tsukiko, the name hit Elias like a physical blow. In the scroll, there had been a figure of a woman warrior, always partially obscured by mist and shadow. He'd assumed it was symbolic, but now he realized it had been a portrait. This woman, this moment, had been painted into the scroll centuries ago, waiting for him to arrive. "He stays," Tsukiko said flatly, "at least until I understand what he is. If that troubles you, remember that I've helped defend this village 3 times in the past year. My judgment has kept you alive." The crowd dispersed reluctantly, but not before Elias caught several dark looks that promised future trouble. When they were alone, Tsukiko gestured for him to follow her to a small shrine at the edge of the settlement. She sat on a wooden bench and motioned for him to sit across from her. "Now," she said, "tell me the truth, all of it, and don't insult my intelligence with more stories about being a lost scholar." Elias looked into her eyes and saw something that made him want to trust her. Not just competence or strength, but a kind of spiritual clarity that reminded him of his grandfather's occasional letters. She was someone who had seen enough of the world to accept impossible things if they were true. "I don't think you'll believe me," he said. "Try me." So he did. He told her about the scroll, about the museum, about the moment when his blood had mixed with ink and reality had folded in on itself. He described the 21st century in terms she might understand. Buildings tall as mountains, vehicles that moved without horses, lights that shone without fire. He showed her his wristwatch, his wallet with its plastic cards and strange money, his smartphone with its dead battery and incomprehensible technology. Tsukiko listened without interruption, occasionally asking for clarification on technical details, or examining the objects he showed her. When he finished, she sat in silence for a long moment, staring at the phone in her hands. "In the monastery where I trained," she said finally, "there was an old monk who spoke of the 12 scrolls. He said they were painted by a master who had achieved enlightenment through madness, and that each one was a window into the eternal now, past, present, and future existing simultaneously. Most of the other monks dismissed his stories as the ravings of an old man who had meditated too deeply. She handed the phone back to him. But I saw things during my training, visions, moments when the world seemed to fold in on itself and show me glimpses of other times, other possibilities. I learned to paint in the monastery, and sometimes when I painted, I would see into the future, fragments of images that made no sense but felt absolutely real. Elias felt a chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air. What kinds of images? Cities of metal and glass rising toward the sky, vehicles that moved without horses or oxen, people dressed in strange clothing speaking into small objects that carried their voices across vast distances, and sometimes... She looked directly at him. Sometimes I saw a man who looked exactly like you, standing in a room full of ancient scrolls, reaching toward a painting that moved like water. The implications hit him like a physical blow. You've been dreaming about me. Not dreaming, seeing. The same way you saw this world in the scroll. She stood and began pacing. The old monk said that the scrolls were more than paintings. They were living things, created by mixing ink with blood and meteorite dust under specific astronomical conditions. He said that anyone who looked into them deeply enough would begin to see across time, and that eventually the barriers between then and now would become permeable. So you knew I was coming. I knew someone was coming. I've been travelling for 3 years, following the old monk's maps to temples where the scrolls were once kept. Most have been destroyed or lost, but I've found traces, fragments of the original paintings, sometimes entire scrolls that had been hidden away. And always, I've had the feeling that I was moving towards something, some moment when all the pieces would come together. Elias pulled out his wallet and showed her a photo, a small picture of himself standing in front of the Kyoto Museum. Did you see this too? Tsukiko studied the image carefully, then reached into her own travelling pack and pulled out a small piece of silk. On it was painted a remarkably accurate portrait of Elias, but wearing samurai armour and standing in a pine forest. At the bottom, in delicate brushstrokes, was a single character. Spring. I painted this 6 months ago, she said. I had no idea why, but I couldn't stop myself. The image kept appearing in my mind until I put it on silk. The interconnection was dizzying. Elias felt as though he was standing at the centre of a vast web, with threads of cause and effect stretching in all directions through time. The scroll in my world showed this place, this moment, but it also showed you dying. Tsukiko's expression didn't change. In battle? Protecting something. Protecting me, I think. There was a fight and you were wounded, and then... He couldn't finish the sentence. And then you painted something on your back, with the scroll, using your own blood, and somehow that's what allowed me to return to my time. She was quiet for a long moment, then smiled with a mixture of sadness and acceptance that was purely Japanese. Mono no aware, she said. The pathos of things. Everything passes, everything changes. If that's how I die, then that's how I die. But first, we need to find the Autumn Scroll. The Autumn Scroll? The one that can return you to your time. According to the old monk's notes, each scroll corresponds to a season and a direction. Spring is east, summer is south, autumn is west, winter is north. The spring scroll brought you here, but only the autumn scroll can take you home. And according to my research, it was stolen from its temple during the Battle of Mikatagahara, 20 years ago. The name meant nothing to Elias, but the way she said it suggested a significance he was missing. What happened at Mikatagahara? The Takeda clan fought the Tokugawa. It was a great victory for the Takeda, but in the confusion many temples were looted. The Autumn Scroll disappeared, along with the monk who was guarding it. Some say he was killed, others that he fled with the scroll to prevent it from being destroyed. And you think he's still alive? I think he's still alive, but changed. The scrolls don't just show visions of other times, they consume the people who use them. Look at yourself. You've been here less than a day, and already you're beginning to think differently, speak differently. The modern world is becoming like a dream, isn't it? Elias realised with shock that she was right. His memories of the 21st century were still intact, but they felt increasingly unreal, like scenes from a movie he'd watched long ago. The digital watch on his wrist might as well have been a piece of alien technology for all the connection he felt to it. Meanwhile, the weight of Tsukiko's sword at her side, the smell of wood smoke in the air, the sound of voices speaking classical Japanese, all of it felt more real than anything he'd experienced in years. "How long do I have?" he asked. I don't know. The old monk said it was different for everyone. Some people forgot their original time within days. Others held on for years. But eventually everyone who stayed in a time not their own would lose themselves completely. The urgency of his situation was becoming clear. He wasn't just lost in time, he was being absorbed by it. His identity slowly dissolving into the historical moment like ink into water. And somewhere out there, a mad monk held the key to his return. "Where do we start looking?" he asked. "With the refugees from Mikatagahara. Some of them settled in the mountains near here, and they might remember what happened to the monk. But first, you need to learn to survive in this world. Your strange clothes and foreign mannerisms will get you killed before we travel a day." Over the following weeks, Tsukiko became both his teacher and his lifeline. She showed him how to move quietly through the forest, how to read the subtle signs that indicated human presence, how to light fires without smoke and find water in seemingly dry terrain. But more importantly, she taught him the invisible rules that governed social interaction in her world. "Your body language is all wrong," she said one morning as they practiced swordwork with wooden bokken. "You stand like someone who's never expected to fight for his life. Your shoulders are too relaxed, your stance too open. In this world, showing weakness is an invitation to violence." Elias tried to adjust his posture, but it felt artificial, like an actor playing a role. "In my time, most people never have to fight anyone. Violence is rare, and when it happens, it's usually handled by specialists." "Specialists?" "Police. People whose job it is to protect others." Tsukiko lowered her practice sword. "You mean your leaders maintain warriors who serve the common good rather than individual lords?" "Something like that. The idea is that everyone has certain rights, and the specialists protect those rights. And this works?" Elias thought about crime rates, about war, about the 1,000 ways violence still shaped his world. "Better than you might think. Not perfectly, but better than everyone being armed and ready to fight." "It sounds like a world where people can afford to be weak," she said, "but not unkindly. That's not necessarily bad, but it's not this world. Here, strength is the only protection, and honour is the only currency that matters." She was right. Every day brought new evidence of how precarious life was in this era. They passed burned villages, met refugees fleeing from conflicts whose causes they barely understood, and constantly had to navigate the complex web of clan loyalties and territorial disputes that defined the political landscape. Elias began to understand that the beautiful, stylized world of classical Japanese art was built on a foundation of constant, grinding violence. But he also began to understand things about himself that the modern world had never revealed. When they encountered bandits on a mountain path, he discovered that he could kill when necessary, and that the guilt he'd expected to feel was overshadowed by the simple relief of survival. When they spent a night in a temple where the monks were more scholars than warriors, he found that his knowledge of later historical developments gave him insights that the monks found profound. "You speak of the future as if you've seen it," one old monk said after Elias had accurately predicted the outcome of a distant political conflict. "Not as prophecy, but as memory." "In a way I have," Elias replied. "In my time, your future is our past. I've read the histories, seen the paintings, studied the artifacts. I know how the story ends." "And does it end well?" Elias thought about the question seriously. "It depends on what you mean by well. There's less violence in my time, but also less honour. People live longer, but they're often less connected to each other. We have incredible knowledge, but we've lost much wisdom. We've gained the ability to speak across great distances, but we've forgotten how to listen to silence." The monk nodded slowly. "The Buddha taught that all existence is suffering, but also that suffering arises from attachment. Perhaps each age must find its own way to balance knowledge and wisdom, connection and solitude." "Perhaps," Elias agreed. But privately he wondered if his own time had lost something essential that this era still possessed. A sense of living fully in each moment, of finding meaning in simple things, of understanding that death gave weight to life. As the weeks passed, he found himself changing in ways that went beyond mere adaptation. The constant awareness of danger had sharpened his senses. The absence of technological distractions had deepened his attention. The necessity of reading people carefully had made him more empathetic. He was becoming someone he'd never been in his original time, more present, more alive, more himself. But with that change came a growing terror. Each morning he had to work harder to remember specific details of his modern life. The faces of colleagues were becoming vague, the layout of his apartment uncertain. He still knew intellectually that he came from another time, but the emotional connection to that knowledge was fading like a dream upon waking. "It's happening faster than I expected," Tsukiko said one evening as they sat by their campfire. "You're beginning to belong here. Is that bad? Not bad, but dangerous. The stronger your connection to this time becomes, the harder it will be to return to your own. The scrolls respond to desire, and if you stop truly wanting to go back..." She didn't need to finish. Elias understood. He was racing against his own adaptation, trying to find the autumn scroll before this world claimed him completely. Their search led them through the mountains of central Japan, following rumours and half-remembered stories. They spoke to former soldiers who had fought at Mikatagahara, to monks who had known the temple where the scroll was kept, to merchants who might have seen it being transported. Slowly, a picture emerged of the monk who had taken the scroll, a man named Jishin who had been known for his intense spiritual practices and his skill as a painter. He was already half mad when the battle began, one old soldier told them, spent his time painting visions of other worlds, claimed he could see through time itself. When the temple was attacked, he fought like a demon to protect the scroll, then vanished into the mountains. Some say he died in the wilderness, others claim he's still alive, living as a hermit and slowly being consumed by the visions the scroll shows him. Their search finally led them to a remote valley where a small community of hermits and refugees had gathered around a natural hot spring. The settlement was barely more than a collection of rough huts, but it had the feeling of a place where people came to disappear from the world. The hermit they found there was indeed Jishin, but he was almost unrecognisable as human. 20 years of isolation and constant exposure to the scroll's visions had left him gaunt and wild-eyed, speaking in a mixture of classical Japanese and languages that didn't seem to belong to any earthly place. His hair had gone completely white, and his skin was covered in tattoos that looked like fragments of painted scrolls. "I know why you've come," he said when they approached his hut. "The foreign one who fell through spring into summer. I've been painting your arrival for months." He led them inside, where the walls were covered with paintings that made Elias's head spin. They showed scenes from dozens of different time periods, all layered over each other in a chaotic mixture of past, present and future. In one corner, he could see what looked like modern Tokyo. In another, medieval Europeans in armour. And running through all of it, like a thread connecting different tapestries, were the 12 scrolls and the people who had used them. "Time is not a river," Jishin said, gesturing at the paintings. "It's a web, every moment connected to every other moment. The scrolls don't transport you through time, they show you the connections that were always there. But the human mind isn't meant to see all of time at once, it breaks us." "We need the autumn scroll," Tsukiko said gently, "to send my friend back to his own time." Jishin laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Back? There is no back. There is only the eternal now, the moment when all possibilities exist simultaneously. Your friend doesn't want to go back. He wants to stay here, with you, in this beautiful dying world." Elias felt the truth of that statement like a physical blow. Despite his rational desire to return to his own time, despite the fading of his modern memories, part of him had indeed begun to want to stay. The world he'd found was harsh and violent, but it was also alive in ways his original time had never been. And his connection to Tsukiko had become something deeper than mere partnership. She was becoming the anchor that held him to existence itself. "Show us the scroll," he said. Jishin led them to a hidden alcove behind the painted walls. The autumn scroll was there, but it was nothing like the pristine artifact Elias had expected. Years of use had left it torn and stained, and the painted scenes moved constantly, showing autumn landscapes that transformed into winter, then spring, then summer, in an endless cycle. The silk seemed to glow with its own inner light, and looking at it too long made Elias feel dizzy. "It's dying," Jishin said. "They all are. The scrolls were never meant to be used so frequently. Each time someone passes through them, they lose a little of their power. This one has maybe one journey left in it." "Then we need to use it now," Tsukiko said. But Jishin shook his head. "Not yet. The scroll requires a specific ritual, performed at a specific time, in a specific place. It must be done during the full moon, at the ruins of the temple where it was originally kept. And," he looks directly at Elias, "it requires a sacrifice, Someone must remain behind to paint the doorway closed using their own blood as ink. The implications hit both of them simultaneously. Elias could return to his own time, but only if Tsukiko stayed behind to complete the ritual, and completing the ritual would almost certainly kill her. "There has to be another way," Elias said. "There is," Jishin replied. "You can stay here, and both of you can live, but you'll forget your original time completely within a year, and you'll spend the rest of your life knowing that you chose love over truth." The choice was impossible. Return to his own time and live with the knowledge that Tsukiko had died for him, or stay and live with the knowledge that he'd abandoned his responsibilities and his identity. Either way, he would be diminished, changed into something he'd never intended to become. "How long do we have to decide?" Tsukiko asked. "The next full moon is in 10 days. After that, the scroll will be too weak to use, and the choice will be made for you." They left Jishin's hut in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. That night, camped under stars that looked exactly like the ones Elias remembered from his own time, they finally talked about what they'd learned. "I can't let you die for me," Elias said, "and I can't let you lose yourself to a world that isn't yours," Tsukiko replied. "We're trapped by our own caring." "What if we're looking at this wrong?" Elias said suddenly. "What if the sacrifice isn't about dying, but about transformation?" Jishin said the scrolls show connections between all moments. What if the person who stays behind doesn't just close the doorway, but becomes part of it? Tsukiko considered this. "You mean they would exist in all times simultaneously?" "I don't know, but it's possible. The scrolls aren't just paintings. They're living things. Maybe the sacrifice isn't death, but a different kind of existence." It was a slim hope, but it was enough to keep them moving. They spent the next week travelling to the ruins of the temple where the autumn scroll had been kept. The journey took them through some of the most beautiful countryside Elias had ever seen, and he found himself memorising every detail, the way morning mist clung to the valleys, the sound of temple bells carried on the wind, the sight of Tsukiko practising her sword forms in the golden light of sunset. The temple ruins were exactly as Jishin had described, a collection of broken stones and collapsed timbers that had once been a place of great beauty, but the foundations were still intact, and in the centre of what had been the main hall, they found the remains of an altar where the scroll had been kept. "This is where it has to happen," Tsukiko said, unrolling the autumn scroll on the broken stones. "At midnight, when the moon is directly overhead." The scroll's painted scenes were moving faster now, autumn leaves falling and being reborn, snow melting and reforming, the cycle of seasons accelerating as if time itself were running out. Elias could feel the pull of it, the same force that had drawn him into the spring scroll but reversed now, offering him a path back to his own time. "I've been thinking about what you said," Tsukiko said, "about the sacrifice being transformation rather than death. There's something I haven't told you." "What?" "The dreams I've been having about your time, they're getting stronger. Sometimes I feel like I'm already there, watching you work in your museum, seeing the world you came from. What if the connection goes both ways? What if when you return, I come with you in some form?" Before Elias could respond, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps. A group of armed men emerged from the forest, led by a samurai in elaborate armour. They moved with the disciplined precision of professional soldiers, and their leader's eyes held the cold intelligence of someone accustomed to command. "You will step away from the scroll," the samurai said in a voice that expected immediate obedience. "It is the property of the Takeda clan, stolen from us 20 years ago." "The scroll belongs to no one," Tsukiko replied, her hand moving to her sword hilt. "It's a sacred object, not a piece of property." "Sacred objects can be very profitable," the samurai said, "especially ones that are rumoured to show visions of the future. My lord has great interest in such things." The standoff stretched for a moment, then erupted into violence. Tsukiko's sword cleared its scabbard in a movement too fast to follow, and the first attacker was dead before he hit the ground. But there were too many of them, and they were too well trained. Elias tried to help, but his weeks of practice were nothing compared to their lifetime of experience. The fight was brief and brutal. Tsukiko fought with the fury of someone defending something more precious than life, but she was outnumbered and eventually overwhelmed. When she fell, a katana thrust through her side, Elias felt something break inside him that he hadn't known existed. "The scroll," she gasped, blood foaming on her lips. "Quickly, before they can stop you." Elias grabbed the autumn scroll, feeling its power flow through him like electricity. The painted scenes were spinning now, autumn and winter and spring and summer all existing in the same moment, and he could see the path back to his own time opening like a tunnel through reality. But he could also see Tsukiko dying, and the sight made him hesitate. In that moment of hesitation, the psalm. The drill bit screamed against ancient stone as Dr. Marcus Venn adjusted the hydraulic pressure, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool morning air near Herculaneum. The unmarked lava tube they'd discovered beneath the villa had everyone excited. Everyone except Marcus, whose instruments detected electromagnetic anomalies that made his skin crawl. 3 years of studying Vesuvius had taught him to trust his equipment, but these readings defied explanation. Marcus had come to Italy running from ghosts. The memory of Elena, his fiancée, still haunted him 18 months after the tsunami that claimed her life during their research expedition in Indonesia. She'd been standing on the beach, collecting mineral samples when the volcanic eruption triggered the wave. He'd watched from the hillside as the wall of water swallowed her whole, helpless to save the woman he'd planned to marry. The guilt had nearly destroyed him. If only he'd insisted she work inland. If only he'd read the seismic data more carefully. If only he'd been able to predict the unpredictable. Now he dedicated his life to understanding the Earth's violent moods, hoping science might give him the control he'd lacked that terrible day. Vesuvius had called to him like a siren song, its massive bulk dominating the Bay of Naples, its slopes dotted with villages whose inhabitants lived in blissful ignorance of the monster sleeping beneath their feet. The mountain had been quiet for nearly 2,000 years, but Marcus knew better than to trust a dormant volcano. Depth at 42 metres, called Sarah Chen, his lead technician, her voice echoing in the narrow excavation pit. The carvings are getting more elaborate down here. Marcus wiped his hands on his field jacket and descended the aluminum ladder into the shaft. The ancient Roman villa above had been perfectly preserved, but what lay beneath was far older. Carved symbols depicting gods offering fire to mortals, their faces twisted in expressions that seemed almost warning rather than blessing. His geological training told him these formations were impossible. The rock layers suggested dates that contradicted everything they knew about the area's volcanic history. The earthquake hit without warning, a violent tremor that sent equipment tumbling and opened fissures in the excavation walls. Marcus grabbed for the ladder as the ground beneath him cracked, but his fingers found only empty air. The last thing he remembered was a pulse of violet light washing over him as he fell, and the sensation of impossible heat that somehow didn't burn. When consciousness returned, Marcus found himself face down in ash-covered earth, his modern equipment scattered around him in pieces. The air tasted of sulphur and something else, something alive and dangerous. He pushed himself upright, spitting grit from his mouth, and froze. The landscape before him was wrong. Where the excavation site should have been, rolling hills stretched toward a city of white stone and red-tiled roofs. Smoke rose from countless chimneys, and the sound of voices carried on the wind, voices speaking Latin. "Quis es tu?" The question came from behind him, accompanied by the metallic scrape of drawn steel. Marcus turned to find 3 Roman soldiers in gleaming mail and leather, their faces hard with suspicion. Their equipment was flawless, unmarked by the wear of museum pieces or historical reenactors. The lead soldier, a centurion with greying temples, repeated the question more forcefully. "I don't—" Marcus began, then stopped. The smartwatch on his wrist was dark, its screen cracked. His satellite phone showed no signal. Around him, the scattered remains of his 21st century tools looked impossibly foreign against the ancient landscape. The soldiers seized him roughly, binding his hands with rope that felt authentic in every fibre. As they marched him toward the city, Marcus's mind reeled. The architecture was perfect, too perfect for any recreation. The smell of wood smoke and human habitation, the sound of cartwheels on stone, the sight of people in togas and stolas moving about their daily business. Either he was experiencing the most elaborate hallucination in medical history, or the impossible had occurred. The magistrate's villa was a testament to Roman luxury, its atrium decorated with frescoes that seemed to move in the flickering oil lamplight. Marcus knelt before a man whose authority radiated from every gesture, Quintus Calpurnius, according to the whispered introductions. The magistrate's dark eyes studied Marcus with the calculating gaze of someone accustomed to judging human nature. "The guards say you spoke in tongues," Quintus said, his Latin precise and educated. "Your clothing is strange, your tools unknown. Are you a priest from the eastern provinces, a madman touched by the gods?" Marcus opened his mouth to respond, realised he couldn't explain his situation in any way that wouldn't sound like madness, and closed it again. The silence stretched until a female voice interrupted from the shadows. "He may be mute, Dominus. Sometimes the gods steal speech from their chosen ones." The woman who stepped forward was young, perhaps 25, with intelligent eyes and the bearing of someone who had learned to navigate dangerous waters. Her chiton marked her as a slave, but she carried herself with quiet dignity. "This is Cassia," Quintus explained. "She speaks Greek, Egyptian, and several barbaric tongues. Perhaps she can divine this stranger's origins." Cassia approached Marcus cautiously, studying his face with startling intensity. When she spoke, it was in accented Greek. "You understand me, don't you? Your eyes. They're not the eyes of a madman." Marcus nodded carefully, and Cassia's expression sharpened. She turned to the magistrate. "I believe he's a holy man, Dominus, a prophet struck dumb by divine vision. See how he examines everything with such focus? The gods often burden their chosen with terrible knowledge." The explanation seemed to satisfy Quintus, who waved dismissively. "Very well. You'll be responsible for him, Cassia. House him in the servants' quarters. If he proves troublesome, you'll both face consequences." As the guards released him, Marcus felt a mixture of relief and desperation. He was free, but free to do what? He couldn't explain where he was, couldn't communicate his growing certainty that something terrible was about to happen. The tremors he'd felt, the sulphur smell in the air, the way animals seemed skittish. Every instinct screamed that Vesuvius was preparing to erupt. The servants' quarters were Spartan but clean, a small chamber with a narrow bed and a single window that offered a view of the mountain. Marcus sat on the rough wool blanket, staring at his broken smartwatch, trying to make sense of what had happened. The violet light, the sensation of falling through time itself, it defied every law of physics he knew. Yet here he was, surrounded by authentic Roman architecture, hearing Latin spoken as a living language rather than an academic curiosity. Time travel was impossible. Every rational part of his mind insisted on that truth. But the alternative, that he was experiencing an elaborate hallucination or psychotic break, seemed equally impossible. The details were too perfect, too consistent, the way the oil lamps flickered, casting dancing shadows on the frescoed walls. The sounds of the city settling into evening, cartwheels on stone, the distant murmur of voices in the forum, the lowing of cattle being driven to market. Even the smells were authentic. Wood smoke, human habitation, the earthy scent of olive oil and wine. Marcus had studied Pompeii extensively in the modern era, had walked through the excavated streets and examined the plaster casts of the victims. But this was different. This was alive, breathing, real. The people he'd seen in the forum weren't museum pieces or historical curiosities. They were human beings living their lives, unaware that those lives were measured in days. That night, in a small chamber lit by a single oil lamp, Cassia brought him food and water. She watched him eat with curiosity, noting how he examined the pottery, the grain of the bread, the weave of the blanket, as if seeing such things for the first time. "You're not from around here," she said quietly. "Not from anywhere I know, but you're not mad, are you?" Marcus met her gaze and shook his head. Then, desperate to communicate, he pointed toward the window where Vesuvius loomed against the star-filled sky. He made rumbling sounds, gestured wildly, tried to convey the urgency that consumed him. Cassia frowned. "The mountain?" "Yes, it's beautiful. The Greeks call it the Fire Mountain, but it's been sleeping for generations. Why would you—" She stopped, her expression changing. "You're trying to warn me about something, aren't you?" Marcus nodded emphatically, then began sketching in the dirt floor with his finger. He drew a crude mountain, then showed it exploding upward, ash and fire spreading outward like the wings of death. Cassia watched with growing unease. "You think it will wake up? But the priests say the gods are pleased. There have been no signs, no omens." Marcus interrupted her by pointing to his makeshift seismograph, the bowl of water that trembled constantly now. He'd noticed other signs too. dogs whining incessantly, horses shying at shadows, the way birds flew in agitated patterns. Even the fish in the bay seemed to have moved to deeper waters. "The animals know," he said, the words escaping before he could stop them. Cassia stared at him in shock. "You can speak." "I never stopped," Marcus replied, his voice hoarse from days of silence. "But speaking won't help if no one listens. The mountain is waking up, and when it does, everyone in this city will die." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. Cassia studied his face, searching for signs of madness or deception. What she found instead was a grief so profound it seemed to radiate from him like heat. "You've seen this before," she said quietly. "Death. Destruction. It's written in your eyes." Marcus thought of Elena, of the wall of water that had claimed her life. "I've seen what happens when the earth decides to remind us how small we are, and I've seen what it costs when we ignore the warnings." Over the following days, Marcus threw himself into frantic preparation. Using charcoal and wine, he drew crude diagrams on papyrus, showing the mountain's cross-section and the magma chamber beneath. He sketched fleeing animals, falling ash, the telltale signs of imminent eruption. When Cassia brought him to the market, he studied the Roman engineering with new eyes, noting the aqueducts, the roads, calculating evacuation routes. The city's rhythms became familiar. The morning call of vendors hawking bread and fruit, the afternoon heat shimmering off marble columns, the evening gathering in the forum where citizens debated politics and philosophy. Marcus found himself drawn to the children playing in the streets, their laughter echoing off the walls of houses that would soon become their tombs. He watched young lovers stealing kisses in shadowed alcoves, merchants haggling over prices, priests performing daily rituals, all of it soon to be frozen in time by superheated ash. But beneath the routine, Marcus sensed growing unease. The signs were subtle but unmistakable to someone who knew how to read them. Small earthquakes that rattled pottery and cracked plaster. Wells that ran dry or turned sulphurous. The sea itself seemed to withdraw, leaving boats stranded on suddenly expanded beaches. And still, most people ignored the warnings, dismissing them as minor inconveniences or natural variations. "You feel it too," Cassia observed one evening as they stood on the villa's roof terrace. "Something's wrong. The priests say the gods are restless, but you think it's the mountain." Marcus nodded emphatically, then grabbed her hand and led her to his diagrams. He'd constructed a crude seismograph using a bowl of water and a suspended weight. The water's surface trembled constantly now, tiny ripples that spoke of pressure building deep underground. "How do you know these things?" Cassia whispered. "What gods taught you to read the earth's pain?" Before Marcus could attempt an answer, shouts erupted from the street below. A crowd had gathered, their faces turned toward Vesuvius. Even in the fading light they could see it, a thin column of steam rising from the mountain's peak, dark against the evening sky. "It's begun," Marcus said, the words escaping before he could stop them. Cassia stared at him in shock. "You can speak." "I never stopped," Marcus replied, his voice hoarse from days of silence. "But speaking won't help if no one listens. That steam, it's not natural. The mountain is waking up." The next morning brought subtle changes that only Marcus seemed to notice. The ground trembled more frequently. The air carried a metallic taste. Birds flew in agitated patterns, and the usually busy streets felt subdued. But when Marcus tried to warn people, they looked at him with suspicion or outright hostility. "Foreign madman," one merchant spat when Marcus approached his stall, gesturing frantically at his diagrams. "The mountain has breathed steam before. It means nothing." "The gods control fire," priest declared when Marcus approached the temple of Jupiter, his voice rising with righteous indignation. "Mortals cannot read their intentions. Your blasphemy offends the divine order." Even Quintus dismissed his warnings when Cassia brought Marcus before the magistrate again. "The city has stood for centuries," the Roman official said, waving a dismissive hand. "A bit of steam changes nothing. Perhaps your foreign prophet should concern himself with matters of the spirit rather than earthly fears." But Marcus persisted, driven by desperation and the memory of Elena's death. He couldn't save everyone, but perhaps he could save some. He approached merchants in the market, citizens in the forum, anyone who would listen. Most turned away, but a few, slaves mostly and the very poor, began to take notice. "He speaks truth," whispered an old woman who sold pottery near the amphitheatre. My grandmother remembered stories of mountains that breathed fire. She said the animals always knew first. The earth spirits are restless, agreed a Syrian merchant who'd travelled widely. In the east, I've seen the signs. When the ground shakes and the wells run dry, wise men flee. But these were voices from society's margins. The wealthy, the powerful, the priests. They remained convinced that human knowledge was limited, that the gods controlled all natural forces, that Pompeii was eternal and inviolate. Marcus found his first real ally in Lucius Varro, a former centurion who'd lost his position after questioning orders in Germania. Cassia had brought Marcus to him, hoping the ex-soldier might listen to warnings that others dismissed. "I've seen mountains die," Lucius said grimly, his scarred hands tracing Marcus's crude diagrams. "In the east, near Damascus, the earth split open and swallowed a village. The local soothsayers said it was divine punishment, but I saw the signs beforehand. Animals fleeing, strange smells, the ground trembling like a beaten drum." Lucius had the bearing of a man who'd seen too much of the world's violence. His dark eyes held the same haunted quality Marcus recognised in his own reflection, the look of someone who'd failed to prevent a tragedy. "How long do we have?" Lucius asked. Marcus studied the mountain's profile, comparing it to everything he knew about volcanic behaviour. Days, maybe less. The pressure's building too fast to maintain stability much longer. Then we plan for the worst and hope for the best. Together they began preparing in earnest. Marcus couldn't save everyone, but perhaps they could save some. They identified the most vulnerable. Slaves, the poor, children whose parents might not listen to warnings. They gathered supplies quietly: water, food, sturdy shoes, blankets. They mapped escape routes, noting which roads led away from the mountain and which toward the sea. The work was dangerous. When word spread that the foreign stranger was preaching doom, some citizens grew hostile. Someone threw stones at Marcus in the market. Another time, he found his shelter searched and his diagrams torn. The priests began denouncing him openly, calling him a harbinger of chaos sent by malevolent spirits. "They're afraid," Cassia observed one evening as they walked through the villa's garden. "Fear makes people cruel." "They should be afraid," Marcus replied, watching the mountain silhouette against the stars. "But they're afraid of the wrong things. They fear change, uncertainty, the unknown. They should fear the mountain." As if in response to his words, a tremor shook the ground beneath their feet. Cassia grabbed his arm instinctively, her fingers tightening on his sleeve. "It's getting worse," she said. Marcus nodded. The signs were accelerating now. The steam column from Vesuvius had grown thicker, tinged with an orange glow that spoke of rising magma. The local hot springs had begun bubbling more vigorously. Several wells in the city had gone dry, while others had turned brackish with sulphur. "We need to move faster," Marcus said. "Get word to everyone who'll listen. Tomorrow night we gather at the docks. Anyone who wants to live should be there." The final day dawned with an ominous stillness. The birds had stopped singing. Dogs cowered in corners, whimpering. Even the usually bustling forum felt subdued, as if the city itself was holding its breath. Marcus spent the morning making final preparations, checking their supplies, confirming meeting points. He'd managed to convince 37 people to join their planned evacuation, mostly slaves and freedmen, a few merchants who'd travelled widely enough to recognise the signs, and several children whose instincts told them to trust the strange man who spoke of fire and death. But as the day wore on, Marcus felt a growing dread that had nothing to do with the mountain. City officials had noticed the unusual activity around the docks. Guards were asking questions, and worst of all, Cassia had been summoned to appear before the magistrate. The signs accelerated. Small earthquakes rattled pottery. Wells ran dry or turned sulphurous. The sea itself seemed to withdraw, leaving boats stranded on suddenly expanded beaches. And still, most people ignored the warnings. "They'll listen when the mountain speaks," Lucius said during one of their secret meetings. "But by then, it'll be too late." Marcus felt the weight of terrible knowledge. He'd studied Vesuvius for years, knew its patterns, understood its capacity for destruction. The eruption would be devastating. Pyroclastic flows moving at hurricane speeds, ash clouds that would block the sun, temperatures that would kill everything in their path. Pompeii would be entombed in a single day. On the night before the eruption, Marcus couldn't sleep. He stood on the villa's roof, watching the mountain's silhouette against the stars. The steam column had grown thicker, tinged with orange light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Deep underground, forces beyond human comprehension were building toward release. The memory of Elena haunted him more strongly tonight. She'd been so alive, so passionate about her work, so convinced that science could unlock the Earth's secrets. The irony wasn't lost on him. He'd travelled back in time to prevent a tragedy, but he was still helpless to save everyone, just as he'd been helpless to save her. "You're afraid," Cassia said, joining him in the darkness. She'd managed to convince the magistrate that Marcus was harmless, but it had cost her. Marcus could see the bruises on her arms where the guards had restrained her. "Terrified," Marcus admitted. "Tomorrow this city dies. Everyone in it dies, and I can't stop it." "Then why stay? Why not flee with the others?" Marcus turned to face her, this woman who'd shown him kindness when others showed suspicion. In the starlight, her face was luminous, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Because someone has to try. Someone has to bear witness. And because—" He paused, struggling with emotions he'd kept buried since Elena's death. "Because I've lost someone before to the Earth's violence. I couldn't save her, but maybe I can save some of these people." Cassia reached out, her fingers touching his cheek gently. "You carry too much pain. It's written in every line of your face." "Pain is the price of caring," Marcus replied, "and I'm tired of running from it." They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the mountain's ominous glow. Then Marcus noticed something that made his blood run cold. A series of small, bright flashes near the peak, like lightning trapped in stone. "It's starting," he whispered. The eruption began at dawn, but not as Marcus had expected. Instead of the massive explosion he'd anticipated, Vesuvius began with a series of smaller blasts, each one building in intensity. The mountain's peak cracked open like an egg, spewing forth a column of ash and superheated gas that rose into the sky like a monstrous tree. Marcus grabbed Cassia's hand as the villa shook around them. Plaster fell from the walls, and somewhere in the distance he could hear the crash of falling roof tiles. "Now! We go now!" he shouted over the growing roar. They raced through streets already filling with panic and confusion. The carefully planned evacuation routes were choked with fleeing people, some heading for the gates, others running toward the harbour, many simply standing in the streets, paralysed by the magnitude of what was happening. The sky darkened rapidly as ash began to block the sun. What had been a beautiful morning was transformed into an apocalyptic twilight. Pumice began falling like deadly hail, each stone capable of crushing skulls or breaking bones. Buildings started to collapse under the weight, their roofs caving in with thunderous crashes. Marcus led their group of refugees toward the harbour, his throat burning from the ash-filled air. Behind them, the mountain continued its relentless bombardment, each explosion louder than the last. The ground shook constantly now, a continuous tremor that made walking difficult and thinking nearly impossible. At the harbour, chaos reigned. Boats were launching frantically, many overloaded and listing dangerously. Some had already capsized, their occupants thrashing in the water. The air was filled with screams, shouting, the sound of wood splintering and metal grinding against stone. Marcus helped push their stolen fishing vessel into the water, counting heads as his small group of survivors clambered aboard. 37 people. Not many, but perhaps enough to justify the risk he'd taken. "Marcus!" Cassia screamed from the boat. "What are you doing?" He'd turned back toward the city, remembering something that tore at his heart. In the Forum, days earlier, he'd seen a young girl, no older than 6, abandoned by her family in their panic to escape. She'd been playing with a wooden doll, singing to herself while the adult world crumbled around her. "There's a child," he shouted back. "I can't leave her. The flows will reach the city soon. You'll die." Marcus met her eyes across the water, seeing in them the same desperation he'd felt when Elena disappeared beneath the waves. But this time he had a choice. This time he could act. "Then tell them what happened here," he called back. "Tell them someone tried to warn them." He plunged back into the nightmare city, leaving Cassia's cries behind him. The streets were rivers of ash now, bodies scattered like broken dolls. The air burned his throat and lungs, each breath a struggle. Buildings continued to collapse around him, their facades crumbling like sand castles. But he pressed on, driven by something deeper than rational thought. In the distance, he could see the pyroclastic flows beginning, superheated clouds of gas and ash racing down the mountain slopes faster than any human could run. Death was coming to Pompeii, and he was running toward it. He found the girl exactly where he'd expected, cowering in the ruins of a collapsed colonnade near the Forum, her wooden doll clutched to her chest. She looked up at him with eyes that had seen too much for her age, and Marcus felt his heart break. "It's all right," he said, lifting her gently. "We're going to get you somewhere safe." But there was nowhere safe. The pyroclastic flows had reached the city's outskirts, incinerating everything in their path. The temperature rose suddenly, dramatically, until the air itself seemed to burn. Marcus held the child close, shielding her face from the approaching hell. In his final moments, as the superheated cloud engulfed them, Marcus thought of Elena. He'd failed to save her, but perhaps this child would survive. Perhaps somewhere in the future someone would remember that a stranger had tried to warn them, had sacrificed himself for people he barely knew. The heat was beyond description, a wall of fire that consumed everything it touched. But Marcus held the girl tight, using his body to shield her from the worst of it, praying that somehow, somewhere, his sacrifice would matter. The excavation team found them 2 millennia later, perfectly preserved in hardened ash. Dr. Marcus Venn, arms wrapped protectively around a small child, his body positioned as if he'd been trying to shield her from the devastating heat. The preservation was so complete that they could see the expression on his face, not fear but a kind of peace, as if he'd finally found redemption. Beside him lay the scattered remnants of impossible artifacts, a digital watch with a cracked screen, fragments of synthetic fabric, a leather notebook filled with detailed volcanic data. The notebook's final entry, scrawled in Latin with a shaking hand, read, "They wouldn't listen. But she lived. Perhaps that's enough." The child's skeleton was discovered months later in Herculaneum, in a sealed chamber that had protected her from the pyroclastic flows. DNA analysis traced her lineage to a modern family in southern Italy, proof that Marcus's sacrifice had meaning. The notebook contained warnings so accurate they revolutionized the understanding of volcanic prediction, its pages studied in universities around the world. But perhaps the most remarkable discovery was what the excavation team found in the harbour, the remains of a small fishing boat, its hull filled with the skeletons of 37 people. Among them, they found the body of a young woman clutching a piece of papyrus covered in crude diagrams. The paper bore a message in Greek. "A stranger came to warn us. He gave his life so we might live. Remember his name, Marcus." Today, a statue stands in Pompeii's restored Forum, his bronze surface gleaming in the Mediterranean sun. It depicts a man in Roman robes, holding a scroll, his face turned toward the mountain that silenced him. The inscription reads, "The stranger who saw the fire coming." Tourists pause to read the plaque, taking selfies with the monument, never knowing they're honouring a geologist who travelled 20 centuries to save one child's life. In the shadow of Vesuvius, which still smoulders and threatens, Marcus Venn's story serves as both warning and testament. The mountain monitors installed after his discovery bear a small plaque, in memory of those who saw the signs and those who didn't listen. Time may be a river we cannot redirect, but occasionally someone appears who's willing to step into its current, knowing they'll be swept away, hoping their sacrifice might spare others from the same fate. The mountain remembers, the earth remembers, and sometimes when the ash settles and the fires cool, love proves stronger than time itself. In conference rooms around the world, volcanologists study Marcus's notebook, his observations saving lives in places he never knew existed. His sacrifice ripples through time, a stone thrown into the past that creates waves in the present. And in a small apartment in Naples, a woman named Elena Rossini, descended from the child Marcus died to save, works as a seismologist, monitoring the very mountain that claimed his life. She doesn't know his story, but she carries his legacy in her DNA, in her dedication to reading the Earth's warnings, in her refusal to let people ignore the signs that could save them. The cycle continues. The mountain sleeps, but it dreams of fire. And somewhere in the space between past and future, a geologist's sacrifice echoes through eternity, a reminder that some things are worth dying for and that the greatest victories are often measured not in lives saved, but in the courage to try. The musty air of the Brooklyn Museum's basement archives clung to Caleb Rivers like a second skin, as he carefully catalogued artifacts that most visitors would never see. At 17, he'd already spent more time among dusty relics than most people twice his age, but that's how he preferred it. Ancient civilizations spoke to him in ways that his high school peers never could. Their mysteries more compelling than any teenage drama or social media controversy that consumed his classmates. His uncle Marcus would call it unhealthy escapism, but Caleb didn't care. Professor Marcus Rivers had grown cynical after decades of teaching ancient history at Columbia University, warning his nephew constantly about romanticizing the past and living in a world of dead languages and deader cultures. The old man had raised Caleb since his parents died in a car accident when he was 12, and while Marcus provided for him dutifully, their relationship remained strained by fundamental differences in how they viewed the world. Where Marcus saw ancient history as a series of dry facts and archaeological evidence, Caleb saw vibrant civilizations full of people who had loved, fought, dreamed, and died just as passionately as anyone alive today. Where Marcus insisted on maintaining scholarly distance from his subjects, Caleb yearned to understand them as living beings rather than museum pieces. This philosophical divide had created a chasm between them that grew wider with each passing year. Here in the archives, surrounded by fragments of lost worlds, Caleb felt more alive than anywhere else. He'd been interning at the museum for 6 months now, officially helping with cataloguing and data entry, but spending most of his time absorbed in the stories these artifacts told. Every pottery shard, every corroded coin, every fragment of papyrus was a message from the past, a whisper from people who had walked the earth thousands of years before his birth. The unmarked wooden crate sat in the corner like a forgotten secret, its metal bands corroded with age and mystery. Caleb had noticed it weeks ago during his internship, tucked away behind newer acquisitions and labelled storage boxes. The crate seemed to call to him every time he worked in this section of the archives, its very anonymity making it irresistible. Today, curiosity finally won over caution and professional protocol. The shipping label was barely legible, its ink faded to the colour of old blood. What he could make out dated it to 1923, with a return address from Cairo that had been smudged beyond recognition. The customs stamps were equally mysterious, bearing symbols and signatures that suggested this particular artefact had travelled through numerous hands before arriving at its current resting place. Inside the crate, wrapped in gold-threaded linen that seemed to shimmer despite the dim fluorescent lighting, lay a papyrus scroll unlike anything Caleb had ever seen in his extensive studies. The preservation was miraculous. Most papyri he'd encountered were brittle, fragmentary things that crumbled at the slightest touch. This one felt supple under his fingers, almost alive, as if it had been created yesterday rather than millennia ago. The gold threads woven through the linen wrapping caught the light in strange ways, creating patterns that seemed to shift and dance as he moved the bundle. It was clearly Egyptian in origin, but the craftsmanship was extraordinary even by the standards of that civilization's master artisans. A small tag tied to the wrapping read in faded ink, "Do not display. Curse suspected. Property of H. Carter Expedition." Caleb's pulse quickened. Howard Carter, the archaeologist who had discovered Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922. This artifact had come from that legendary dig, possibly from the tomb itself. But why had it been hidden away in storage for over a century? And why the ominous warning about curses? Caleb almost laughed at his own superstition. Museum curators loved their dramatic warnings, and curse was just the early 20th century's way of explaining things they didn't understand. Radiation from certain minerals, toxic mold spores, bacterial contamination, all of these had been blamed on ancient curses at one time or another. Or so his uncle had taught him, along with a healthy skepticism for anything that couldn't be measured, weighed, and scientifically analysed. That evening, after the museum had closed and the security guard had made his rounds, Caleb found himself alone in the artifact lab with the scroll. He'd been thinking about it all day, the hieroglyphs calling to him like a siren song that he couldn't ignore. His knowledge of ancient Egyptian was good enough to make out basic meanings. Years of study had given him a solid foundation in the language, and he was dying to know what secrets the papyrus held. The lab was his favourite place in the entire museum, a climate-controlled sanctuary where the most precious artefacts were examined and preserved. State-of-the-art equipment lined the walls, spectrometers, microscopes, UV lights, and computers loaded with databases of hieroglyphic symbols. But tonight, surrounded by all this modern technology, Caleb felt drawn to something far more ancient and mysterious. He'd tried to concentrate on his regular work, cataloguing a shipment of Roman coins that had arrived that morning. But his eyes kept drifting to the wrapped scroll sitting on the examination table like a patient waiting for surgery. The gold threads in the linen seemed to pulse with their own rhythm, creating mesmerizing patterns that made it hard to focus on anything else. Finally, as the clock struck 10 and the museum settled into its nighttime quiet, Caleb gave in to temptation. He pulled on cotton gloves and carefully unwrapped the scroll, his heart pounding with anticipation. The linen fell away like flower petals, revealing the papyrus in all its mysterious glory. The scroll unrolled smoothly, revealing columns of pristine hieroglyphs that seemed to dance in the lamplight. The ink was a rich, dark brown that had somehow retained its vibrancy despite the passage of centuries. The papyrus itself was of the finest quality, smooth and cream-coloured, with none of the discoloration or damage that typically marked ancient documents. But as Caleb studied the hieroglyphs more closely, something strange began to happen. The symbols seemed to shift and blur, their meaning becoming clearer as if they were teaching themselves to him. His eyes widened as he realised this wasn't just any papyrus, it was a ritual text, something about time and divine language, and the gods who controlled both the past and the future. The hieroglyphs described a ceremony of incredible complexity, involving precise astronomical alignments, sacred words that bridged different languages, and appeals to Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing. It spoke of time as something that could be manipulated, rolled and unrolled like the papyrus itself, of boundaries between past and future that could be crossed by those who possessed the proper knowledge and courage. The hieroglyphs started to glow with a soft red light, and whispers in a language he didn't recognise filled the room. The whispers seemed to come from the scroll itself, ancient voices speaking words that predated any human language he knew. The fluorescent lights flickered and died, plunging the lab into darkness save for the eerie crimson emanation from the papyrus. Caleb's heart hammered as he tried to step back, but his feet felt rooted to the floor. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 20 degrees in seconds, and his breath came out in visible puffs. The modern equipment around him began to malfunction. Computer screens flickered with strange symbols, and the UV light strobed in patterns that hurt his eyes. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and suddenly the scroll blazed with blinding light. The hieroglyphs rose from the papyrus like living things, swirling around the room in spirals of golden fire. Caleb's vision exploded into white-hot pain, and he felt himself falling, tumbling through space and time as reality dissolved around him. The last thing he heard was his own voice screaming, though the sound seemed to come from very far away. Then there was nothing but darkness rushing up to meet him, and the sensation of falling through an endless void where time had no meaning and space had no boundaries. Sand. Hot, gritty sand filling his mouth and nose, coating his tongue with the taste of ancient deserts. Caleb coughed and sputtered, rolling over to find himself lying on a dune beside a river that stretched endlessly in both directions. The sun beat down mercilessly from a cloudless sky, and the air shimmered with heat that made everything appear to waver like a mirage. This had to be a dream, or heat stroke, or maybe the scroll had been treated with hallucinogenic chemicals by some long-dead priest. But the sand felt real beneath his fingers, gritty and sharp, and the heat was already making his modern clothes stick to his skin with sweat. His jeans felt like they were trying to cook him alive, and his cotton t-shirt was soaked through with perspiration. His smartphone was dead. Its screen cracked in a spiderweb pattern that definitely hadn't been there before. His digital watch displayed nothing but error messages, its LCD screen flickering with symbols that looked disturbingly like hieroglyphs. Even his wallet seemed different somehow. The leather aged and cracked as if it had been exposed to desert conditions for years rather than minutes. In the distance he could see the unmistakable outline of ancient temples and pyramids rising from the desert floor. The architecture was exactly as he'd studied it in countless books and documentaries, but seeing it in person, alive and functioning rather than as tourist destinations or archaeological sites, was overwhelming. Smoke rose from cooking fires, and he could hear the distant sounds of human activity, voices calling, animals braying, the rhythmic sound of construction work. A caravan appeared on the horizon, moving slowly across the desert like a mirage taking solid form, actual camels with robed figures leading them, their progress marked by a cloud of dust that hung in the still air. As they drew closer, Caleb could hear their voices speaking in what sounded like ancient Egyptian, but somehow, impossibly, he understood every word. The language flowed through his mind like water, each phrase and inflection as clear as if he'd been born speaking it. They were merchants, he realised, trading between Memphis and Thebes. Their conversation was mundane, focused on the quality of their goods and the prices they hoped to get in the markets ahead. But when they spotted him, their reactions ranged from curiosity to terror. His jeans and t-shirt might as well have been alien technology to them, and the dead smartphone in his pocket was apparently proof of his otherworldly nature. "By the gods," one of them whispered, his voice carrying clearly across the desert air. "Look at his strange garments and the pale skin. He's not of our people." Within minutes, Caleb was surrounded by the caravan's guards, their bronze spears glinting in the afternoon sun. Their weapons were beautifully crafted with intricate engravings that depicted scenes of battles and hunts. But they were also very real, very sharp, and pointed directly at his chest. "Sorcerer," the lead guard hissed, his eyes fixed on Caleb's modern clothing. "Look at these unnatural fabrics, and this." He held up Caleb's smartphone, turning it over in his hands like it might bite him. "Dark magic, worked into the very substance of the device. What manner of demon are you?" "I'm not a demon," Caleb said, raising his hands in what he hoped was a universal gesture of peace. "I'm just lost. I need to get to the city." The guards exchanged glances, and Caleb realised that something extraordinary was happening. Not only could he understand their ancient Egyptian perfectly, but they seemed to comprehend his English responses as if he were speaking their own language. Whatever force had brought him here had also created some kind of linguistic bridge between their worlds. They bound his hands with rough rope and marched him toward the city, which Caleb now recognised as Thebes, the greatest city of the ancient world in its golden age, capital of an empire that stretched from Nubia to the Levant. The reality of seeing it alive and thriving, rather than as ruins scattered across the modern landscape, was almost more than his mind could process. The approach to the city was a marvel in itself. The road was paved with massive stone blocks, worn smooth by centuries of foot traffic and cartwheels. Palm trees lined the route, their fronds providing blessed shade from the relentless sun. Irrigation channels brought water from the Nile to sustain gardens that bloomed with flowers Caleb had only seen in tomb paintings. Lotus blossoms, papyrus reeds, and climbing vines heavy with grapes. As they entered the city proper, Caleb was overwhelmed by the sights, sounds, and smells of ancient Egypt in all its glory. The architecture was exactly as he'd studied it, but seeing it in living colour, hearing the bustle of market vendors and the clip-clop of donkeys on stone streets, was like stepping into a dream made manifest. The buildings were painted in brilliant colours, red, blue, yellow and gold, that had long since faded from the ruins he knew in his own time. The streets teemed with life. Merchants hawked their wares from stalls piled high with goods from across the known world, ivory from Nubia, cedar wood from Lebanon, gold from the eastern deserts, and exotic spices from lands so distant their names were barely whispered in legend. Children ran between the adults, their laughter mixing with the calls of vendors and the braying of donkeys laden with goods. Women in flowing linen dresses carried water jars on their heads, their movements graceful and practiced. Men in pleated kilts supervised the construction of new buildings, their voices raised in commands and encouragement. Priests in white robes moved through the crowds with dignity and purpose, their shaved heads gleaming in the sunlight, their expressions serious as they went about their sacred duties. But it was the palace complex that truly took Caleb's breath away. He'd seen reconstructions and computer simulations, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of seeing it as it had been meant to be seen. The walls rose impossibly high, their surfaces covered with painted reliefs that told the stories of gods and pharaohs in brilliant detail. Painted columns soared overhead, decorated with scenes of lotus flowers and papyrus reeds, their capitals carved to represent the sacred plants of Upper and Lower Egypt. Guards in pleated linen kilts and bronze armour escorted him through corridors that seemed to stretch forever. Their sandals slapped against polished stone floors inlaid with precious stones that formed intricate geometric patterns. The walls were covered with hieroglyphs that seemed to glow in the light of oil lamps, their meanings flowing through Caleb's mind like a river of ancient wisdom. They passed chambers filled with treasures that would one day fill museums around the world. Golden furniture, jewelled weapons, statues of gods and goddesses carved from rare stones. But here, these weren't museum pieces to be admired behind glass. They were living parts of a functioning civilization, tools and treasures used in the daily business of ruling an empire. The throne room was a masterpiece of architectural grandeur that made Caleb's knees weak. The ceiling soared overhead, supported by massive columns painted to look like papyrus reeds. The walls were covered with scenes of the pharaoh receiving tribute from foreign lands, hunting lions in the desert, and communing with the gods themselves. Golden furniture gleamed in the light of dozens of oil lamps, and precious stones were set into the floor in patterns that caught and reflected the light like captured starlight. Tutankhamun himself was waiting in the throne room, and Caleb was shocked by how young he looked. The pharaoh couldn't have been more than 19, his face bearing the distinctive features Caleb recognized from his golden burial mask, but animated with life and intelligence. Beside him stood a man Caleb immediately recognized as Ea, the high priest who history suspected of orchestrating the young pharaoh's death. "So," Tutankhamun said, his voice carrying despite his youth, "you are the one who emerged from the sacred desert bearing signs of divine favour." He gestured to where the scroll lay unrolled on a nearby table, its hieroglyphs now dormant but still visible. "My priests say you speak the language of the gods themselves." Caleb realised they were referring to his English, which to them would sound like celestial tongue. He also noticed that somehow miraculously he could understand their ancient Egyptian perfectly, while they seemed to comprehend his English responses. "I am Caleb Rivers," he said carefully. "I come from a distant land." I stepped forward, his eyes narrow with suspicion. A distant land? Or a distant time? His voice carried the weight of someone who had lived long enough to recognize impossible things when he saw them. "That scroll has been sealed in our temple vaults for generations. It is said to contain the words of Thoth himself, god of knowledge and scribe of the gods. Yet here you are, having somehow opened it, bearing artifacts of power beyond our understanding." The high priest's gaze fell on Caleb's digital watch, which continued to display error messages in LED numerals. This speaks of prophecy fulfilled, but prophecy can be blessing or curse, depending on the heart of its bearer. Caleb found himself assigned to quarters in the palace complex, treated with a mixture of reverence and fear. He was given traditional Egyptian clothing, a simple linen tunic and sandals, but he kept his jeans and t-shirt hidden under his sleeping mat. They were his only connection to home, and he wasn't ready to give them up. It was a young palace scribe named Nefru who saved him from complete isolation. She was perhaps 16, with intelligent dark eyes, and the quick wit that had earned her a place in the pharaoh's court despite her humble origins. In a world where most women were excluded from formal education, she had somehow managed to become one of the most skilled scribes in all of Egypt, her knowledge of hieroglyphs and literature rivaling that of men twice her age. Most importantly, she was curious about the strange visitor who had appeared from nowhere, bearing artifacts that defied explanation and speaking with a voice that the priests claimed carried divine authority. While others whispered about curses and divine punishment, Nefru approached the mystery with the methodical mind of a true scholar. "You're not from Egypt," she said during their first real conversation, held in whispers in the palace gardens as the sun set over the Nile. "Not from any land I know of. Your skin is too pale, your accent too strange when you speak our tongue. And your knowledge—" She paused, glancing around to make sure they weren't overheard. "Yesterday, you warned the pharaoh about the weakness in the eastern border fortifications, information that proved correct when the scouts returned today with news of Nubian raiders gathering near the Second Cataract. Caleb had been trying to be careful about revealing future knowledge, but apparently he'd already said too much. The historical records he'd studied had mentioned border troubles during this period, and he'd foolishly tried to help by warning about threats he knew were coming. "I study patterns," he said weakly. "History has a way of repeating itself." Nefru smiled, and Caleb realized she was far too intelligent to be fooled by vague answers. "Then perhaps you can help me understand this." She produced a wax tablet covered in careful hieroglyphic notes. "I've been studying the scroll that brought you here. The priest gave me access to it. hoping I might be able to decipher its more obscure passages. The tablet contained meticulous copies of sections from the papyrus, each hieroglyph rendered with perfect accuracy. Caleb could see that Nefru had been working systematically through the text, making notes about unusual word formations and grammatical structures that differed from standard Egyptian writing. "Most of it is ritual language," she continued, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "calling upon the gods to bend time like papyrus, to re-roll the scrolls of fate, ancient magic, the kind that was old when the pyramids were young. But the final section..." She pointed to a series of symbols that made Caleb's heart race. "These aren't hieroglyphs at all. They're something else entirely." The symbols were unmistakably English letters, worked into the ancient text with such skill that they almost looked like stylized hieroglyphs. But Caleb could read them clearly. "To return to the time of your birth, speak these words when the moon dies and is reborn, with one who knows both tongues of earth and sky." "Can you read these symbols?" Nefru asked, watching his face carefully. Caleb nodded slowly, his mind racing with the implications. "They're from my language, the language of my people." He met her eyes, making a decision that would change both their lives. "If I'm going to get home, I'm going to need your help, and I'm going to have to teach you to speak like the gods." The next few weeks became an intensive course in linguistic exchange that would have made any modern language professor proud. Hidden in unused chambers of the palace, working by lamplight after the rest of the court had gone to sleep, Caleb began teaching Nefru English while she helped him understand the deeper mysteries of the scroll. It was fascinating to watch her brilliant mind grapple with concepts that had no equivalent in ancient Egyptian. English tenses were completely foreign to her, and the idea of articles like "the" and "a" took days to explain. But she approached each lesson with the patience and dedication of a true scholar, filling tablet after tablet with careful notes about pronunciation, grammar, and vocabulary. In return, she taught him nuances of ancient Egyptian that no modern textbook could have conveyed. The language was alive for her in ways that scholarly reconstructions could never capture. She showed him how the same hieroglyph could carry different meanings depending on the context, how religious texts used archaic forms that had been obsolete for centuries, and how the sound of the spoken language differed from the written form. Their lessons were interrupted by the increasingly paranoid atmosphere of the palace. Tutankhamun was growing more suspicious by the day, and A was constantly whispering poison in his ear about the foreign sorcerer who claimed to know the future. The young pharaoh's advisors were divided between those who saw Caleb as a divine messenger and those who believed he was a harbinger of doom. It was during one of these lessons that they overheard the conversation that would shatter their carefully constructed world. They were practicing English phrases in a storage room off the palace kitchens when voices approached in the corridor outside. Caleb recognised A's distinctive voice immediately. The high priest's words carried the weight of authority and the subtle menace of someone accustomed to having his way. "The boy pharaoh grows too confident," A was saying to someone in low, urgent tones. "He questions the old ways, speaks of changes that would upset the natural order. And this foreign messenger only encourages his dangerous ideas." Caleb grabbed Nefru's arm, pressing his finger to his lips. Through the thin wooden door, they could hear every word of the treasonous conversation that was unfolding just feet away. "The people love him," replied another voice, one of A's most trusted priests. "He has brought prosperity to Egypt, expanded our borders, filled the treasury with gold from successful campaigns. To move against him would be dangerous." "The people love what he represents," I corrected. "But love can be redirected, channeled toward other purposes. A young ruler, tragically struck down by illness, or by the curse of foreign sorcery, would become a martyr. The people would mourn, but they would accept the wisdom of the divine will, and they would welcome a strong hand to guide them through their grief." "You speak of regicide," the priest whispered, his voice barely audible through the door. "I speak of the natural order," A replied coldly. "The gods have sent us a sign in the form of this foreign demon. His very presence has brought unrest to the palace, strange occurrences that speak of divine displeasure. When the pharaoh dies, as the gods clearly will it, the blame will fall on the sorcerer who brought curse upon the house of Pharaoh. Two birds with one stone, as the saying goes." Caleb felt ice in his veins. This was exactly what history suspected had happened. Tutankhamun poisoned by his own advisors, his death blamed on supernatural forces. But knowing it was about to happen, and being able to prevent it were two entirely different things. He was a 17-year-old intern from Brooklyn, not a skilled politician or warrior. How could he possibly hope to prevent a conspiracy that had been planned by some of the most powerful men in the ancient world? The voices faded as the conspirators moved away, but the damage was done. Caleb and Nephru sat in stunned silence, both of them understanding the full implications of what they'd just heard. The pharaoh was going to die, and Caleb was going to be blamed for it. Unless they could find a way to stop it, history would unfold exactly as it had been written, with tragic consequences for everyone involved. When he tried to warn the pharaoh the next day, Tutankhamun's reaction was not what he expected. Instead of gratitude, the young ruler's face grew pale with fear and suspicion. The weight of the crown had aged him beyond his years, and the constant pressure of ruling an empire had made him paranoid about potential threats from all directions. "You claim to know the future," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "You speak of my death as if it were already written in the sacred texts. How can this be unless—" His eyes widened with terrible understanding. "Unless you are the instrument of that death. Unless the gods have sent you not to protect me, but to fulfill their will." "No," Caleb said desperately, reaching out toward the young pharaoh. "I'm trying to help you. I've seen how this ends and I want to change it. That's why I came here, to prevent the tragedy that's about to unfold." But Tutankhamun was already backing away, his hand moving to the ceremonial dagger at his belt. The weapon was beautiful, its handle carved from ivory and inlaid with gold, but the blade was sharp enough to end a life in seconds. "Guards," he called, his voice cracking with adolescent terror despite his royal dignity. "Seize the sorcerer. He speaks of regicide as if it were prophecy written in stone." The guards who responded were men Caleb had come to know over the past weeks. They'd shared meals with him, taught him Egyptian games, and treated him with the respect due to a divine messenger. But now their faces were hard with duty and suspicion. They seized his arms with professional efficiency, their grip firm but not unnecessarily rough. "The foreign demon has revealed his true nature," A announced, appearing as if he'd been waiting for this moment. "He comes among us speaking of death and claiming knowledge of the future. Such powers can only come from the dark gods, the enemies of Ma'at who seek to bring chaos to our ordered world. Death as if it were already written. How can this be unless—" His eyes widened with terrible understanding. "Unless you are the instrument of that death. Unless the gods have sent you not to protect me, but to fulfill their will." "No," Caleb said desperately. "I'm trying to help you. I've seen how this ends, and I want to change it." But Tutankhamun was already backing away, his hand moving to the dagger at his belt. "Guards," he called, his voice cracking with adolescent terror. "Seize the sorcerer. He speaks of regicide as if it were prophecy written in stone." Everything fell apart faster than Caleb had thought possible. Within hours, A had convinced the pharaoh that the foreign messenger was indeed a harbinger of doom, sent by jealous gods to punish Egypt for its prosperity. The scroll, they claimed, was not a gift but a curse, and its bearer was the instrument of that curse. The palace, which had been Caleb's sanctuary for weeks, suddenly became a prison. Guards who had once treated him with respect now watched him with suspicion and fear. The servants who had brought him food and water now crossed themselves with protective amulets when they passed him in the corridors. Even the children who had once played games with him in the gardens now ran away when they saw him coming. Caleb found himself thrown into a cell beneath the palace, the stone walls damp with centuries of moisture from the nearby Nile. The cell was ancient even by Egyptian standards, carved from living rock during the earliest dynasties and used to hold prisoners of the most serious crimes. The walls were covered with hieroglyphs that spoke of judgment and divine retribution, their meanings flowing through his mind like prophecies of doom. But it was Nephru's fate that truly broke his heart. She had been captured trying to smuggle food to him, her loyalty to their friendship overriding her sense of self-preservation. Under torture, she had revealed their English lessons, though she had managed to keep the most crucial details secret. They proclaimed this as final proof of sorcery. The foreign devil had been teaching the sacred tongue to mortals, corrupting the divine language itself. They dragged her to the temple of Anubis, where criminals were judged before the god of the dead. Caleb could hear her screams echoing across the palace complex, each cry like a knife through his heart. He threw himself against the bars of his cell until his hands bled, but the ancient bronze was stronger than his desperate fury. The guilt was overwhelming. He had come here by accident, brought by forces beyond his control, but his presence had set in motion a chain of events that was destroying everyone he cared about. Nefru was suffering because of him. Tutankhamun was marked for death because of him. Even the innocent servants who had shown him kindness were now under suspicion because of their association with the foreign sorcerer. The cell gave him too much time to think, to replay every decision that had led to this moment. If he had never opened the scroll, if he had left it in its crate to gather dust for another century, none of this would have happened. But then again, history would have unfolded exactly as it had been written. Tutankhamun would still have died, A would still have seized power, and the truth would have been buried under layers of political necessity and royal propaganda. That night, as the guards celebrated what they believed was their victory over dark magic, Caleb used a technique he'd learned from a museum security training course. The lock on his cell was ancient but sophisticated, a masterwork of bronze engineering that would have impressed any modern locksmith. But with patience and a piece of bone from his dinner, he managed to work the mechanism until it clicked open. The corridors were dimly lit by oil lamps, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows that provided perfect cover for his escape. He had memorized the layout of the palace during his weeks of captivity, and he used that knowledge now to navigate the maze of passages that led to the temple district. The Temple of Anubis stood at the edge of the palace complex, its massive columns carved with scenes of judgment and afterlife. The building was a masterpiece of Egyptian architecture, its proportions perfectly calculated to inspire awe and reverence. But tonight, it looked like a gateway to the underworld itself, its shadows deep enough to hide any number of horrors. Inside, Caleb found Nefru chained to an altar, her body covered in burns and cuts, but her eyes still blazing with defiance. The priests had left her there to contemplate her sins before the final judgment at dawn, but they had underestimated her strength of will. Despite everything they had done to her, she was still fighting. "You came," she whispered as he worked at her bonds with a stolen bronze knife. "I knew you would." "Of course I came," Caleb said, his voice thick with emotion. "I'm not leaving you here. We're going to get out of this together." The bronze knife was sharp, but the ropes were thick and well made. It took precious minutes to cut through them, and every second felt like an eternity. At any moment the guards might return, or a priest might come to check on the prisoner. But finally the last rope parted, and Nefru was free. She could barely stand, her legs weak from hours of torture, but her mind was as sharp as ever. "The scroll," she said urgently as he helped her to her feet. "I has hidden it in the vault beneath the Temple of Thoth. Without it, you can never return home, and without you to speak the final words." She didn't need to finish. They both knew that the spell required both languages, spoken in unison under the light of a lunar eclipse. And according to the astronomical calculations Nefru had shown him, the next eclipse was only 2 days away. "There's more," she continued, leaning heavily on his shoulder as they made their way toward the temple entrance. "I've been working on the translation while they held me. The scroll doesn't just describe how to return to your time, it explains why you were brought here. The ancient priests who created it believed that time was like a river that could be dammed and diverted. They thought that by bringing someone from the future to the past, they could change the course of history itself." Caleb felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "Change history how?" "I don't know," Nefru admitted. "But the scroll mentioned something about preventing a great catastrophe, something that would destroy not just Egypt but the entire world. The priests who wrote it believed that the knowledge of the future would be necessary to prevent this disaster." They emerged from the temple into the cool night air, the stars brilliant overhead in a sky unpolluted by artificial light. The Nile stretched before them, its waters reflecting the moon like a ribbon of silver. In the distance, they could see the lights of the great temples, their oil lamps flickering like earthbound stars. The Temple of Thoth was the most sacred site in all of Thebes, its underground chambers said to contain the original words of creation itself. The building was older than the palace, older than many of the pyramids, its stones worn smooth by centuries of wind and sand. Getting inside would be nearly impossible, but Caleb had an advantage the ancient Egyptians couldn't have imagined. He knew the building's layout from archaeological surveys he'd studied in his own time. With help from Kiti, a sympathetic palace guard who had been horrified by A's treatment of Nefru, they made their way through the temple's outer chambers. The young man was risking his life to help them, motivated by a sense of justice that transcended his loyalty to the ruling powers. He provided them with priestly robes and guided them through passages that avoided the main guard posts. The walls of the temple were covered in texts that made Caleb's head spin, hieroglyphs that seemed to move and shift in the lamplight like living things. These weren't just decorative inscriptions, they were living documents, constantly updated and revised by generations of priests who had devoted their lives to preserving the sacred knowledge. Some of the texts were mathematical, describing the movements of celestial bodies with precision that wouldn't be matched in Europe for over 1,000 years. Others were philosophical, exploring the nature of time and consciousness, with insights that would have impressed modern physicists. And still others were practical, containing detailed instructions for rituals that could supposedly influence the natural world. The vault was exactly where Caleb expected it to be, hidden behind a false wall that could only be opened by pressing a sequence of hieroglyphs in the correct order. The combination was based on the sacred names of Thoth, written in the ancient form that predated the classical Egyptian most people knew. But Nefru had taught him the archaic variations, and his fingers found the right symbols by touch. Inside the vault, among treasures that would make the Egyptian collection at the Metropolitan Museum look like a curiosity shop, they found the scroll. It was lying on a golden pedestal, surrounded by protective amulets and offerings that spoke of the reverence with which it was regarded. The papyrus seemed to glow with its own inner light, and Caleb could feel the power radiating from it even before he touched it. But they weren't alone. As Caleb unrolled the papyrus, torches blazed to life around the chamber, revealing Ai and a dozen armed priests surrounding them. The high priest's face was a mask of cold fury, his eyes glittering with murderous intent and righteous anger. "Did you think your sorcery could hide you from the gods forever?" he snarled, his voice echoing off the stone walls. "You have corrupted the sacred tongue, defiled our temples, and brought curse upon our pharaoh. But your dark magic ends here, in the most sacred place of all, where the gods themselves will witness your destruction." The priests advanced with bronze swords gleaming in the torchlight, their movements coordinated and professional. These weren't just religious officials, they were warrior priests trained in combat as well as theology. Their swords were beautifully crafted, but they were also deadly weapons in the hands of skilled fighters. But Nefru stepped forward, her voice ringing with authority despite her injuries. "The lunar eclipse begins now," she said, pointing to where moonlight filtered through an opening in the chamber's ceiling. "Look up, servants of the gods. See how the moon dies and is reborn. This is the time of power, when the boundaries between worlds grow thin." Indeed, the moon was beginning to dim as Earth's shadow crept across its surface. The chamber filled with an eerie red glow, and the hieroglyphs on the walls began to writhe and shift like living serpents. The very air seemed to thicken, charged with energy that made the hair on Caleb's arms stand on end. Caleb spread the scroll on the stone floor, its surface glowing with the same crimson light as the eclipsed moon. The symbols were clearly visible now, both the ancient Egyptian and the English text intertwined in patterns that seemed to pulse with their own rhythm. The writing appeared to be alive, the ink flowing and shifting as if it were being written by invisible hands. "Now," he said to Nefru, taking her hand in his, "we speak the words together, just as we practiced." Their voices rose in unison, ancient Egyptian and modern English weaving together in harmonies that should have been impossible. The words seemed to take on a life of their own, echoing off the chamber walls and multiplying until the air was filled with the sound of 1,000 voices speaking in perfect synchronization. The air in the chamber began to vibrate, and a whirlwind of light and shadow erupted from the scroll's surface. The vortex expanded rapidly, its edges crackling with energy that sent sparks flying through the air. The temperature dropped dramatically, and frost began to form on the stone walls despite the desert heat outside. Ay and his priests were thrown back against the walls as the vortex expanded, their swords clattering uselessly to the floor. The high priest's face was twisted with rage and fear, his carefully laid plans crumbling in the face of forces beyond his understanding or control. Through the swirling chaos, Caleb could see glimpses of other times, other places. The museum lab where his journey had begun, the Brooklyn streets outside, even what looked like ancient Egypt as it would appear in his own time, buried under millennia of sand and silence. The vortex was a window through time itself, showing him all the possible paths that history might take. Go, Nefru shouted over the howling wind that had begun to fill the chamber. The portal won't stay open long. The eclipse is almost over. But Caleb hesitated, his heart breaking at the thought of leaving her behind. Come with me, he said desperately, his voice barely audible over the chaos. You can live in my time. You can see what becomes of all this, what your civilization achieves. She smiled, and for a moment she looked exactly like the young woman he'd fallen in love with despite the impossible circumstances. My place is here, she said, her voice somehow carrying clearly despite the noise. Someone has to remember what really happened. Someone has to make sure the truth survives, even if it takes 3,000 years for it to be discovered. The vortex was pulling at him now, its force irresistible. Caleb felt his feet leave the ground as he was drawn toward the swirling light. The last thing he saw was Nefru's face, brave and determined and heartbreakingly beautiful, before the world dissolved into chaos and he was tumbling through time itself. The sensation of falling through the vortex was like being caught in a tornado made of light and sound. Past and future blurred together, and Caleb caught glimpses of events that spanned millennia. He saw the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of civilizations, the endless cycle of human achievement and destruction that had shaped the world he knew. And then, suddenly, it was over. The fluorescent lights of the museum lab seemed harsh after the warm glow of oil lamps and torches. Caleb found himself sprawled across the artifact table, his face pressed against the cool metal surface. For a moment he lay there in stunned silence, wondering if the entire adventure had been nothing but an elaborate dream. But then he saw the scroll beneath him, its surface completely blank now, as if it had never held any writing at all. The gold-threaded linen wrapping lay beside it, no longer shimmering with supernatural light but still undeniably real. Caleb stumbled to his feet, his legs unsteady after what felt like weeks in ancient Egypt. Everything in the lab was exactly as he'd left it. The computer still humming, his coffee still warm in its mug, the clock showing that only minutes had passed since he'd opened the scroll. He made his way upstairs to the Egyptian collection, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and dread. The familiar displays were all there, the sarcophagi, the canopic jars, the golden jewellery that had once adorned pharaohs and their queens. But there was something new, something that made his breath catch in his throat. A new display case stood near the centre of the room, its contents illuminated by carefully positioned spotlights. Inside was a beautifully preserved papyrus covered in hieroglyphs, and beside it a small statue of a woman in traditional Egyptian dress. The placard read, Nefru, first female keeper of language, 1329 BCE. This remarkable scribe is credited with preserving texts that would otherwise have been lost to history, including detailed records of the reign of Tutankhamun. Caleb's eyes filled with tears as he read the longer description. Nefru had lived to be 73, had married a fellow scribe, and had raised 3 children while maintaining her position as one of the most respected scholars in all of Egypt. She had founded a school for female scribes, revolutionizing education in the ancient world. Most importantly, she had kept detailed records of the foreign messenger who had briefly appeared in Tutankhamun's court, describing his prophecies and his mysterious disappearance. The museum's information mentioned that Nefru's writings had been discovered in a sealed tomb in the Valley of the Kings, preserved by the dry desert air and her own careful preparation. Archaeologists had been amazed by their perfect condition and the wealth of historical detail they contained. Caleb pulled out his smartphone, its screen now miraculously uncracked and fully functional. He had dozens of missed calls from his uncle, who was probably wondering where he'd disappeared to. But as he scrolled through his notifications, one message made his blood run cold. It was an email from an unknown sender, the subject line written in hieroglyphs that his eyes could somehow still read. The scroll of time remembers all. The message itself was brief but unmistakable. To the one who bridged the years and spoke with the voice of gods, your journey has ended, but the scroll's power remains. Time is not a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean with many currents. We who guard the ancient words know this truth. The next eclipse comes soon, and with it, new opportunities for those brave enough to step outside the boundaries of their birth time. We are not done yet. The signature was a single hieroglyph that Caleb recognized immediately, the symbol for Nefru's name. As he stood there in the museum's quiet halls, surrounded by artifacts that suddenly seemed far more alive than he'd ever imagined. Caleb realised that his adventure in ancient Egypt might have been just the beginning. The scroll had shown him that time was malleable, that the past and future were connected by invisible threads that could be plucked by those who knew the right words and possessed the courage to speak them. He looked once more at Nefru's statue, her carved eyes seeming to wink at him in the shifting light. Somewhere out there, in the vast collection of the world's museums, other scrolls were waiting. Other doorways through time stood ready to be opened by those who understood that history was not a fixed narrative, but a living, breathing story still being written. The Forbidden Papyrus had been just the first page of a much longer tale, and Caleb Rivers was far from ready to close the book